availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine with Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec is designed for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $33.99, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Choose Syntec, available exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy but windy, highs near 58.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's time.
Here we go. Hurts has all day. Now some rushers come. Going to throw it as far as his arm can take it, which is well short. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Oh, baby. Suck it, Philly! Suck it! Kevin Burkhardt on the call for Fox Sports. As we say, good morning to everybody out there. The Kansas City Chiefs, who we don't like out here in the Bay Area, win the Super Bowl 38-35 over there. Was crying.
Cry,
Lousy.
Eagles, cry.
Boom, boom, boom.
Cry, Eagles, cry.
Where? And L-O-S-E-R-S, losers.
Oh my God! How about Nick Sirianni crying in pregame?
What a joke.
What a fraud!
We're gonna break all this down.
Oh, you mean the next Bill Walsh? The next Bill Walsh? He's revolutionizing football.
Yeah.
How about you revolutionize football on the defensive side and get a damn stop?
Yeah, you got to coach both sides of the football, buddy. You got to coach both sides of the football. As we say, good morning to everybody out there.
Sick of them
getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to all the strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, janitors. Good morning.
Who got a lighter?
Hey, what?
We're smoking on that Philly pack.
Oh, two heads with the Philly pack. Good morning to everybody out there in the city of brotherly love. How's those polls last night that were greased up? How's that party last night on Broad Street? When's that parade coming up this week in Philadelphia? Oh, Philly, from Angelo Cataldi to Howard Eskin to Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's all those clowns out there in Philly. And what's the guy's name on the LibertyLine.com? Drew something? Drew, please, FedEx me those jars of tears that you got from last night. I'll pay for the next day. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I'm loving it. Woo!
Is this the McDonald's commercial with Cardi B and which one of the Migos states Cardi B?
Not.
Is it Offset?
It is Offset.
Okay.
It is Offset.
When I saw Cardi B and Offset in a McDonald's commercial, I was like, we've made it, America. We've got rappers in McDonald's commercials. This is incredible.
Oh, man. This is going to be a fun show. You know what? That Super Bowl helped me get by or get past whatever the hell we saw Saturday night at Chase Center.
I don't really want to talk about the Warriors right now.
Whatever we saw at Saturday night Chase Center, I don't know if you saw Warriors Live postgame show. I was hot.
No, Bonte, I was at a crab feed.
Yeah, I saw that. The crab looked really, really good.
It was delicious.
Yeah, it was delicious.
You ghosted us. I also went to a tiki bar in the Tenderloin. It's like a hole-in-the-wall tiki bar.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I had to carry JP Money out. Your boy was injured. He looked like Mahomes on 2 high ankle sprains walking out of that place.
Listen.
Love you, JP.
That tiki bar is really cool. I know what you're talking
cool.
about. Oh, it's really cool.
Dude, they like carved wood and stuff.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's so
it's
cool.
amazing.
I couldn't believe it. But poop on the streets. But once you go inside, you don't even realize you're in the TL.
You got to focus on the finer things in life, Shasky. There's going to be a little poop. There's going to be a little homelessness. Hey, it's just it is. I need that in my life.
I found parking right in front.
Yeah,
that never happens.
That never happens.
That's when you know it's a good omen.
So we don't have. We'll talk about what the hell's going on with Gary Payton II. If you were just focusing on the Super Bowl, not paying attention, the Warriors end up with Gary Payton II after a failed physical and some decisions to be made about whether or not to keep him, rescind a deal. I'll just say this on the front end. There's no way James Wiseman was coming back to the Golden State Warriors. If the Warriors wanted to rescind that trade, it would have been done Friday as soon as they failed the physical. The fact that it lingered into Sunday, they had the deadline at 6:30 p.m. West Coast time to figure out what to do with Gary Payton II. He will be a Golden State Warrior. Now we figure out the timeline on when he returns because, damn it, the Warriors need him. They need Stephen Curry. They need a jolt. Hell, they need the All-Star break right now. I'm so frustrated with them. Losing to that Lakers team with no LeBron.
They need a Snickers because I want to get away.
Yeah, Southwest Airlines. Southwest, maybe not now. Maybe you want to take Alaska or Delta or something like that. Southwest is struggling. We know about that over wintertime. But the Warriors, we'll put them to the side for now.
Yeah, let's put them on ice.
Let's talk about the Super Bowl, baby.
Come on, I'm going to be real with you. This is a full admission here.
I'm loving it.
I watched that game like I was a Chiefs fan. Like I did. I'm not kidding. I was pulling so hard for the Chiefs. I'm actually embarrassed to say it out loud. I have not gotten that much satisfaction from a team losing since the Seahawks choked away that game to Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. I remember where I was. We had a bunch of people over the house. We had just bought our home 10 years ago, and it was dead silence before Marshawn didn't get the ball and Russ decided to throw it on the goal line. People were so angry.
Oh, I jumped up off the couch.
We all did.
I was jacked up.
I have not had this much satisfaction from another team losing that I had no part of.
Shasky,
I was so happy for Mahomes.
I was standing in front of the 65-inch TV like the Niners were playing defense. When they were pursuing on third down, Tackle. Let's go.
Bolton, by the way, Bolton
had a hell of a game.
If this was John Madden and he was giving out turkey legs, I would give this guy an entire turkey.
The entire turducken.
It was
the entire
incredible.
turducken. Bolton played his ass off the Chiefs. Listen, and you know I love the big uglies. You know my guy Rodney. He works at the Niners and Warrior games. He's an OG. Rolls with my guy Keon over there in the PR department. And Rodney said, you know, Bonte, I love it when you talk offensive line that early in the morning. It gets me going. And I said, Rodney, just wait until Monday because the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line get a game ball. No sacks by that vaunted, ferocious Eagles defensive front, one of the greatest defenses of all time, did not touch Patrick Mahomes. They got sliced up. They got carved up like some birds, baby. Bolton, defensive player of the game for the Kansas City Chiefs. That offensive line. Protecting Patrick Mahomes. And you know why?
He was
awesome. Blew holes open in the run game.
I know.
That was a very underrated factor. I didn't think Pacheco could run the ball against this team.
Bonte, his
Andy
vision,
Reid stuck to
toughness.
the run game. Pacheco's good.
Pacheco's nice, dude. He got cracked 3 different times and kept running. I mean, that kid was a baller. Mahomes' ability to sense pressure and step up and make throws, he's unbelievable. His anticipation, his feel for the game. You're watching somebody play the game like he's in the backyard.
Oh, my gosh.
But yet at the same time, he can make plays within structure. He'll hit that little RPO. He'll hit that little out. Him and Kelsey, like they know where they're going to be. Kelsey runs the same route every time. It's like a curved little like over route, and he's just it's wide open all day. And then Andy Reid's brilliance. I thought their blocking scheme up front was excellent. That rookie center that they drafted, he's outstanding.
He's outstanding. Look, listen, the Kansas City Chiefs, Andy Reid, I think he's on a Mount Rushmore of play callers. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, what about Eric Bieniemy? And Andy Reid gave him credit. But Andy Reid is he's the mastermind.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the mastermind. He's done it with 2 organizations. And I think he basically passed up Holmgren in terms of offensive play calling, offensive design. And it's interesting because Mike Holmgren was his mentor out in Green Bay. Mike Holmgren's got the 1 Super Bowl. Andy Reid just got number 2. And he's evolved with the NFL. He's evolved better than Mike Shanahan did when he was with the Denver Broncos. He's evolved better than North Turner did. He's up there with Bill Walsh is the Don Dada.
Yeah.
He's up there.
Yeah.
I think Joe Gibbs deserves a lot of respect.
He won it with 3 different quarterbacks.
Exactly.
In a variety of ways. They ran the ball. They threw the ball.
3 wide receivers.
Yeah, they had a lot of different ways.
Great offensive line. They could bully
multiple running backs.
Yes, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Tom Landry. You got to give him his credit for those Cowboy teams in the 70s, running shotgun, the different formations, the motions, all that stuff there. Andy Reid now deserves his flowers. He just submitted himself into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he has it with Patrick Mahomes. And you mentioned it right before the show. 11 draft picks coming up for the Kansas City Chiefs. A slew of money. And everybody's wanting to ring chase with Patrick Mahomes.
And they've got the thing that's the hardest thing to find in the entire planet. Like, they've got the quarterback who... It doesn't matter how much you pay him, he's underpaid.
Right. No doubt.
Every game you go into, he's the best player on the field.
No doubt. No doubt.
And I don't say that lightly. Like, Bonte, I'm not kidding when I say this. Like, Montana and Brady, their resumes are so comprehensive.
Yep.
Like, I'm not here to argue. I thought Favre threw his name in the ring in terms of greatest physical talents at the position. I would say John Elway, to me, though, was my number 1 in terms of, like, if I was going to create a guy, big, strong, fast, smart, mobile, cannon of an arm, can also hit the touch plays, can run if he needs to, but, like, toughness, everything. I thought Elway was the greatest type of, like, prospect, if you will, at the position. It's Mahomes. He did that on a high ankle sprain, and everybody said the same thing when he got tackled. When he came up gimpy.
Oh yeah, right before
I thought it was
halftime.
a wrap. I'm like, oh boy.
Halftime. But he ran off that field.
Boy.
And you know, with a long halftime with the Rihanna performance. Performing.
Well, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. And by the way, shout out to Rihanna, who is pregnant. And everybody knows that 5 seconds in, except for me. I'm like, come on, why are you guys focused under the belly?
All the women in the room knew right away.
They knew right away. But Mahomes, 21-27, 182 yards, 3 touchdowns, and really only 182 yards because the Chiefs didn't have the ball.
No.
They showed a stat right at the beginning of the 3rd quarter that the Chiefs had ran 9 plays in the last hour and 35 minutes of real time.
How about the stat that came across the timeline in the 4th quarter? First time the Eagles have trailed all postseason.
Unbelievable.
I was like, what?
Well, they played the New York Giants and they played against...
I'm just saying, that's still incredible.
It is incredible.
Well, I'll tell you real quick on the Andy Reid thing.
They were up 10 at the half. They were up 10.
I know.
And they blew it.
They did.
Second team to do that.
On your Andy Reid thing, It is so hard to score a touchdown in the red zone. We all agree. Like, that's one of the field gets congested. There's all these bodies. And Andy Reid, you can put Mahomes in there too, because I'm sure he moves some guys around pre-snap or whatever. To get 2 wide open touchdowns in the red zone.
Same play.
Vontae, that's play calling.
Same play.
Wide open.
Same play. Andy Reid.
Wide open. And then they made the trade to get Tony at the deadline.
Yeah, Tony
I
with
mean,
the big
you know,
punt
everything
return.
that this guy does turns to gold.
So
they
Andy
lost
Reid-
Tyreek Hill and became more dynamic.
Well, it's funny when Tyreek Hill got traded, everybody had their hot takes. Oh,
Except
that's it
us.
for Kansas City. I looked at Shasky, I said, Andy Reid's going to be just fine.
Remember when we were doing division winners and everyone's like, Herbert,
Yeah,
and you and me are
please.
like, well, Herbert's nice. Mahomes is next level.
There's a lot of people who need to delete some tweets. There's a lot of people that I've heard on there.
As a thrower of the football,
There's a
I'm
lot of
going to
people
take
I've heard on there.
Herbert
lot of
over
people on there who
Mahomes.
said they were taking Herbert over Mahomes a couple years ago. You better walk that back. A lot of people were taking Josh Allen over Mahomes. I said, whoa.
And Burrow had a lot of people on the, could Burrow be better than Mahomes? And Burrow's great. But Mahomes,
Mahomes is next level. Mahomes,
if he doesn't
right
play
now,
another snap, he's going straight to the Hall of Fame.
No doubt. Yeah, now that's submitted.
He's like,
That's
27?
That's
How many
submitted.
guys in the history of sports could say, if I do nothing the rest of my career, I'm going straight to the Hall of Fame?
2 Super Bowl MVPs, 2 NFL MVPs, 5 Pro Bowls. He's been in the AFC Championship every single season. He started at quarterback with the Kansas City Chiefs. That was his 3rd Super Bowl, and they rallied from a 10-point deficit for the 2nd time. Remember, they were down 10 against the 49ers with just over 7 minutes left, and we know how that story ended. Mahomes gets his first ring, down 24-14 at half, and I'm saying to myself, if they don't score right at a halftime, this game is over. They go right down the football field. They score. Their defense in a long clock-eating drive by the Eagles hold them to a field goal.
Yeah, that was huge.
And that flipped the game.
Well, there was
right
a bunch of plays on that drive that got reviewed. I didn't think, first off, I thought the guy caught the ball and then fumbled.
Oh, Miles Sanders.
Yes, it was a catch, turn, football move, fumble. Here, wait a minute. Before I even get to this eye in the sky crap. Okay, timeout. So I want to put a timeout. So all of a sudden, you've got eye-in-the-sky technology for the Super Bowl, and you could stop plays left and right. They did a substitution thing.
Right.
The referees did. And I knew they did that so that Andy Reid could challenge that play.
No doubt. Yeah.
That was because the Eagles have, let's speed it up. Devontae did not catch that ball, but he trapped that ball on the ground.
He trapped that ball.
And they called that properly. But as a Niner fan, if you're not triggered by the eye-in-the-sky technology and the shenanigans that's going on let's pick and choose when we want to stop, if you have that technology, I want it stopped all the time in every playoff game.
Yeah, no, that was a joke.
All the time.
And you know what? The Miles Sanders play, I thought it was a fumble.
I did too.
Dallas Goedert.
I thought he did not catch it.
Dallas Goedert, I don't think that was a catch. And you know what? Now that we're here, Bradbury and the defensive holding call.
It
you know
was
what,
a hold.
folks? Bradbury said it. I think it was. You cannot grab the jersey. You cannot grab the jersey. What he did was more egregious than what Jimmy Ward did in the NFC Championship game on that pass interference. So if you Eagle fans want to cry about Bradbury, that's not a hold. You can't call it. Well, you can't call Jimmy Ward for pass interference when you guys were about to punt on 4th down. And the late flag came out at Lincoln Financial Field, and it changed the energy of the game. So I'm not here for that's not a hold. You can't call that. I've seen it called all the time. He ripped his jersey twice. That's a hold. Now, it may have been incomplete. It was an uncatchable ball.
Apparently, the uncatchable doesn't matter on a hold like that, on a defensive hold.
No, you can't.
Only on pass
you grab
interference.
the jersey.
I agree.
Whenever a referee sees you grab the jersey, you took it out of
I
his
know.
pants.
Well, you hooked him.
That's automatic.
Well, and
5 yards.
The Chiefs had a 3rd down with Juju early in the game where the same thing happened, and there was a no call.
Yeah, there was a no call. That was worse.
I thought it was. In the middle of the field, wide open.
That was a big point.
It was a big play.
What were they down? 20? Were they down 21-14
yeah,
at that point?
I believe it was like 3rd and 7, right around midfield.
Big call. And I was like, wow, they're giving the calls to the Eagles.
And big time. And Jalen Hurts was outstanding in this game, but he had the big gaff. That fumble ignited Kansas City.
Yeah, hey, shout out to all the Eagle fans in the chat.
Are they in the chat?
It's gonna be
because their crappy organization doesn't have YouTube.
Hey, listen. It's going to be a glorious day for you boys. So much for hosting the first game of the season. Have fun hanging that NFC title banner up at Lincoln Financial Field. Trust me, we want to be there for that. As this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Shout out to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line. And shout out to everybody on Twitch. Listen, this show is for everybody. We're going guest free. You know what? The roasters are the guest. 888-957-9570.
I'm a roaster.
How satisfied are you with the outcome of this Super Bowl? Because, boy, I am giddy. I am smiling ear to ear today.
So, okay, like last year I was telling Spadoni this. It's a weird thing to explain. When they lost to the Rams, the way that they lost, I was so deflated. But I was like, look, we had our chance. We came up short. Yeah. Jimmy and the team came up short. We're going to turn the page from Jimmy.
Right.
It was weird. And I had a really hard time watching Cincinnati versus the Rams. I was rooting for Cincinnati, but I didn't get the satisfaction like I did in this one.
Yeah, I didn't go crazy.
This had a Seattle feel to it when we lost to Seattle the year prior, and they were about to win against New England. It was like, oh my God, they're going to win back-to-back Super Bowls. We've hired Jim Tom Sula. Are you kidding me? I was pulling for Seattle to lose that game so bad in the same way I was yesterday. That's the most satisfaction in my lifetime that I can remember these two games.
Going back to the
when
Seattle
my team
game.
had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, going back to the Seattle game. Or my guy, Philly Zoo, shout out to Philly Zoo. He's hurting this morning. Oh, my God, he's hurting this morning. He hasn't returned my text. It's all good. Dinner's still on me at Gordo's Taqueria. You ain't getting no House of Prime Rib. Philly, we were living together at the time.
House of Prime Rib to Gordo's?
No, he didn't agree to it, so we're going to Gordo's. So he cried broke, so we're going to go the broke route. Listen, we were living together at the time, and he basically bet on the Seahawks that game. He kept saying, "Oh man, I got Seattle 2.5, Seattle 2.5," and he's like, "Yeah, baby." And I remember sitting there thinking, "Come on, New England, just one stop, just one stop." And when Malcolm Butler picked that playoff, I jumped out of my recliner like the Niners had just popped champagne. I was like, yeah, yelling out the window, "He's hot. How can you do this?" I said, "Screw Seattle, damn it. Forget those frauds. They haven't been the same since." Yesterday, I was locked in front of that 65-inch TV. First of all, Baby Chaz was sitting next to me from the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And whenever there was a third down and Philly had a third down, I was like, "Baby Chaz, this is third down." And she's doing the third down with me. Whenever Kansas City got a first down.
Did you play AC/DC?
Dude, oh, yeah. Oh, no, I should have. I should have done that. I should have done that for her because she always bods her head to it. And then whenever the Chiefs got a first down, I'm like, "First down, Kansas City." Ahoo, ahoo, ahoo. I was locked in. The Eagles could not win that football game for my sanity, for your sanity, and all those blogs that write articles about us. Listen, Shasky, two things. This may be true. We may not ever be able to go into the city of Philadelphia ever again.
So what?
We're going to need Secret Service. We're going to need the CIA if we ever want to step foot in the 205. But you know what?
Worried.
It is worth it.
Hey.
It is worth those tears. Hey, go flip over some more cars, Philadelphia. Go climb some light poles.
Hey.
Go down Broad Street and flip everybody off. You losers. Oh, by the way, Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni.
Oh, the next Bill Walsh.
Arrogant,
the next Bill Walsh.
Flipping. Did you see what he did? How about Jalen Hurts slapped his arm out?
How about you
get down to Kansas City sideline?
Fonte, how about you get a play in on time?
Nick Sirianni and his arrogance and his cockiness, like he reinvented football, he is in for a rude awakening. Nobody's going to forget his sideline antics. Nobody. Brian Daboll, Kyle Shanahan,
how many delay games?
Reed.
They should have called at least 4 more delay games.
The Eagles got calls all season long.
And Lane Johnson is false starting. I don't want to hear this.
Yeah, all the time.
I don't want to hear this. I'm so over it. A couple of quick things. I went to 40 Keys, the rapper that I now follow from San Francisco, and I went to his account. Boy, he was relishing.
Was he?
In Philadelphia losing. Y'all want to treat me like crap? Up yours.
See, everybody thinks we're lying about it. This loser from the LibertyLine.com. This loser.
My mom's basement in Philadelphia.
This loser who's calling me all kind of B-words. All kind of B-words online. You lied about your trip to Philadelphia. Look at the picture of you two smiling. Post it on the wall, Liberty Line. Drew, whatever your name is. Send me those tears, those jars of tears, because I am loving it right now. We're going to break it down. That defensive hold was legit. You got Mahomes. You got beat by...
Stop.
How sweet does it feel for Andy Reid to beat that city of Philadelphia who ran him out of town?
I thought they had the greatest defensive line that ever lived.
Not one sack. I didn't hear Fletcher Cox's name one time.
I saw him once when his helmet flew off.
Oh, wow. Hassan Reddick. Did not hear from him.
And by the way, they blocked him with a couple tight ends. Not sure if you paid attention to that.
Hey, clock. There's a lot of people quiet on the set. I want to hear from them.
A thing on Andy Reid.
Quiet on the set.
A thing on the Andy Reid that I think correlates to Kyle Shanahan on the other side.
And we also have some Warriors talk. It's going to be depressing. All right, that's coming up Brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. I'm losing it right now. I'm loving it.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. And when you're staring down a 3-day weekend in California, look no further than Toyota. Right now, get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Highlander. From snowy slopes to sandy coasts and everything in between. This President's Day, Toyota lets you do it all. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Ends 2/28/23.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and every single day we're doing the Fast Five. Your opportunity as a Morning Roast listener to get in on the show with me and Bonte, 8:50 every single day.
Ryan in St. Louis, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast Fast Five. What you got?
I think we should be incredibly optimistic about the 49ers' future when you consider how good our defense is.
Fast Five, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/25. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See Staples staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Pressure, lofting one, end zone incomplete. Juju Smith-Schuster couldn't catch up. There's a flag at the 10. Hang on, there's a penalty.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 24, defense.
Worst case scenario, you'll see James Bradbury. They're going to say he grabs him. He's got his left hand on his back. I don't know. Mike, listen, I think on this stage, I think you let him play.
I mean, I pulled the jersey, they called holding. I was hoping they would let it ride, but it wasn't holding. I was hoping he would let it go, but of course, he's a ref. This is a big game, and it was a holding, so they called it.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph, how you feeling? Steph
I'm sorry,
Curry.
the camera.
Say, hey, Steph, that was defensive holding, Steph. LeBron James, stop tweeting. That was defensive holding. Bradbury just admitted it. He just admitted it. He's the same guy who Debo Samuel called trash over the weekend.
LeBron, sit this one out.
You know what? LeBron, sit it out. Steph Curry, you're all good.
I'm Bradley Coopered the F out.
Was he at the game?
I'm so sick of him.
Was he at the game?
The other guy, what's the other guy? What's the other guy who now everybody's making into a star because he's Goose's kid from Top Gun 2? What's that guy's name? He did the Bud Light commercial. Miles Teller. I am so sick of Delaware, North New Jersey, and Philadelphia. Take a 6-month hike. South Jersey, North Jersey. I don't care. Sorry, I'm watching too much Sopranos.
Speaking of L's, Philadelphia, by the way, Phillies, Eagles, and there was the
MLS
Philadelphia
Cup
Union.
team.
Yeah, the MLS team.
I watched that game. Remember the Galaxy? Not the Galaxy. LA City. I think
LAFC.
LAFC.
Philadelphia Union might have the worst penalty kicks I've ever seen in my life.
The worst penalty kicks ever. I think Durant has a little stake in that soccer team. So they lose. The Phillies lose the World Series. It's the city of losers, not the city of brotherly love. That's 3 straight losses, you losers. There ain't no parades happening in Philadelphia. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
All right.
Could happen to a better city.
Or a worse one. All right, so Andy Reid, it was very interesting to me. Like, for years, Philadelphia, Andy Reid can't do this, can't do that, can't win the big one. And I think I subscribed to it because at some point you just kind of tap out from all the coverage about Andy Reid, right, B? Like, so many people wanted to run him out of town. And, like, I know our program director used to be in Philadelphia, Matt Hegan, and he's like, it just ran its course. I think Andy Reid is the cautionary tale for Niner fans when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. And where I'm going is this. Like, I know you got to win the big one. I get it. Like, at some point you got to win it. But when you've got somebody who's kind of ahead of the curve and who puts together competitive teams year after year after year, you got to kind of like...
You got to ride it out.
Yeah.
So, listen, it was funny. I was watching right before the Super Bowl. I watched this doc on the 72 Dolphins.
Okay.
Perfection, basically.
Yeah. Was Mercury Morris stunting?
Dude, he was stunting hard.
Brian Zonka.
Dude, they were
Larry Zonka.
Larry Zonka, dude.
Brian
They were stunting. They won back-to-back Super Bowls, 72, 73.
Yeah.
And Shula never won another Super Bowl.
No.
Yet Joe Robbie, the long time over the Dolphins, kept him there.
Yeah.
And Shula retired in 1995. He coached the Dolphins for 25 years, but he had him competitive. And Joe Robbie said, you know what? We'll stick with this guy. He won his 2 Super Bowls, built in equity, got us to another couple Super Bowls in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And look, they couldn't get over the Buffalo Bills in the early 90s. You try it with Dan Marino, but he stuck with him. Philadelphia stuck with Andy Reid for quite some time. At that point, when he did get let go, it all felt like it was time. You talk to people in Philadelphia, they say, look, we love Andy. He's done a lot of good things. We just need something new. We need something fresh.
Took over a Kansas City team that was drafting number 1 overall.
And they were strong in the league.
Number 1 overall.
Yeah,
and by
Eric
the way,
Fisher.
they missed on that pick.
Yeah, Eric Fisher.
Just
Fisher.
in general. But I guess my point is like, I know, like, you can't win the big one. Shanahan can't win the big one. You look at someone like Andy Reid. He's been doing it for so long. What's he, 65 now?
Yeah, he's old.
All right. He's going to basically catapult himself into, top 2, 3 coaches since Bill Walsh left?
Since Bill Walsh left.
I mean,
there's
Jimmy
Belichick,
Johnson's up there.
There's Belichick. There's Jimmy Johnson.
But Jimmy, I don't think was this excellent for this long.
No, he wasn't.
And he was awesome. I'm not trying to discredit him.
He wasn't. Dungy's not there.
No.
Chuck Gruden's not there. Who's that?
No, but since Bill Walsh.
Since Bill Walsh. Yeah, since Bill Walsh.
Like Parcells, I don't think.
Joe Gibbs.
Joe Gibbs is a really good one. 3 Super Bowls.
Are you
Joe
taking
Gibbs
him over
really
Andy
good.
Reid? Because Andy, the way he's evolved as the rules have evolved.
I would take Andy Reid over Joe Gibbs, but I want to put some respect on Joe Gibbs' name.
No, I think
because Joe Gibbs was legit.
Yeah.
And he tried to come back, and they made the playoffs. He knew, though, that the game had kind of passed him by.
I'm just thinking about, like, if you look at what Andy Reid did.
Mike Shanahan?
Yes. When you look at what Andy Reid did in that era where it was more defensive-oriented, he always could move the ball. Now that the rules have kind of shifted to where
he's evolved.
He's even better.
Right.
He's better than ever. Now, you could say, Joey's got Mahomes. Well, he hand-selected him.
Right.
And now they're going to go down in terms of duos. It's Walsh and Montana.
Belichick
and Brady. I think they're already higher. I think he's already higher than Shanahan and Elway. I think he already is.
Because
it was at the end.
It was TD. Terrell Davis was the factor in those games. He was the best running back in pro football. He carried that Broncos team. Andy Reid will turn 65 March 19th. And it looks like he's got another 10 years left in him.
And he can't leave now.
No, he's not leaving.
But I guess
close.
Just to put a bow on it, Niner fans, I know we're disappointed. We're frustrated that Shanahan can't win the big one, as everyone always says that. You got to kind of stick with this thing and let it ride out. Because I don't want to be sitting here 5-10 years from now going, how did we let Shanahan get away?
Yeah, he's got to win one, though.
I know,
he's got to win one.
But
and he's won a lot of big games, but he's got to win one. He's got to get that Super Bowl. You know what? It's going to be hard. Before we get to take him to school, the 49ers this offseason.
Oh, they have a lot of work.
They've got to draft
to
beat the Chiefs and draft to beat the Eagles.
Speed edge rushers.
Those are your guys. Those are the 2 teams you need to get past next season. It's the Chiefs, it's the Eagles.
And offensive
Lock
line.
in. And real quick, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. Why does Tomlin never make the list? He's got the 1 Super Bowl. He's never finished under 500. That's really good.
And what he has that what he does not have that these other guys have. He has not catered to one side of the ball where I could say
he's like the CEO.
Yeah,
like the CEO.
He's not like Pete Carroll. He's the architect of that defense.
But
I look at Andy Reid and I go, he's the architect of that offense. I'm not taking anything away from Tomlin. I just think it's harder to quantify what he's doing on game day.
But to not lose that locker room year in and year out, if he wins another one, he's in
awesome.
that category.
He's awesome.
He's in that. He will get the respect. Maybe not as much as Andy Reid, but he will get that respect. All right, real quick, it's time for taking them to school. Brought to you by Evergreen Valley College, home of free tuition for spring 2023. Spadoni, I have the sound here. Jordan Poole taking a deep 3, and he scored the first 17 points in the 4th quarter for the Golden State Warriors, but it wasn't enough.
DiVincenzo shoveled the Poole, takes a deep 3, got it! Timeout Lakers. Warriors have tied it at 87, and Jordan Poole goes down and yells at the crowd, says, let's go.
Jordan Poole, he played well, especially in that 4th quarter, but the Warriors give up a 7-0 run when it was tied at 98 apiece. Saturday night at Chase Center, Anthony Davis had a couple big blocks, 16 rebounds. Klay Thompson really struggled in that one, 5 of 21 from the floor, 3 of 13 from the 3-point line.
Good for
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he struggled.
I know,
Saturday.
but I saw people coming out the woodworks, and my thing was like,
are you surprised?
Well, no, but it's like, can we just believe me, it takes one to know one, but like, come on, he was great for like 2 months.
Klay Thompson's been fine.
Who's the other guy? Haramachi? I was
Hachimura was really good.
Thank you.
Hachimura was really good.
I mean, are you kidding me?
It was a great trade for the LA Lakers. Really good trade for them.
I always say hamachi. I think it's called whatever the sushi is. There's a sushi, a white fish.
Hibachi.
What is it?
Yeah, hibachi.
Are you thinking hibachi?
No, not hibachi. That's barbecue, like a Japanese barbecue style. But no, I'm saying there's like a white fish. Like hamachi, I want to say is what it's called.
Somebody will come in.
Somebody will know it. And if I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize.
All right. We're coming up on a morning roast. Let's get back into the Super Bowl. Oh, I do too. Right. But it's very pricey.
Oh, well,
very
yes.
Pricey.
Groceries are expensive, Bonte. Newsflash.
No, I mean sushi.
No, I know, but I'm saying
sushi.
just go to Target now is like a $300 problem.
Well,
and so when you go get sushi, it's a $100 problem for just 2 people.
No, sushi's a $150 problem for 2 people.
You're ordering too much.
No, actually.
Hamachi, by the way, boys, is a type of sushi-grade fish that is a younger version of yellowtail, typically farm-raised for greater fat content.
There you go.
Got it.
And it's yellowtail?
Yeah.
Why? It always looks white. That's interesting. Okay. Good to know.
I think that's because the tail on the outside's yellow, not the inside.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought maybe it was more the flesh. What? I love sushi. It's hella good, dude.
It is good.
It's very soft.
It is.
Shout out Sushi Ron. I went there with my wife for her birthday.
The uni. Oh my God, it's so good. Yeah, you spend a lot of money on sushi. Anyway, all
You're
right.
right. You will.
Let's get back.
You're right. Yeah, I'm with you on
a
that.
lot of
but
money.
it is hella good, though.
It is good. It is good. All right, let's get back into the Super Bowl because I'm crying tears of joy right now. Oh, I'm loving it. You losers in Philadelphia. Cry, Eagles, cry. Boom, boom, boom. We're on your ass. I told you the troll game was going to be up today.
Is Steiny an Eagle fan this morning?
Oh, well, Fortenbaugh has a retweet. He's unfollowed me on Twitter. Joe Fortenbaugh's unfollowed me on Twitter. He called me soft, and he unfollowed me. And I tweeted him and Joe to camera. Nothing but crickets. Nothing but crickets for those Eagle fans.
I don't care.
Hey, no, but you know what? You want to talk when you're up. Talk when you're down.
I don't have a strong
You can always find me, win, lose, or draw. You always find me. I'm going to be here.
You're on TV.
I ain't ducking smoke. Yeah. I ain't ducking no smoke. Today, Philly fans, where you at now? How you feeling this morning? Did you call in sick to work? Did you have fun last night at the bars? Did you party on Broad Street? Did you flip over more cars like you morons did at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? How many middle fingers did you put up last night at the TV? Clock, 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 clock. I can keep going all night long. All night long. Woo! I'm loving it. Let's go, Eagles.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet woods and irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Renovation, demolition, DIY project, or just cleaning up? Try a dumpster bag from Yellowsack. Yellowsack makes waste removal easy, less mess, space-friendly, budget-friendly. Go to yellowsack.com or call 833-3YELLOW and have Yellowsack arrive at your home.
Here's an invite to our friends and neighbors from Dolan's in Concord. March 17th at 11:30, corned beef, cabbage, Irish soda bread, and it's on the house. Get details at dolanlumber.com. Don't miss the St. Patrick's Day lunch.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Tracking me 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Quick throw. Tony's got it. Tony walks in. Touchdown, Kansas City.
You're not allowed to go from an eligible to an ineligible player on back-to-back plays.
Blitz coming. Mahomes, man wide open. Touchdown, Chiefs and Sky Moore.
How does that happen in the Super Bowl?
Red zone touch.
How does it happen in the Super Bowl? Where are they going? And the fact that they beat you twice on the same play run on both sides.
That was amazing.
That is a complete indictment of the coaching that they didn't fix the first miscommunication. Jonathan Gannon has been a weak spot on the team all year, and you just saw the end result. That's how it ends when you have a coach who is not coaching to the style of the talent he was given, who is still terrified of the big play, even though there's nobody on the other side of the ball who can make a big play. Oh, Angelo Cataldi, 94 WIP.
So keep this beat going.
94 WIP. Now they turned on the defensive coordinator, Coach Gannon. They don't want him on the field anymore. They were just talking about all the sacks and mass.
How about developing a linebacker, for Christ's sake?
Yeah, they haven't done that in years. They're like the Raiders in that aspect. They don't have good linebackers in Philadelphia. They've been looking for a linebacker for 13 years. Just like the Raiders.
Hey, honestly, I think
Gannon's supposed to be a head coaching candidate.
Bro, when they came on these airwaves and said Nick Sirianni will be the next Bill Walsh.
Show the camera, by the way.
He's ahead of the curve. I'm thinking to myself, I was like, man, look. If I was going to come on here and say anything like Steve Kerr, Phil Jackson, look, at times can we be Warrior homers? For sure.
Absolutely.
All right, I can homer with the best of them. But have I ever come on here and said Steve Kerr's better than Phil Jackson? Have I even insinuated at it? And,
not even close.
And Steve Kerr's got hardware. Four. The most championships in Bay Area coaching history, okay? He's a legend in terms of coaching, right? I've never uttered Phil Jackson's name. For you to utter Bill Walsh's name on Nick Sirianni before he even won his second playoff game? Like, come on, man.
It was disrespectful. It was arrogant. That's an arrogant coach, and that's an arrogant fan base. There are a lot of arrogance coming out of the 215 in Philadelphia. The arrogance was just, Joe DeCamera was like, I guarantee there's no doubt in my mind that we're beating the Chiefs. It's not even going to be close. Hell, I thought the Eagles were going to beat the Chiefs. I thought the Eagles were going to win the game. I really did.
You know what his nickname is now? Joe DeScamera.
Oh. Okay. That's a 3.
Hey.
It's 3 Spadone.
And regarding the Philadelphia radio, I had it tuned in this morning. I mean, they are just destroying the defensive coordinator. And my thing is like, yeah, okay, defensive coordinator. What's your special teams coach?
Yeah, what about the special teams coach? Hey, I want you to pull up this Instagram post from City Chopped. I want you to sing along with me, Shasky.
Okay.
Grab your phone. Grab your phone.
Sipping martinis, eating scampi and linguine, making blunts disappear.
No, seriously,
like
grab your phone.
Okay, what are we doing?
Go to CD Chopped. He tagged us in a story, and I want you to sing with me. And we're to set the tone.
Was it swear? Are you sure?
No, yeah, absolutely. 888-957.
Absolutely, it swears?
9570.
I got so many messages.
Yeah. But no, pull it up. City Chopped. Go to City Chopped. Look up City Chopped, our boy City Chopped, with the chopped cheese sandwiches.
Looking it up.
Yeah, look it up. He tagged us in a post.
Okay.
Now go to his story. It's 11 hours ago.
Okay,
You got it?
3, 2, 1. Cry, Eagles, cry on the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3. Miss them low. Loft them high, and watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles, bye. Bridesmaids of the
NFC. LOSERS, Eagles!
Oh, my God.
Yeah! Let's go to David and Brentwood. David and Brentwood, you're on the morning roast. What's happening, David?
I ejected.
Hey, guys, good morning.
Hey,
David. Let me say something. The only reason why I enjoyed watching the Eagles getting beat, it wasn't so much because they beat the Niners. It was because of Nick Sirianni. He gave me so many shades of Pete Carroll, the arrogance, the way he coaches. Is something about the guy I really dislike. It's not even about the team. I actually like some players on the Eagles team. But like that arrogance made me feel like, you know what? I don't like Kansas City. I don't like Pat Mahomes. But you know what? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
And honestly, this one game, I enjoyed just as much as when the Pats, beat the Seahawks at the 1 yard line. I got so much enjoyment out of it, and I didn't even have a dog in this fight. Hopefully, we see them next year, and we're able to actually, take revenge on that beating that we took this one time.
No doubt.
And we're actually able to show him what, Brock Purdy can do.
No doubt. Hey, thanks for the call, David.
When you bring an ancient proverb like that, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, now I'm in.
Now I'm all in. Listen, I did think about what could have been with Brock Purdy, watching the Eagles secondary get carved up like that. But let's look at it. The Chiefs averaged 6.1 yards a pop. 6.1 yards a pop.
They dominated every
rushing game.
stat.
6.1 yards of play on the ground. 6.4 yards overall. Now, the Eagles on the ground, this was a big key to me. I thought the Eagles would have their way in the run game.
I thought Gainwell didn't get enough touches.
Yeah, no doubt. They mismanaged. Nick Sirianni, arrogance, 3.6 yards a carry for the Philadelphia Eagles. Most of their rushing success came from Jalen Hurts, who had 15 carries, 70 yards. But Miles Sanders, 7 carries, 16 yards. Gainwell, 7 carries, 21 yards. Boston Scott, 3 carries, 8 yards. The Kansas City Chiefs front seven did a hell of a job.
Yeah, they did.
And our boy Marcus Spears on ESPN, I was watching his breakdowns.
From LSU.
I think he's really good when he's not on First Take or whatnot. When he's on the NFL live show, I think he's really good. He broke it down. He goes, look, when the Commanders played the Eagles, their linebackers was 3 yards off the line of scrimmage. So you didn't give them time to get onto the second level in terms of their blocking, Kelsey and that offensive line. The Niners, when they played the Eagles, Warner and Greenlaw were 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, which was a disadvantage for the 49ers. And I noticed the Chiefs, that's the first thing I looked at. Their linebackers were about 3 to 4 yards off that line of scrimmage, and Bolton was everywhere. They blew up that run game, and that was the key. It made them one-dimensional, and it helped them. Now the Eagles did score 35 points, but they held on to the ball for over 35 minutes. The Chiefs, in critical situations, bent, but they didn't break. And that was huge at the end of the third quarter especially.
Yeah, when they held them to that field goal. Because I thought that they got the fumble. They didn't get the fumble. They overturned it. And then the Goddard play, I thought it was a no catch. It looked like he bobbled it before he got that other foot down. Just my interpretation of the video. And, they couldn't get any stops, too, defensively, Philadelphia. For that front to be as dominant as they were early on against the 49ers specifically, because Josh Johnson's in there, they knew he was going to get rattled. I didn't see Hassan Reddick at all in that game.
Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Sue, Hargraves. Hargraves had a couple plays.
He made 2 really nice plays in the run, but nothing in the pass rush was. But I guess it goes back to Mahomes is just such a ballerina. I mean, he was moving around phenomenally.
He was. His pocket presence is next level. The way he steps up in the pocket, the way he just whips the ball out of his hands, whether he's going deep, short, doesn't matter. He got Juju Smith-Schuster involved in that game in the second half.
Valdez-Scantling is a number 2 there.
I know. Wait till he gets a top flight receiver next season.
Like, imagine what they do with some real receivers.
Oh my God! I got something. You called me last night. I want to run this by her. I know to get the roasters fired up. But you said, Bonte, is Patrick Mahomes the biggest woulda, coulda, shoulda for 49er fans? And I told you I can't go down that road because 49er fans weren't fixated on Mahomes. I don't remember 49er fans being fixated on Mahomes. But I remember doing a draft show at the Fox Theater with Joe Fortenbaugh and Greg Papa. Spinoni was there. Young Spinoni was there.
That was when there was a parade of gas bags.
You said it, not me. Mitchell Trubisky went number 2 overall. And I thought Deshaun Watson. And the talk was Deshaun Watson's hands were too small, blah, blah, blah. But I think a lot of Niner fans were fixated on Deshaun Watson because we just saw him in the national championship.
Yeah.
We saw Clemson every
Watson.
week. I don't think a lot of Niner fans were tapped in on Texas Tech football like that. I remember watching Texas Tech during the Mahomes era thinking, it's just another Kingsbury. It's just another spread offense like Tim Rattay at La Tech, where they just throw the ball around 50, 60 times a game.
I meant more like, okay, so like Warrior fans for years, we would look at the draft and we'd go, we should have took Kobe. We took Todd Fuller. You know what I mean? Like, for example, we should have took Rasheed Wallace instead of Joe Smith. Like, we do this, even though we know back with the context of then, they weren't going to select this player for X, Y, and Z reasons. Like, remember when Garnett got drafted? The Warriors, like, we are not in a position to be able to draft and develop a high school player. But, like, years later, it was like, God, I wish we would have I wish we would have pulled the trigger on something like that. You see it every year when Mike Trout gets brought up. People are like, how did 17 or 18 teams pass on Mike Trout? When Lincecum fell to the Giants, he was 10th overall, I believe. People were like, how could the Golden Spikes Award winner fall? Well, he was smaller and this, that, and the other. I look at the Mahomes thing. Now, look, in real time, no one was saying it. But in retrospect, I mean, it's great that he paired up with Andy Reid because I don't know if he'd be this version of himself. But my God, we're not the only ones. There are 9 other teams in front of the Niners, or however many, 10, 11 teams under. They all are thinking the same thing. You missed out on maybe the greatest prospect in quarterbacking history, which is crazy.
He may end up being the best quarterback of all time. No doubt about it. And here's the one thing that I'll add to that, because I don't think it, but remember something really ticked me off a couple years ago. And it's something that John Lynch has said. We love John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers.
He's almost too candid.
Yeah. Remember I said that in real time? And you're like, well, he was transparent. I was like, I would just rather you keep that tucked and not say anything.
Yeah.
But what he mentioned was he went to Mahomes' pro day and called Shanahan and said, boy, we may need to rework our draft board. We may need to erase the names off the whiteboard and go get this guy Mahomes.
Well, and not only did they...
and they were there to just be a decoy.
Yeah, but they weren't even looking quarterback when they clearly needed a quarterback.
And then they end up drafting a quarterback in the 3rd round in C.J. Beathard anyway.
Well, and not only like... It would have been one thing like, hey, we drafted DeForest Buckner, which was a couple years prior. They drafted Solomon Thomas.
I know.
Like, you didn't even draft a guy who could play. And then, by the way, Solomon Thomas doing the car wash last week. I'd like to come back to the Niners.
Did you see that?
Who was asking?
Yeah, please, God, no. I mean, I love you, Solomon. I know you've been through some things. We're good over here.
I mean, come on, man. But, like, not only and you took another guy in the first round, Reuben Foster, and both of them were off your team in 3 years.
I know. It is something to think about. I don't know if it's quite there yet with Aaron Rodgers. Because we knew Aaron Rodgers is in the backyard of the Bay Area.
Yeah, we all wanted Aaron
We all wanted him. He should have been the number 1 overall pick.
It's got that feel, though, B. You had your choice of who you wanted.
You could have had Watson or Mahomes. And they were at Mahomes' pro day. John Lynch said, yeah, we weren't really scouting him. I was just there to kind of deep teams. I was there to be a decoy. Really?
Well, the reality is it probably won't ever go away for some fans. But for others... You can say, hey, look, they've had all this success without Patrick Mahomes, and maybe he doesn't end up being whatever version he is now, which I agree with.
Right.
But the other part of this is like, if you do win one, it will totally shut that argument off.
But right now it won't.
No.
And you lost to Mahomes.
I know.
You lost to him. And now he's paired up with Andy Reid. And they still have damage to do in this league.
Well, what's
They're not slowing down.
Ironic is Christian McCaffrey was in that same draft.
I know.
And my boy Rocco wanted Christian McCaffrey taken.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a luxury choice at the time.
Spinoni, when the Chiefs traded up in that draft, Papa had a meltdown because he thought fat Andy Reid was going to draft McCaffrey. And we were thinking, oh, man, McCaffrey in Kansas City's offense with Andy Reid?
Didn't he go before that, though?
Yeah, he went like 8th to the Panthers.
8th, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that was a loaded draft. Anyway, that last segment was presented by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToSayLumber.com. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile text line. We love you guys. We're going to smoke that Eagles pack all morning long. Hell, all week long. Because Warriors right now, they need the All-Star break. They have the Washington Wizards tonight. Then, of course, the L.A. Clippers tomorrow. Saturday, I don't know what the hell I was watching. I couldn't tweet in the first half. It was ugly basketball. 43 points scored in the first quarter, and it wasn't great defense. It was just terrible offense. Warriors in the fog right now, but GP2 is on the roster. Gary Payton II didn't pass the physical, but the Warriors said we're going to go ahead and keep him, and there's going to be an investigation on whether or not the Portland Trailblazers didn't disclose information.
I'm going to be in the minority here, and I know that others will disagree with me, and they're going to lose their minds. The whole thing doesn't sit right with me, this whole Gary Payton thing, on all sides. Warriors side,
Blazers.
Gary Payton side, Blazers side. The whole thing doesn't sit well with me. I understand philosophically and on a personal relationship, because this is about people, right? You cannot accept James Wiseman back in that locker room after you did a slideshow when you're Steph Curry on Instagram about welcoming Gary Payton back. I get that aspect. But I'm going to be real with you. I've red flagged this situation, and it might work out for the Warriors in the end. I don't know. I wouldn't have done the deal. Given everything that's gone down, I would have kept James Wiseman. And it's easy for me to say. It's hard to actually do when it comes to the people that are involved and their emotions and their relationships. But, I've got this whole situation red flagged.
Well, I think James Wiseman is going to be a really good player. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. I think James Wiseman's going to end up being a really good player. Hall of Famer, I don't know. All-Star, I don't know. But I think he's a damn good prospect that, was unfortunate he suffered a meniscus injury. He doesn't play all the last season. He's slow to ramp up this year. I thought he was getting better and better and better, but Kerr chose not to play him. I think Steve Kerr has mismanaged the youngsters this season. No doubt in my mind. And Steve Kerr's a great coach. I don't think he's done a great job this season, especially with the youngsters. Now, with that said, I would have been cool with Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey's 6'7". He's physical. Giving you 15 points a game, could hit the 3. And he's a Villanova guy. And you know everything about Villanova guys. For the most part, they got high IQ. They're high IQ basketball players. We're seeing it with Jalen Brunson. We're seeing it with Mikal Bridges. We're seeing it right here in the Bay Area with Dante DiVincenzo. I would have been cool with Sadiq Bey. Now you bring in GP2. He could be out anywhere from 6 weeks to 3 months. He's got the core injuries. He's had multiple core surgeries. I just don't know what he's going to – is that enough to get past the Phoenix Suns? Is that enough to get past the Dallas Mavericks? Is that enough to get past the L.A. Clippers and the Denver Nuggets? Hell, I don't even know if it's enough to get past the Memphis Grizzlies anymore, even though the Grizzlies are frauds. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I do.
I don't know, man. I just don't know about the deal. And it was a bad vibe Saturday.
That's what I'm saying. The whole thing doesn't sit well with me. And you can make the argument, and people are going to say a zillion times, James Wiseman wasn't going to work here, and this and the other. I still think they sold it short. I think they sold the whole experiment short on their own end. Now, he deserves criticism because he did not perform well. I don't think he was helping them right now, but I think that they got rid of what I would deem to be an asset that could pay fruition down the line, or it could completely crap out. But they got rid of something that I believe they're overrating right now. I think the general fan is overrating the impact of Gary Payton Jr. Right. I mean, he's a very good player in spurts.
Played 17 minutes a game last year.
But he's kind of like a unique player that can only do certain things. For the Warriors, he does not play like a guard. He plays in the dunker spot offensively, and defensively, he's a perimeter lockdown guy.
Right.
That being said, it's a niche part.
Right.
It's a niche part. This isn't a major part.
He's hurt. And we said this last week. They're watching the Blazers game. GP2 don't look right.
Did you see those highlights I sent you?
Yeah, I watched a lot of Blazers game. Whenever he played his first game, I watched it. Watch the Warriors game.
It didn't.
Watch the highlights.
It didn't look right.
Yeah.
Because I was I went to the Warriors website on YouTube, the Warrior YouTube, and they were put out a video welcoming GP2 back, and it was highlights from last year for GP2, and I'm like, damn, look how big and strong and vibrant and quick and athletic he looks. And then I went and I searched a couple different game highlights for because you can find it. There's
you can find all the highlights,
5 or 6 games.
Or you could go on League Pass and watch old Blazer games and just watch his minutes.
I didn't do that because I didn't want to sift through it because he barely played any minutes. But point being is I found some GP2 highlights and I was looking, I'm like, doesn't look the same.
Don't. He doesn't.
It doesn't look the same. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's injured, and that's why it looks so ugly, and he can be more impactful. I don't think James Wiseman was as bad as everyone thinks, and I don't think GP2's as good as everyone thinks. I think it's a little more in the middle.
We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Let's get back to the calls. Well, Shasky, Rob, and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Rob?
First off, about the Mahomes thing, what get me about Kyle Shanahan is you picked Solomon Thomas. I mean, I watched that film when they was talking about drafting. I didn't see why they picked him up, to be honest with you. Secondly, they said they named him Scout Watson or Mahomes. That made my eyebrows rise. So you didn't scout Mahomes, but you took time to go scout C.J. McCullough and Mullins.
C.J. Beathard.
Yeah, and Mullins. And stuff like that gets to me. But anyways, hey, watching that Super Bowl yesterday, I mean, Niners fans got to be realistic. Kyle needs to allow Trey to cook. You seen how Andy Reid took chances on, McNabb, took chances on Vic, made him into better passers.
It's true.
Took a chance on Mahomes.
It's true.
Seen it, made him better passers. So I feel like Kyle needs to let his ego go and let Trey Lance do his thing. 'Cause I'm watching that game yesterday. Man, we can't go into no fight with Purdy. I mean, you look at Kansas City. They got a bunch of number 3 receivers. They don't got a number 2 or number 1. Our receivers are better than the only person on that team that's better in our skill position is Kelsey and Mahomes. Everybody else be better than in terms of the skill position players. So I think Kyle needs to watch this coaching because there was some great coaching yesterday, and he needs to look at Andy Reid and let Trey cook because I don't think we win in that game if. We gotta go through these guys to win a Super Bowl.
I agree.
I don't think Purdy's that guy, man.
Well,
good call,
time
Rob.
will tell on Purdy, but
time will tell.
Can we agree they need more edge rushers? Speed edge rushers.
I want to get to Rob's point about the developing quarterbacks, though. He's right. When McNabb came out of Syracuse, he was a dual threat. He was a runner. Andy Reid taught him the West Coast system, had him sit for a season, and he taught him the nuances of being a pocket quarterback. And by the end of time, Donovan McNabb is a borderline Hall of Famer. Donovan McNabb shredded teams from the pocket, and that's on Andy Reid. Michael Vick, he wasn't a passer with Atlanta. He was a dual threat. He could do things with his legs, and that was, the broken play, right? Michael Vick was really good with that. He gets to Philadelphia. Andy Reid develops him, and he has one of the most special seasons we've ever seen from the quarterback position. Michael Vick was dynamic. That's Andy Reid. Then you get Alex Smith. You know how we feel about Alex Smith. Mm-hmm. It was a bust in San Francisco. He was the number 1 overall pick.
His best years were with Kansas City.
With Kansas City.
By far.
Andy Reid.
Yes.
Andy Reid turned Alex Smith. We're like, oh, damn, Alex Smith is throwing deep.
Alex had one good season.
He had one good season. He had one good year.
I know Niner fans.
It really did. He threw 17 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Well, he really did throw the ball.
I mean, the revisionist history on Alex Smith's 49er career is laughable.
But he got to Kansas City.
And it's because of the coverage from a couple of people.
He got to Kansas City, and Alex and Andy Reid developed Alex Smith and turned him into a comparable quarterback. And all of a sudden, everybody thought differently of Alex Smith. Mm-hmm. And now you see what he's doing with Patrick Mahomes. Kyle can take notes from Andy Reid. He takes projects, he molds them like clay, and next thing you know, they're MVPs. McNabb, Vic. I saw Andy Reid walk into Candlestick Park. Well, who was it? A.J. Feely, Coy Dittmer, or whatnot, and put up points on the Niners.
Vontae, my biggest takeaway watching the 2 quarterbacks last night, and I know a lot of people are like, look at how Jalen Hurts was running. His most effective runs were scrambles, not design quarterback runs, in my estimation.
He had a couple quarterbacks.
He did have a couple quarterback runs.
35, right up the middle.
I think his scrambles are better than his runs.
Yeah.
You will win from the pocket. Now, yes, extending plays with mobility, stepping up. Obviously, the Mahomes run on the scramble is going to be highlighted. But, you're only able to scramble like that when you're such a threat with your arm. Mm-hmm. So you've got to be able to throw the ball. And my biggest, again, we could talk about how he gets rid of the ball and he feeds the offense. You still have to be able to throw on every single spot on the field. I think Jalen Hurts has a long way to go over the middle of the field.
Right, and they'll get there.
Down the sidelines, he's really good. Mahomes, every inch, every blade of grass must be covered because he can hit it with pinpoint accuracy and either throw a 150-mile-an-hour fastball or a touch ball. How about the first touchdown to Kelsey where he threw it over the top of the cornerback?
I love the design of the play. You motion Kelsey to get Darius Slay Jr. off of Kelsey. He motions inside into the slot, and he gets the matchup on Gardner Johnson, and boom, touchdown right there. Andy Reid and Mahomes, their design, their motions to get the matchups that they wanted was next level yesterday. And Kyle can take notes from both squads there. Let's break here, Shasky. Hold that thought. Let us know about the biggest games and stories in the Bay Area prep scene. Branson beat, who did they beat? They beat the Redwood Giants from the MCAL title. Branson beating Redwood Giants. Let us know about all the big high school games. How about Ritter honoring John Tophy, Marquise Cately? That was pretty cool Friday
2001 and 2002 got into the Hall of Fame.
No
those
doubt.
two teams.
Let us know about the biggest games and story in the Bay Area prep scene. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. hss@957thegame.com. Really cool when it shuts our high schools out. And what's coming up on the game is sponsored by 5 Hour Energy and Living Essentials. Who wants to smoke that Philly pack with us? 888-957-9570. We'll continue to talk Super Bowl here on the Morning Roast.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
As we head into a new year, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials wants to remind you that they're ready to support your next project. And they've got locations in every corner of the Bay Area with well-stocked local inventory, and they have the resources to provide you what you need and when you need it. And that includes delivery to your job site anywhere in the Bay Area, because they're dedicated to keep you ahead of schedule on every single project. But if you're able to do it yourself, well, then you're invited to visit your local Golden State, because they've got the trained staff there that can share their knowledge and direct you to the materials that you need. Click goldenstatelumber.com for GSTV. That offers educational and informative videos and spec sheets on a wide range of projects. Over the last 70 years, Golden State has grown to include an incredible team of dependable partners and specialists. They've got you covered. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required, and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Using your phone should never have to be a luxury. Walmart Family Mobile now offers free or discounted plans through the Affordable Connectivity Program. ACP is a government program that helps eligible Americans have access to wireless service. You could get unlimited talk, text, and 8 GB of high-speed data for free when you qualify. Apply now at myfamilymobile.com/ACP. Walmart Family Mobile is supported by the Affordable Connectivity Program and Lifeline government assistance programs. Please visit myfamilymobile.com/ACP for more information.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Hurts goes back. He's stepping up. He's looking. Still looking. He is launching it deep downfield, and it bounces. And the seconds are gone. This is the end of the game. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won another Super Bowl.
Oh, Merrill Reese, the great voice of the Philadelphia Eagles, 94 WIP. He's been their longtime broadcaster, and he's pretty good. My guy, Philly Zoo, Sean Singer, put me onto him many, many years ago. But I love that final call as I play the Fly Eagle Fly song. I got a season recap of the Philadelphia Eagles in just a second.
Yeah, before we get into that, a couple of quick things. I want to get into some of the commercials for a second and the halftime performance, but the final sequence, pooch kicks. Let's start there.
Get rid of the pooch kicks. Why'd you do it, Andy?
Get rid of that. If we're going to get rid of stuff, can we get rid of the scrum 4th and inches, push from behind? That's not football.
That's rugby. That's rugby.
I hate that play. I know they've allowed you to do this. Here's the way I would file it too. Whenever there's a hold up, when a defensive player holds a guy up, stop letting the linemen come in and blast defensive players. They're vulnerable too. So that play needs to be eliminated. Number 2, pooch kick. Kick it into the end zone. Why would you give them the ball at the 35 or 40-yard line and give them an opportunity to get a defensive pass interference or something downfield?
I'm surprised the Eagles didn't fair catch or just down it right away to leave some time on the clock.
To give yourself 2 plays.
They ran 4 seconds on the clock. Yeah. So,
and then the final play, somewhere Zeke was saying, I don't like this formation.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Mike McCarthy lied too. Real quick, Philadelphia Eagles season recap.
Oh, it's a recap?
Oh, it's a recap. Wait till you hear this. 888-957-9570. We'll get to your calls in just a second. Oh, Angelo Catani's going to love this. 94 WIP. What is happening? So the Philadelphia Eagles season recap. First game of the season beat bottom 5 defense by 3 points. Week 2, they beat Kirk Cousins in primetime. We know Kirk Cousins sucks in primetime. Week 3, they beat up on Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz is no longer an NFL quarterback. So, look, first 3 weeks, they're frauds, right? Beat Trevor Lawrence before he remembered how to play quarterback. Then they beat the Cardinals without Hopkins or a kicker. Then they beat Cooper Rush. Then they beat a bottom 3 team, the Pittsburgh Steelers at the time. Then they struggled on Thursday Night Football against the 3-13-1 Houston Texans. Then they lost to Tyler Heineke at home. They beat the Colts by a point. We know the Colts were coached by Jeff Saturday at that point.
And I was rooting for the Colts to win that game.
Right. They beat the Packers by 1 score despite Rodgers leaving due to injury. They beat the Titans in the middle of their 7-game losing streak. How about that? To beat Daniel Jones. Barely beat literally the worst team in the NFL, the Chicago Bears. That's when Jalen Hurts got hurt. Got 40 dropped on them by Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. Lost to Andy Dalton and the Saints by double digits at home. Now, many will say Jalen Hurts didn't play that game. Well, it's the Saints. They lost to double digits. Lost by double digits to Andy Dalton. Beat the Giants, practice squad by 1 score. Beat Daniel Jones after he used up all his power in a wild card game. You beat the Niners QB4 and Brock Purdy without an elbow ligament. He didn't even have an elbow. Couldn't throw the damn ball in the NFC title game. Then you blow a 10-point lead in a Super Bowl. In the Super Bowl. So your little soft serve schedule caught up to your asses at the wrong time. You lost in the Super Bowl. You blew a 10-point halftime lead.
I heard you rattle that whole thing off. They had a great year. That was one of the great Super Bowl games. It was.
Was it great? They were calling that the best team.
16-1 until that game.
They were calling that team the best team in Philadelphia sports history. We just had Joe DeCamera come on saying 20 years from now, Nick Sirianni's going to do things that's been reminiscent of the great Bill Walsh.
Well, that's malarkey.
All right.
But like Bonte, they did have a great year. Wasn't that a great game?
Listen, no wonder they had 70 sacks. Look at these teams. The Cardinals, the Steelers, the Texans.
And everyone throws more now than ever. Like, that's the other part. Like, so, yeah, I don't care about the raw sacks that they had throughout the year. I will say this. They had a great season. It was a great game. They're going to be kicking themselves because that opportunity, they should have won that Super Bowl. Bonte, they were up 10.
Won that they choked it.
You know, the turnover, the special teams play,
they choked it.
Them not getting a stop down the stretch, that defensive line was neutralized.
Listen, I'm feeling it right now. People say, oh, Bonte, you're being a sore loser, blah, blah, blah. They beat the... You know what?
Hell yeah,
Screw
we're being
them.
sore losers.
When I went through in Philadelphia, their fan base and what they said and the scars that were left out there, they took a lot of carnage out of me and a lot of my buddies out there, including you.
Oh, believe me.
I'll never forget it.
It's personal.
Public enemy number one. And you damn right I'm enjoying this loss. They don't deserve a parade. They don't deserve success. They don't deserve Lombardis. Cry, Eagles, cry. You blew it. That vaunted pass rush, no sacks. You want to make all the excuses about defensive holding on Bradbury? That was a great call. It's defensive holding. Stop pulling out jerseys. You didn't call Jimmy Ward. You didn't let Jimmy Ward just play football.
I was triggered PTSD on the Devontae catch.
Oh.
I was like, now the eye in the sky wants to call in. They called a substitution. I've never heard that, by the way, where they stopped the play. Oh, we didn't allow the defense to be able to substitute because Philly wants to run it up real quick and call hike.
Well, how about this?
And the sky in the eye stopped them.
This guy, Brandon Lee, on Twitter, will remember the awful game-deciding flag on James Bradbury forever. But don't forget that Devontae sideline catch that was inexplicably overturned with inconclusive evidence. Eagles would have had a very real chance at
inconclusive.
7.
It hit the ground.
It hit the ground, dude. I saw it on the first replay.
Him and Goddard were bobbling the ball. You have to have complete. You have to complete the catch through the ground. I'm sorry. Like, that's the reality. Like, so, guess what, Eagle fans? As someone who knows about plays where you don't get a call or you should get a call, it's us, Niner fans. Right. Jimmy Smith, Michael Crabtree on line 1.
Hey, you know what? Bonte, 925. They lost by a field goal. Way to be bitter. Eddie and Brentwood. Hey, you know what, Eddie? They lost. And I'm going to love it all morning long. We're going to get to Anthony. We're going to sing another song for you guys for the 7 o'clock audience because I'm going to relish in this all off season. It's going to be a dark spring for Eagle fans. It's going to be a long summer. And you know how hard it is to get back? There's only been 8 Super Bowl losers who have returned to the Super Bowl after losing. 8 teams ever. 8 teams. Been 57 Super Bowls played. 8 of those losers have returned to the game the next season. Going to be pretty tough, Philly.
Quick aside. The middle of the game, I think I did the same thing everyone else did. That Tubi commercial. I go, oh my God, am I sitting on the remote? That's what I thought. I thought I was sitting on the remote. Do you know which part I'm talking about?
I do, but I was chasing around kids during commercial breaks.
Okay. Well, once that hit, I don't know. Was I the only one? Spadoni, did you think that you... they're all not even paying attention now. Of course, I look back and no one's even paying attention.
Yeah, nobody's even there.
The Tubi commercial where it looked like somebody grabbed the remote and was flipping through whatever streaming, I guess it's called device. Tubi, that streaming thing is, I thought I've screwed everything up. That, to me, was very creative for a commercial. The other one that I loved was the Will Ferrell one, even though I'm not a big... Like, Will Ferrell's funny, but...
Yeah.
I get a little
much.
Yeah, it's the same character. When he was dressed up as all the different characters from all the different streaming shows that are popular right now, I got a kick out of that one.
No doubt. I
that was about it.
I saw the Travolta Grease commercial.
Boy, Travolta.
He looked like he's 20 years younger. What kind of work has he had done?
Well, it's called Scientology, number one. And number two, he didn't believe in drugs for his kid to keep him alive, but does believe in, obviously, enhancing his own face.
Wow.
Big contradiction there, bud.
Wow. Oh, boy.
I can't look at him the same after all the stuff behind the scenes with his own kid.
Not bring him up ever again.
Yeah.
Let's go 405 YouTube. Philly Blunt Strand now available 100% indica. We love it. Did you see Patrick Mahomes Sr.? We smoking Philly Blunts tonight, baby. Pat Mahomes Sr. What is happening? Anthony, Highway 4. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Top of the morning. So first and foremost, you and this and what you're doing this morning is very much understandable because you guys went through some bull in Philadelphia. But just football, if I'm just want to keep it neutral on the football side, I thought that was a really good game. I thought Jalen Hurts played a very good game.
Yeah,
he did. I thought that Patrick Mahomes, he just showed why people really say he's the best quarterback in the NFL. But I wanted to kind of bring it back to the 49ers because their pass rush, it wasn't that it was neutralized, but they did a really good job at, protecting Patrick Mahomes. And I just wanted to kind of take that back to the Niners and wonder if it was an indictment on our pass protection.
Big time.
I was showing up the offensive line.
The Chiefs, after losing that Super Bowl the way they did to Tampa Bay, really invested into their offensive line. They brought in Orlando Brown, brought in that guard, Tooney from the Patriots.
They drafted the center.
And they drafted a center, and they said, you know what? We have to protect our $500 million asset.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest key. Hey, Anthony, I didn't think the offensive line could hold up against that Eagles front. That was the key to the game to me. They didn't let Mahomes get touched.
Well, and furthermore, Patrick Mahomes senses pressure better than anyone.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes did a really good job of kind of escaping.
Exactly.
So the other thing is, I was going to come down your road, Joe, but I think only because you said like Jalen Hurts,
he was awesome.
Not necessarily arrived yet, but he looked fantastic. The only mistake he really made was fumbling that ball.
But that was a huge mistake.
I'm wondering, man, it was a big mistake. But, you look at the two quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, and you look at, who we drafted, and I'm just wondering, do we trust Kyle Shanahan in a sense of, really, taking care of our asset in Trey Lance? Because both teams really put together an offense to cater to the skill set of their quarterbacks versus what our coach did. And so I don't want to get doom and gloom, but it's just something that really
let's look at
watching that game.
No, it's a great point. Let's look at Mahomes is so unique, but Andy Reid puts him in positions to be successful. They run play action when they need to. They've got him in shotgun when they need to. They roll protection over when they need to. Now, he's so damn good. It's tough to see those nuances, but they've kept the guy that's his safety net. Kelsey. Yep. Kelsey provides all of the calmness for him all the time. Then they gave him a bunch of smaller running backs, wide receivers who catch the ball in the backfield. Everybody tells me Andy Reid doesn't run the ball. Well, I know what he does do. He gets pass-catching running backs who basically catch short passes like their run plays and then run after the catch.
He's found running backs every stop of the way.
Pacheco was awesome.
Brian Westbrook. He had Deuce Staley running. He had Charlie Gardner running. He found Shady McCoy out of Pitt University. It ain't with the Kansas City Chiefs. He has backs galore. Pacheco was really good yesterday. The fumble. This is something that I wanted to highlight it here. Nobody's going to talk about this. So before Jalen Hurts fumbled, the Eagles faced a 3rd and 1. They faced a 3rd and 1, and they were in that rugby formation, and they got called for a false start. Backed about 5 yards. Yep. They go shotgun. That 3rd and 1 play with their little rugby scrub is an automatic first down. Next thing you know, they're up 14-7. They're up 14-7 at the time. False start, very uncharacteristic of the Philadelphia Eagles to commit penalties. They get called for a false start. Next play, Hurts runs and he fumbles. Chiefs score. It's 14-14. Little penalties like that. They had a couple little penalties that stalled out drives.
But they also got lucky because I thought the Miles Sanders catch was a catch. That was a catch and a football move. Like, I don't want to hear it.
But just looking back at this, 14-7.
No, I know. I agree with you.
14-7, they would have got a first down.
Huge.
It's 3rd and 1. Nobody's going to think about it because it's so early in the football game. But it forced you to go back, line up, run another play. It's 3rd and 6. And next thing you know, Hurts fumbles.
And quite honestly, even though I would have attacked that same McDuffie play the same way, like throw deep, I like that. But, like, McDuffie's got to make a better play on the ball on that A.J. Brown deep touchdown. Yeah. Like, I think we all agree he was in position.
He's double covered.
And he didn't make a play on the ball.
Double covered.
He mistimed it.
All right, we're going to go to Robin in a second.
I think A.J. Brown doesn't get the ball enough.
He doesn't.
If I'm looking at, like, the big takeaway, like, A.J. Brown's one of your best players. How many catches did he have in that game? 4, 5?
Yeah, not enough.
He needs 15 targets.
Not enough. By the way, before we go to Robin in the city, I just want to see this one more time. Can you count me down to 3? Because I'm feeling it.
3, 2, 1.
Cry, Eagles, cry on the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Miss them low, loft them high, and watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles, bye. Bridesmaids of the NFC. L-O-S-E-R-S, Eagles! Woo! Let's go to Robin in the city.
Hi, Robin.
I'm feeling it this morning. I'm loving life. Robin, what's happening?
I don't know why that song reminds me of that dumb Wake Forest pipe song. But it does. So listen, you guys, a couple of things real quick. I never have enough time. So here's the thing. I don't like to compare what Kansas City did right and drafting and versus what the Niners didn't do right. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that I will say that our coaches and the Niners fix our offensive line.
Agreed.
I don't care who is behind there. I'm not going to get into the Trey, Brock, and whoever else might be out there, but no, we're not going nowhere unless you fix our offensive line. That is the biggest lesson
Robin?
that I took.
Robin, I'm going to let you finish, but 1 second. And this is why, and I'm going to be very adamant on this, and I know Madsen, who comes in an hour, is going to disagree with me. You cannot re-sign Mike McGlinchey. He is a he's a run blocking right tackle in a league where you have to be able to pass protect, and you cannot invest the money in him. I am moving off of him. I need a pass blocking right tackle.
Thank you. And the second thing that I want to bring up is, our secondary. I don't know. We can't fix everything, but Patrick Mahomes just pick that secondary apart,
yes,
okay?
He did.
And I don't understand why Kelsey runs the same damn play.
Every time.
The same damn play. And I can't understand why nobody, I mean, if I'm Joe Mo sitting on my damn couch and can see the same damn play, these guys on the field can see the same damn play, okay?
No doubt.
And then the last thing I want to say to that caller who called, who texted in, Vontae or whoever it was, the texter who said, we're bitter. No, baby. We understand that L hurts, but that's what you get for being cocky, talking all that smack.
Thank you.
And now you can't handle the SHIT that's putting...
We had to.
Yeah. You can't handle it.
Yeah.
You got to be able to handle the smoke.
Yeah.
You want to dish out the smoke? You want to dish out the smoke? You got to handle it, Philadelphia. It's time to be a big boy out there in that city. You got hold on. That weekend in the NFC Championship game, the amount of smug we got the 94 WIP, and they have our station set up. We had to set up in 4 minutes. And the arrogance that they showed, you guys in your Niner care, we're going to destroy the Chiefs. You guys don't even know. We're the greatest team ever. Blah, 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 blah. The entire city. Now, there's some really good Eagle fans. There are. Jason Dubas is a really good Eagle fan. Sean Singer's a really good Eagle fan. But for every one good Eagle fan, there's 15 jerks in those guys. 15 jerks. All those guys. I mean,
but every fan base is like that, Bonte. That's what everyone says to me.
But let me say this.
I'm like, not like this.
Not like that. But let me say this, though. I will say this. Watching that Super Bowl, and I watched something with RG3 that he narrated about the black quarterback starting. And the first time we had 2 black quarterbacks starting at a Super Bowl. And you think about the style of quarterback that we want now is a style of quarterback that they didn't want 30 years ago. That's today's game. a little running, a little passing, being a triple threat, as Jalen Hurts said. You need mobility.
Yeah, but
being a triple D. But you're also doing it with their mind. Jalen Hurts shows you he has the IQ at the quarterback spot. He can run and he can throw. Same thing with Patrick Mahomes. We're seeing it a lot with these quarterbacks. I thought it was really special just taking a step back saying, we've come a long way in the NFL. And there's still some detractors who say, oh, these guys are just runners. These guys can't do this and do that.
Can't read the field.
From Doug Williams setting the tone back in 87, winning that Super Bowl, becoming the first black quarterback to ever win the Super Bowl and start the Super Bowl. Pretty special, man, to see what I saw yesterday.
We do this thing with Brady where his mind. The field vision and anticipation and the brain of Patrick Mahomes. Did he even throw one interceptable pass yesterday?
No, not one.
How about the one where Kelsey's doing the deep over and the linebacker's there, but he's not there because he's in zone. And he just, whoop,
the anticipation.
It was unbelievable. And it was like that right there is an example of this guy's he's on a whole nother level. His ability to step up in the pocket and then still know that, like, oh, once this guy clears to this second or third window, I'll be able to hit him because they're in zone. He's just, dude, he's on a whole nother level.
He's on a whole nother level.
But mobility, I think we do this thing, and I heard so many Niner fans like, see, Jalen's running. Yeah, near the goal line, I like him running. I don't want him getting popped in the middle of the field.
But Jalen also is a better runner than Trey Lance.
And
he's got a little more wiggle.
He's always been a better
He's got a
runner.
little more speed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But Trey shouldn't be running like that.
Trey's a better.
Would you run Mahomes like that? I'm not saying Trey's Mahomes.
And they don't.
Their skill sets are very different. But yet we do this thing where so-and-so's a runner. Like, I wouldn't want Brock Purdy running the way Jalen Hurts does.
Absolutely not.
He'll get killed.
Absolutely not. And by the way, Purdy, Trey Lance, if you got to go through Mahomes,
it's going to be difficult.
Jalen Hurts
it's
going to
be difficult.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill climb. So I hope Shanahan and company, we're taking notes, improve that offensive line, get some weapons, and you better get some speed on defense. You better get some speed outside of Nick Bosa on that defensive line because these teams are coming.
For Mahomes to do that on a high ankle sprain the way he did, whether it was severe, not as severe, whether he was on Toradol shots, Gary Payton Jr., I don't know.
Orally, or did he take the shot? Or did he take the oral pills?
I don't know. I'm sure he was wearing the green dot helmet.
By the way, Bob Myers speaking later today at Chase Center to talk about the GP2 situation, answering all questions about Gary Payton II as the Warriors did complete the deal. Gary Payton II is now a Warrior. There was no way in hell you're going to bring James Wiseman back to this situation. That would have been a lose-lose for everybody.
The quarterback thing with the 49ers is going to be interesting. You don't have to beat Mahomes every week. So I know we want to obsess about you got to be better than him, blah, blah. I get that. But the thing that I keep coming back to, when I watch Lane Johnson, who's one of the great right tackles of all time, his pass protection is what makes him so special. The pass protection, all right? And we're talking about who to keep, what they got to do, blah, blah, blah. And the number one thing that they have to upgrade, to me, is that right tackle pass protection. And this is why you got to let McGlinchey go. I'm sorry.
But I also need a center.
No, I agree on center. But Bonte.
Jason Kelsey and the center for Kansas City Chiefs, I'll pull it up in a second. I need a center, Shasky.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is that's
more important than the right tackle.
But that's a big position right now. Like, are you going to pay McGlinchey? Paying McGlinchey to be a run-blocking right tackle,
that would be a mistake.
Me, makes zero sense if you want to move forward. I'm not paying him premium money. You got to find, and this is where the offensive coordinator or the head coach, whatever, Kyle Shanahan, I'm paying him $20 million a year. Find me a right tackle. Find me one. You got it. You got to be able to get a pass protection right tackle. I cannot have a liability on that end.
But I'm looking at Creed Humphrey of the Kansas City Chiefs as center. I'm looking at obviously Jason Kelsey for the Philadelphia Eagles. I need a dominant center. That's what made the Niner teams in the Super Bowl era really go on that offensive line. Jonathan Goodwin was very underrated with Harbaugh and company coming over from the Saints.
Kelsey's
the
amazing.
Niners need a center. They whiffed on Weston Richburg. Brindle's just too small. Humphrey and Kelsey put on a show yesterday. Fletcher Cox, I didn't hear his name.
Not once.
I didn't hear Fletcher Cox go to the Hall of Fame. Didn't hear his name once.
No.
Jason Kelsey, pad-kicking dudes, pull blocking on the edge, murdering dudes. That's probably a aggressive word. Yeah. But he's out there steamrolling dudes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? The locomotive.
The trenches is what's going to get lost in the sauce from this game because both offensive line and defensive line, my takeaway is the Niners need more edge rushers. Absolutely more edge rushers. And they have to rework the offensive line to be more pass protection friendly.
Yeah, I agree. Center, right tackle, rework this offensive line. You got to protect. You got to
Absolutely.
protect the quarterback. You got to protect Trey Lance and company,
I mean-
or Brock Purdy. And we don't even know the Brock Purdy surgery. Are we sure he's going to be back by training
Well,
camp?
no,
Because the same thing happened last year with Jimmy Garoppolo. A lot of people thought Jimmy Garoppolo would be throwing by August 1st. He was out there on the little baby field throwing 10 yards at a time deep into August. So I'm not sure Brock Purdy's going to be ready.
Well, if everyone just listens, like I know we want to get all these doctors on, and I love the doctors. Every one of them says the same thing. Well, once you get in there and take a look at it, then we'll have a better clue. Well, then why don't we all just shut up and wait till they get in there and take a look, and then we'll go and we'll give our timetables.
Yeah, I don't
know.
know.
The 22nd is going to be a big day.
I don't know.
Big day.
I don't know if Brock's going to be ready by training camp. I just don't know. Let's go to Ted in San Jose real quick, Shasky. Ted, San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing today?
Oh, man, I'm doing great.
Excellent. Lovely.
I'm doing excellent. One of the best days of my life.
Hey, of course I'm a Niner fan, and that game was fantastic. As somebody kind of had an interest, I was rooting for the Chiefs because they were like you guys said all afternoon and morning about how bodacious the Eagle fans are. But what I wanted to talk about was the field. The NFL is so lucky that nobody blew out a knee or anything like that.
Great point.
That field was atrocious.
Totally agree. What's interesting is that, okay, so I'm going to go cross-sport here. Follow me on this logic for a second.
Can I just say, somebody texted me yesterday, said, man, if that was the Niners playing the Super Bowl, there would have been 9 sprained ankles and 2 torn ACLs.
Well, the field was a problem yesterday.
It was. I'm just saying.
So let's start. I'm going to go cross-sport here for you. All right. When the USGA, which does the U.S. Open, they bring all their people to your golf course, okay? Imagine you're the superintendent at Olympic Club. I'm just using this as an example because they've hosted a bunch of USGA events. And you know this grass inside and out, and you know your soil and your turf better than anyone, all right? Mm-hmm. But then for the 1 week that the U.S. Open comes every X amount of years, you're going to listen to some guy who goes week to week to all these different courses with different soil and different grass and different temperatures, and he's going to tell you about your course?
Right.
That's what the Super Bowl did with the turf in Arizona. They have one guy who comes in for Super Bowl week, and he controls the turf. And to me, that's stupid.
Well, he's been the same guy for 37 years, right?
Yeah, but Bonte, is he the guy who's in Arizona working on that grass every day?
Right. I don't know.
Let the people who are experts on there. Now, I'm not saying he can't consult.
But that was a joke. Yesterday's
field was exploding.
That field was a nightmare. We're lucky more people didn't sprain ankles.
How about when the kicker did the kickoff?
Right, and he slipped.
His ankle looked like he dislocated it.
Jake Elliott slipped.
They were fixing the divots at halftime.
Right.
They were filling them.
Well, not only that, did you see all the Eagles changing their cleats? They were changing cleats left and right. And so there's in Philadelphia, as I was listening to Angelo Cataldi at his morning show. By the way, it's the last week of his show. He is number 1 on the Barrett list for best morning shows in the country. Angelo Cataldi, way to go out, buddy. You're going out on top. Listen. They were on the morning show today talking about it affected our pass rush that field. It was a conspiracy. They wanted to slow our pass rush down so Mahomes could throw the ball. The Wonder
Conspiracy?
Boy. Oh, yes. That's where they're rolling.
So instead of the grassy knoll, it's the crappy field?
Hey, you got to adjust, right? The field was crappy. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but it was crappy for both sides.
The NFL, they call him the Southfather. That's right, 408. Xfinity Mobile Text Line. They did a feature on him and everything.
Yeah.
All these Super Bowls that he's done. That field was terrible.
It was awful. It was absolutely awful. Real quick, halftime. Before we get to that, the performances, because the ladies at the house love the performances and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I'm a big Babyface guy. Hadn't seen Babyface in what felt like 20 years.
Yeah, Babyface. Well, he had the little, he had the verses.
Yes.
He had the verses.
But I haven't
really
seen him like live
yeah,
perform like that in so long in that situation. Didn't love that rendition. But I thought Chris Stapleton was awesome because I love Chris Stapleton. I thought that was an excellent rendition. And then the Rihanna show come out. Now, Bonte, I know you're going to do your Jordan thing. Beyonce's undefeated, never lost, and no one's better than her. Forget Beyonce. I thought Rihanna did a great job. Considering she was pregnant, she was amazing.
But she didn't move.
The catalog's unbelievable.
I need a little dancing.
But Bonte, the visual of all the platforms was awesome.
It was awesome.
I was like worried for her. I was like, dude, are we going to have an Owen Hart situation?
But I need her to move around.
She's pregnant.
Look, I don't give a damn about Taylor Swift. I thought her performance was better when the Patriots came back against the Falcons. Yeah, didn't she do the one in Houston?
She wasn't bad.
Started off on the roof. She started off on the roof. Was that Taylor Swift? Who was that?
That was Lady Gaga.
Oh, that was Lady Gaga. See, Lady
Much better
Gaga was
performer
better
than Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Yeah, Lady Gaga. That's what I meant. Lady Gaga. I thought it was Taylor Swift. I can't tell.
Totally different.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't listen.
Not
to that.
all white people look the same.
Yeah. I mean, hey, snitching music. I told you, snitching music. You know,
What did you?
your boy listening to it.
When Chris Stapleton stepped up with the long hair, doing the guitar, what did you think for the
I
national?
thought it was really good.
It was good,
I
right?
thought it was really good. I
was surprised how many people even
white
knew who
people.
he. Because he's awesome. Tennessee Whiskey.
Yeah, I love white people.
Traveler.
Man. I ain't got no problem
I love
with him.
white people.
You know, I just sometimes don't listen to the
I'm
snitching
cutting that.
music.
I love white people.
I
Might be the drop
love
of the
white
week.
people, man. Man.
I was overcoming adversity, Bonte. Come on,
what
Rihanna.
about
That
Best
was
Friends
one of
is
the
white?
greatest performances in
Thank
the
you.
history of the Super Bowl. What she
Rihanna?
did.
Oh, slow down.
It was really good.
It
I don't know
was.
about
Sorry,
greatest.
Just
No.
It was really good. I
She
don't know
was
about
pregnant.
five.
She was pregnant. I'm
It's not even
saying,
top five, dude.
given the handicap that she was under, it was probably
Stop.
more impressive than
All right,
Mahomes' ankle. To be honest,
last year was
not
like
even
the-
close.
All right, you're trolling. You're trolling. You just want to get me fired up this morning. You
I
can't
thought she was
kill
better
my
than
vibe.
Beyonce, to be honest.
Hey,
Wait, you thought better than Beyonce?
Well, I
because
think
Beyonce fell.
I think Rihanna has way more club bangers than Beyonce does.
Oh, you
like if
better
I'm
slow
going
down.
clubbing, like
You better
Rihanna's
slow
going.
down.
No, she does. It's
better
a
slow
fact.
down.
I thought Lil Wayne was going to
Did
come
you
out. I thought Drake was going to
I
come
thought
out. I thought
Eminem,
Jay-Z was
yeah.
coming
Look,
out.
I
Was
love
I the only
Rihanna.
one?
No, I like it that
listen.
she was solo the entire time. Whereas,
I
you know,
love-
Well, she
when
was
the-
not solo.
I love me
She
some
had a
Riri.
special guest with her.
I love me some Riri.
Well
but
played.
Beyonce went out there and shut off the lights in the Superdome. Then she came back out for Super Bowl 50. It's Bruno Mars.
She was
Bruno
humping the
Mars.
field.
Bruno Mars is unbelievable. Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake, Michael Jackson at the
What about
Rose Bowl?
Prince?
Oh,
None of them were
Prince.
pregnant. Come on. You think Adam Levine was pregnant on stage up there? Please.
What about
come
Bruno
on.
Mars was pretty good that one
I
year.
just said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bruno Mars
was excellent.
sick.
Yeah.
Katy Perry, the Sharks.
So wait, so
Katy
you're
Perry
just
came
going
out
to do
on
the
a
Michael
lion.
Jordan thing with Beyonce for the rest of time?
No, I'm not. I
no
love
one
Riri.
is better than Jordan.
No.
one will beat Beyonce.
No. I'm telling you right. You could
I'm
say
just
LeBron.
asking.
Listen, you could go ahead and say LeBron James' GOAT has the greatest career ever. For one game, I'm taking Michael Jordan.
Okay.
My life
So
depended
one
on taking Michael
performance?
Jordan. One performance, give me Beyonce over Rihanna.
Over Michael Jackson?
Oh well. Michael Jackson's pretty
Michael
great.
Jackson to me is that's the height.
Are we allowed to say Michael Jackson?
I know he's been
I don't wanna
canceled,
get
but you know what? I
don't wanna
separate
get
the art from the artist.
I don't want to get
You can go
canceled.
Prince. That was a good one.
Prince was good. Beyonce's was better. Bruno Mars actually was really
No,
good.
I love Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars is like up there.
He snorted an entire 8-ball of coke and went out
Hey.
there and gave us a great
Hey, man,
performance.
you know what? Sometimes you got to do what
You
you got
know
to
he
do.
did.
Red Hot
And then
Chili
the
Peppers.
mirrors?
Well, the Red Hot Chili Peppers came out with them, so there's definitely something
Hey, Red
involved.
Hot Chili Peppers.
Hey, man.
Can we all agree? No more Adam Levine.
Oh boy.
Hey, but listen, man.
Well, he's
favorite
canceled.
band.
He's canceled after cheating.
Your
his wife.
favorite band, Maroon 5.
What's wrong with a little book of sugar, man? If you need some book of sugar to get you going, do what you got to do.
What are you,
It ain't my
Ralphie?
life, it's your life.
Ralphie and
Hey,
Goodfellas?
Back Dre said the greatest
Sopranos?
thing. Hey, it ain't your body. It ain't your body. It's my body, and I can do whatever I want to. My body. You know what I'm saying? Rick James and Eddie Murphy made one of the classics. Party all the time. Party all the time. You don't think 8 balls is rolling up in there? Gotta do what you gotta do to make a hit, man. You know what I'm saying? If it made this radio show better, we gotta do a couple Titanics. You know what, Shasky? Damn, we're gonna do a couple Titanics.
Now I'm envisioning Bonte pouring out all the blow as he's just sitting there talking to Sosa. Like, you want to go to war? You want to go to war? As he's yelling at Cataldi through his phone, streaming the Odyssey.
I
out.
never liked him, man. That guy, I never liked him.
I tell you,
That's a pick that don't fly
I
straight.
tell you one thing. Look, I told everybody. I told everybody. If I ever win the lottery, you don't think I'm doing a big line to blow? Like, is this real? Sorry,
What'd you
the kids
think
are
of
in
the
the car. I
Jack
shouldn't be saying
Harlow
that.
triangle commercial with the Doritos? Is that a new flavor? Barbecue flavor for Doritos?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen barbecue
Nor have
Doritos,
I.
so that
I'm a
seems
nacho
new.
cheese guy.
I'm
just
spicy
gonna tell you guys
nacho or
that right
nacho
now.
cheese.
Yeah, I'm
only.
nacho cheese.
Listen.
What, did you like that one?
Yeah, I'm not a Doritos guy in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm a Ruffles
How about,
guy.
and then Indiana
Doritos
Jones?
Locust Taco,
But
shit I
you know
talked
what I
about.
thought? I said, damn, Jack Harlow is balling. White man can't jump.
Oh, why are we doing
First
that?
class, up in a spot. First class. Like, you know what I'm saying? This guy's everywhere. Jack Harlow?
He's very mediocre to me. Yeah, like, I mean, he's
What?
good, but he's not like.
And now he's got Super Bowl
That's
commercials.
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
hating.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hate.
Well, he's got the right connections.
Yeah,
The
him and
complexion.
Drewski. I do. The one thing he did do, him and Drewski in the car.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's
can
you and
we,
me.
Can we pull that up somewhere? Dude, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah, I'm
Spinelli?
sorry, I'm laughing at the Xfinity mobile text line. Bonte drug test incoming.
It is.
Matt's standing outside the door right now with the cup, actually.
Hey, hopefully the executives at NBC is not listening to this.
So all right.
Hey, everybody at NBC, Dave Bernstein, Jonathan Sackey, Dave Taylor, Justin Hathaway, I don't do blow.
And when I saw Indiana Jones, I'm like, all right, look, I love the Indiana Jones franchise, but it died when they went Alien on me. When they went Alien in the Crystal Skull, whatever that one was, what was that one called, Joey? The Crystal Skull one. I was like, all right,
So you
I'm
said the
out.
Crystal Skull, yeah.
All right, he's got to be 80 years old. How old is he? He's 80? He's 80? Come on. Come on.
Jay LaFrey.
We need some new
this is
stuff,
funny.
Hollywood.
Yeah, we do need some new stuff.
I love
Hey, Michael
Guardians of the
Keaton coming
Galaxy.
back,
I
though.
love
Michael
it.
Keaton come back for Batman.
I
Let's
don't
go.
need a number 3. What is that Michael Keaton thing? I don't get that.
I don't even get that.
That's the
Then
Flash.
it was a Flash
but he's-
movie. Then it was a Flash movie. I was lost.
What about the Blue Moon commercial? Miller
Shasky,
Lite
look,
or
I tell you,
Coors Light?
I don't pay attention.
Does the beer company own all 3?
I have no idea. Listen, Jay LaFrey. Bonte wore white today to send a message. Bonte the Snowman. Hey, listen, forget all this talk. Let's focus. Tim in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Tim in Philadelphia,
You're like
baby.
Jeezy.
Timmy, what's going on in the 215, baby?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man? I'm doing great, Tim.
Hey, I called you guys a couple weeks ago. You know, I warned you about these Eagles fans. Okay, so I just want to give you guys a heads up what happened last night, right? So at halftime, I go out and I walk my dog, and they're all celebrating around here like they won the Super Bowl because they're up 24-14. They're setting off fireworks. Go Eagles! And I'm saying to myself as I'm walking my dog, I'm saying, do these guys have any idea what's across the field from them, Patrick Mahomes? If anybody knows, the Niners fan knows.
We all knew.
After our Super Bowl,
Keep going, Tim.
No, okay,
Keep going, Tim.
so as soon as they lost, right, it starts raining. Okay, and I said, you know, this is just the tears coming down. I said because it couldn't be anything more fitting. This team all year long they've gotten lucky. They have, and I don't care what anybody says. But there is a little bit of justification today, and again, what they deserve. We should see the milky differences around here.
Tim, real quick, what happened last night? Did they just go home? Did they climb up the light poles last night? What happened once Jalen Hurts' Hail Mary, which, by the way, was one of the worst Hail Mary throws I've ever seen in my life.
What was that?
What happened
Did he get hit?
at the end of the game, Tim? Did everybody just go home and cry?
Pretty much in the bus, but we had it all set up in case, like, you know, all the police barriers and stuff, because they were going to riot if they would have won.
Of course they were.
So they stopped it. By 11:30, most of the streets were cleared. Or 10:30, 10:45, most of the streets were cleared. So they weren't celebrating last night, trust me.
Hey, you know what?
Hey, Tim, you're a roaster out there in
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
thank you.
We got to, get on hold, Lubman, get this guy's information. We need to give him a morning roast hoodie. Now, Tim, be careful wearing his hoodie because I don't think we're allowed back in Philadelphia. But, Tim, you're a roaster out there in Philadelphia. You are a 215 correspondent from here on out. That's right, Tim. You're the man, Tim. Way to hang in there in Philadelphia, baby. Oh, I'm loving it, Chasky. I'm so happy.
Underrated commercial winner was the multiple Michelob Ultras doing the Caddyshack with Tony Romo. Alexis Morgan was in it. It was a who's who.
You really pay attention
Billy
to the
Baru,
commercials,
the
huh?
guy from The Succession.
Is commercials a big deal at your Super Bowl parties?
Well, I enjoy watching the commercials.
I'm the guy. It goes to commercial. I change the channel.
No, I went to the
Gotta have live
restroom
action.
when they would go to like, we're going to review this. That's when I go to the bathroom. I only went twice during the game.
Dude, Baby Chaz
Ate a
and
lot
Ari
of
were
chicken
running
wings.
around. Little niece Ari's running around on the bike, and Baby Chaz got the bike. I was running around chasing them. Commercials, I distract myself.
Oh,
and
so-
when the game's on, I lock in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a commercial guy.
Yeah.
I always thought Super Bowl commercials were overrated.
Well, because, Gucci doesn't do commercials.
They don't. They don't need to. Nor does Louis Vuitton.
How about
Nor does Dior.
Yeah, I noticed that you were wearing those the other day. How about
like
the
that?
Jordan movie coming out? I'm out on that.
What Jordan movie?
There's a Jordan sneaker movie coming out about how they created the sneakers.
I saw that with
Kevin Costner?
Yeah, no, Ben Affleck, right? Ben Affleck producing.
Is
Who
Kevin
else in it?
Costner doing the
No, it's not
voiceover?
Kevin Costner. It's Matt Damon, right?
Matt Damon, that's right. He
That's
was all
right.
fat.
No, I'm into that.
Really?
Hell yeah. How you got Jordan? Dude,
Jordan's
it's a
mom.
billion-dollar empire.
He's not just any athlete. When he puts the shoe on,
I'm all in on that movie.
of course you are.
Creed 3 coming out soon.
Yeah, Ben
too.
Affleck directing that one, by the way.
Yeah, see,
he's
there you
directing
go.
it.
Yep,
Yes.
I'm in on that. I'm in on that.
Ben
Supposed to
the
be
back
Phil Knight,
tattoo
right?
Affleck.
Phil Knight, yeah.
Speaking of Ben Affleck, real quick, the one commercial I did peep out was Ben Affleck in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-through commercial, and then J-Lo pulled up. I got American Beauty flashbacks where I thought J-Lo was going to be in cheating on him in the car. Remember American Beauty?
Oh, yeah.
When the guy was working
Another guy we've canceled, which is Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, I was going to say his name.
It's actually a great performance.
I wasn't going to say his name.
But he's been canceled.
Yes, I know. Now we can't talk about that movie anymore. All right,
Look at
let's
that
get to the injury
plastic
report.
bag go. It's so beautiful.
DJ Alex, hang on tight. We're getting to you after the break. And by the way, Air Jordan, you're going to be in on that movie.
I'll watch it. I mean, I'm not going to go to it. I'll wait till it comes out on one of the 8,000 streaming devices that I'm
going to go see Creed in theater?
I'll tell you this, Tubi, I am not subscribing.
Yeah. What about Creed?
Oh, yeah, I'll see Creed.
In the theater?
Yeah. Maybe go to that new Stonestown theater. I heard it's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Do they do like the Alamo Draft House on Mr. Street? Do they serve you food?
I don't know, but I've heard it's a really good. The Stonestown one's good. I got to go check it out.
All right.
I was a Century 20 Daily City guy.
Juan wants to talk about the Tubi commercial. Juan spent $4.99 on YouTube. Thanks for your donation, Juan.
The Tubi one got me. I thought I was sitting on the remote, and then I had a mini panic attack.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'll watch it today. All right, by the way, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson. This is a good one. No, it's not Gary Payton II. It's the city of Philadelphia. It's expected to be rolled out for an indefinite amount of time due to a bruised ego. Eagles fans all over the city are reporting massive headaches brought about their bitter taste of a much-deserved defeat. We're all getting reports of widespread back issues as Philly faithful are forced to carry the crushing weight of the city's overall history of failure. No word yet on when Philly fans will be back on their feet, but if history is any indication, improvement is not something anyone should be expecting. Oh, I'm loving it. The tears
couldn't have happened to a better group of people.
Oh, cry, Eagles, cry. We're going to sing this song again before we go out. DJ and Alex, we're going to take your phone calls. We're loving life right now. Eagles lose the Super Bowl. Mahomes, yes, and Andy Reid were awesome. But the most important thing is Philadelphia, you stink again.
Flood
you
warning.
Lose.
Tears.
Send me all those tears. I'm telling you, I'll buy them all from next day air. I'll pay for the shipping services, the surge charges, everything. Send me those tears, baby. Yes, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What a Monday! We're loving life!
Welcome to the IKEA sleep sale.
IKEA sleep sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our volume savings program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our volume savings programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
Every piece of land has a story. Some write theirs behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor, like the Upshaws.
This is my tractor, Penny. It's all about attention to detail.
But the Nelsons love cruising around their expansive Montana ranch in their John Deere Gator UV.
We've been here since 1868.
While the Caggianos drive a John Deere zero-turn mower to keep their Long Island brewery looking sharp.
Don't call me, don't bother me. I'm going out to mow for a couple hours.
Run with us and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon. With hip-hop made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hiphopmade to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-hop made.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our volume savings program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our volume savings programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card. On top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off. And 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Game KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
How does that happen in the Super Bowl? The red zone touchdown. How does it happen in the Super Bowl? Where are they going? And the fact that they beat you twice on the same play, run on both sides.
That was amazing.
That is a complete indictment of the coaching that they didn't fix the first miscommunication. Jonathan Gannon has been a weak spot on the team all year, and you just saw the end result. That's how it ends when you have a coach who is not coaching to the style of the talent he was given, who is still terrified of the big play, even though there's nobody on the other side of the ball who can make a big play.
Oh, baby. That's the great voice of Angelo Cataldi, 94 WIP.
Bonte.
What's up, man?
The first thing Bonte says when we hit break, where's Papa Shasky today? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I get a text. The best part, and I'm not sure you guys even mentioned it, the streak continues. The team that faces the 49ers is 0-16 the very next week.
Oh, Dave. Might as well get us a trophy, baby. Let's hang that banner. 2022 49ers.
I know about being petty.
Oh.
I'm here. This is my
Petty
wheelhouse.
Johnson. Well, this is it.
This is
Tears
my
of
wheelhouse.
Clyde. Good morning to everybody
I'm
out there.
basically Lincecum in his prime when it comes to being petty.
Hey, listen. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. Good morning to everybody who's at work. Good morning to all the strippers and baby daddies and baby mamas, the electricians, the janitors, the PG&E workers, the ushers, the ticket takers, everybody. Good morning. This is a great day in the Bay. Despite what happened with the Golden State Warriors, give them a pass. Gary Payton II is on the team. Please win tonight against the Wizards, because the mood will be a lot different tomorrow if they don't win tonight. I'll just tell you that right now. I was bothered Saturday. I don't know what the hell we watched at Chase Center Saturday, but thank God for the Super Bowl.
I'll tell you what you watched. You watched the Laker victory. With a bunch of random parts. They went to Craig and Auto Parts and put together a team real quick and beat you in 5 minutes.
Dennis Schroeder looked like a Hall of Famer all of a sudden Saturday night. I mean, he just cooked the Warriors. Unbelievable. But the Super Bowl happened, and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes did us all a solid out here on the West Coast. They cooked and dissected, whether it was split backs formations with the old school West Coast offense pro set. Oh, I love that play on third down. The Pacheco coming around the edge with lead blockers.
Pacheco had a great game.
Great game.
I thought he should have been in the discussion, even though you're going to give it to Mahomes. He should have been in the discussion for MVP. And Bolton.
Bolton played his ass off
He
at
was hitting
linebacker.
hard. I know the score doesn't indicate it.
No, that was a hard-hitting football game.
My
Devontae
God.
Smith was getting popped.
I know.
He had to walk off the field a couple times.
Devontae is a baller, though.
He is
for
a baller.
170-pound guy, he is a baller.
He is legit. But, I even love the 3rd-and-1 play where they gave it to McKinnon, who lined up at fullback. It was a nice little wrinkle.
Hey.
No recognition by the Eagles defense.
McKinnon had maybe the smartest play of the night, sliding.
Yep. And that penalty. Sliding right there
Sliding
at the 1
was
yard
genius.
line. Oh, yes, absolutely.
That was
Keep
genius.
the ball, milk the clock.
That's called being a smart, attentive team player.
And look, we hate, we're not going to talk about Jerk McKinnon's tenure with the 49ers, but he's a Super Bowl champ now. He's feeling really good.
Hey, look, when you win, you get the last laugh. And quite honestly, Andy Reid should feel good because he squeezed the most out of McKinnon.
No doubt.
I thought McKinnon was done.
No doubt. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, this has been a bust for them. They pivot. Don't panic. They big Pacheco.
7th rounder Pacheco from Rutgers. The only guy I could think of from Rutgers, and don't say Brian Leonard, I was going to say Jackie Jr. in Sopranos.
Oh, wow.
And he didn't even finish.
I was going Anthony Davis, the other one.
Oh, the other one.
Almost drowned at the Penguin exhibit in a foot full of water. Jackie Jr.
Look at you.
Jackie, my father, Aprile.
Look at you. Look at
That's
you.
good knowledge
Ralphie
right there.
told me it's okay to drop out.
Oh, man. Oh, hey, listen. We're going to have a lot of fun breaking this game down. We're going to sing the song Cry Eagles Cry one more time before we live off. You're going to sing it with me, Shatsky. Lupman's going to get on here. We're going to all sing it together as one big roasting family. YouTube, Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch. Good morning to you guys. Shout out to you guys. 9570gameshop.com. We got so many ideas for new T-shirts right now just from the show alone.
But I have to just quick aside. Last night, I happened to be, because I'm rewatching Sopranos for like the 10th time.
Right.
I'm on the episode where Chris and Paulie have to chase down the Russian guy in the woods.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, it's one of the funniest episodes of all time.
It is pretty good.
It's so
It is good. They
and they're
lost him.
sleeping. He
Right.
rips the carpet of the van.
Right,
And
yeah.
they're sleeping. They're eating like ketchup packets.
Dude, it was unbelievable.
It
They
really
couldn't find
is.
a guy. They couldn't find a guy. It was hilarious. By the way, Chrissy and White Lotus too.
So good.
So I've only got through episode 1.
How good is it?
It's going to be a lot better to season 1.
Yes.
Season 1 was a little strange.
I'm in on it. I'm in on Italy.
I'm in on season 2.
I'm in on Italy.
Yeah,
Everything.
yeah. Italy, yeah. You got to go to Italy one day.
Yeah.
I saw a guy get out his big rig on the freeway and MF somebody. And by the way, a lot of people wonder if the boss is going to talk to us for that last segment or parts of that last segment. The boss had to talk with us. We're going to reel
And
it in
that's
just a
why
little
he's
bit.
the number 10 program director in the country, right there.
Number 10. We made number 15. We were number 15 more to show.
Well, I know one thing. We're number 1 in this market.
Well, the competition was number 7.
Yeah, again.
RJ Sean and the Dallas dudes were number 10. Bobby Belt actually had a good tweet yesterday because they hate Philadelphia as well.
Okay.
It's Nick Sirianni and his arrogance like flipped off. Did you see that? When Jalen Hurts was like, put your arm down, dude.
They couldn't even get it playing on time. I don't want to hear about it. They should have delay gamed multiple times. That's the other thing that Frank Clark jumped the snap. It was a delay of game, and he took off. I'm sorry. Like the delay of game thing, well, you're allowed a split second. No, the second it happens, call the play dead. It hit 0.
So a lot of people are crying, especially Eagle fans.
And Lane Johnson continues to false start
all day long.
I don't want to hear this, it's not a false. No, if that's not Lane Johnson and that's Quam Brown or Quam Harris, excuse me, like we're calling false start.
Listen. We went to Philadelphia. We know how arrogant they are. They got all the calls in the NFC title game. All the calls. All right, Jimmy Ward called for pass interference.
The Jordan Mason push into the kicker.
Terrible. They got all the calls. So for them to cry about a defensive holding call, you got away with one late in the first half on Bradbury against Juju Smith-Schuster. And then you got away with one. You almost got away with it at the end of the game. Folks, it was defensive holding. Cannot tug at the jersey. No. Can't do that. No. I'm sorry. Can't do that. Play by the rules. And you got to call with Dallas Goedert. That was not a catch. Miles Sanders caught it and fumbled.
I thought so,
you got
too.
the call.
Yes.
That was supposed to be his Bolton's second touchdown of the game.
Yeah.
So you got that call. So I don't want to hear anything. And Bradbury, good for Bradbury.
How about you get a stop?
How about good for Bradbury? Bradbury, after everybody's saying, oh, that wasn't defensive holding. Oh, you can't make that call. Greg Olsen said it as well. How about Bradbury after the game? Game, set, match. Here's Bradbury about the call.
I mean, I pulled the jersey, they called holding. I was hoping they would let it ride, but it wasn't holding. I was hoping he would let it go, but of course, he's a ref. This is a big game, and it was a holding, so they called it.
It was holding.
I mean, he's right.
They called it. He's right.
He's right. He got him twice.
It's right.
And when you hook him like that, it's automatic. So I'm tired of hearing about it. Like, man, look, I watched my Niners lose on a no call from a referee where I thought it was a holding call. Welcome to my world, Philly.
There you go.
Congratulations. Welcome to it.
Welcome. By the way, Tyler Miller, your quarterback, playoff fantasy winner. Jalen Hurts went crazy.
Congratulations.
Went crazy. Congrats to Tyler Miller.
Jalen Hurts is what last night was. He was amazing. He was amazing. He's not a perfect quarterback, but in terms of ascension from where he was to where he is, I mean, I bet on people. And when you see that young man,
he's a great.
I think he's going to be a great player for a long time.
Great player. Great player. Great IQ. Tyler Miller, you got some gear coming to you. Congrats. I gave him a C- grade. Obviously, he aced it.
Did you do what I did when Alicia Silverstone came onto the television? In the commercial?
Clueless.
I was like, she looks fantastic.
She looked better than she did on Clueless.
I couldn't believe it.
And
that was a blast from the past. I always thought she was hot.
Now, I'm not going to lie to you.
Spadoni, you did too.
I'm not going to lie to you. Pardon me.
I have a wife.
Pardon me. Listen.
As if.
Listen.
The Valley Girl, you can look at Spadoni's laughing.
Anna,
did I nail that one?
Hey, listen, Shasky. Listen. You don't need validation from the crack staff.
I do. I just want a little smile.
No. I'm smiling for you. Look at me. I'm smiling for you.
And I'm so out on Amy Schumer.
No, but listen.
I'm so
Amy
done
Schumer's
with Amy Schumer.
She's a fraud. She's been done for years.
She's so weak.
She's a fraud. She is weak. Well, listen. Hopefully Anna's not listening. Turn down the car.
This is not acting.
It's not no.
Or maybe it is.
No, it is acting. Pardon me. In the Clueless commercial, I was a little disappointed Stacey Dash wasn't in it. Now I know she said some terrible things. She's canceled as well. But Stacey Dash and Clueless.
And you know who I'm kind of fatigued on? The two guys that were what was the Scrubs or whatever?
Scrubs. He's in Clueless.
I know.
But he's good though. I like him.
No, but the two of them as like a duo, I'm kind of
solid. They're solid.
The most famous person from that movie, by the way, Paul Rudd. Ant-Man.
Paul Rudd.
Wow.
Ant-Man.
Wow. Ant-Man. That's true. All right, let's go to the
least superhero of all time.
Listen, let me get off this subject real quick because your boy's about to get a text.
No, I think everyone agrees with you on Stacey Dash.
Yeah.
How about the Puffy commercial?
I don't remember it. I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, it was good. They were trying to make a hit single.
Nah,
I thought it was pretty funny.
I didn't say that. I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, you're a terrible partner. You didn't see any of the commercials.
I got two little kids running around.
Yeah, but you watched the pro set split formation from Andy Reid and Sirianni.
Yeah,
this guy over here.
I'm looking at the game.
Baby Chet, shut the hell up. I'm watching Andy Reid cook.
Dude, commercials during the Super Bowl is bathroom breaks, food breaks.
You go in the bathroom 15 times?
Smoke breaks, drink breaks, all that stuff. Or is fraternizing breaks. Catching up with people. So how's life, man? How you doing? How's your job going? How's the kids? Blah, blah, blah.
That would require you to care.
Yeah, well, I do care. I do care. I care a lot about people. I don't care about commercials. I care about DJ and Fremont calling the roast. What's up, DJ? What's happening?
Hey, Bonte and Shaq, you talk about petty, man. I've been trolling the Eagles fans since 5 a.m. this morning. I got blocked from so many Twitter accounts.
I love it.
On the radio.
I love it.
Hey, man, they've been inboxing me, telling me they hate the Niners fans more than Cowboys fans. I said, I love it. I mean, it's just hilarious, man. I'm trolling. They're coming with all these crazy excuses. Jalen Hurts throwing the Hail Scary at the end of the game. I mean, come on, man.
Hail Scary. What was that Hail Mary?
What was that?
Did he get hit?
I think he slipped.
Yeah, my troll game's been off the chain this morning, man.
I love it.
Hey, DJ, what else you got? How good does it feel? Don't you feel good this morning? Did you wake up with a big smile on your face?
Monte, I felt like a Chiefs fan. I mean, I was biting I'd bite my nails the whole game like I was a Chiefs fan. I couldn't be more happy.
DJ, I feel so good. I'm going to work out after the show. That's how good I feel. You know how tough it is to get my fat ass to the gym. I feel great today. I'm loving it. Hey,
you know what
Alex.
else we don't have to see? No more of the Bradley Cooper in the press box. I'm so Bradley Coopered out. God, I'm sick of him.
Oh, my God.
I'm sick of him. Do we do that? Like, I wish they would show E40 as much as they show Bradley Cooper on a national broadcast.
You know what, though?
It's ridiculous.
You know what, though? I'll watch
Bradley
Silverlandy
Cooper.
playbook knowing that that's the way Philadelphia is. You miserable humans out there in the 215. Not Jason Dumas, Dave Bernstein, NBC, Sean Singer. I love you guys. I really do. You guys are great Eagle fans. You guys treat me well. I love you guys. You guys are real Philadelphia Eagle fans. You know how to be a fan. The rest of you clowns out there, and I saw a piece on Hassan Reddick yesterday.
It was fantastic.
He's from Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah.
And I saw that city. And there was a barber in there who said, man, most of the city's on welfare. So for that douchebag to tell me in a video, go ahead.
He said something to the effect of, you're born on a welfare check in this zip code or something like that.
Yeah.
Talking about the poverty in that town.
And so for that douchebag in the video that's on my 95.7 Game Twitter page, tell me, hey, what part of Camden you're from? Now I get what it means.
Yeah.
And buddy, that's why this morning you're waking up miserable, talking about firing a DC. No parade for you down Broad Street, buddy. Let's go to Alex in Livermore. Alex, what's happening?
What's happening, fellas? Good morning. It is a great day.
It's a great day, baby. It's a great day.
Fans are done. It's over. You lost. I love it. I'm so happy for you and for Joe because the way that y'all got treated, I'm a diehard Raider fan, man, and I was rooting for KC to win for y'all, man.
Thank you, man.
Hey, I'm real happy. It was great. It was a great game. Everybody played hard, but those Eagles, they lost.
Fly, Eagles, fly on
Bonte.
the road to victory. I'm trolling. My troll game's impeccable, baby. Impeccable. They have no idea who they woke up. Like, a lot of those East Coast people think, oh, San Francisco's soft. Well, Boston found out last June.
Yeah.
They found out, WEEI found out last June what was going down when Shasky and Bonte came to town. Yeah. And those dudes down there at WEEI said, damn, we ain't never seen nothing like this. These dudes from the West Coast, they belong out here. Philadelphia, Dallas, Chicago, you name it. We know what's up. They know what's up when they face those boys on a roast. Petty Johnson, baby, ain't got nothing on me.
And remember when all the Eagle people that we ran into, it's going to be the Eagles and the Niners for the next 5 years. Do we not know anything about the NFL? Outside of Mahomes and Brady, nothing's a guarantee for any other team in the league. Like, Mahomes is the unicorn, okay?
Right.
He's taking the Brady mantle. He'll be in the
doubt.
mix every year from here on out. Like, I know the Eagles look great on paper, and they had a great showing this year. They were amazing this year. In fact, they should have won that game.
Yep.
And Jalen Hurts is an ascending player. But, Bonte, to go all the way to the end and lose, and you have to go back down the mountain and go all the way back up. It's so difficult.
hard.
And I'm not just saying this from a Niner perspective. I'm saying it any other team. It is so difficult to pull yourself up after losing that way. That's one of the great Super Bowl games of all time, and you were up 10 at halftime?
At the half. The Chiefs had ran 9 plays in an hour and 35 minutes. You dominated time of possession, 35 minutes and 24 minutes.
The first time that Kansas City took the lead in that game was the first time the Eagles had been trailing all postseason.
Unbelievable.
When they flashed that graphic up, I said, oh, my God.
510, great knowledge. Xfinity mobile text line. Did you take a bubble back to celebrate? That is so good. Joe to Cameron, 94 WIP.
Fly,
takes
Pelicans,
bubble baths.
fly.
He takes How were the bubbles yesterday? Did you have extra bubbles? Did you smoke a Philly blunt?
The best part
Did you
about
sip some red wine?
Philly losing is we actually are in unison right now, like that Bloods and Crips where they tie the two bandanas together.
Cowboy fans,
Cowboy fans and Niner fans united at the hip,
United.
laughing at the freaking Eagles. Because I saw the guys from Dallas, and they were retweeting all of the stuff.
Oh, yes. Hey, listen, how good does it feel, though? We're now hated in Philadelphia. Boston can't stand us. Dallas can't stand us. LA can't stand us.
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm here for this.
Yeah.
I'm here for this. Philadelphia. Man, you had the ball for 35 minutes and 47 seconds. You threw for 302 yards. You kept Mahomes off the field, and you still gave up 38 points. You got shredded in the second half. Not one sack. Look, 650, Xfinity Mobile text line. Wellness check on Peyton Ball. I ain't heard from him. Maybe he's not up yet. I didn't know this. I love our roasters. 408, the Philadelphia NBC were cursing on live TV. They're losing it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't see that postgame?
No.
It was like the Bonte Hill equivalent of who would be the Eagles postgame show.
So
and he kept
like
saying,
Carlos Ramirez and
Bull
Ron
S, Bull S, Bull S.
Oh, he did? Who
over
was
and
it?
over. And the guy next to him
The
was
host?
like, oh, yeah, the host.
The
Older
host?
guy, yeah. He was risking it all.
Oh, he risked it all. He's done.
And then my favorite was Loveman sent me this Comcast thing during the middle of the day saying that Comcast in Philadelphia was out for 5
Until
hours
6
in
o'clock.
Philly.
Maybe they should have kept the power off all Super Bowl. I love it. I love this. I'm taking calls. We're going on to the lines. By the way, Vic Fangio. They tried to come out with a little secret. Vic Fangio signed a 2-week contract with the Philadelphia Eagles to help dissect the Chiefs' defense.
Yeah.
Oh, how did that work out?
That worked out
run the damn ball.
Poorly.
Vic Fangio. Have fun in Miami. Let's go to City Chop. Chop cheese in the city. City Chopped. What's happening, baby? How you feeling?
Oh, baby. I'm fucking feeling good, man.
Oh, chop cheese.
He swore right away.
Hey, we have such a great start and just fumble it away like he's Jalen Hurts. And callers celebrating like they won the Super Bowl. That's great.
Hey, if you can't get your sixth Lombardi, you might as well just bask in the glow of Philly not getting their third.
Hey, Kayvon in Brooklyn, how you feeling today? Hey, you're in Brooklyn, New York. I know you're feeling good after your little brother in Philadelphia choked away a Super Bowl. Kayvon, talk to me.
Oh man, I'm feeling good, guys. Dude, it honestly feels like we won the sixth Lombardi. Honestly, like this is the happiest I've been after a Super Bowl in a long time.
Since the Seattle one, right? Since Seattle lost to New England, this is about as this is as satisfying as that loss.
Agreed. This has been the happiest I've been since then. And yeah, I called you guys to share my experience after the NFC Championship game, and man, they've completely ruined. Like I grew up loving AI.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like I was rooting for the Phillies in the World Series before I knew what Philly fans were about. And now, like, I'll never wish joy for that fan base again.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Like right now, it goes LA #1, Dallas 2, Philly might be 3.
Yeah, Philly's number 2 for me. Thanks for the call, Kayvon.
They've jumped Dallas?
They jumped LA. LA's whatever. They're a microwave.
No, but I'm saying all sports.
Yeah. No, Philly may be number 1 on my list.
Really?
Oh, I can't stand them.
Oh, wow.
I can't stand them.
Wait till the Sixers. By the way, you want to know what's going to happen? Harden is going to get all the criticism for the entire loss of the Super Bowl.
James
it
Harden.
will be Harden's fault
James
somehow.
Harden talking about, I knew the Brooklyn situation. I knew who quit and who didn't. I had to get up out of there. Oh, Harden, really? You want to start chirping now? You want to start chirping now, James Harden? Eastern Conference Playoffs hasn't started yet. I saw how you bowed out last year, James Harden. Oh, I will troll them too. Vince in Lafayette. Vince, what's happening, buddy?
Yeah, I'm originally from Philadelphia. Was born and raised there. I know everybody's jumped on me, but I wanted to tell you that I could still call in. And I'm saying I was very disappointed.
I bet you were. Are you an Eagles fan, Vince?
But if you talk to referees, you could call holding on both sides of the ball every single play.
Yeah, but he held him twice.
It wasn't egregious. And they should have let that not get called. And then we could have seen if Jalen Hurts could have tied it or win.
Well, how about you get a stop? Yeah, you're gonna like you're crying about a singular call in the game. Get a stop in the second half. Mahomes was gonna score 42 on you if he needed to.
Vince, are you an Eagles fan?
With one leg.
Vince, you an Eagles fan?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's gone. All
yeah,
right.
he is.
49er Dan, John, Milan, Antonio, going to get to you all as a segment. Next segment is sponsored by the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center. We know one team who won't be shopping for jewelry or rings.
Oh, by the way, did you see Andre Whitworth wearing the Super Bowl ring at the beginning of the game?
Oh, yeah.
The one from last year?
Yes.
That thing was humongous.
Fat.
I've seen pizzas smaller than that ring.
And then, of course, Eagle fans booing Dak Prescott for winning the Man of the Year award.
Good for Dak.
Yeah. Walter Payton Man of the Year
Yeah.
award.
It was cool to see him chisel out the award.
So the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center. One place the Eagles won't be visiting, baby.
It's Valentine's Day tomorrow.
Hey, they will be getting sized up for rigs. Wait, what day is it tomorrow?
It's Valentine's Day.
Does anyone really have a choice?
You know when you ask your partner what's wrong and they say nothing? The Valentine's Day gift you got last year is what's wrong. Or this year. Did you already get your gift?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
My gift is being a great husband on a daily basis.
Oh, you son of a... You know what?
I mean,
That
when
means
you
no.
love your woman as much as I do on a daily basis, you don't have to worry about Hallmark days.
Dude, oh, man. Oh, man. So you didn't get a gift? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go right after this show.
Yeah, me too. With 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center help you right some wrongs. Visit 888 Brandon Street to shop online at sfgcjm.com. By the way, if I don't get a rig,
So let's
we'll
make
talk.
that happen this year. Okay?
Yeah, let's talk during the break. Your call's coming up.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
Because you can tell that the veterans didn't want to have James Wiseman on the team. And I'm not sure if Steph Curry knocks on Bob Meyer's door and says, trade him or I'm not coming back from injury.
That's a phone call.
That's probably dramatic, overly dramatic, but you had the sense that the vets and the young players are not on the same page.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. Well, if that news worries you, or if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact the team at Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know the team at Kugelman Law, and I've met with them, and I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax and crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax and crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet woods and irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari,
Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Mateo, partly cloudy but windy. Highs near 58.
Weather brought to you by AutoTrader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on AutoTrader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
And then to get to a 3rd and 8 on the 15-yard line and an incomplete pass, and Carl Shepard's team with a bull call. I mean, utter complete bull is unbelievable. It's inexcusable. You don't make a call right then and there. You don't let the game be decided by the officiating. And yes, it's true. The officials go both ways, and you got to rise above it. I understand. This is the freaking Super Bowl, and that should never happen. I'm going to be in the car.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? That was NBCS Philadelphia. What'd you say, Spinelli? Michael Barkin? Michael Barkin.
Looking for work currently. No, I'm just teasing.
2.
Boy, he went in.
On live television.
You want to talk about Jeffrey Lurie cutting checks for people.
Does he play on the team? Yeah, right?
Could you imagine you doing that after the Warriors lost that playing game?
I would never do that. You know how frustrated I was Saturday night? You know how bad I wanted Radio Bonte to come out after that Laker game? But I kept it professional. Kept it cool. I'll never risk the check to drop a 4-letter word or a colorful word.
If you were watching over the weekend, there's TV Bonte, there's Radio Bonte. So I put out in Superman 3, I don't know if you remember this one, but Superman ends up fighting himself, right? He splits up into 2 people, and evil Superman fights Clark Kent. So I said, this is TV Bonte versus Radio Bonte. And I said, you know what? That's not even good enough. I went Scarface with the big gun. You want to go to war? And then it was Scarface all bloodied up on one side saying that's Radio Bonte. And then TV Bonte was prim and proper Michael Corleone as the Godfather.
Hugging Fredo.
Yes.
Before he got Fredo,
Whacked.
In the lake. Lake Tahoe.
Yes.
But he was nice. He waited until his mom died.
Yeah, no doubt. He said, while his mom was alive, we're not going to do anything. When his mom died at the funeral, he gave his boy the look. Like
Fredo, one of the weakest characters.
Fredo,
ever.
So weak-minded.
Just ever.
Just soft. So soft.
Smart. Not like anyone says that I'm dumb.
So smart.
I'm smart.
All
And
right,
he slunks back in his chair. Just
what?
great performance.
Who's
R.I.P.
more of a snake? Tony Soprano's mom or Fredo?
Oh, Tony Soprano's mom is sadistic, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Fredo.
What he did to your restaurant, Artie? I can't believe it.
Fredo.
When he blew up the restaurant.
Your father was a saint.
Oh, dude, he was not a saint.
Let's go to that guy in Philadelphia.
Oh.
That guy in Philadelphia.
Is he an Eagle fan?
A sad Eagles fan.
Oh.
Sad Eagles fan, Spadone. Oh. Let's get the music
This
up.
is the love line. Well, let's walk you through this.
That guy.
You got problems, Eagle fan?
That guy. What's up?
Hi. What's your problems today?
Hi. What's going on?
Oh, is this Artie at the Morning Roasters guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, you guys probably left my town already, huh?
Yeah, we did. There's no reason to be there right now.
It's kind of boring in the middle of February.
I was going to invite you guys over to my house for some drinks.
Oh, really?
You sound like a murderer, like a weirdo.
Yeah, what kind of drinks were you going to service? Hold on, Sasky. What kind of drinks were you going to service?
Oh, we had whiskey, we had rum, the whole bowl of wax.
Wow. Why were you going to invite us for drinks? We're Niner fans.
Yes, I know, but so you can drown your sorrows in my house.
Well, is that what you did last night, that guy?
That's exactly what I did, sir. Yes, I did.
Man, it must be tough. You thought you had that game at halftime, didn't you?
I did, and I know how you guys felt a couple of years ago when you guys had them down by 10, but you had them down by 10 in the fourth.
Yeah.
So now there's degrees of losing and choking.
Let's hang that banner.
Hey, have you ever seen the meme of Reggie Miller looking over at Spike Lee with the choke? That's you guys choking yesterday. Big time.
You're still hungover, that guy, huh? Still over. You still hungover?
I'm very much hungover. Yes, I am. And I met you guys at our stadium.
Oh, you're in front of us. You follow me on Twitter now, right?
Yes, I did.
You know what? You were one of the 5 good Eagle fans that we met.
Yeah, I will give you that.
You were a good dude.
I will give you that.
I'll give you that. I said that. Hey, that guy, I said that too. That everybody around our section was good Eagle fans. You guys were really good inside the stadium.
Oh, thank you, and I shook both you guys' hands.
Yeah.
Hey! Don't lie, that guy. Our appearance on Joe DeCamera's show was the best appearance. Was the best thing that happened to that show in the last 5 years.
They should book me today if they want to get ratings better.
In a very long time, I enjoyed the company of both you men. Yes, I did.
I appreciate that.
Just insane.
That guy. You know what?
Insane.
That was the Philly version of Gene in Oakland.
No, 100%.
No. Oh, put some respect on Uncle Gene's name. Uncle Gene brings the heat.
Oh, just the cadence and the way he speaks. Just
Uncle
the cadence.
Gene's a little faster, and he comes with freestyles. Don't forget about his freestyle with his wife.
Doobie Award winner.
Nominee.
Sorry. Doobie Award nominee.
Yeah, nominee. That's important. Is that guy a nominee for a Doobie Award?
I mean, that was
opposing fan award. Is that what it's going to be?
Opposing fan award.
I mean, I gave him chops for calling in. Like, he got on the phone like, I'm a sad Eagles fan. I'm like, you sure you're calling into the right show today, bud? Like, I don't know if you're gonna get a lot of solace here. He's like, no, I want the heat. I'm like, all right, I respect you.
By the way, Bob Myers, president of basketball operations, GM of the Golden State Warriors, he will be speaking today at 11 a.m. to break down what happened with Gary Payton II. Bob Myers, 11 o'clock today, to explain everything that happened with Gary Payton II. He's going to be a Warrior. The trade will not get rescinded. There's a lot of complications as he failed the physical Friday and had a lot of Warrior fans up in arms thinking, what do we do now? Do you bring back Wiseman? Well, you can't really bring back Wiseman at the thing. It just wouldn't have been a good look. So Bob Myers, 11 o'clock.
If they were really smart, they would have held that press conference during the middle of the Super Bowl.
Or, that would have been great.
No one would have paid attention.
A great news dump, right?
Just right in the middle of the Super Bowl.
Oh, just get out the way. Doobie Awards. We got a lot of nominees. We got to have a category for the quickest dump of a caller. And what I mean by that is chopped cheese. We love chopped cheese. Those chopped cheese sandwiches. I need one in my life. But he swore 5 seconds into the call.
So he lives right near me and my wife.
Yeah.
And one night, I'm parking. So I'm like reversing to like parallel park. And all of a sudden, beep, 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 honk. He's like, what's up? He goes so fired up after the Cowboy game. And my wife's like, who is that? I'm like, oh, no, he's just a big fan of the show. He lives right around the corner.
Chopped Cheese.
She was like, what is going on here? She thought some person was just yelling at us in traffic.
So Chopped Cheese dropped the F-bomb 3 seconds into his call.
He loves
We need
sports.
a category for quickest tubs. Now, doesn't mean you need to call up the show and just start swearing 5 seconds into your call. We don't want that. All right? We're trying to be on the air.
If you want to sing like Bub Rub, go right ahead.
You know what, Shasky? Let's take a call from 49er Dan. Pull up your song. We got a song for everybody.
Yeah.
All right, 49er Dan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, I woke up with the biggest smile today, man. I'm Chuck E. Cheese up today. I just want to hit you guys with a cry, Eagles, cry. Losing Super Bowls by 3. Hey, man, that felt so good. They got a taste of what we've been getting for the last few years on calls, man. Oh, my God. I'm happy today. Hey, Bonte, Chasky, man, you keep doing your guys' thing, man. I'm a daily listener. Thank you guys, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, 49er Dan.
I appreciate
Hey, Loveman,
that.
pull up the song if you can. Go to my IG, pull up the song. I want Loveman to sing the song with us as well. Spadona, if you want to get in on this, check my Instagram.
Do we have like the instrumental version in the background?
Do we have an instrumental of Fly Eagles Fly? Get the instrumental. We'll do that. Let's take John in Jersey. John in Jersey. I want Loveman to pull up the song.
Is this North or South Jersey?
We're going to all sing it together. Roasters watching on YouTube. Roasters watching on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Roasters? How can you watch on the Xfinity Mobile text line? Roasters who are texting into the Xfinity Mobile text line, I want you to pull up our Instagrams, pull up this song. We're going to sing it together as one big happy family. Spadona, you got the music? Our Fast Five question will be, who is your Super Bowl MVP? But first, pull up the song. Let me know when you all got it. All right, let's do it. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3.
Cry, Eagles, cry. On the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3.
Miss them low, loft them high,
and watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles, bye. Bridesmaids of the NFC. LOSERS, Eagles!
Yeah, I'm loving it. That's so good. John in Jersey, what's happening? Let's go. Let's go, John.
This might be one of our dumbest shows
Could have
ever.
won a Grammy for that.
Let's go. John in Jersey, what's happening?
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yes, baby, yes. Let's go, John. How you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling wonderful, bro. I live here in South Jersey, just outside of Atlantic City, man. And I got to tell you what, I woke up this morning to a wonderful text from my boss saying that we were going to have the day off because the Eagles fans need a day of mourning. And I'll tell you what, that made my day. So I went to the gym this morning, and I didn't see one person wearing a piece of Eagles gear like yesterday. Yesterday, there was tons of them. Today, none of them. So I just want to say I'm happy my 49ers made it as far as they did. But guess what? The Eagles were a paper team in the end. Thank you.
Ooh, let's go.
Silver Loser Playbook?
Silver Loser
From Joe
Playbook.
on YouTube?
That's
pretty good.
Xfinity Fast 5 coming up. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up. Who is your Super Bowl MVP? Who is your Super Bowl MVP? 888-957-9570. That's the Xfinity Mobile text line. That is a hotline. Who is your Super Bowl MVP? That'd be our Xfinity Fast 5 question of the day.
I didn't know it would feel this good.
Oh, it feels so great.
We left my wife's family's house last night. I was so happy. She's like, why are you so happy? I'm like, I'm just thrilled. I'm thrilled that the Eagles lost this game.
I stayed up till like 10 o'clock just looking at Twitter, Instagram.
The memes were incredible. I saw one was Reggie Miller wearing an Eagle cap going like this. And my favorite was the people that were coming at us from the different blog sites saying that we're the two biggest frauds in the history of sports radio. Our listeners are so loyal. They were destroying these guys in the comments.
Bodying them.
It was like,
stop.
The body is dead.
Tag
Leave it
team.
alone.
And they were like, tag team, my man. Let me come off the top rope on this dude.
good.
What was his name? Let's give him some credit. I want his blog site to do well. I respect bloggers. I respect podcasters. I really do. Liberty Line. What's his name?
He called us the two biggest frauds in the history of frauds.
He called me more than that. He called you more than that as well.
Yeah.
Dude, he
called me B-boy.
Yeah, he called me.
I was like, come on, man. Come a little more creative than that.
He called me the B word. Did he delete his tweets? Oh, my gosh. Did he delete the tweets? Are you kidding me?
Well, they live forever in my head.
Oh, man. Hopefully we screenshotted him. Oh, man. He went... Oh, he deleted the tweets. Oh, you little...
It's a
you little
log-off
crybaby.
sensation.
Oh, man, little crybaby. Drew, little crybaby. All right, Ryan Davis. Ryan Davis on Instagram. Oh, I love this.
What?
Listen to this. Tyler Miller sent me this on Instagram, and I watched it over and over
Tyler Miller.
and over. And let me tell you, this video is 3 minutes and 14 seconds. We're not going to play the whole thing. But boy, I must have spent 30 minutes just watching this video, laughing in my sleep, to the point where Anna said, "Do not touch me. I'm trying to go to sleep. Do not touch me."
My wife always does that. When Instagram, I actually click on a story, and the noise pops up. She's like, "What are you doing?"
No, dude, it's the worst.
My bad.
And you'd be like, dang it.
I know, my bad.
AirPods, where they at?
That's when I have to turn my whole thing down. All right, give it to me. Let's hear this
Ryan
comedian.
Davis. Let's hear it. Oh, go once. Go twice. Oh, wait, I have it.
No,
my
Bonte
bad.
has
My
it.
bad. I
Hey,
didn't
come
know
on,
I had it.
False start.
False start.
Bonte Hill.
5 yards, just like the Philadelphia Eagles on that third one.
Yeah.
Then the next play, they fumbled. Wish that was called a little more on Philadelphia. You would have cried about defensive holding at the end of the game.
Wait, before I forget, funniest part of the whole game, when they did a still shot and they panned to Roger Goodell next to Kelsey's mom, next to Hamlin. I was like, there's no way in hell the three of them were sitting together watching that game for its entirety. That was the most... Like, they created that shot.
Yes.
And Lucky
Roger
Mom
Goodell.
gets to be stuck next to Goodell, great for her.
They always do that. Remember Roger Goodell? There was supposed to be like a big snowstorm in New York. It was outdoors, like, oh my God. And then Roger Goodell was like, I promise I'll sit with the fans. And then he was literally sitting with some randos in the crowd. And everyone was so uncomfortable.
That's such a politician move. Where, and I see that there's this one guy, Safai, he's some district supervisor. He's the most annoying person. He's like, spent a great day in the Ocean View Terrace area. It's like, dog, you showed up for 13 seconds. The car slowed down. You hopped out. You took a photo with a bunch of people. You posted on Twitter and you pretended like you're in the community. That's what Roger Goodell did yesterday.
I just love Robert Goodell during the pandemic NFL draft when Offset tossed it to him.
Thank you,
and he
Offset.
Goes, thank you, Offset.
It's my favorite
that
part.
was the 5th pick
Offset,
with the NFL draft. Ryan Davis, everybody. Ryan Davis.
Let's hear it.
Before we can take Xfinity Fast Five, I'm trying to get my Angelo Cataldi on. Remember after the Niners lost? I'm loving it. We're going to live on this one. Hey, Angelo, we ain't done yet. We'll be calling you on Thursday, buddy. Hope you're listening.
I just finished watching the Super Bowl, and I'm telling you, best Super Bowl I've ever seen in my life. If there was anyone who deserved to lose like that, it's Philadelphia Eagles fans. Y'all deserve it. I sat there and watched y'all talk all that after 4 of my quarterbacks got hurt, and y'all got to the Super Bowl on some bull. I wasn't even mad. It's part of football. It happens. It's messed up. We didn't get to see our team play at its best. But y'all couldn't even win with class. Y'all calling my phone, making all these videos.
Facts.
And after, not only did we lose all our quarterbacks, the rest was us through the game. And you deserve to be the same way. How does it feel to talk all that? And y'all were up at the half. Big. I know y'all was talking big at the half. Y'all lead that you had in the game was more of a glitch than what we thought that Tubi commercial was. Just like the Tubi commercial all us up.
It did.
Y'all was up by the end of the game. How does it feel? I'm so happy right now. I might not have been this happy if my 49ers won the Super Bowl. You deserve this more than anybody.
And he had 2 more minutes. He's actually traveling to Africa today. And he said he's looking forward to buying some Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl shirts. Which is just, it's just unbelievable. This day's going to be, I love today. I love it. I love Super Bowl 57. Look, listen, the disappointment at the NFC title game was all washed away.
Yes.
It was all washed away by 7:30 at night.
You know, like when you, like you're born again and like they splash you in the water and then they bring you up. That's the way I felt.
I feel baptized.
Exactly.
Baptized by football. And we go into the all season. Look, Kansas City wins.
It's like Righteous Gemstones. We need, what's the guy's name who's the head of the Righteous Gemstones? Come on, HBO. You guys haven't seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God! Keep going. Just keep
Too
going.
many shows.
Too many shows. Yeah, I don't have that time. You have a lot of time in your hands.
You're watching freaking Orlando Magic Hawks games. Shut up.
Locking in.
I'm a sport. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Like split back formation, like the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid going back to the pro set offense. Oh, I loved it. I loved every fit.
I'm rewatching Caleb Williams' high school tape.
I'm so fired up. I'm so fired up. You will not be able to turn me down today, tomorrow, Wednesday, all through the all season. You know why? Because Philadelphia will not be opening the season at home on that Thursday night game. That game will be played at Arrowhead Stadium. Why? Because the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. The Eagles blew a 10-point halftime lead. The second team in history.
Can I be fully honest?
What's up?
Also, you know what today is?
What's that?
Pitchers and catchers report.
Oh, I could care less. You just turned me down, dude.
What?
Gives a damn about that.
I do.
Who cares?
Baseball, baby.
Dude, it's
right around the corner.
Today?
I watched a WBC final game where Brandon Crawford was playing shortstop for the Giants, and what's the guy number 6? Stroman was on the mound pitching. They were showing old highlights, WBC. We got to get better, USC.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah.
Listen, USC, Volkanovski. That was a good fight.
Who won the Masvidal fight? I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
No, it was Volkanovski and Islam.
Oh, I thought it was Masvidal.
Won. Nah, Islam won.
That's next week?
I guess so. I don't know.
Islam
won.
Okay.
Actually paid for the fight while I took Lubman to the bar station after the game. He just hijacked the gatehouse. Just came by.
Oh.
We had a lot of fun, though. Listen.
I saw you. A lot of people were at the gatehouse on Saturday.
Yeah, it was a who's who.
It was an Odyssey sensation.
There you go. Shout out Kenny Wardell. Shout out Stacey Kaufman. What's opening day for baseball?
It's usually right around April 1st.
What's the exact date?
I'll look it up.
It's February
I bet it's March
13th.
29th, if I had to guess.
Why did I give a damn about pitchers and catchers returning? Boo-hoo. Nobody cares. The Eagles just lost the Super Bowl. In our Xfinity Fast 5 question, who's your Super Bowl MVP? Well, I can tell you who my Super Bowl MVP was.
April 7th.
April 7th. Okay. We got a long way
Start
away.
spreading the news. Giants will be in New York.
That's on March 30th. Come on, what's the guy that used to
what?
Center Field? Come on, one of my favorite songs. Put me in, coach. What's his name? Come on.
From what? Center fielder?
You know the song, John Fogerty. I was trying to think of the song. You don't know the song? Oh, God, yes.
Center field.
Yeah, center field.
Snitching music.
No, dog. Fogerty is not snitching music.
Spinoni, that's
when you
snitching
hear
music.
the song, you're going to think baseball. Pull that
Tell you
up.
what. Nobody is thinking about baseball right now. You know why, Shasky? You know why nobody's thinking about baseball?
I just pulled the guru, they said, on the text line, referencing something no one knows about and then blaming it on you guys. My bad.
Yesterday was such a great day. It's such a great day of my life.
Okay.
Maybe Chaz being bored, meeting Anna. What else?
You're digging a big hole here. You're all alone.
Steph
I
Curry
am not going to name my favorite days of my life.
Boston, TD Garden. All right. This day, yesterday, is a top 10 day of my life.
The day you got the NBC spot.
Well, that was a good day. That's a good day as well.
Yeah.
I didn't know I'd be in Dior's, but man, that was a great day. The day I got hired in 95-70 game. The day Shasky and Bonte paired up for overtime.
Good day.
It was a great day.
Yeah.
Yesterday was one of the
The
ones.
day you broke your chair.
Yeah, I broke my chair.
Broadcasting from home. That's got to be up
But
there.
it doesn't compare to Monday morning. What is
Losing in
today?
the NFC Championship game,
February
even though it was a
13th.
great day until the end.
Monday morning, February 13th. There ain't many better days as the Eagle fans out there in Philadelphia are calling in sick for work, depressed, bitching and moaning about a holding call. A legal holding call. Don't cry more. Cry more. Send me all your tears. Send it via DHL, UPS, FedEx. I don't give a damn. Just send them to me because I will relish in them all off season. Nick and Berkeley started off. Fast 5. Let's go.
Hey, yo, man, Eagle fans, you guys are the biggest losers and the biggest frauds I've ever met. You're so tough. You never even set a feet at Candlestick Park when I was there, so come back out here and try to do that. Let me tell you something, man. It was the greatest Super Bowl ever that the Niners weren't in, and everything that the caller said and y'all said, I've been feeling it, man. I'm telling you right now. I was tickled yesterday. I was laughing so hard when Patrick Mahomes was running like an old man on ice skates, dancing through the line like 5 miles an hour. It was awesome, man. Eagle fans, just go away and be quiet because your whole town is a bunch of losers. Go hang out with the Phillies for a minute.
Let's go.
I love how petty we've become. It's so good.
Bo in Sacramento.
What up?
Bo, what's happening? Bo, talk to me. Xfinity
God, I
Fast
needed that
5.
win.
What up, boys? I'm from the Bay. I live in Sacramento. My lifelong best friend's a diehard Eagles fan. He did not talk shit to me.
The swearing on the show. It's just
this is an all-timer. It's like 4 today.
This is
we're even spelling it out too. It's like, oh my, can't do that either. By the way, people.
Hey, from now on, we need the on old rap CDs, the parental advisory explicit lyrics label. We need that on our YouTube page, only for our show.
This is wild, man. This is wild. Milan in the Bay Area. Milan, clean it up, Milan. What's happening?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now, Verizon.
Baby.
Hey, you guys are welcome. You guys are welcome. I'm a longtime Chiefs fan, born and raised in Overland Park, Kansas.
Oh, nice.
I've been in the Bay Area for 20 years. Been listening to you guys all season, trying to figure out the right time to give you guys a call. You guys have been great, but want to say welcome to you guys. We took care of them for you guys.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kansas City. I was still bitter at Kansas City, not just the Super Bowl loss, but, Mark, they killed Mac Dre. So, I always had like this thing with Kansas City.
Yeah.
And now I'm willing to lift the embargo.
You know what? Whitley Sandretto, our digital manager here at 95.7 The Game, Whitley, go out there and celebrate.
Oh,
Pop that champagne.
Yeah, she will.
Have a couple glasses for Joe and I, okay? Please. We're so proud of you. Everybody kids, way to come through. Way to come through. That was Xfinity Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity Fast 5, of course, supercharger home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Spinoni, do we got one more troll before we get Willard and Dibs in here? Can we troll him just one more time?
Dibs.
What should we do? Should we sing the song again? Should we play Ryan Davis? What should we do, Spinoni? What do you tell me what we should do, London?
I think we should sit on the remote like that Tubi commercial. Change the channel.
I think we should play the
everyone think the
Cataldi
same
rant.
thing?
That
One more time.
almost sent
I
our
went
party
crazy.
into a tailspin.
So I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
I
well,
thought I was sitting on the remote.
My
I yelled.
boys were there, so my
Thank you.
8-year-old was there, and everybody was looking at him immediately. They're Junior, sit on the remote. Like everybody ran straight over to him. I'm like, he's like, what? I'm just, oh my gosh, that freaked everybody out. Sorry, Bonte. Go ahead.
No, one more time, Spinoni. One more troll.
How does that happen in the Super Bowl?
Red zone touch.
How does it happen in the Super Bowl? Where are they going? And the fact that they beat you twice on the same play, run on both sides.
That was amazing.
That is a complete indictment of the coaching that they didn't fix the first miscommunication. Jonathan Gannon has been a weak spot on the team all year, and you just saw the end result.
Haven't they been great?
That's how it ends when you have a coach who is not coaching to the style of the talent he was given, who is still terrified of the big play, even though there's nobody on the other side of the ball who can make a big play.
Wow. Unbelievable.
It's the beauty of a city like Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You can have a season like that, and you're still tied with 11 seconds to go, and the next day, here comes Cataldi with, I've been telling you all year that this team stinks.
16-3.
I've been telling you all year that we got problems that we can't get over.
77.
It's hysterical,
They haven't trailed all
It's
postseason
hysterical.
until the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl.
76.
That was the most
76.
incredible stat.
No sacks
And I'm
yesterday.
like, I said to him, I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I knew they had a great year, but like, oh man, they didn't. The Niners weren't leading at any point. The Giants weren't leading at any point. Like, wow, I don't know. That blew me away.
Well, those columns, when the Chiefs and Eagles, they put that graphic up where they've scored the exact amount of points.
Crazy.
They got the exact same record.
Exactly
They got the
at
exact
halftime,
same
yeah.
number of all pros. And at the end of the game, you're like, it's 35-35.
Perfect.
I'm like,
was a great
holy
game.
smokes.
Great game.
Yeah,
great
it's
game. And Angelo misses out on the two biggest plays of the game, which were the Jalen Hurts fumble 6.
Thank you.
And the punt return
Thank
for
you.
an almost
Thank you.
touchdown.
Thank
so
you.
You can talk about Andy Reid out coaching Sirianni and the defense on those two plays. And yes, they did. They ran the same play twice.
Wide open. In the red zone.
Beyond wide open.
But-
so wide open. But to me, the game turned on those other
Totally
two plays
agree. Right.
where
Totally
Well,
agree.
that's
think
where
about
the game switched.
Before the fumble, that at 3rd and 1,
Yes.
they were set up in the rugby formation to get the quarterback sneak.
And the false start.
And it was a false start. Nobody remembers that. And then they push
No,
it
of
back
course,
5
of
yards,
course.
and then Jalen Hurts fumbles. They had an automatic first down, and next thing you know, boom, boom, you get a penalty.
Right.
And next thing you know, Kansas City's tying the football game up on the next play. That was huge.
And that rugby formation will go away.
Thank you.
As
It's
will,
gotta.
and they're going to switch the roster thing to where they're going to bring back the emergency third, I believe.
So
because
that guy
nobody wants
doesn't
to see
count.
that.
He has to like it'll be like a exemption spot where he has to dress but doesn't go against
I
your.
think so.
I think you're
I
right
think
too.
so.
The rugby play thing. Okay, so I understand we got rid of the bush. Thank you. It's not in the spirit of football. We're going to fight for every blade of grass, but then let me allow a lineman or a running back to come flying in and blot a guy. We've got to also protect these defensive players. Was McDuffie, number 21, got blown up by Kelsey. And I'm like, dude, you're going to kill one of these DBs having one of these linemen coming in late. They've got to be protected as well. It's impossible to play defense.
And it's just a stupid play. I mean, honestly, like the optics of it, it's, okay, here's the QB. And if they're smart, they would put 2 bigger guys behind him, at least 1 bigger guy. You could put 5 guys behind him, and we're just going to push him and lift him.
Thank you.
And why don't we get to the point where we just actually physically pick him up and throw him? We just propel him, right?
Well, Chris Jones met him on one play.
Exactly.
Chris Jones met him in the middle on one play.
He did.
And stopped him. And then, but because forward momentum and everything else, and they keep pushing him, I'm like, this is
and there's no leverage when Chris Jones is in the air.
Unbelievable.
He hit him, but it's like they got like 700 pounds pushing behind him.
All right, real quick, you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMG FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. One thing I want to know is with Watch Party Willard, who showed up to the watch party?
Well,
great question.
There's a couple things to mention here. First of all, Guru was a show. Guru was a show.
As in he showed up or he was on fire?
He was there early.
On time, except for the fact that he did go to the wrong house. And I do want everybody to take a moment.
Lay off.
I want everyone to take a moment to picture a little old lady around the corner opening the door to find a 6'4" black man in a Micah Parsons jersey and a 12-pack of Modelo standing there looking at her, going, "Where's the refrigerator? Let's go, lady. It's party time." And the greatest thing is, she's like, "Oh, well, it's great that you're here. Like, I'll take the beer." Funniest story of the day. But anyway, Guru did end up finding his way to the correct house.
It was a MapQuest fail because he had the wrong address.
MapQuest? What year is this?
Thank you.
2002?
He put the wrong address in.
MapQuest.
Yeah, he put the wrong address in.
I could have gone, what's that, with the old guide that we all had? The Thomas guide. Thank you.
Thomas
guide.
Guide.
It was a Thomas guide failure.
Oh, my gosh.
My grandfather used to have it highlighted, all the different routes, and they'd be like, pink for some, yellow for others, and we would go through, get me my map, and it would be in the front glove box.
Totally.
Oh, my God.
Remember, and with MapQuest, we used to have to go to MapQuest
and print it out.
Yes. Exactly. So,
and then it would print out all the ads at the bottom.
Oh my gosh!
Out of ink. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
So Guru was a show and a strong presence the entire time. E-Dog, Evan Giddings.
Oh yeah,
made a performance.
Nice.
Program director Matt Nahagian for the first half. I think he had some kid duties, some people to pick up for the second half. So he was there for half.
Did he wear a Philly jersey?
He did not. He was rooting very hard against the Eagles.
Oh, good.
So as was almost everybody in the room. But that brings me to the final 95-7, the game entrant into the party, and it was none other than Dan Dibley.
It's an upset.
Who made it to the party. However, it's also an upset that I've taken this long to throw you under the bus, because listening to the two of you all morning with your joy,
we're so happy.
Exuding this joy that the Bay Area is eating with a spoon like a bowl of cereal today.
Yes.
This man standing right here who is wearing a green jacket today,
it's coincidence.
This man was a hardcore Eagles presence in the room the entire day.
Did you bet on them?
An antagonization sensation to everybody else in the room, constantly either rooting for the Eagles or the refs after every play, all the way until the end when suddenly he didn't like the refs anymore.
Did you see the jersey exchange at the end of the game?
No.
Missed it.
It was the lead official with Patrick Mahomes. They exchanged jerseys.
Well, that's not bad. It's a solid 4. But in terms of the officials,
Tibbs was there. What'd you have? 3 Trulies?
Yeah, we'll call it 3.
Okay,
we'll call it 3. Plus another 7, in the pregame. But
he tore it all in there.
Couple of things to that. As far as antagonizing goes, you and the majority of your Chiefs fans, the amount of begging for every call, all I provided was an official's perspective. And by the way, I had every single call right. I thought the last penalty in real time, I thought it was ticky-tack. But upon further review,
he got him twice.
He got him.
Yeah, exactly.
He got him. He grabbed him.
Exactly.
It was a hold. It was a good call.
I agree.
So Philly fan, and I'm glad that Angelo Cataldi, I didn't hear the whole thing, but hopefully he's not along with all the rest of the Eagles fans saying, "Oh, you changed the game." It was a hold.
Oh no, he's with them. He's saying that all morning long. It was
Of course he is.
And this is
and
last
I
week of
probably
radio.
would be in the same boat if I was an Eagle fan.
It was not a bad call. Now, should it have been called in that moment? That's iffy. But in a game where they let a lot go.
Agreed.
I thought in the moment it wasn't callable, but when I've looked at it more and more and you hear the
Pereira
player,
said it best. When you watch the whole play, if you're the official and you're watching it, the guy cuts to the inside, he hooks him, then grabs him the second time. To me, it's the totality of the whole thing. Then you got to throw.
And the official doesn't watch what happens after that.
Exactly.
His job is to watch the contact, and he throws it.
I thought I was really impressed. I know you guys played it too. I was very impressed by the way James Bradbury handled this in the locker room.
Like a pro.
Very, very cool.
Totally agree.
To just say, look, it was tight, and I was hopeful that they wouldn't call it, but they did, and they're not wrong for calling it. A
lot of class.
It's a hold, and when you've got an activated drunk fan base who I'm sure is going to roll right over that and not even hear it, that's good. That still is going to go a long way to tap down people's complaints to think that somehow Philly got jobbed. And so that's what I was saying all last night. Like, first of all, don't say that it was a bad call. And secondly, don't do the I also heard this, but it was uncatchable. That does not apply to holding.
Nope, does
that
not.
applies to pass interference only. So you got to take your officiating conversation out of the result of this game.
I want to ask Dibs, why were you rooting for the Eagles?
I just thought they would win, so I was rooting for my prediction.
Got it.
And and that's the way it goes when you're totally neutral. And I was not there getting thrown hot dogs upon me and beer and all the rest of it. And you guys did a great job this morning of Grudge Radio. Grudge Radio here on 95.7 The Game was never better.
Wow.
So when you're watching the game as a neutral, and I'm a neutral, and yes, I'm a Niner fan, but a lot of people talk about, do you want the team to beat you, to be the champs? That way you could say that you were second best and whatnot.
Both teams beat us.
I thought
like a drum.
I thought that Philadelphia was the better team, and you watch the first half and you say, "Oh my God, Philadelphia's the better team.
Yeah.
This game's going to be somewhat of a blowout." And then you get to the second half, and the Chiefs march down and score. I'm glad that it was a good game.
I thought it was going to be a blowout. I thought the Eagles were going to blow them out. That was my prediction. I thought the defensive line would take over the football game. And when they were up 10 at the half, I said, boy, if Kansas City doesn't score coming out of half, this game is over.
Well, that's
It's
the
done.
big thing that shocked me is what you guys talked about is no sacks. And
No sacks.
They weren't even close.
And you
but
know
also
what?
the run game.
And I blame the
Pacheco
D
ran hard.
coordinator because they never changed it up. They never brought additional pressure.
Hassan Reddick was on the outside,
They never heated up Mahomes.
No.
They never brought 5 or 6.
There was a couple of really brilliant blitz calls on third down to send linebackers from different angles to just at least get Mahomes out of the pocket.
I did hear Jeff Schwartz, who's a great Bay Area sports fan, by the way, but a former offensive lineman. I heard him say this before the game. He did say, everybody's talking about the Eagles' defensive line, and there's no doubt the Eagles' defensive line, we know, right? They're very good. He goes, but people forget, the Chiefs have 2 All-Pros on their offensive line.
Right.
Exactly. Like, this is a big-on-big matchup, and the Chiefs, they won it going away. Their offensive line was fantastic in this football game.
And in the run game, they averaged
That too.
6.1 yards a carry. Now, obviously, it's a little inflated with the Mahomes scramble, but Pacheco ran hard.
But the Eagles' numbers are inflated because of Hurts. Their running backs did
Well, think about what they
nothing.
did.
I thought Gabe should have touched the ball more because he was a big X factor in the other game.
He only had 21 yards on 7 carries.
I know, but Sanders wasn't giving them no juice.
Miles Sanders had nothing.
Even with Jalen Hurts, and by the way, that's graphic that just showed up on SportsCenter, 80% of his passes completed from the pocket. So Robbie Gold should probably just be quiet about Jalen Hurts being a quarterback.
They all should be quiet.
That was
no doubt about it. But the Eagles only ran for 3.6 yards a carry.
Yeah.
And I thought that would be up around 5.5 yards.
And how many
carry.
carries? I know you have the stats up there. Like 22?
Yeah,
20. They abandoned the run way too early.
Totally
I thought.
agree.
They did.
So the Mahomes thing's interesting to me. We're celebrating LeBron James,
32
and like
carries.
once you saw LeBron, unless you're Skip Bayless, when you're doing a shtick, like we all realize, like, wow, I'm watching somebody who's pretty freaking unique.
Right.
I know, like, Brady's got a more comprehensive resume. I know that Joe Montana does as well, and I'm not saying that his resume is there yet, but I feel like I'm watching the best, most talented quarterback I've ever seen in my life in real time. And I thought it was Elway. What's Mahomes' weaknesses? What's his weakness?
He's 27.
Yeah.
What's his weakness, Dibs?
The number one thing that popped to mind, because I'm with you, Joe. Like, even though there was
incredible,
there were, and the Chiefs you don't get the dynasty label yet, but they're on the doorstep now. And so look at Montana and look at Brady. and this does feel different. It feels more NBA-ish. It feels individual.
Like he's in control. It
feels like it does in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like if you have Jordan, you're going to be there in the end. If you got LeBron, you're going to be there in the end. You may not win it every year, and it feels that way about Mahomes. Like, go back to the beginning of the year. Oh, they lost Tyreek Hill. The offense is going to be different. And actually,
they're better.
No receiver stood up.
No.
None of them. Kelsey, but no wide receiver.
Kelsey's so sick.
No wide receiver ever.
He's got Valdez-Scantling as a number 2.
And by the way,
Smith-Schuster.
I think Kadarius Toney, I think he's going to be that guy next year.
Yeah, he's nice.
You know,
but he didn't do a lot in the pass game.
He was targeted one time, and he scored a touchdown. But and he had the punt return. But my point is that Patrick Mahomes feels like Jordan, like Tiger, like LeBron.
It feels like LeBron to me because LeBron won with Wade and Bosch, and then Mahomes won with, like you said, Tyreek Hill and the team that they had. Yeah. And now you got Travis Kelce, but now you've got Kadarius Toney, who's J.R. Smith. And you've got
Pacheco's a 7th rounder.
Dude, I mean,
he's got incredible.
He's got next to nothing. And by the way,
Sky Moore.
Andy Reid, I don't know if there's a bouquet big enough to give him the flowers that he deserves.
So good.
That second half turned because Andy Reid went in the lab. He wasn't watching
the first drive.
in the second trimester.
The first drive was clinical. 3 minutes,
the whole thing.
Down. They went right down. They scored right away, and everyone said the same thing. Uh-oh. Like, if you're an Eagle fan, you had to say, uh-oh, because they scored immediately.
Well, no, but you know what? Philly got the ball back and went on a 7-minute and change drive,
and
but they held them to 3. That was the biggest thing. They held them to 3 after all that clock. I was like, wow, there's only going to be one possession for each team in this quarter. This is an advantage Philly if they score 6. They didn't score the 6. They got the 3.
They got the 3.
Boom.
So E-Dog and I were the only, and I'm not going to say I'm a Philly fan, but he and I were the only ones in the room who wanted Philly to win. So every time Philly had the ball,
was rubbing off on E, huh?
Every time Philly had the ball and they get to a third down, E would put up the 4.
Oh,
he's 4 down territory, and he's right.
Yeah.
It was 4 down territory until you got into that second half. And then Sirianni got a little year to the turtle.
Wow.
He turtled up a little bit.
He did.
He's so arrogant.
It's not good that you're sick of him already because he's only been here for 5 minutes.
No, but he's screaming and yelling at the sidelines.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Crying in the anthem.
You're not even the play caller. You lost play calling duties, and then everyone feels he's recreating offensive football. He's the next Bill Walsh, and I'm like, timeout. You couldn't even get a play in on time. You've won at now 2 playoff games. I'm not saying you're not good. Can you win one Super Bowl before we say you're the next Bill Walsh?
This is what
that really triggered
with him.
me.
This is what ticked me off with him.
Back to Grudge Radio. I love it.
He did the same thing Sean McVay did. They were up 38-7 against the New York Giants. They're up 31-7.
Chest bumping.
Gainwell goes to scores. They go up 38-7. Could have been Boston Scott, whoever it was. He runs into the end zone. It's 38-7 in the playoff game. You don't think Brian Daboll from the Giants is going to remember that, saying, "Oh, that's what you're doing up 38-7 in a playoff game? You're running into the end zone to celebrate with your teammate, with your players? Okay, let me bookmark that.
Totally
I'll remember
agree.
that for next season."
And you talk about windows and
incompletions.
windows closing. So Jalen Hurts is going to get paid. He's going to get paid $30-35 million a year.
He
and
was
they have,
incredible.
They have all these free agents.
24.
Yeah. So
Important
what's Philly
ones.
going to be next year? I mean,
they've got a couple
it's a
picks,
total
though.
rebuild.
What's Kansas City going to be? They have 11 picks and a slew of cash, baby. Pocket full
Yeah,
of money.
Kansas City set up.
They're set up
this
to
was
dominate.
the year. If you were just taking a step back, you're like, this is their most vulnerable, and yet they still reel out a championship.
So as this got thrown at me last night, though, here's where the 49ers play into this. And this is why things are so urgent to me. And this is why 9 days from now is freaking nerve-wracking, because I'm going to go in there on that elbow and find out if it is exactly, as okay as they think it is, and is he going to be ready in August, and whatever happens at the 49er quarterback position. Because buddy of mine goes, Patrick Mahomes is now, all right, we're going to call him Michael Jordan. He goes, but Jalen Hurts actually has an easier road to get back to a Super Bowl sooner than Mahomes.
Because of the NFC.
Well, just think about it. Let's say Aaron Rodgers leaves the conference, and I don't even care if he doesn't. How hard is it just right now? Okay, there's Jalen Hurts. Who's the second best quarterback in the conference?
Brock Purdy.
Okay. The names that you can, he's laughing.
I don't know if
he's
I'm ready to say
laughing,
that.
but here's the thing.
I'd say Stafford.
Your options.
I know, but
he might be done.
He's the most accomplished, though. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to give him his respect.
Listen to how quickly we get to these names.
Is a lot better.
Right? Like Dak, Kirk Cousins, Goff, Stafford. If Brock Purdy's a real thing.
Who knows?
Look how quickly you get to
Danny Dimes.
I know.
So in other words, the NFC is never, ever going to be this available.
Yeah.
There's only like 2 or 3 even viable teams right now. The 49ers have got to get this done soon because it's not going to stay like this. Teams are going to go get quarterbacks. They're going to draft quarterbacks.
Well, we'll see what happens with Lamar. He might jump conferences.
I doubt it.
I know,
Baltimore's going to get that figured out. They don't have a choice.
They're $100 million off. I don't know. There's something's
They'll
weird
get
there.
it figured out.
Or I think he ends up in Miami. I think he could be really Tyreek
But it
Hill,
is a good
Jalen
point,
Waddle,
and
all
I
that
agree with
speed.
you. The Brock, and this is the other part on the Brock, because I thought you were going more money-wise. When I look at what Kansas City, Mahomes is so good, it doesn't even matter. Like, we all, like, whatever they're paying him, it's still value at the position.
Yeah.
Whereas
Still
whenever you
underpaid.
pay these other guys like Dak, it's not value at the position. It actually is hampering your opportunities to win because he's making all the money and you have to make tough decisions elsewhere.
But put Mahomes aside and like Josh Allen and Burrow, they're elite.
Yeah, they're very
If
unique.
you can have a rookie on a rookie deal,
Yes.
Jalen Hurts, you can build around him and you can do that. So that's what Mark's point, I think, is really appropriate in terms of Brock Purdy. What's Brock Purdy going to be in August? Is it going to be no Brock this year?
August
is Brock
feels aggressive.
Well, August does feel
I
aggressive.
don't even if it's the most simple procedure to me, get it right because the last thing they need is a young guy getting hurt.
I don't think
we
it does
haven't
feel
mentioned,
aggressive, though.
But no, one thing Trey Lance, you better get him up to speed.
Exactly.
Trey Lance has another opportunity
On a rookie deal.
On a rookie deal, and can Trey Lance replicate what Jalen Hurts did this season? Can he? I don't know.
That feels very far-fetched right now.
that's a lot.
I don't know. It's a lot to ask.
I mean, Jalen had a monster season. And they're very different players. Jalen's played a lot of football.
Yes.
Trey has not. They have elite weapons that really complement his skill set. Jalen, because we always do this. Oh, Josh Allen improved year to year. Jalen Hurts improved year over year. A lot of guys don't. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. They're
there's
unique.
also
Trey hasn't played.
Right. There's also
Trey hasn't played to improve.
but there's also organizational structure. Like,
Exactly.
and I know you guys know this. Like, we all talk to people. The 49ers think Brock is their guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they're at.
And that could be a mistake.
So whether or not it's a mistake, obviously time will tell. Health for both of them, but that's what the 49ers think right now.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did Brock hit his ceiling this season? And if he didn't, where can he go?
I
Where
mean-
can he go? Because what I watched last night, I don't know if Brock Purdy can touch that.
I don't know how we could say someone hit their ceiling 8 games in. You
But
got to
let's
get
say he
better.
did hit his ceiling.
You got to get better.
Is that good enough?
Jimmy did.
If he did hit his ceiling,
right.
I think it is good enough.
He never
based on what
lost.
Shanahan does
It's good
with
enough to
his
get past that
offense.
Chiefs team.
Yes, absolutely.
We're different.
Absolutely.
They're structured different than other teams. They
Exactly.
don't need their guy carrying them that way.
So here's a good question. Kyle brought this up yesterday based on 73 points. I think second highest scoring Super Bowl of all time, by the way. If Jet McKinnon goes in, that becomes the
smart.
highest scoring Super Bowl ever. Previous one was when Steve Young beat the Chargers, by the way. But anyway.
What was that? 49-26?
49-26. Yeah.
Oh, it's 26.
So
Stan Humphries, Natron Means.
So he
Rodney
asked,
Harrison, Junior Seau.
Chill.
old phrase, is it still true?
Sean Jefferson.
Defense wins championships. And so if it's not true anymore, are the 49ers structured accurately in that they're like if the 49ers had been in this game against the Chiefs, if they had been in this game against the Chiefs, what would it have looked like? You're not going to probably outscore them 41-38. You're going to try to beat the Chiefs.
I think our secondary is better than the Chiefs'
I
secondary.
do too, but we tried that
I know.
3 years ago
I
and the
know.
dam broke in the fourth
Tried
quarter.
it 10 weeks ago.
And they dropped
Damn broke.
44 on it. Number one defense in the league.
So like, and I, you know,
So you
know
got to
the,
keep up with them.
And it felt like a track meet at the end. They could have scored 50 in that
They
game.
could have. They tried to.
The way
Tampa Bay,
still throwing up
Tampa Bay
21.
beat them, giving up 9 points just a few years ago.
But both of their tackles
But
literally
yeah,
were out.
their
for,
offensive line was in
it
shambles.
was, yeah, they lost.
We broke that
their
game
whole
down. It was like,
line.
dude,
that's
he's not going to
why.
have time.
That's why the Chiefs. They're like, look, we don't need Tyreek
No.
Hill. We need offensive linemen.
Exactly.
And look what happened.
And they're smart with that.
All right, what else you guys got coming up today?
I don't know what's
I
going
mean,
on.
well,
there.
first of all, yeah,
Myers is speaking at 11 o'clock.
and we'll carry it
flex
live.
moment of the
Okay,
day.
Bob Myers live on
Yeah,
95.7 the game, 11 o'clock.
Bob Myers at 11 o'clock. We'll carry that whole thing. I don't know what you got. I mean, definitely, it's going to be almost all Super Bowl.
Can I
but
be honest?
The GP2 thing plays today. Like, I think people have questions. There's frustrations. This whole thing got so weird.
I'm red flagged it
so fast.
Do I think they're a better team today, moving off of Wiseman? Absolutely. Long term, I think this is a bad move for them. I'm ready to say that right now. There's just bad vibes with this whole thing. It doesn't sit well with me. Gary, the Portland, and the Warriors. The whole thing's I got bad juju with this one. I don't know. I can't even put my finger on exactly what it is.
I think I could help you with it.
What's that?
There's an aspect of why they still went through with the deal, which is just about money.
No, I don't know about just money. I also think you can't.
There's an aspect. I
agree with that.
There's an aspect, right?
Yeah,
like when they saved a bunch of money,
right,
by getting rid of James Wiseman. They saved a bunch of money, and
but the whole notion of they got better today with the trade, they actually didn't get better.
If he
with
plays,
the
they
trade.
did.
You
If
got
he
rid of a
plays,
guy, and you got a guy who's not going to play.
For some time. Well,
so
then
you
they didn't
traded
get worse.
You traded a DNP for a guy who is wait for it. Can't play a DNP.
Okay, but couldn't I argue, and I think the Warriors would, and I know no fan wants to hear this.
Bob Myers at 11.
You saved a bunch of money.
Sure.
Plus, GP2's on a 3-year deal. So you now have him going forward also.
Have we seen the best of GP2?
Maybe.
Probably.
I mean, we definitely have. But
5 or 6 surgeries.
Probably. Can he replicate it?
And when I'm looking at the Western Conference, is GP2 making a difference against Kevin Durant in Phoenix? Is he making a difference against Kyrie Irving in Dallas?
But if he was able to play like right now, starting here, let's go GP2.
Yeah, I like GP2.
At least you feel like you have another piece of the rotation. But you did not get another piece of the rotation.
And
you got damaged goods.
And Wiseman,
Portland clowned you by sending you damaged goods.
Not only that, I don't even know where to go with this one.
There's so much more to this story.
There's so much more. Wiseman, I don't think he's going to be a bad player in the future. I think they gave up on Wiseman a little too early.
I'm with B on that.
I think Steve Kerr mismanaged the youngsters early in the season. He should have been playing them.
That's a take for a year from now.
Time will tell.
Time will tell.
I'm on the other side of the fence than you are in terms of Wiseman.
Right.
I think Wiseman's closer to Anthony Randolph than he is to Chris Bosh or
He's
Jermaine
already
O'Neal.
shown more than Anthony Randolph, but I see the comparison.
But I'm saying that he's going to be. I think he's closer to 2 years, and he's out of the league.
The question is simply going to be: do we get to a point someday where the Warriors regret letting him go? And I will bet no. I will bet that this does not turn into anything that the Warriors someday regret.
And if I think if they would have regretted it, they would have rescinded this trade. If they got damaged goods, and if they really felt like, man, maybe we shouldn't have got rid of James, they would have reversed this deal.
I think it was the lesser of the evils dealing with, because you have real people involved here. Walking James back into this locker after
do that.
Steph Curry.
Come on back, James.
After Steph Curry puts out like a slide montage on Instagram welcoming Gary Payton back.
Right.
I just don't think you could do that.
Remember the Lamar Odom deal with Dallas and the Lakers? And it had to get undone, and Lamar, he couldn't do it.
Exactly.
He couldn't, it really ended up, my gosh, his
D'Lo
life.
trying to walk
his
back
life
into that
spiraled
Laker
out of control.
Laker locker room after he did what he did with Nick.
Nick Young.
Yeah, Nick Young. I was trying to think of Swish.
By the way, GP2 out tonight with right adductor soreness. Thought it just.
It's going to be out for quite
At least
some time.
they have Iguodala, right? Coming back from the
Iguodala.
But I love all the reports.
I can't help it.
I think there were some reporters in the market who really embarrassed themselves with some of the tweets and some of the reports over the weekend. The Warriors,
call them out.
They told you. No, I'm not going to do that.
It's radio bot.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm going to be cool here. I'm going to be cool.
So you want to go to war?
No, I don't want to go to war right now. Not right now. Vacation's coming up soon. Listen, the GP2 stuff, if the Warriors wanted to rescind it, they would have done it right away.
Friday.
When he felt
exactly.
Well,
that to me was like,
that tells me all you need to know about how they feel about Wiseman.
Exactly.
As soon as you saw GP in the stands, I'm like, oh, well, he's not.
Sitting next to
Mike Dunleavy.
Of course he's staying.
Of
course he's staying. So, no, I want to know. You don't have to name anybody, but what was
people
embarrassing?
Were like, what's going to happen? Oh, my gosh, the Warriors. I just saw a lot of just. I don't even want to get into it.
Pontification.
I will say this.
I don't want to get into it.
I'm tat on your way out of town.
I am officially triggered by the phrase pending physical.
Oh my God, I'm with you.
I'm
never taking it for granted
good
again.
Lord.
For the rest
have
of my
you ever
life,
thought of this? A 1-2 punch within
Totally.
6 weeks of each other?
Totally.
To have the Correa and GP2 thing happen to the same market, pending physical. God.
Speaking of which,
Portland feel?
Did you see what today is?
Their credibility got
totally
questioned.
Totally.
Portland,
pitchers and catchers.
Not just credibility, like the way. I mean, this was this was not fair to GP2, the way that, the way they're handling him and his body. But what were you going to say?
No.
He was saying pitchers and catchers, and he got a
nobody gives a
Heisman
damn.
from me.
Yeah, nobody gives a damn. Come on.
I mean, nobody gets that till April 29th.
Yes, people
or March
do.
29th.
But people do care.
Speaking of which,
garlic fries and broken guys.
Do you care about pitchers and catchers?
No, I could give a rat's behind.
Care about
It's
baseball.
February 13th.
Care about baseball.
I care about baseball, too.
I love baseball.
I love baseball. I
It's
don't love
February
Giants
13th.
baseball.
I'm more concerned with
I don't
my
love Giants
Valentine's
baseball.
plans.
I watch all the teams. When you guys are I told them about the Atlanta Braves 2 years ago, Trey Turner.
I got that MLB league
I'm telling you
pass.
what, Lubman met somebody.
What's it called?
Lubman met somebody over the weekend, producer Lubman, and they said, why does Bonte hate baseball? Why does he hate the Giants? Damn it, I love baseball. That's one of the big dude. Come on, man. I don't stick with the Giants.
One at a time.
The Giants
One at a
stink.
time.
The Giants are
Let him
boring.
finish.
So what did I do?
Let him
MLB
finish.
League Pass.
I can't let him
MLB
finish.
Pass.
It's at the buzzer. I heard you earlier say, might have been Friday, I don't even want to take my vacation. I'm so in on blah, blah, blah. If you want to rescind your vacation, I'll take it for you.
You can take it at the same time. We don't work on a safe show.
That's a good point.
There's a lot
I got stretch
of
4
people-
coming.
I got asked to work an extra hour on President's Day, and I'm looking around and I asked him, so how many people were out? Oh, nobody. I'm like, well, I'll find out on next Monday who's out. I'm looking around this room. It got real quiet.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
you're
here.
with me?
Am I?
Thanks, Jerry
Nobody has
Maguire.
said anything to
Wait,
me
how many
about
days you
anything.
taking? You're not taking no days off?
No, why? I mean, I just had a cabin.
When is President's Day? Is that next Monday?
When
Yeah.
we
I'll be
celebrate
here.
Millard Fillmore,
I'll be here.
I don't work. Okay? I'm out.
Gotcha.
Willard Fillmore. Oh, Millard
Shit,
Fillmore.
boy.
Sorry.
You're going to get yours coming up.
Let's get up out of here, man. The Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce a February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's live now through Sunday, February 19th. They have a wide variety of items up for the auction, including signed jerseys, tickets for games, and even a chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions.
The Morning Roast is the best way to start your day.
You just not going to touch Andre Iguodala, take it up a roster spot?
I'm glad you brought him up. You know how many games he's played this year?
4?
3.
Oh, it's wrong.
I'm glad you brought him up.
Wow.
3 games. And we all love Iggy, but like, if you're going to do the roster spot thing, like, come on. Come
I
on,
want
people.
Iguodala.
Come on, people.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Planning for an upcoming trip? It's important to know that updated COVID-19 boosters are currently available at no cost to you. Remember that immunity could take time to build. Check eligibility and schedule at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever.
Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite O3 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Their long time.
Here we go. Hurts as all day. Now some rushers come. Going to throw it as far as his arm can take it, which is well short. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Well, that call is from Fox Sports, and that's a wrap on the NFL season. Willard and Dibs today, sponsored in part by Pfizer. Glad you're with us. YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line, and our phone lines here ready for you. We're not doing any guests today. You're the guest. 888-957-9570. You can be our guest today on our Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's just start this the way it needs to be started, though, Dibs. Thank you for coming yesterday, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It was great to have you there. That ended up being a nice little 95-7 The Game celebration sensation, And
that's $1, and you should pay it as much money as you made. Good Lord. Nothing worse than a host winning his own pool.
You know, there's no cover charge, so you get what you get. You don't get upset, okay?
Yeah, I'm not upset. Fun time, the lovely Christy, the hostess with the mostest.
She can do the dang thing,
And honestly, in terms of like Super Bowl party population, that's what I'm looking for. It was, I think at the most, there was 12 to 14.
12, 13, something like that.
We got down to about 9 to 11 at the end of the game. I like to have a chair or not a chair. I stood, I sat, I ate, I drank, I arrived, I left. It was a perfect Super Bowl party.
Well, and
other than the fact that I didn't win any money.
Yeah, your presence was a part of that, except for you lost your soul by rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles the whole time.
Fine with that.
Well, and I thought for a minute that we were going to have a show today unlike any other in the history of our world.
Hello, friends.
Because I thought for a second that we were going to have a show for the first time where Dan Dibley came in and blamed it on the refs.
Well,
there was a moment.
There was
a moment where it looked like you were getting ready with your takes.
I was hot.
You were getting ready.
I was hot.
Warming them up.
And, you know, it's nice to be able to have perspective between a call and a show, and I had more than 12 hours. And when the player himself, Bradbury, comes out and says, yeah, I held, it makes it a little bit easier for me to back off. But in the moment, when the flag came in, because it's third down, and we know that Kansas City's going to kick a field goal, and they're going to take the lead. And as a football fan, you want to see Jalen Hurts get one last crack at it with no timeouts. Can he lead them down? Can they tie it up? Can we get overtime? I was into it. I was into overtime. I was into the chance of Philadelphia having one last crack at it, and to have it like really result in an official's call made me feel bad in the moment. But the more you look at the call, the play, yes, he held. The official called it. The player admitted he held. I don't think that flag has any bearing on, you know, the takeaway from a great game.
I thought the Super Bowl was clean, and I don't mean that just from the officiating standpoint. I thought this was clean. You had a 38-35 game. You had quarterback play that was at a very high level on both sides. You had high scoring. You had drama. I don't think, you're never going to have a football game where there aren't calls that you question. And, we get how calls work. There's a reason why in the house we were in yesterday, everybody who was rooting for the Chiefs thought Dallas Goedert didn't catch the ball.
Exactly.
And everybody who was rooting for the Eagles thought he did. That's the human weakness.
Right. And those of us who root for the refs applauded them for getting it right.
Yeah, you just root for the refs, so it doesn't matter.
They were great all night. They got all of those close calls correct.
They were fine. They were fine.
Elite.
They did not become the story, and that's what you want. But it was a clean Super Bowl, and I also thought you could look at the first half and say that the Eagles were the better team, and then you could watch the second half and say that the Chiefs were the better team. They both certainly executed a game plan nicely, and we got a memorable experience out of the Super Bowl. And yes, the good guys won in the end. And now they go back to being the bad guys. They're only the good guys for one day,
right?
And they did what they had to do, and now we move on with our lives. But anyway, I thought the whole thing was clean, and two big takeaways for me, and they are centered at the quarterback position because that's where our minds go when it comes to football. The number one takeaway is I don't know that the NFL to me has ever felt more like the NBA. You come into the season and we got 5 or 6 teams where we're like, they can win the Super Bowl. The rest of you can't.
And based on 5 or 6 stars.
Exactly. For the most part.
Right.
The guests to this party are the NFC. We didn't think what we thought. Now we think about Jalen Hurts. We didn't think that at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, true.
We thought it about Mahomes and Allen and maybe Burrow. And maybe Lamar was in there. Things went sideways with him. But that's what we thought coming into this year. The NFC is a very different situation. Now maybe Jalen joins that party, but the 49ers are right next to the Eagles as co-NFC favorites for next year, and we don't even know who their quarterback's going to be. So it's not just the quarterback, but yesterday, to your point, that's what it felt like. We got 5 teams who can win the whole thing, and it's probably going to be the Chiefs because they have the best player. That's the NBA.
Right.
That's how we start NBA seasons every year.
And the best coach. It's kind of like when the Lakers had Pat Riley at the helm. It felt like the Lakers are going to be there. You got the best player, you've got the best coach, and you've got a structure where you're going to be good. You're probably going to be in the playoffs. And if you're in the playoffs with Patrick Mahomes, who's going to bet against you? And yet, you look at yesterday, and in that first half, Philadelphia had everything go their way. They dominated the first half. And if it wasn't for a Jalen Hurts fumble, they're probably even more in control of that game than they were. And that's where, if you're Philadelphia this morning and you want to look at the why of why aren't you Super Bowl champs, and if I take myself outside of the fact that I thought the Eagles would win, I'm happy that Philly again came up short, because I don't have the same feelings that Bonte and Joe have in terms of Philly hatred. I've never been through that gauntlet of having beer thrown on me and racial epithets and hot dogs hurled at me and all that. But I like watching Philadelphia struggle and suffer. It's part of my sports fan schadenfreude, so to speak. But if you're Philly and you look at why didn't you win that game, you don't look at that penalty on third down when the Chiefs were going to score anyway. You look at a Jalen Hurts fumble 6. You look at a punt where the Chiefs were able to get down inside the 5-yard line. And you look at a second half where offensively Kansas City out-schemed you into the locker room the way Andy Reid was able to get not one, but 2 different players wide blank open for touchdowns. You got out-coached. You got out-schemed in the second half. You were too sloppy, and that's why you lost the game.
I think there was a data piece that when Kadarius Toney caught that touchdown pass, when he caught the ball, there was no one on the field within 11 yards of him.
Really, 11 yards?
11 yards between him and the closest other human being. That's a walk-in touchdown.
Rihanna's unborn baby was closer, quite frankly, according to sources.
We did confirm that she's pregnant, but we also confirmed I hate the way we talk about halftime shows now when they happen. Like, can you just sit back? Look, concerts are not built for TV, okay? Remember COVID?
Right.
Just, can we do Rihanna real quick here for a second? Remember COVID and all the bands and your favorite musical acts are like, we're going to do it live from our living room. And you're like, this is a snore fest. Concerts are not cool on TV. So maybe that's why the halftime show doesn't necessarily resonate the way you all want it to every year. But social media especially, the halftime shows have now just become rip fests, body shaming, what have you.
See, I disagree, and I'll speak from my own perspective.
I loved what Rihanna did.
I always loved the halftime show. No one's more of a halftime show apologist than me. I thought last year with Dr. Dre and fellas with the 2 stacked like cable cars.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. The Weekend, and that was real mid-COVID, masked up and odd. I love that show. This year, to me, was a snore fest. It was basically a Rihanna karaoke bar.
But she's pregnant, man.
Fine.
She can't do the whole deal.
Then you bring on special guests.
Nah.
You let her do it. I mean, she wasn't solo because she's with child. And I love the up-down platform. That was beautiful visually. But I thought that this one, for me, missed the mark. And this, again, Mark, is from from a guy who loves the halftime show.
If you didn't like the performance, you didn't like the performance.
No, I didn't like the performance.
I just like the people all making it about, we got an international discussion about, is this woman pregnant? Why does she look like that?
I have nothing to do with her.
Yeah. No, I know.
I was in a room full of 12 or 13 people.
You were rocking the tunes. I heard
was
you,
totally
right?
rocking the tunes.
You're
but
right.
even though I was rocking the tunes, almost nobody else in the room was doing anything other than sitting there like you were watching the 16th or like the 15th hole at the Waste Management.
I can't speak for who likes Rihanna, who doesn't. What you're doing at halftime. There's a lot of food there.
Demographically, there should have been more of a reception than there was.
Maybe
I'll say that.
Maybe. I mean, we had flavor. We had plenty of stuff going on in the room.
We sure did.
I loved it. But anyway,
most people were nonplussed in the room. That's all I'm saying.
Look, there's a lot going on. You're full. There's alcohol. There's kids. You got to take a restroom break. Whatever it is. But anyway, I'll put that rant aside to also say this. This is the other thing that really hit me last night when you look at the NFL. And same thing, because it's like the NBA right now, where it does feel like there's only 5 teams. Go look at the odds for next year. There are only 6 teams that are less than plus 2,500 to win the Super Bowl. I bet you could guess which 6 they are. In fact, let's go ahead. Game show music, please.
Oh, look at that.
If you would, there are only
Feet to the
6 teams that are less than plus 2,500 to win the Super Bowl next year. Who do you think they are?
Well, I'll go with Chiefs, Bills, Bengals.
That's
just to
correct.
And I'll go Niners.
Correct.
Now it gets a little bit more.
Not really. You're missing one obvious one.
Philly.
Thank you. There's 5.
Okay.
There's only one more.
And, I mean, would it be an AFC team? I mean, I guess the Cowboys?
Well done, my friend. There's your 6.
I mean, I guess the Cowboys.
Well, and
are they 25-1?
No, they're less. They're plus 1,200.
Who's the 25-1 in that group?
No, I said there are 6 teams that are less than plus 2,500.
Gotcha.
So at 2,500 is where Chargers and Ravens come into play.
That's where the group comes.
There are 6 below that, and the Cowboys are not the 6th best team necessarily, but they're in the NFC.
True.
And this is the point. Jalen Hurts has now established himself as a good quarterback here. Who else in the NFC has? Go ahead.
We can go. Let's go through the West. Calamari out.
Right.
Matthew Stafford maybe out. Geno Smith, will he resign?
Don't even know what team he's on.
49ers, who you got?
Injury questions.
Packers, ayahuasca.
Might leave.
Kirk Cousins.
Legit. Okay.
Legit to quit.
But legit what? Legit like good.
Legit for the sake of this conversation.
Right. Good when the lights don't come on.
Jared Goff, great year, great story.
Absolutely.
Been to a Super Bowl. Okay,
and
I was going to leave that there. I know his father, so I'm going to be as kind as I can.
Okay.
I grew up with his dad. Justin Fields, love him, but highly limited.
Yeah.
To the South we go. Tampa Bay.
You can stop right there. To the South we go. There are no quarterbacks, period.
I don't know who Tampa's quarterback is.
Exactly.
Steve DeBerg? Is he still there?
Same sentence for all 4 teams.
New Orleans?
I don't know who their quarterback is.
He looks good. Carolina.
Don't know who their quarterback
Jake
is.
Delhomme coming off
Terry
of
Collins.
Kerry Collins is even better. I can't even think about the NFC
Falcons. NFC East. Okay, you got Hurts. You got Dak.
That's great.
And?
You got Dak and Jalen. Assuming he resigns.
Right.
And
Daniel Jones.
The Fighting Heinekes.
It's probably not going to be him.
So Kirk Cousins right now is the second best quarterback in the NFC.
Did you hear?
Am I wrong?
That sentence.
Well, I said it, so of course I heard
it. The 49ers.
Then I said it.
The
then I heard
49ers have got to do this real soon because there is absolutely, I'm not going to say nothing, there is so little in their way right now. We ended up getting the game we wanted, and then it didn't look like we wanted it to look. Eagles, 49ers. There is so little reason right now, and there's a long offseason with changes and things will happen. We know that better than anyone because the 49ers have been through 4 quarterbacks this year. So the journey and the story needs to unfold. But there are so little in the 49ers' way right now in the NFC. There are so few teams that are even capable of going on a Super Bowl run. It is the NBA right now. You can look at it and go, you got 3 or 4 teams in each conference that are even believable. And the 49ers are very, very clearly one of them. Their only question is, can they have health at the quarterback position? And the guy they think is their guy, can he be ready in time? They're optimistic, but there are many bricks to lay on that story still this offseason. So that's what came to mind yesterday. I'm like, look, if you end up against a Mahomes or an Allen or a Burrow in the Super Bowl, sure, that's challenging. It's the Super Bowl. It should be challenging. But the 49ers, in theory, really only have 1 or 2 teams to beat. No wonder they go to the NFC title game every year. There's no one in their way. So they got to get this done.
Yeah.
They got to get this done.
And this done, you mean the surgery. They got to get this done.
No, I mean a ring on the finger.
Well, first and foremost, you got to get this done, which is surgery to Brock, and then we can determine whether or not Brock will be ready. And if he's not ready, then we look at Trey Lance. Can Trey Lance play himself into a spot where he can be QB1? And if he can't, if you don't believe that, 49ers, then you got to go out and, quote, get this done, which is get another quarterback in here. So I like what you're saying in terms of get this done, but before they're able to get this done, which, by the way, is a year from now when they would be able to make it to the Super Bowl and, quote, get this done, the quest for 6, there are so many get this done that have to happen before that. First and foremost is surgery to Brock Purdy
9 days.
next Monday. Oh, it's next Wednesday.
Right, I think.
The 22nd.
February 22nd, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But to your point about the NFC, the last NFC team to repeat as Super Bowl participants, the Seattle Seahawks. And we're going back almost a decade now. So the NFC is you're here for a year and you're gone. Because after Seattle went to back-to-back, it was Carolina, Atlanta, Philly, Rams, Niners, Tampa, Rams, Eagles. No team has gone back-to-back as participants since Seattle.
Well, I got Ephraim to take this bet last night. He was like, Jay,
duped him. You goaded him into it.
Yeah. So Ephraim Salam, who I do the Fox show with on Sunday, and we did. Yeah, you duped me into that, Kyle. Kyle's like, you got to tell everybody who Ephraim is, and then I do it, and then you guys make fun of me for saying who he is.
We don't make fun of you. We accentuate it with the appropriate.
I have a national radio show on Sunday.
Momo wasn't available?
And Momo was not available this time and works for a different network. And we specially moved the show last night because I was too busy winning prop pools and square pools.
Oh, we'll get into that.
In your face in the middle of the game. So we did the show 8 to 11 last night.
It was a fix.
So Ephraim.
The fix was in.
Ephraim's like, look, Jalen Hurts rode back to the Super Bowl. Like Patrick Mahomes might be Jordan, but Jalen Hurts' road is easier because of what we're talking about. What's in the NFC? And I said, well, you're right, but you also know that that's not how it works. Like, it's not just you just show up and then go to the Super Bowl. Like, you got to get all the breaks and all the things that happen. And so I said, you're right with your point, but I'll take the field. And he goes, I'll do it. I'll take the Eagles.
No, Ephraim.
NFC champion next year. He's got the Eagles. I've got the field. Ephraim playing the role of guru in the Warriors.
Man.
With that bet last night.
I can't believe that you actually took that bet as a friend and as a coworker.
Well, you've seen me, man. I'm ruthless.
That's dirty.
I'll invite you to the house and take your money.
That's beyond ruthless. That's just straight up filth. Is
people
what
are
that
like,
is.
What? People go, what can I bring? And I go, your wallet.
Dude, exactly.
Sucker.
I actually asked what I should bring, and the lovely Christy said, oh, just bring yourself.
Just bring you. Just bring you. Did you bring anything, by the way?
Of course I did.
What'd you bring? I didn't even see.
Nice bottle of wine.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
After you won both pools, I took that bottle of wine with me.
No, you didn't.
Good luck finding it.
Did you really?
That thing's in my trunk right now. I might open it here at the break.
For real, did you?
No, of course not.
Was that the Seinfeld episode where Frank Costanza brings back the marble ride?
She didn't touch it,
bro. I'm taking it back.
Totally. I thought about it. Oh, look, I won the pool again. Where's my wine?
You ever do that?
Christy?
You just bring food, like a big plate of brownies, and then it's half eaten, and on the way out, you're like, well, okay, I'm going to take the rest of these back. Like, these are delicious.
Man. Yeah, Jalen Hurts he is signed for next year.
Of course.
$4.888 million is the cap hit. So do they let him play that deal out, or do they have to? I mean,
Is next year the last year on the deal?
It is, yeah. It's a 4-year
gosh,
deal,
you're going into Extensionville. And Jalen, by the way, you said something a few minutes ago where you're like, he's going to get 30 to 35. No, he's not. He's going way north of that.
True.
That guy is getting way north. How do you second in the MVP and you end up in a Super Bowl and score 35 points and 4 touchdowns?
But the fact that he still has 1 year left on his deal, it does hurt his ability to go out and get top dollar, because if the Eagles really wanted to be jerks, they could say, oh, you want $50 million? Go ahead and play out this last year of the deal.
They can do that, but I mean, why? Right. Why would you? That's the Lamar situation.
Right.
It doesn't go well.
It doesn't. But I think that does hurt his ability to get $50 million a year.
Maybe, but I mean, he has every right now. And again, we're all going to go back to the same player. Every quarterback right now and their agent, if they have one, Lamar doesn't, but if they have one, they're going to walk into the room with the other team and they're going to go, look, that's what Deshaun Watson makes.
Right.
What would you like me to make? Because I'm way better. I'm way better. What are you going to do, team? And the Ravens balked, and they're going to end up getting the short end of the stick, or they're going to be without a good quarterback, and they'll be irrelevant. And the Eagles are no different, especially in this NFC. You're going to mess around with Jalen Hurts in an NFC where we can't even name another good quarterback? Why would you do that?
I'm reading a report, and Kyler Murray's 5 and 230.5 is the baseline.
Oh, my God.
That's not the ceiling. That's the baseline.
That's the starting
and by the
point.
way, Calamari got 189.5
Guaranteed.
Yes.
Exactly right.
So as far as Philly's chances to repeat as NFC champions to get the Hallis Trophy, rots a ruck when you got to pay Jalen Hurts that kind of Skrilla.
You're going to have to. It won't kick in next year, but the year after that, it definitely will. Dale, Jonathan, 888-957-9570. We are going straight to your phone calls. Coming up next, we will have some things on the GP2 situation, and specifically Bob Myers is going to speak, and we will have it live right here in exactly 1 hour. 888-957-9570, your phone calls between now and then on the Super Bowl and much more. It's Willard and Dibs.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
I think Kyrie Irving was the guy with the big dreams outside of basketball. And he failed every time to recognize the fact that there's a gravitational pull on everything in America, and it's determined by the richest guy in the room.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting.
Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet woods and irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers talks about raising awareness through his anxiety battles.
Being able to change my relationship with it, be open and talk about this and trying to use it as a superpower has been great for me. It makes me feel good that I have something bigger than basketball, bigger than myself, that I'm able to pay it forward and help so many people.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on now. And when you're staring down a 3-day weekend in California, look no further than Toyota. Right now, get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 Tacoma. Or check out the 2023 Tundra and the all-new Sequoia. From snowy slopes to sandy coasts and everything in between. This President's Day, Toyota lets you do it all. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes TRD Pro. Ends 2/28/23.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hurts on a quarterback draw. Nowhere to go. The ball is loose. Sitting on the turf. It's picked up by Bolton. No one in front of him is going to score.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, if I were an Eagle fan, and perish the thought, but if I were, that's the play that would stick. That's the one that would stick with me. And by the way, we're underselling some of the things that the Chiefs did in the first half. The Eagles did a great job with their game plan of keeping Patrick Mahomes off the field. We forget that the Chiefs missed a field goal. They a very not long makeable one, which absolutely would have changed the dynamic, would have made it a 1-score game. But yeah, with the time of possession for the Eagles in that first half, they could have, should have been up by even more. But Jalen Hurts, who didn't even get touched, dropped the football and then kicked it. It was a little Josh Johnson-esque, if you will, that fumble for Jalen Hurts in the first half. And, yeah, that one kept the Chiefs in the game, and they got burned because of it.
That was the huge play, I think. And Bonte was right earlier when he pointed out 3rd and 1, they're in rugby formation, which you know they're going to get the first down, and they false start. So now it's 3rd and 6, and Sirianni calls a little bit of a Jalen Hurts run action, and before he's even able to start the run action, he straight coughs it up, and that was not a hit that jarred it loose. And you know, like the Brock Purdy fumble. You can excuse the Brock Purdy fumble because he got lit up trying to throw the football, and that's one of those plays where, okay, the quarterback got hit, the tight end, Tyler Kroft, got beat, QB gets hit, ball comes out. Yes, you would have loved for him to tuck it or throw it earlier. He didn't. That's excusable. Jalen Hurts to just straight cough it like that, a cough 6 the other way, that was the game-changing moment.
Who was the guy that returned? Is his name Bolden? Who was the cat that returned it for a touchdown?
He would have had two scores in the game.
Yep, and he would have been the Larry Brown MVP of the Super Bowl, which is really just Johnny on the spot. Like, as you said, Jalen Hurts didn't even get touched. Now, Miles Sanders, the hit that was a fumble 6, and then they overturned it and said he never had full possession, which that's fair. That one was a tough call.
Easy call.
It's a bang-bang play, and you were making the point yesterday with it being in slow motion.
Right,
it looks like more of a catch and a move than it was. I thought they probably got the right call, but it's tough. Those are hard when you're replaying them and looking at them in slow motion.
Sure.
His feet were both on the ground. He sort of moves. That's like it's right almost. If another split second, that one would have stood.
But then you watch it in fast motion in real time, and it's like, bow.
Yeah, he had barely turned his head.
Exactly.
He had barely even turned his
but
head.
in slow-mo, it's like, oh, my God, there's 2 feet.
Yeah.
And there's a football move. And it's like, well, not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
Bob Myers in 55 minutes is going to speak. We'll carry it live on the Gary Payton II / James Wiseman situation.
Wow.
If you went into a Super Bowl party haze and you did not get the news late yesterday, the Warriors are sticking with the deal. There's no extra compensation that we know about. No punishment toward the Blazers yet that we know about. But James Wiseman will remain a member of the Detroit Pistons franchise, and GP2 is part of the Warriors for this season and 2 more after that. And will he play this year or not? We don't know. I mean, he's not ready to play right now. He will not play against Washington tonight, for example. So much more on that coming up throughout the hour. Jonathan in San Francisco with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just enjoying my that day off today and listening to you guys.
Good for you.
I just want to say, man, that Chris Stapleton national anthem rendition way better than the halftime show, man. That guy did it, bro. I want to start crying like Sirianni, and I want to grab my flag. I feel like, man, we should. I feel like after him singing the national anthem, I wanted to go to war, bro. Where are we going after? Aliens? What? Giants? Let's go. I mean, he did it. This is #1 in my book. A national anthem rendition.
I love his voice. He's great. I thought Rihanna was great too, though. Like I'm gonna give. You know what I mean? Like there are too many people on the Rihanna thing. And look, you like what you like. I'm not telling you what to like, but it seems like people wanted to see more action, and I'm like, but she's pregnant. Like, what do you like? It's incredible what she did, pregnant, and I think pretty pregnant. I don't think she's
how pregnant, Mark. Have you seen
how pregnant
have
is
you seen
she?
the ultrasound?
Well,
she's not 3rd trimester.
Would you like me to drip again?
Please. Do you know her OBGYN? Whoop whoop.
Ephraim's wife.
Okay.
Ephraim Salam.
Drop it.
Fox Sports Radio Sunday nights.
Oh boy.
Ephraim's wife used to dance for Rihanna, so they know Rihanna.
Right.
So he was the one who confirmed me. He's like, yeah, she's pregnant, and he had the months. Yeah, she's not 3rd, but she's not 1st.
Right.
She's along.
Okay.
She's a little ways. So,
Great.
like, amazing. You performed the Super Bowl halftime show on platforms with a baby in your belly.
You stood there
Stop.
with a red jacket on.
Stop.
Again, no, I will not stop.
Come on, man.
This is not pregnancy shaming. This is a guy who's looking to be entertained in the single biggest halftime show that we have in the calendar year.
You were singing along.
Her songs are amazing.
Yes.
And I told you that she could have gone 10 more songs and I would have known them all. I love the catalog. It felt to me like a Spotify karaoke. There wasn't much to it. So if I am a pregnant performer, and I probably never will be, but if I'm in that spot and I have all these songs that are collabos, Mark, why not bring out the collaborative artist to dress it up a little bit? You got Eminem, you got Jay-Z, you've got DJ Khaled.
Jay-Z was there.
So many artists.
Jay-Z was there,
but
too.
Jay-Z won't perform because of the Rihanna-Beyonce feud.
You got beef.
Patrick Mahomes played on a bad ankle. And if Patrick Mahomes loses that game on a bad ankle, we're not saying, oh, well, he gutted it out on a bad ankle.
It was a bad take.
It's a results game. It's a great take.
Patrick Mahomes' ankle and Rihanna's baby somehow just got compared in terms
Second
of performance.
trimester. I would argue Patrick Mahomes endured more than Rihanna did standing on an elevated platform.
What does it feel like to be in the second trimester, Dibs?
I'll let you know, Mark.
Yes.
I've been through with 2 different women.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, whatever on all of that.
It was halftime show. was a snooze fest.
Okay.
It's, great.
I didn't find it that way.
I was at a party with you.
Yes.
And there was a grand total of 0 people who were like losing their mind over her performance.
Well, I don't know. I've never lost my mind at a halftime show. Like, have you ever fallen out of your seat and you're just in a fetal position? Like, I can't even deal with how great
Prince
this is.
performed at halftime, I was in the corner trembling. I was so overwhelmed.
Okay. It's the halftime show. Like, Kyle, what do you got?
Sorry, I thought I heard the phone ringing there for a minute. Hey,
late.
Oh wow, there it is. I'll get it. Yeah, hang on. This is an old bit, Mark. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah. Oh, it's Michael Jackson. Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, you were all over the stadium. On the roof. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, okay, I'll let him know. Thanks. Yeah, it's Michael Jackson talking about his halftime performance.
Also pregnant, by the way.
Do you know what? I don't even. When I think back to the great performances of Michael Jackson's career, that one doesn't even pop to my mind.
Is it at the Rose Bowl?
It was at the American Music Awards that he did the moonwalk for the first time, and people literally fell over. I mean, it became the thing. Everybody trying to do it. It was crazy. What year did Michael Jackson do Super Bowl halftime?
90.
It's like 114 years ago?
Wow.
Like, how old were we? Kyle, how old were you? How are you bringing this up? You were 3.
Yeah, it's 93, Super Bowl 27.
What year were you born?
90.
You were.
This is Jan
I just
of
threw that
93
number out there, and I
at the
nailed
Rose
it. You
Bowl,
were 3.
as I said.
Stop telling me. Stop telling me that you were great. You
I
loved
think the
that.
phone's ringing again. Hang on.
Normally the phone rings and then you.
No, that's
Kyle,
it.
you want to get that or you want me to?
No, I'll get it.
Okay,
Yeah,
you get
hello.
it.
Yeah, hi, YouTube. Yeah,
exactly.
No, tell Mark. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so now I'm supposed to be inspired by a show that I'm not even going to watch live. I'm going to watch a recording of it. Why don't I actually just go back and watch the Super Bowl itself and have a take for you on that one too tomorrow? Niners Bengals 1990. Stand by tomorrow, 10:11 in the morning. I'll give you my reaction.
Mark's take on the Ice Bowl coming up. But first.
I think Broncos Niners was 90. But
yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
It was a good effort.
1990, was the 1989 season?
I was not born yet.
1990 Super Bowl? No, maybe. 88, 89, I don't know. They won every year back then. I can't remember which year is which. Okay? Give me a break. Give me a break with this. Do you have any depression today? Post-football depression? Like, that's it. We're done.
No, not yet. Not yet. It sets in pretty soon. As soon as you start to trumpet your pitchers and catchers garbage and you start
trumpeting
Kyle
pitchers.
Kyle Harrison's two-seamer. He's really popping the glove. And Joey Bart, I think he's really solved the hole in his swing. That's when it sets in.
Kyle Harrison does have an invite to spring training, so I want you to be ready for that. It could take the whole thing over. But no, I am still very much
basking in the glow of what was a terrific Super Bowl. Competitive, great teams, great quarterbacks, big plays, back and forth. It was captivating till the end of it. I'm not quite ready to settle into that depression mode.
I do think the season ends in what feels like a little bit more of a comfortable spot for the 49ers than it did a couple of weeks ago. I know for a few of you, or maybe a lot of you, and Bonte and Joe, you are on this list. Yesterday was therapy. Yesterday was very, very cathartic for 49er fans because you did not want to see Eagles fans celebrating. The world only somewhat remembers who lost the Super Bowl. Like, we always say that, no one remembers who lost. Actually, in Super Bowls, you kind of do. Like, it's not like, the Rams won last year, and I can't even remember who they played. Sure you do. You remember who lost the Super Bowl. So people will remember that the Eagles got there, and Jalen Hurts got to a Super Bowl, the same way Jimmy Garoppolo got to a Super Bowl. But cathartic in that what felt like an easy, lucky road for the Eagles did not end up with a payoff of a championship. And so that was cathartic. And then it also leaves the NFC in the position that we've been talking about, which is incredibly gettable. This is incredibly gettable. But that's why February 22nd, in 9 days, a week from Wednesday, we have step one in what is a very, very important road in terms of the 49ers competing for this thing next year the way that you want them to. They got to go into that elbow, and it's got to look like they have to find what they think they're going to find. And if they do, then I actually reject what Joe and Bonte said earlier today about August feeling aggressive for Brock Purdy. I think he's throwing in 3 months.
Exactly.
I think he's ready for, and by the way, you don't need to be ready in August for week 1. Week 1 is in September, and it's halfway through September.
Yes.
If everything goes well next Wednesday, no reason to think Brock Purdy can't be ready to go week 1. And if he is, there's no reason to think that the 49ers aren't on an incredibly short list to go to the Super Bowl again next year.
Even if he's not ready until week 3 or week 5, let's just play that game in terms of the 49ers. And what did we see this year? They were 3-4 this year, and you had already lost your starter, Trey Lance, and you were on to your retread, Jimmy Garoppolo, still a Niner, by the way, technically, until the league year starts in March. We never know how this thing's going to go. You got one more month of the what if Jimmy G topic, which we won't entertain here too much, but the mere fact is he does not play for any other team right now. But what do we know about this year, Mark? You were 3-4, and then you lost your QB2, and you went to QB3, who went on a run. So even if Brock Purdy's not ready until, let's say, October 1st, let's say he has surgery tomorrow, and it goes well, and it's a 6-month timeline, and he gets 3 months in, and we get to June 1st, which will be about 3 months. We get to June 1st, and you know what? Brock's not really ready to throw yet, and he's not ready to throw until late June, and then he's not ready to play real football until early September, and he doesn't come back until October 1st, and the Niners start out 1-2, or, God forbid, 1-3. The season is not over for the 49ers. So
3-4 this year.
Exactly.
3-5 the year before that.
Thank you.
Yep,
even in terms of worst case scenario, well, worst case for Brock is Tommy John, you're out for 9 to 12 months, and it's see you next year. That's worst case scenario. Then the Niners would have to do something else in terms of a QB1 or a QB2, depending on how they feel about Trey Lance.
I want to continue with this conversation for sure, but can we take a quick pause to take a right turn on something about the 49er quarterback position that I see a lot? I don't want to overreact to, for example, YouTube chats and stuff like this, but I'm not going to take this personal. I'm going to take this more from a view from 10,000 feet with the 49er quarterback position. There's something that has to stop. It's got to stop right now. And I mean it. Like, erase this. If you like Brock Purdy, it does not mean you hate Trey Lance.
Exactly.
And let me take this a step further. Those of us talking about Brock Purdy as the starting quarterback next year are not doing that as an opinion. You might consider for yourself, if you're one of the people who are like, oh, you're just dismissing Trey Lance. You must hate Trey Lance. If you're one of those people, here's what you're dismissing. You're dismissing the fact that we talk to people within the organization. Okay? This isn't an opinion. The 49er quarterback is Brock Purdy. Want to know who said that? The 49ers. That's who said that. And they've said it in multiple ways, in multiple actions, in multiple reports. The 49ers believe they've got their guy. They might be wrong. He might need reconstructive surgery. This could go 1,000 ways from here to then. But today is February 13th, 2023, and the 49ers organization believes their starting quarterback, without debate, is Brock Purdy. That says nothing about anyone's opinion about a young kid who's barely played football.
Exactly. It's their opinion.
I just need to get that off my chest.
No, it's good. And I think you're right in terms of our feelings about Brock Purdy have nothing to do with our feelings about Trey Lance. And ultimately, it's the team's feelings that matter. Our feelings don't matter at all. And they feel like Brock Purdy is their starter. Now, we'll see how the surgery goes in 9 days. And if the surgery goes badly, if he needs more work than we thought that he might need, and he's out for 9 to 12 months, then the team, when the word comes out that he had Tommy John surgery, if that's the way that it goes, the team will then say, Trey Lance is our starting quarterback, by the way, until he's not.
Right.
And if Brock Purdy is out for 9 to 12 months, the team will bring in another quarterback. And that quarterback they bring in will tell you exactly how they feel about Trey Lance in terms of whether or not they believe that Trey Lance could be their starter for weeks 1 through 18. If they bring in, a Nate Sudfeld type of guy, Easton Stick, or just another camp guy, then they believe that Trey Lance can be QB1. If they bring in a Matt Ryan, or God forbid they trade for an Aaron Rodgers or something like that, they're telling you all you need to know about how they feel about Trey Lance.
Didn't Easton Stick go to North Dakota State also?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Okay.
Good knowledge.
By the way, here's why this is important. The 49ers, and Kyle brought this up. This is really interesting to me. The 49ers cannot, in my opinion, any longer be this team that tries to beat you 23-20. I think they're done with that. That's why they're done with Jimmy. I think as a fan, I'm done with that. Now, I have no idea which quarterback, based on injuries and all that. I don't know who's doing what. Is it door number 1? Is it door number 2 or door number 3? Here's what I know. You have got to be an elite offense to win the Super Bowl. Listen to this stat, okay?
I saw this, yeah.
Right? The last 7 Super Bowl champions, this is where they ranked offensively in points per game for the season, okay? In 2016, the Patriots won. They were number 2. The following year, the Eagles won. They were number 3. Then it was the Patriots again. They were number 4. When the Chiefs beat the Niners in 2019, they were number 5. When the Bucs beat the Chiefs the following year, number 3 ranked points per game offense. Last year, the Rams, number 7. And this year, the Chiefs, number 1.
Points per game.
7 consecutive Super Bowls, a top 7 scoring offense, and in fact, only once was it outside of the top 5. So, defense wins championships. My rear end. You have to be an elite offense. You have got to be scoring 30 points a game. Now, they did that when Brock was there.
Niners this year, 6th in the NFL.
Right.
All year, they were number 6. When they had Brock, they were closer to number 1.
There you go.
So there you have it.
And so therefore, where were they prior to Brock?
Jimmy.
They were scoring north of 30 a game with Brock Purdy. That's what you're going to need. I don't care who it is, but that's what the 49ers, they are asking too much of their defense. Their defense is very good, but this team still, to this moment, is asking too much of the defense. We got to a point with Brock Purdy where they weren't, and then he got hurt, and then they really, really were. So, to me, that's a big takeaway from what's going on in the NFL.
No doubt. It's like the NBA. And I'm going to go down points per game in order of ranking, and you tell me if that team was a playoff or no. Okay?
Okay, wait. So say that again. How are we going to do
points
this?
Per game.
Points per game.
I'll start with the number 1 ranked team.
Okay.
In points per game. Spoiler alert, it's Kansas City.
Got it.
And you tell me if these teams were playoff teams or not.
Let's do it.
Kansas City.
Yes.
Philly.
Yes.
Buffalo.
Yes.
Dallas.
Yes.
Detroit.
Almost.
San Francisco.
Yes.
Cincinnati.
Yes.
Minnesota.
Yes.
Jacksonville.
Yes.
Seattle.
Yes.
Miami.
Yes.
The Chargers.
Yes.
There's your top 12.
And that's literally, how many teams make the playoffs? 14?
Yes.
So there's 11 of your 14 playoff teams, and the only one that wasn't got knocked out on a tiebreaker on literally the last hour of the season.
So the only teams missing are the New York Football Giants, who were 18th. And, man, I'm hard-pressed to even pick the other team out of this list. It might have been a hapless team. Was Baltimore a playoff team?
The Bucs. The Bucs, because they
25th.
Because they won a ridiculous division.
Right. So of the top 11 teams, all 11 were playoff teams except for the explosive, plucky, we were so close Detroit Lions. So to your point, not only do you have to be elite, you can't be Kansas. Like Kansas City and Philly are 1-2. They met in the Super Bowl. Hello, if that doesn't tell you all you need to know, the Niners were there. They were 6th in terms of PPG, and yet, they got to the penultimate stage,
and then they lost their most important position. But the the breakdown here, what I really believe is we're done in the NFL with defense wins championships. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I know it's so funny to me how many times people do this, and they've done it because the 49ers for years now have been the comp because Jimmy's not an elite quarterback. And then we didn't get to see Trey. And then even when Brock came in, you still have questions because it's just too small of a sample, and you didn't see it coming. 7th-round draft pick, Mr. Irrelevant. But the comp has always been the Niners, and people will go, Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer and Jeff Hostetler.
Yeah,
You're bringing up eras that don't even exist anymore, number one. Dilfer is putting out content last week sounding like Fran Tarkenton. He's like, quarterbacks these days and all the free stats. I'm like, oh, my God, that was only a handful of years ago. But he's right. It's an era gone by. And how many Super Bowls have there been? What was yesterday?
57.
57. And y'all bring up 3.
3 or 4, yeah.
And you're like, well, what about that? Well, what about the 54 where that didn't happen? Sure, you want to. I'm not saying you don't want a great defense, and that's a big part of it, but offense is more important.
Here's my take on what you said, because defense doesn't win championships, but defense wins in the championship.
Okay.
And you look at yesterday, the big reason why Kansas City won the game is because their defense made a huge play, and Philadelphia's defense broke down in the second half.
That's an interesting
defense
take.
Doesn't win championships, but defense wins in the championship. Tampa Bay beats Kansas City a few years ago because their defense was dominant in that game.
I'll grant you that, but I mean, I'm not going to highlight the defense. Yesterday, they gave up 35 points, and in fact, they got an 8-point lead with 8 minutes to go, and they coughed up the easiest drive of the entire day to the Eagles and a 2-point conversion.
But Kansas City got 7 points from their defense without that 7. And
did the defense do that, or did Jalen drop kick the ball?
Tampa
he drop
Bay
kicked the ball.
Kansas City 31-9.
That's a good example.
The Patriots beat the Rams 13-3.
Right, but the Chiefs beat the Eagles 38-35, and I don't think they did it like you say the breakdown of the Eagles' defense. I say the Chiefs' offensive line won the game. They won the game.
No doubt. Zero sacks from the sackingest defense in history.
It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs also brought to you by AC Transit. More of your phone calls coming up next. Bob Myers speaks in 33 minutes, and we carry it live right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided. Plus, the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew! Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic, and Bastille. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to the show.
Hurts takes the snap. The Chiefs only rushing 2 on a delay. Clock is going to be out of time, and the pass is going to be underthrown. It's incomplete. Everyone who claims the Chiefs Kingdom will raise a banner above the National Football League again. For the second time in 4 seasons, the Lombardi Trophy has a red and gold reflection. A big red reflection. The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, breathe, my man, on the Chiefs radio network. By the way, I see a lot of people kind of trashing Jalen Hurts' Hail Mary. He slipped. And so the bigger question is, what the hell was that field? You can't go to Arizona anymore until you figure that out.
Hey,
period.
NFL, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And what it was, Mark, is they resodded that field some time ago. You could see the seams on the field. You could clearly see that grass had yet to really take hold. The painted area on the logo was even more slippery. If your game features vignettes in-game about cleat changes, you're doing it wrong.
Totally.
So, and I agree with you. Arizona's a great place to have it. The field should be in tip-top shape. But, hey, NFL, what are you doing?
More on that in a second. I want to let everyone know Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce the February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It is live now through Sunday, February 19th. That's this weekend. Got a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. So do not miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing things, sports memorabilia and beyond at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. Warriors.com/auctions. What is going on with Fields in the NFL? And I don't mean Justin.
I was about to say,
I saw your eyes. You got to remember now. I was raised by a dad who literally cannot love dad jokes more.
Right.
So I can see in the other person's eyes.
I thought about going Landry Fields.
Okay.
I thought that was a little bit too much of a Stanford throwback.
Yeah. W.C. Fields, then Spadone would have played I Love the Young People.
Thank you.
A lot of different options there. Mrs. Fields, delicious.
Oh, what a cookie.
Right? Semi-sweet, chocolate, without nuts. That was my choice. But anyway.
Fields Yates, NFL reporter.
I think that's just one field, isn't it?
I'm hoping for a Kyle like a 2 or 3.
He's gone. Yeah, he's on the other side of the room. But anyway,
chock full of donut holes.
How are we having this conversation at the NFL level? This is the conversation you have in youth sports.
Yeah.
Field problems.
Shout out Shepherd Canyon, where I used to coach under 8s, where it's not grass, it's glorified dirt. And we would complain about the field, but you knew what you were going to get. It's under 8 soccer in the Montclair Soccer Club.
I mean,
this is the biggest sporting event, other than the World Cup, for my soccer people, every single year. And yet, you're playing on a substandard field where it's a slip and fall waiting to happen.
But I'm not even just talking about the Super Bowl. I mean, I'm bringing up the conversation you've brought up so many times this year about safety and artificial surfaces and all of this going on in the NFL. How, when we literally know that the only thing in the way of you doing this right is money, and you're drunk with it.
Oh, so drunk.
You are wasted with money. I mean, you got Rihanna performing for free, and they all do. That's the Super Bowl halftime show, right? They don't get paid for that, by the way.
And she should have been paid double because she's with child. I get that.
I didn't get paid, but what
time
about
and a half
my
at least,
baby?
second trimester.
But seriously.
And that's why she opened with B Better Have My Money, by the way.
Well,
that was for Roger Goodell.
Yeah, exactly. And
it was directed at him.
And he's like, what'd you call me? Because you're here for free. But I'm sure her.
Don't act like you forgot.
iTunes, Spotify, believe me, she made bajillions. And so all good. I don't understand how we're having a conversation, whether it's Fields or anything else in the NFL, where they're basically like, yeah, I just don't want to spend the money. Like, I understand.
It's because of 3 words, Mark. They don't care. They don't care about player safety. They don't care about the quality of the product. If it costs them
they don't care about the quality of the product?
No,
I mean,
you're showing up anyway.
I mean, sure, but they don't want that. They don't want, like, people slipping and sliding in the middle of big plays.
They don't mind that. I mean, honestly, do you think the NFL's thinking, geez, we really should have had a better field there because 274 million people worldwide wouldn't have tuned in if the field wasn't any good?
No, I don't think it's that they lost viewership. I think that it's embarrassing. I don't think you said, like, you don't want those. You don't want Terry Bradshaw at halftime. Like, you don't want Terry Bradshaw at halftime at all.
Thank you. Full stop.
But you don't want Terry Bradshaw going, well, check this out. Jalen Hurts had changed his cleats and people are slipping and falling. And then, not that the Hail Mary was going to do anything, but, like, it's just embarrassing. it's embarrassing to have that on your biggest stage. Like the NFL, you say they don't care about player safety. I'll buy that. Do they care about PR? Oh, you better believe it. Why are they even doing the anthem? Why are they doing Breast Cancer Awareness Month? Why are they doing any of these things? PR.
Do you know why they do salute to service and all the rest of it? Money. Do you know that the military is the single biggest advertiser in the National Football League? You don't get salute to service week or month or whatever it is, and all the coaches in their camo gear. The only reason why they do that, it's not because each and every coach is such a devout supporter of the military. It's because the military spends about $250 million on advertising for the NFL.
That's why the anthem even became a thing before the game. So many people were running around in that conversation about Kaepernick years ago and completely leaving out the fact that it never used to get played. It was never a thing.
Right.
And somehow to sports fans, it became this birthright where you just like, oh my gosh, how are we going to have our sports without everybody going crazy over the anthem before the game when, by the way, many of you used it to go to the bathroom when you're at the game for years leading up to that conversation. But I digress.
We
already went into that.
And don't even get me started on the anthem itself, because America the Beautiful should be the anthem.
Well, how many times yesterday, and I can't remember, how far before the game did you arrive yesterday?
I got there about 3 o'clock, so about 25 minutes before, 3:05.
There were at least 2 anthem scares. Because we had the sound down, because who cares? Like, we want to just talk when it's 3:15, and somebody would start singing, and everybody wanted to time the anthem.
Exactly.
It's like, oh my God, they started the anthem, and we didn't time it. It's like, no, that's America the Beautiful. Oh my God, no, that's God Bless America.
That's right.
How many songs did we have pregame? At least 3.
Yeah, it might have been those 3. And I thought they could have thrown "Oh Canada" a nod, just, for the sake of them being our neighbors.
Let's do them all.
Exactly.
Where's you know what I mean? Everybody was watching. They had that one commercial where they went around to different bars around the world. And they're like, watch it. Everybody's they were doing the tomahawk chalk in Germany.
Ridiculous.
I'm like,
of course they were, by the way. Of course they were.
Exactly. And shout out to Ghana.
A country with a history of, oppression doesn't even do justice to what Germany has done
Where
to
else
people.
are we going to go for a good tomahawk chop?
Thank you.
Kansas City, Atlanta, or Germany.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What just a joke.
Fong in Oakland has called the Willard and Dibbs extravaganza. Hello, Fong. Thank you for calling. What are you doing?
I'm parked in front of the UPS getting ready to drop off some packages.
But you waited because you wanted to talk to us, huh, Fong?
Yes, sir. Wanted to touch on Fields, not Justin. If you look up the Sod father, S-O-D father, he's been the head groundskeeper for every single Super Bowl that's been never played. And with that, I'm out.
Rack that guy.
Yeah, go ahead. Now you can go.
94 years old. I'm looking at it now. The Sod father, George Toma, who I want to say that he has Niners roots, preparing for his last Super Bowl. He's the god of sod, apparently.
Toma.
Thank you.
Toma.
And shout out Max Homa for a great club throw at the Waste Management. Max Throma, as I have dubbed him.
This conversation got really weird fast.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
I could rewind about 46 seconds and be fine. I'm just saying.
According to the Daily Mail, this year's field cost $800,000 and took around 18 months to grow. And Toma believes it's one of his best grasses that he's had for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. He loves that grass. $800,000. Do you know what $800,000 is to these teams and to this league? $800,000. They gave, what'd you say Kyler Murray got? $189 million guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
But they don't have $1 million for field. They don't have $1 million.
$800,000, Mark.
They don't have $800,000 to get the field right for the Super Bowl or to protect their players' heads. They don't have that.
Well, and it's, again,
it's just so funny to me.
To think that the league is concerned at all about the players' health and safety is a ridiculous notion. Otherwise, they wouldn't play on artificial surfaces all year.
There's a piece of me that doesn't understand this. Like, we all know rich people, right? You know some rich people?
Couple.
Yeah, and I mean rich. Not like, I mean rich. Rich.
Right.
You know those people?
Yeah.
Most of them, and I feel like they shouldn't be asked to pay for every dinner. They shouldn't be asked to pay more for things. They cost what they cost. Like, that's not the side of the thing. But there's a piece of many of them. I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush. They're not all like this. But there's a piece of a lot I just don't understand. I don't understand pinching and saving and not taking care of the people around you when you have so much money that you don't even know. You couldn't spend it in 8 lifetimes. What is it you are holding on to? And the NFL is a great example. I know they're a corporation, not an individual, but like them not taking care of player safety would be no different than a billionaire not paying their housekeeper well. Like, come on.
But what do they get?
Take care of the people who are taking care of you.
Right, but in terms of just the bottom line economics of the National Football League, what does the NFL benefit from taking care of their players from a financial standpoint?
I don't
Not
want
a thing.
I don't want it to be about that.
But I'm asking you.
Shouldn't, but
because you made this about money, and you're right. Rich people, by the way, are rich because they don't just shovel money away.
I'm not asking anybody to shovel money away. I'm asking for a corporation to take care of its people, which we expect every corporation to do.
But I'm asking you, what do they benefit by taking care of their players? They don't benefit one iota because you know what?
I disagree with
that.
that.
If you lose player X on player Y's team, player Z comes and takes his place next year. And by the way, that player probably is going to make less money. And if player X doesn't make it to a certain level, you don't have to pay them a pension. So by having players get hurt earlier, you in fact save money in the long term.
Right, but that's if it's only about money, and it's not only about money, number one. And number two, even if it is, like, let's take the Tua situation this year. You think the NFL is just like, whatever? I mean, that's not good for them. It's not good
bad
for them. Yeah, it is.
How many people turned off the TV or the radio?
None,
but so they don't care.
But that's thinking only in the moment. There's a longer term conversation here where if people start dying on the field, you got a problem. You have a problem. And so and I think there inherently should be something that where it's not about money. I think this is about any corporation.
But this corporation's different because...
But you want happy employees, right? You want employees that want to produce. Couldn't I even make the case that it is about money? You want production out of your employees who produces more.
Get it. You have a natural filtration system in college football to where there are millions of people, like take Damar Hamlin, for example. He literally died on the field, and he was resuscitated by emergency personnel. It was incredible. And all of that led us to what? Did people, oh my God, he almost died. I can't watch football anymore.
Nothing.
Or have we come to the point where Damar Hamlin is a hero, and I guarantee these Super Bowl ratings.
Good Morning America.
Dude, and the ratings are through the roof.
Sure.
Nobody looked at that situation and thought, oh my God, this game is dangerous and violent. I can't watch it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just think all your responses continue to be just about right now. So there is a problem if this becomes a thing and you start having a health and safety.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't think that it can ever become a quote thing. We went through the concussion controversy where, hey, the league has known about this for 30 years. They did nothing about it. And football's only become more popular since then.
Right, but I'll give you a tiny little example, and then I mean the tiniest little example from Odyssey, our employer, okay? So my birthday was a few weeks ago. Open up my email, there's a little something in there from Odyssey. Now, what did they get from that? What did they get for that money that they spent? Not a little thingamabob. Yeah,
a little
gift card.
A little how you doing? Okay,
yeah, little hey, how you doing?
I was about to have birthday envy. About to change my birthday to tomorrow.
You'll get your deal. But anyway.
And my half birthday is Wednesday.
Okay, congrats.
Kyle's too.
That's wonderful.
Just so you know.
All right, so anyway, I've never understood half birthdays, but anyway.
Oh, you will come Wednesday.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Oh.
It's halfway to your birthday.
Right, no, I understand the concept.
Oh, okay.
Right, so.
I'll be halfway to 109 on Wednesday.
Next week is my 112th birthday. I accept gift cards.
I believe in
Venmo.
fractional birthdays.
Today is my unbirthday. Shout out to Matt Hatter.
All right, congratulations. He's going backwards. So what did Odyssey gain from that? Like, to sort of take your way of looking at that. What did Odyssey gain from spending that money?
Not a thing.
So why they do it?
Because it's good PR.
and happy employees will produce more. And, oh, by the way, maybe somewhere in this world, a company just wants to acknowledge their people. Like
I'm
somewhere?
I'm going to say this.
Anywhere?
And you know it comes from a good place.
Yeah, boy.
You're adorable.
Oh.
You are adorable.
So wait, but why'd they do that then?
Because
Mr. Cynical.
They think that that's going to make you happy enough to where, darn it, you're going to pull on that rope extra hard and you're going to be an even better employee. But I guarantee you this. The next day, did you come in a little bit early? Did you stay late?
No.
Did you have a bounce in your step? Have you pulled on that rope any harder? It, to me, is a good effort from Odyssey.
But again, that's like, do I react the next day? No. Is there an overarching higher either like, I don't know, gratitude or like thankfulness to a company that's at least saying, hey, how you doing? Like we see you.
Is there?
I think so. Yeah.
Well,
not just because they got a gift card on the birthday.
Right.
But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, your company either treats you well or they flick you. The NFL, in many ways, with these fields,
they flick you.
They flick you
at every turn,
which is bizarre
and
because
I don't want to come across as being anti-Odyssey. I love this company. I always have. I've been here for 11 years, and they've been terrific to me.
Cut that,
please.
All right.
I mean, you can't spell Odyssey.
When's your contract
without coming up about 7 months. I probably should have doubled down earlier.
Yeah. Do you want to say that again?
Right around the corner.
Slower. Say it slower.
I mean, when I think about our CEO, David Field, I think about a real hero.
There's that field word again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
not
the good field, not the Arizona field.
Exactly. That field is terrible. Our field's impeccable. Not a piece of grass out of place. Cut. I'm just saying in terms of the NFL, Mark, they are so Teflon in terms of their own PR. They don't need the field to be good. They don't even need to pretend, we're looking out for player safety.
But just want it. Why not? It costs you nothing. We didn't lose nothing. This is pennies for them. It's pennies.
$800,000?
I mean,
it's pennies
to them? Yes.
Well, they spent $800,000 to try to get the field right, and it wasn't.
No, then spend $900,000. You know what I mean? It's pennies.
They'd rather not.
It's pennies to them.
If they really wanted to make it right, they would have no more artificial fields. They would have real grass across all 32.
Is that even minimum salary? What's the minimum veteran salary in the NFL? Whatever it is, it qualifies as pennies.
Right.
And that's the kind of number we're talking about right here. When they got Jason Verrett, they were like, $1 million flyer. See what happens.
Yeah.
Who knows if he can play again?
$800,000 is one game check for games played for Andre Iguodala.
All roads lead back to Iguodala.
Well, I thought it would be a nice time to promote the Bob Myers.
Bob Myers in 8 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Bob Myers is going to speak, and we'll carry it live. And you said you have questions.
I'm just wondering about this whole GP2 situation. You trade Wiseman, you get picks, you send the picks, and you get GP2, and now GP2 is hurt, and he can't play, and you had a chance to rescind the trade, but you didn't.
Would you have?
Depends on how I feel about James Wiseman. If I really wanted James Wiseman gone, no matter what, even if it meant I got back damaged goods, if I wanted Wiseman gone that much, then no, I would not have rescinded the trade.
Okay, how do you feel about James Wiseman? I know you're saying it depends on what the Warriors feel. How do you feel?
I feel like James Wiseman's going to be a decent pro elsewhere. I don't think that he could have fit here. So if the Warriors feel like this is the best time to trade him, then I totally support that. However, for Portland to send you openly damaged goods, a guy who couldn't play basketball without being jacked up on Toradol. Shout out Patrick Mahomes, because he got Dr. Feelgood at halftime last night. So you're going to take on a damaged product from Portland, and you're just going to be okay with it. I wonder what the calculus is like for the Warriors. And I love GP2, we all do, but he can't play until May.
Yeah, I don't think that
feels
the Warriors
like Portland clowned him. That's what my feeling is.
I think it feels like Portland just did awful stuff here, and more importantly, to what they did to GP2 than what they did to the Warriors.
Absolutely, but the Warriors, by accepting him, to me, you become complicit in this whole calculation.
I think you got stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you're not going to bring James Wiseman back. That's beyond awkward, and you clearly don't believe in him.
Right.
I would have done the exact same thing the Warriors did, but add in, and I am, furious with Portland. Furious with Portland for how you handle GP2. Furious for holding back. Like, if I'm the league, something needs to be done here. You have got to punish Portland.
Well, the Players Association for sure.
You cannot be throwing Toradol into a guy, forcing him out there before the deadline, and then sending him out and being like, oh, we didn't know. What do you mean you didn't know?
Right.
You're injecting this man. Of course you know.
And he was out all year until he wasn't, and now he's out again.
And you were so excited to sign him 5 months ago, 6 months ago, and now you can't wait to get him off the roster. Stop with this whole we didn't know thing. You totally know.
And I get it that you couldn't amend the trade because the deadline had passed, but to me, something has to happen to where Portland's got to pay a pound of flesh. I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, but I still, if I'm the Warriors, I would have done, in the situation they ended up in, I would have done exactly what they did, which is eat it. You're not going back to Wiseman. I'm not optimistic on his future. And GP2 you have for 2 more years, and maybe you get something out of him later this year. But it's incredibly unfortunate. They were the team that only got a little bit better, and then maybe they didn't even get that.
They didn't get better at all because you got a player who can't play. You gave up a guy who you didn't want to play, and you got a guy who can't play. So Bob Myers up in 5. I can't wait to hear from him.
So Bob Myers in Moments, you're right, and it is sponsored by Pfizer. Willard and Dibs, Bob Myers on the GP2 situation. We carry that live next on 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
I think Kyrie Irving was the guy with the big dreams outside of basketball. And he failed every time to recognize the fact that there's a gravitational pull on everything in America, and it's determined by the richest guy in the room.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard for the Game Time app, and guess what? Football's now over. Kind of opens up the weekends a little bit, right? To maybe head to some other events, whether it be other sporting events, concerts, theater, whatever it is. I'm telling you, if you want to get in for the best deal possible, you got to get the Game Time app. It is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I'm looking at a zone deal for Saturday, April 8th. That's the opening weekend of Giants baseball with the Royals in town. Right now, only $44. This is for the home opening weekend. As mentioned, it's not just sports. Blink 182, SAP Center, coming up in June. You can get tickets right now. Ring Central, Supercross. You can go do that right now. Swing it back to sports. The Sharks have the Penguins in town tomorrow night. You can get in for just $34. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets. That's what the Game Time app does. And very user-friendly. You simply go to your market. You set up an account by putting in your email address, and all of the events are right there. You click on them, and you can preview your seats and see exactly what it would look like wherever you want to sit. So download the Game Time app, put in your email address, and use our redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, download the app, put in your email address, and use the redeem code, THEGAME, for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses talks about using exercise to combat his anxiety issues.
The working out is key. In my case, I would force myself into the gym, and I'd force myself just to do 100 push-ups. You got to run. Even if you run just around your block, you build yourself a place to go.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code KICKOFF at checkout. That's harrys.com, code KICKOFF. Enjoy.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite 03 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Bob Myers talking right now on the GP2 situation on Willard and Dibbs. Here we go.
Forth, and so it was a tough thing to do to move someone that we like that much as a person. I know that's a business goes beyond that as far as on the court, off the court stuff. So that was a challenge, but I hope he does well. I hope he gets an opportunity to play, and I think he will more than he was getting with us. So moving him was something that we did just more based on trying to help this team win. And as far as Gary, what he does for us, I think you all know. You've seen what he does for us. We're trying to help give this team a boost. Near term, long term. He's got a couple more years on his contract, so he's thrilled too. I'm sure you'll talk to him, I think, tonight. As far as all the things that were surrounding the trade, I've seen what's been written and reported. I know you're going to ask, and you should. There's things I can't say for legal reasons and also for HIPAA reasons, and that's the truth. I'm not trying to deflect it. At some point, if we have information that we can give you, we will. But me speaking publicly on it behind the scenes, I don't think moves anything forward. And I think wouldn't be the best thing to do and not even probably allowed to. So I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have on that, on the trade, on what we think. And certainly if you want to ask about that, you can, and I'll do my best to respond. So that's it.
What about this situation rose it to the level that, I mean, clearly you guys have gone out to the league and seem to be upset with whatever, like what did Portland do in this process that made you do that?
Well, again, good question, but I can't answer as far as I don't want to go down that road of accusations, because that's all going to be handled at a different level and not for today and not for me. Gary's going to be out from our standpoint. We're going to evaluate him in a month and see where he's at. But it is our determination he's not ready to play right now. But when we get him back, hopefully we do get him back at some point. The goal would be pre-playoffs. That would be the hope. But until we get a sense of how the rehab process is going, I can't really speculate.
Hey, Bob, what are the rules on disclosure? What a selling team has to disclose? You know, like real estate, you have to tell if there's something wrong with your house. So are there league rules? And if so, were they violated?
There are rules, Scott. One of the big rules is that once a trade deadline is passed, there's no ability to amend it. You see that sometimes in the summer time or when there is an open window. A lot of times these differences get resolved there. There's not an opportunity for that in this case. And so that is a recourse that is often explored in the past, and there's precedent for that. But in this case, the deadline had passed. So as far as what needs to be reported, what is reported, there's medical disclosures, there's conversations, things like that. And without risking specificity in this case, the normal course of business is just to provide whatever's required and do that. And that's what happens in all the trades, whether NBA or I think other sports too.
Was there ever a moment where you guys were seriously considering rescinding the trade?
Yeah, we looked at all the different choices once we had a little bit more information and gone through our physical, and based upon many different things, decided to go through with it. And, you know, we think that for many reasons, James, we didn't see a path, even upon return, wasn't playing at the time. And additionally, our situation's a little different because of the amount of money each player costs. And so if we had seen a path for James upon return that had changed, we might have considered that even going forward as we get into next season. We've seen what Gary can do, and it's not in any kind of indictment of James. It's a hard rotation to crack on this team. And so Gary, seeing the fit, seeing the need, our defense and things like that. So we certainly had many discussions, but we made the choice we made.
Well, kind of to follow up on that, does the familiarity with Gary weigh heavily into this? I mean, because you know him. I mean, it's not as if it's a player you've never seen or rehabbed or any of those things.
Yeah, sure. I think most trade deadlines don't work. Most times you get a player at the deadline and expect some big shift. It doesn't happen. I think one time when Clyde Drexler went to the Rockets years ago, it kind of changed the course of their season. I think when the Celtics got PJ Brown, I keep thinking that was a buyout. Most of the time, it's hard to reconfigure your team on the fly. There's only 20-something games left. I think 26 for us, maybe 28, 20. That's not a lot of the season. So whether it's us or any team, but when you trade for a player that's been here, especially our system is not simple. So to get somebody that knows our system, and that's the hope when Gary comes back, whenever that is, that there's some familiarity. A lot of the same players he played with last year. We play him a little differently. We did play him a little differently than other teams. I think that's why he did so well with us. Our system is a little unique. And so, yeah, part of the reason we did it was that familiarity. We've seen how much he helps us. So that was some of the reason.
Given sorry, Tim, given he has played this season, are you surprised that he'd even come back at all and played some this season, or has an injury, the post surgery gotten worse? What's your medical assessment?
I think all I know now is that what I'm being told from our doctors is he's going to be reevaluated in a month. And what was happening before that's over. Whatever it was. But I'm hoping that we can get him back for the playoffs. And he's now in our building. And I trust whatever they tell me, and we'll move forward. And we need him. Hopefully at some point he comes back and can help us, because I do believe if he does get back, there's a role for him. I think the coaches and players think that too.
Bob, was there a trade that you could have done other than this that you heavily considered, and were you prevented? I mean, do you feel like you're prevented from doing it because this trade happened and then it went into limbo?
Well, Tim, I won't know, because this had momentum to it. There was conversations around this one, and maybe if that time had been used in some other capacity. But we looked at a lot of different things. There wasn't one thing that we all walked out of the deadline saying, well, we could have done that or we should have done that. We looked at a lot of different things, but I can't say if we hadn't done this, we definitely would have done that. But maybe with mental space around it differently, it would have been different. But there isn't something that I think there was some things reported, and we looked at a lot of different things, but nothing was at the 5-yard line.
And just as a follow up, his name was in the press release, his name was in the trade. So I know you don't like talking about other players, but Saddiq Bey was in the trade. That was the first trigger for this. Could you have kept him, and did you consider just keeping Saddiq Bey?
Well, I can't talk about him because he's not ours. But what I would say is that the trade we made at the time we made it, with the information we had, was what we thought was the best trade for this team. And that's all we could really do. With operate, when you make any decision, you make it based on the information you have at the time of the decision. And at the time of the decision, we felt like Gary was the best player for us. And as far as what are the other variables, one, I can't. And two, I don't know what it serves to say we would have done X, Y, or Z. We did what we thought was right.
He missed the first 35 games, and he was kind of in and out of the lineup, so I guess outside looking in, there was at least some level of understanding that he maybe wasn't having the healthiest season. How much did that play into it? And I guess how much did you guys ask about that? And
well, I mean, I think in these situations, we looked at the fact that he started the night before against our team, and you could look at it any way you wanted to. You were probably at the game. You could say, well, a player would be better in our system. We would use him differently. We would play him differently. I don't get into the mental space of a player. We traded for Wiggins. We watched him and said, well, maybe he can be better for us. So I didn't really factor in the thought that he would be out as long as he will be. I didn't think that. But we had a lot of conversations. But I'm not going to get into the specifics of what the conversations were with the other team.
But do you feel that they withheld anything from you, the Portland?
Well, I think on that one, Scott, that's another legal thing, and I'm not going to adjudicate that today at 11 o'clock here, and it's not productive for me or anybody else.
Hey, Bob, obviously the trade happened, right before the deadline, but how long has the idea of bringing back Gary back to here?
I think we recognize, like I'm sure a lot of you did, that this team could use some help, and went about trying to do that to the best of our ability. As you well know, any trade has to have a partner. And reluctantly moving James, I think we all wished organizationally it would have worked out better for him, but we didn't see a way for that to happen. And then thinking that we probably had a good top, whatever you want to call it, 7 or 8 guys with Steph back, adding another guy into the mix defensively, pick and roll defense specifically, is an area that I think we wanted to improve on and targeted. With the defense not being quite as good as it's been in the past. And so the idea was, let's find someone that we like for the next 26 games in the playoffs, hopefully, as well as into next season and the season after that. And we have to be careful with the amount of money we take on. In this trade, I think it saved us $6 or $7 million this year, and just apples to apples, $30 million next year. And our payroll is big, and that's great that I have Joe and the ownership group to support that. But we also have to be a better team. We've got to play better. We're 500, and it's our job and front office to evaluate if this team needs help, and that's the determination we made.
And you mentioned how Gary plays a very unique style for you guys. But with James gone, I don't think you guys have anybody taller than 6'9". How do you feel about the size on this team right now? And does that affect the buyout market at all?
Yeah, we'll have to look at the buyout market. I think much like last year's deadline, we moved forward with Looney and Draymond, who have kind of split minutes in the regular season. JaMichael's, I guess what you'd call our other big. Last year we had a couple other kind of non-traditional bigs that Bielitz is not in the NBA, so I can talk about him, but like a shooting big who did a nice job, and then another good player that helped us. We hope that we have enough, but we'll look and see. It's also determinative of how the coaches will use that player. For us to say, here's a big guy, and the coaching staff to say, well, we're not playing that guy. Doesn't matter if he's 7 feet tall or 8 feet tall. It has that any buyout conversation has to be done in collaboration with the coaching staff, because why bring a player in if they're not going to use them? But if there's a player that the coaching staff and the front office thinks can be helpful, absolutely, we'll go target that guy. But not there's a good John Wooden quote: Don't confuse activity for achievement. I don't just want to say, oh, we scoured the buyout market. Here's so and so, and the guy's sitting on the end of the bench. Because for us, it's $3-4 million. I don't know, it's $3 million or something like that, which Joe has done and would do. But that's the conversation with the coaching staff as far as who would play and who's available.
It's Willard and Dibbs, and you're listening to Bob Myers talk after the GP2 trade for the Golden State Warriors on 95.7 The Game.
Or whatever it might be, and compare them and say to Steve, hey, these are your options. Which player do you think helps us the most? And make that determination. Maybe Steve, again, they're going to play, especially with this many games in the season. This is never a thing where, at least not here, where we say, hey, play this player. This is the guy. It's a collaboration, and we have to fit the system. We have to fit what will work here and what does work here, and that's the conversation with the coaching staff.
Said that a lot of action that happens at the trade deadline isn't the thing that magically shifts a team season, but when acquiring Gary, thinking that he'd be ready sooner than he is, did you think that he was going to be a piece that could help kind of turn the season and be an instant impact like that?
Well, I think help, yeah, but save, no. I mean, I don't think there's certain players that got traded there, but usually with any team, we all are trying to win, and we're all trying to help change our team for the better, increase our margin for error. And I think when we did that, yeah, we thought it would be additive. I don't know that anybody thinks it solves everything, but we think it was helpful. We still think it's helpful. We just have to wait till he gets healthy. That was the motivation behind it. I think it's motivation. But there's certainly, it seemed like this trade deadline, there was a lot more teams trying to do that than trying to go the other way. And I think that's why there was, well, actually, I guess 10% of the NBA was traded. So maybe it was a more active deadline than we thought.
James is still obviously young, number 2 pick. You guys have this regime has never had a pick this high. How hard was it to move off of him? And was there internal debate about it even up to the deadline, or was it just something you had to do?
I think we debated it pretty heavily, mostly because I still believe he can be a good player. It may just be that his path required more minutes than we were able to give him. It may be that his time is longer than we can wait. But it's not an indictment of him. There's plenty of players that take a certain amount of minutes or a certain amount of time. And especially with missing a year, there's a lot of things that he missed, not his fault, whether it's COVID or injury, where he just he is a 3rd-year player, but he hasn't got the minutes of that. So I think we had to evaluate, he's going to get those here. And didn't seem like that. And then with the cost and where our team was at. But yeah, certainly, Tim, we heavily debate. There's a lot of debate. There's always a lot of debate, which is healthy. I don't think that's unhealthy. And sometimes situations, you have to be realistic about them. No matter what you want, you have to look at what it is. But the hardest part for me personally was who he is. And I know that's not important maybe to a lot of fans, and I understand that. And it's a result business, but the person that he is, I would bet on the person. Just a high quality individual, and those people usually succeed in life, and I think he will. So that was a tough one.
And I know you didn't call it the 2-timeline plan. Others might have and repeated it often. But what is the state of having another set of young players who will be there to stand in for when the older guys kind of fall off or go. Is this now a complete restart of that?
I think it's a moment in time where we realized we tried to get better this year and thought that move helped us and still do, the move we made. And then you evaluate how this team finishes and move off of that position. But, our goal when we drafted, I think, James, we were coming out of the playoffs, play-in, and we lost. And took the best player we thought was in the draft for us. We thought he was the best player at the time. And then the next season, we won it, right? Was it 2 years before? Okay, so he was the year we just were the worst record in the league. Don't want to skip that. So we had the worst record in the NBA, and then we took James. And then we lost in the play-in, right? Okay, and then we took Kuminga and Moody. And we won the championship. So it's hard to look at it. You have to evaluate each year. I think a lot of us would have thought coming out of a loss in the play-in to win the championship the following year. I guess those were our hopes. But let's see how this year goes and evaluate how it finishes. I'd love it for the team to be healthy and see what the end result is with a healthy team. The hardest part for us in the front office is evaluating a season that fell apart on health. So if we're healthy, come the playoffs, it'll be informative as far as where are we going? What is this team? Why do we lose? Why do we win? We've seen many of these players become champions last year, and that's informative too. So until they're not, we have to trust and believe in that, and I do. But until this season's over, we'll evaluate what we think going forward and what makes the most sense and base that on performance, and hopefully we get to see a healthy team do that.
It seemed generally clear, even Saturday night when Gary's sitting next to you during the game that, you guys are very likely going through with the trade. What was kind of the hang up, I guess, the last couple of days? And what are you guys still with this league investigation hoping to gain from, what's to come?
Well, I think once we learned that, and I think we had a sense of it pretty quickly, that a trade, once the deadline passed, the opportunity to amend a trade was moot. So just wanted to understand that better and get some clarity on that and think on that. And then we had the time we had to make a decision. So it was just more thinking about it. But yeah, probably by Saturday night, we had a sense of the direction we were going in. And what do I want? Whatever the NBA says is fair. Just whatever that is. Just want a fair result. So
do you think that'll be quick? I mean, what's your expectation on how long this
I don't know. I don't know. And whatever it takes, it takes. I don't know how long. I'd have to look back at how long some of these things have taken in the past when there's situations like this, but I don't know. I don't know how long.
What specifically is wrong with Gary? And is it a result from the surgery he had this offseason?
I think he's got a core muscle injury, and I think Raymond, give me some notes, like an adductor or something in that nature. I think we'll have a better update tonight, but I can say he'll be reevaluated in a month. But it's a core muscle. It's abdominal abductor. I mean, I don't want to disparage the why of it. Like, why was it because of a surgery? Was it not? Was it rehab? I don't know. But that's what his injury is now. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on the connection of it, but he's got to get healthier to play. That's where he's at. No, when he left here, and again, you can ask him. I think he'll be available at some point. We didn't anticipate that, but it had. Suppose had he come back, would anybody have brought that up? But I wasn't under the impression that was part of the plan in the summer. But we didn't know if he was coming back. We didn't know who we were going to sign, so we didn't really know. I think it's all connected, but again, we'll give you if it's about the specificity of the injury, we'll give you that. I just don't we got to get that, and I think we'll have an update on that tonight. So, but it's you can give it generally core muscle, but
All right, there it is. Bob Myers with the Golden State Warriors. Everything that he could say, which let's be honest, was not was not as much as we probably all would have liked.
Sure.
But that's predictable in this situation where you've got other players who are under contract. You've got the HIPAA situation. He said that right out of the gate.
Yep.
He said, look, I'm here to answer your questions, but I'm also going to tell you that a lot of your questions I'm not going to be able to answer from a legal standpoint. And so there's no two ways about this. You're going to come out of this as a Warriors fan with a healthy amount of frustration.
No doubt.
And the news, if you're just joining us, is that Gary Payton II will not be available for at least a month. They will evaluate him in a month. It is their evaluation right now that he cannot play. He will not be ready for at least that long. And as Bob said, the hope is that he's ready pre-playoffs.
That's what he said. He said he's reevaluated in a month, and then we hope to get him back for the playoffs, which is not for 2 months. So reevaluated in a month tells me you're not going to be ready to go in a month. They probably know the severity of the injury. He's going to be out until the playoffs at the earliest. And the other piece of this, and we can get into it, 888-957-9570, your thoughts on what you heard. He made 2 references to money. The fact that the money that each player cost, he talked a little bit about the savings that they got by going through with the deal. So they knew at the end of it that GP2 was hurt, but they couldn't bring back Wiseman, and the money they were going to save was a big part of this.
I said it to you in the changeover. This is definitely still a piece and aspect of this, and I know a lot of fans won't like that, but that's the facts of the matter here, and it affects not just this year but years to come. So let's get to your phone calls next. Your reaction to Bob Myers, your reaction to the Warriors still going through with this deal. Do you think they made a mistake or not with the way this whole thing played out? We'll take your phone calls coming up next at 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
We're having a super time talking about the Chiefs' big win.
When's that parade coming up this week in Philadelphia? Oh, Philly. It's all those clowns out there in Philly. Please, FedEx me those jars of tears that you got from last night. I'll pay for the next day here, baby. Yeah! I'm loving it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Technology lets you monitor your dog over your phone as he destroys your couch. But to monitor threats to your hybrid workforce, you need more than technology. You need CDW to assess risks and arm your team with pre-configured HP notebooks equipped with HP Wolf Security. AI-enabled threat detection, built-in security, and remote management keep your endpoint safe 24/7. Unlike that antique vase, HP makes always-on remote security possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and we want to send you to the San Jose Earthquakes 2023 home opener on March 4th. They'll take on the Vancouver Whitecaps. For your shot at tickets, enter at 957thegame.com.
Strawberry lemonade, truly.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. See, yeah, I'm feeling it. I knew they were not going to rescind the trade.
I got you.
Right away, Super Bowl starts. You saw me. I went right over the fridge. What did I get?
What'd you have? A Truly?
Trying to get a nice little buzz.
Yeah, you had a strawberry lemonade Truly.
And then I followed it up in the second half with?
Another Truly.
DJ Khaled.
I was shocked to see
Another
you.
one.
I was shocked to see you actually putting one up
Putting
and
some
putting
drink.
it down.
Yeah.
Party fast.
Yeah.
Kind of a nice little buzz.
It was 2 drinks yesterday.
Yeah.
That's a lot for me.
Crazy.
2 drinks in the same day.
And you were teetering a little bit. You were teetering and tottering early third. I thought, man.
No, there was no teeter-totter. There was
Give him another beer.
Yeah,
Seriously.
family present. We had a show to do later in the evening. I had you to keep in line.
Please.
It's a lot going on.
I kept myself in line, although there was some time in the fourth quarter when I was beginning to trash talk your 16-year-old a little bit because the amount of begging that goes on in the Willard household, the beggary.
First of all, we weren't in the Willard household.
Well,
and second
I
of
can
all,
imagine in the household where
Dude.
every single call that goes against KC, it's gotta be overturned.
My man.
The
He's
beggary.
16 years old and he won 6 large. Do you know what $600 is to a 16-year-old?
$6 million.
That'd be like you winning 30 grand.
Something like that.
Okay, like he has been grinding on this. He needed the Chiefs to win by 4 or less
grinding.
to win his pool.
What was it, $10 to get in?
Brother,
So
I don't even
he had
remember.
10 in.
$25?
Yeah, I mean, wow.
No, but when you flash
No, I get it.
$600 to
I
a
get it.
16-year-old,
It's big money.
He's like, this is going to double my net worth. Like this was a big
cash
deal to
energy,
him.
no
yes.
doubt.
It's a couple of weeks of gas for him.
Seriously.
More than that.
Cash
yeah,
rules
right.
everything around him. Cream.
Get the money.
Okay? Dollar bills, y'all. All right?
I love when you dabble into
Come on, man.
when you get out of your oasis
You know
and you
that
get into the hip hop.
You know that I've got more than you
got
think
more
I do.
than I thought.
So,
I'll
listen,
give you that.
Listen.
You were even singing a little Rihanna
He
yesterday.
also gave me one of these late in the game. I think you went to the bathroom, and it was like the 18th time that you had been like, the refs are amazing.
They were. Great game.
And he leans back. He goes, Dad, I see what you mean now.
I saw
goes-
some whisper
he goes-
that was going on.
He's like, he really does love the refs. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
I
I'm like,
just don't
see?
like to be in any atmosphere or
love
any
it.
environment where people are like immediately assuming the refs are wrong.
Well,
And then you
what-
watch the replay and it's like, oh man,
Look.
egg on my face.
We'll get to Bob
and
Myers
I had to
in just a
walk
second,
you
but-
all through it.
No,
I'm
I-
holding hands. It was like hands across America.
I
for
mean,
me. Walking all the Willards through it.
adorable that you thought we were listening. Like what?
Call by call, spoon feeding the entire party.
What sporting event are you not showing up where inherently we're rooting against the refs? That's the deal. You got to
That's
be
your own human frailty.
No,
is what
you
it
got to
is.
be cool with this. You're the heel.
Oh, I'm
You're
cool
the ref.
with it, but
You're the
when,
ref.
when the refs are right and all y'all got to check yourselves before
Hey.
you wreck yourselves, I'm going to be there to remind you.
Ed McMahon ain't showing up to tapings of Johnny Carson and going, I'm the show. You sit there, Johnny. This is about me. You're the heel.
Spadone?
You're the ref.
If you would, please.
You're the ref.
I love the young people. Thank you, Ed McMahon.
I mean, I
references.
know.
Come on.
Sorry, my bad. I
Who's the
could've-
fossil?
I mean, you know.
Who's the fossil now?
I couldn't remember the guy who sits next to Conan. What was his name? Who sits next to Conan? Not that he's that young either, but he's still
Andy
on
Richter.
at least.
Andy Richter.
thank
Good
you.
call, yeah.
I appreciate it.
The
Anyway,
scale guy. Yeah.
so what'd you think of what Bob Myers had to say?
He said all he can say, but the entire exercise was largely pointless because the questions that we all want answered, he can't answer, which is how damaged was GP2? What did Portland know that you didn't know? And, you know, what he said at the end.
How angry are you at Portland? Like, what do you
Exactly.
want to have happen
and
here?
What he said in the end was, he'll wait and see what the league decides. And as I was thinking about that, I wrote this down, Mark. Portland should lose a pick. They should absolutely lose a draft pick. I don't know if the Warriors get that pick. That doesn't seem to be fair to the rest of the league. But Portland, based on the fact that you knowingly traded damaged goods, and the Warriors could have rescinded the trade. We know that. They weren't going to rescind the trade because they wanted Wiseman gone and they wanted to save money and they wanted GP2 back. So all three of those reasons are more impactful than you didn't want to get clowned by Portland, but you got clowned by Portland. And if Portland knowingly traded a damaged guy who had been ejected just to be healthy enough to be dealt, they need to be punished.
Well,
they need to lose a pick.
I agree with you. My guess would be it's going to be more money rather than picks. I think they're going to get fined. I think that's probably the way this is going to end. And also, in the end, us Warrior fans are going to move on. I don't really have a vested interest in how this goes down for Portland unless the Warriors get one of the picks they sent there back.
Right.
Remember, they had 5 second-rounders that
so maybe they get a second and 20-30
maybe,
back.
but I mean, when did these things go down? Like, I think it was even Timmy K asked the question of, like, could you have held on to Sadiq Bey? Well, I don't know. The way this came out on Twitter, it was like, well, Wiseman for Bey, and then Bey went to Atlanta for 5 picks, and then the 5 picks went to Portland for GP2. So that's what the order feels like, but we don't know that was the order. It might have been all at once.
It was all at once,
It was all
I believe.
right.
Yeah.
So it's like it felt like Sadiq Bey was a Warrior. Don't forget Kevin Knox, that part of it too.
What an era.
But these things aren't really actually true. It was all done at once.
Exactly.
So should those picks end up back with the Warriors, or does Atlanta go, hang on a second, those are our picks? You know what I mean? Like,
you can't rescind a part of it.
Right.
It's either you rescind the whole thing, and it was a 4-team deal. Either you rescind the whole thing, or you go through with the whole thing, and you can't amend it. And that's what Bob even said in his little presser.
Here's what I think may bother some Warriors fans. I'm not one of them. This doesn't bother me, but I get it. You're right. A big part of this is money. It's a big part of this.
Yeah.
There were 3 motivations that day. We're giving up on Wiseman.
Yep.
We think GP2 makes us better.
Sure.
And we want to save money.
And I don't begrudge Joe Lacob for saving money. Well, after all he spent.
It's also agreed.
That's my own feeling.
But let's go further. It's not just save money. It's clear money that was not going to be on the books for next year. I don't mean they're going to go spend it next year. What I mean by that is he's told you, we've told you, they're not doing a $500 million payroll.
Exactly.
They're not going to do it. So some fat was going to need to get trimmed. And more is coming, by the way. You know, are Draymond and Jordan Poole both on the roster next year? I'd bet against it. I really don't know. But some things are going to need to get trimmed for the future of this roster. So bringing James Wiseman back wasn't as simple as, well, we still believe in his future, even though they don't. But they could spin that if they could wrap their heads around the idea of the money, and they can't. They need to trim money, they feel they need to trim money, and this was the start of that. And Gary Payton II, the big disappointment and bummer is that it doesn't appear he's really going to be ready to have much of an impact on this team this year, but he does in the next 2 years. And he's a very, very helpful piece for not a lot of money for a team that's going to be looking for guys who can play defense and not wanting to go out on the market and spend top dollar for it. So I fully expected them to stick with the deal. They did. I support it, even though there is a huge unfortunate aspect, which is it doesn't look like Gary's going to be able to do a whole hell of a lot this year.
Right, until the playoffs that you might not even make. So that to me, great. You got rid of Wiseman. You didn't play him anyway, but you got a player who can't play. It comes to me to be a D- or an F at the trade deadline. Already, Mark, if both players who have player options, Draymond Green and DiVincenzo, if they both opt in, your payroll is $211 million without the luxury tax going into next year. So your whole idea about they still have some to shed, Draymond Green is the big contract in the room, because if he's going to opt in and they want to have him play for 27.5, that's like a $60 million contract with the luxury tax.
I think more.
Yeah.
I think it might. I think it might even be more.
The accelerator in front of me.
So sponsored by the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. The San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center, with over 75 showrooms in one location. The SF Gift and Jewelry Center has gifts for every budget. So Valentine's Day tomorrow, you can definitely give a little BDE. That would be Big Diamond Energy. I'm not sure what you thought I meant. Visit today at 888 Brandon Street in San Francisco. Shop online at sfgcjm.com. More of your calls next. Steiny and Goo jump in. Goo made the party yesterday, and he made the party today. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
A 1, a 2. A 1, 2, 3. Cry, Eagles, cry. On the road to misery.
Sigh, Eagle, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Are you making plans for 2023? Now's the time to consider a remodel or upgrading your windows and doors. This winter, you may realize your home is not as energy efficient as it could be. If you're feeling a cool draft, talk with your architect or designer about dual or triple pane windows and well-insulated doors. Golden State Window and Door provides the latest options in style and lower cost energy efficiency for your clients. Before you take a look at the many options in person, visit goldenstatelumber.com, choose a showroom location, then start the 3D video for a virtual tour. You'll see windows and doors from Marvin, Anderson, True Style, Therma-Tru, and others. Homeowners, you're also invited to take a tour or visit a Golden State Window and Door showroom near you. Think of Golden State as your resource for future plans. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA sleep sale.
Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs.
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card. On top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off. And 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
In Dublin, sunny skies today. Highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com. Now placing in accounting roles.
Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to the show.
Pressure, lofting one, end zone incomplete. Juju Smith-Schuster couldn't catch up. There's a flag at the 10. Hang on, there's a penalty.
Prior to the pass, holding, number 24, defense.
Worst case scenario, you'll see James Bradbury. They're going to say he grabs him. He's got his left hand on his back. I don't know. Mike, listen, I think on this stage, I think you let him play.
I mean, I pulled the jersey, they called holding. I was hoping they would let it ride, but it wasn't holding. I was hoping he would let it go, but of course, he's a ref. This is a big game, and it was a hold. So
now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I got no axe to grind with any of those comments. Like Greg Olson said, what you and we shared a conversation yesterday.
Yeah,
I was
in real
like,
time.
But I mean, I'm looking at it at a TV from the back of a living room. I'm like, doesn't look like much to me.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
then when you see the slow-mo and the different angles, you're like, oh, he did kind of tug the jersey twice.
Exactly.
So I have no problem with the call. I'm really impressed by James Bradbury.
Incredible.
To face microphones and have the courage, especially with the Eagles fan base, and look at him and go, look, this was not a bad call. I did like the part where he's like, look, he's a ref. It's like, I was hoping he wouldn't call it, but he's a ref. In other words, that's his job.
That is exactly his job. And Mark, the refs all are assigned one player apiece. And so that ref is just watching those two. He's watching that action. He's not worried about the ball. Is it catchable? Because it wasn't PI. He's watching that action, and he sees the first contact, and he probably's thinking, and then he sees the jersey pull, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, you got to call that. Yeah, when a guy gets behind you and you see a jersey tug, I mean, that's the letter of the law. That one's going to be a call.
And I'm glad you pointed out Bradbury, because to face microphones in the first place is impressive, but then to come out and say what he said about that play.
It was a hold.
It's one of the classiest things I can remember in a post-game following a championship loss.
I mean, a championship loss, the emotion for it to be a tie game in the red zone when that happened. I don't think anybody looks at him like he's the
GOAT.
Yeah,
or the gamote.
Whatever you want to call it. Like, is he the guy that lost the game for Philly? No. Quite frankly, if you really want to point to one play where Philly lost this game, it was the Hurts fumble drop kick.
Yeah.
That's where they had all the momentum. They had all the ability in the first half to pull away, especially missed field goal also by the Chiefs. And that's what kept the Chiefs close enough to be able to flip the script and do what they did in the second half. So I love what Bradbury did. I understand why Olsen said it. However, one thing that I just think collectively as sports fans, we got to shake free of this. Olsen said, not on this stage. Now, this is tricky because I'm a fan of a referee having awareness of the moment, but more from the standpoint, do you remember the conversation we've had about like when Draymond already had one technical?
Right.
And then the two guys got into a little like, oh, hey, I think your mother's an astronaut. Right. Well, I think, right. And then it's like, okay, double text. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, Draymond's kicked out of the game.
A regular season game.
From that perspective, I'd love the refs to know what's going on in this moment. But what I hear, just for me now, a little too often for my taste is, yes, it's a penalty. But it shouldn't have been a penalty then, because I'd like to let them play.
Right.
Well, I think the receiver feels like literally James Bradbury didn't let him play.
Yeah.
So can we stop with that's a hold but not then? It's either a hold or it's not.
No, see, and this is where, and I know you have a greater perspective because you've been a sports fan almost as long as I have, being about 5 years younger, but the officials in that moment, they do make those calls based on game time, situation, and stage. Look at that whole game. There were only 9 penalties called in the entire game. Now, were there more than 9 fouls that were committed throughout the course of that football game?
It's a football game, of course, right.
Of course there were. Now, in the regular year, and you and I actually talked about it in real time with some calls, that might have been a call in the regular season, and it wouldn't have been a call in the Super Bowl. That's why I give the official who threw that flag even extra kudos, because that was not a clear-cut, absolutely 100 out of 100 times you're going to call that. Yet, in that moment, he sees it. He sees both infractions, and he decides to throw the flag. And this is where a lot of times you see it in the NBA, where closing seconds of a big game, a playoff game, if there's a foul that you might have called in February, you're not calling it in June. That's the nature of officiating.
It's the nature of officiating, except for that it's more organic. I don't think an official sits there and goes, all right, it's fourth quarter, so now I have to call less. I just think in those moments as human beings, they're like, I don't want, like, I've got to be ultra sure.
Exactly.
I don't want to, but a hold is still a hold is still a hold. In other words, let's look at the star treatment that happens. And sometimes officiating, umpiring, whatever, is actually math. It's actually true or false. It's not, I thought it was pass interference. Let's take the strike zone. In a few years, there will be robo-umps. The robo-umps don't care if your name's Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
It's in the box.
Arson Judge, whatever.
Or it's not, or especially Arson Judge. His box is bigger. But anyway.
He's asleep.
Hey, it's in the box or it's not in the box. Brad Pitt. Oh, what's in the box?
Sure.
Okay? So it's fact or fiction. I don't want it to not be a strike because it's Barry Bonds. It's either a strike or it's not a strike. And I don't care if it's the 9th inning of a tie game. So there's
strike zone's a little different, though.
Well, in every umpire, that's another one I love. Each umpire, well, he's got a low zone. Well, then he's wrong.
Part of the problem.
Right,
last night's a great example.
You're not allowed to move the zone just because your name's Bob.
And the Draymond Green, the double tech when he gets ejected is a perfect example, because if that was Game 4 of the NBA Finals, the referee and New York, I would guarantee you they don't determine that a double technical, knowing that Draymond already had a tech. But because it's a garden variety regular season game, we don't really mind if Draymond gets ejected in a January game or a December game, whenever that was. So it is different in the playoffs.
I'll give you an example. The famous Spurs-Suns series years ago, Amari Stoudemire. Yeah. That's a moment where I would love some common sense to play. They weren't even in the game. Somebody gets suspended because they came off the bench in a moment which is, by definition, much more emotional than, as you put it, a regular season game.
But context-wise, they had to put that rule in because of Malice in the Palace and because of the amount of times players were coming off the bench and then getting involved in fracases.
Right, but then we don't live by exact words. There needs to be context. There needs to be considerations.
Right.
And that was one where it felt like you're playing this by the letter of the law and you're not allowing context into this. But I don't love the idea that we're supposed to now ask refs and umpires to be like, look, this is the way we want you to call it. Well, unless it's close and it's late, or if the player's really good. If he's a star player, is he a B level? Is he C level? Is he someone we've never heard of? And process all of that and then call a game that way. You've got to fall back on what's a foul is a foul.
See, that's not that's not really what we want, though.
And
because
that's a foul.
When we look at, like, it's a great example in the NBA. If Draymond Green has 5 fouls, and let's just say the 4th foul that he committed was a borderline ticky-tack, but we called it on Draymond, and we as officials realize, okay, Draymond's got 4. The next time down, Draymond commits a foul. Now he's got 5. You're thinking in your mind, I owe Draymond 1. One of his 5 was a maybe not foul, so I'm going to make sure that number 6 on Draymond is a real, he commits it kind of foul. We
get
as
it.
fans, we want that from our officials.
Right.
We need that from our officials.
But that's also about the entertainment factor of people have paid a lot of money to be here. Do I want to throw out or kick out one of the stars of the game? To me, is different than holding call. You grabbed his jersey. In other words, I get that it's the Super Bowl, and I get that the score is tied, and I get that there's a minute to go. You grabbed his jersey.
Exactly.
So,
and I think
but I hear a lot of people say, yeah, I know he grabbed his jersey, but don't call it there.
Well, that was a case where it was a foul, and the official decided it was a foul. I think an even better example is the Cincinnati Chiefs game where Patrick Mahomes runs out of bounds, and there's a late hit, a clear-cut, 100% late hit. Well, do we want that not called because of the competitive nature of the game? We want Kansas City to have one more, or we want Cincinnati to have one more crack? No. He was 2 steps out of bounds. You got to call that.
Right. Plus, it was also Mahomes. Like, what if it was Von Miller
Chad Henne
knocking out Chad Henne? Do we have the same call?
It's
probably.
Yeah. It's still a call. I know he's from Pennsylvania.
Reading.
Western PA likes that.
Eastern Pennsylvania.
How about Nathan?
Sorry to interrupt.
Podunk, nowhere.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
Eastern Pennsylvania.
Come on in, ladies and gentlemen.
And your boy from Why Missing, by the way, betrayed you, and I hope at some point you will address
We
that.
try to get ours.
Speaking of betrayal.
That's what we try. We try to get ours.
Speaking of betrayal, we have a room of
Benedict.
We have a room of 4 professionals, 4 adults right now. 3 of us watched the game together and 1 didn't, and you know the one who didn't was apparently in the area and never even said anything about it. So we missed you.
I actually was not in the area.
Oh, you
I
weren't?
was scheduled to play at Peacock, but we didn't.
Okay, and
so
actually for a short period of time, Guru was also just in in the area. He wasn't actually at the house where the Super Bowl party took place. He had to go rat-a-tat-tat on people's doors throughout the neighborhood, and then finally he was able to.
Well,
find the
Guru
right
went
spot,
1 for 3 this weekend. You guys were lucky. I was supposed to meet him for a drink on Friday. Stood me up. He was supposed to go.
After telling
he was
him
supposed to
8
go to the
times,
Lakers Warriors game with Evan on Saturday. He blew Evan off. So consider yourself fortunate.
I got to change.
Yeah. Well, you know, I do consider myself lucky that Guru graced us.
Oh, thank you,
with your presence,
the lovely
man.
Christy, the boys. It was perfect. It was a perfect day, and every doorbell that went off, I was like, "That's Dibs. That's Steiny," because we just talked about Dibs might not come. He shows up. And in my way, Steiny, I don't want to give Willard's address away. Let's just say it's 17 Willard Place.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I put 21 Willard Place.
All right.
So the beautiful Mill Valley, and I passed San Quentin Code is. I've got to be on my P's and Q's. So I
Knocking
go
on
up to the
people's
house,
doors.
and I'm like, there's not many cars. To myself, okay, who am I? I don't hear any voices, and this lovely older lady answered the door. I got the shades, chain, and the beer in my hand.
Micah Parsons jersey.
Yeah,
I
with
mean,
the
she's
beer.
about to take her down.
As I was driving home, I said it was kind of a Snoop meets Martha Stewart. It was like that. And she looks at me. She goes, who? I go, Mark Willard, gave his government name. And she goes, have a good time, but I'll take the beer. So she was awesome. So then I say to myself, nobody's seen this, right? I'm good, laughing. And then I hear some chuckling down the street as Willard and E laughing at me going into the
listen,
wrong house.
it was weird. We're like inside the party. She's got a big front window. We're looking out the window, and Evan and Matt Nahagian are just standing in the middle of the street as if they're afraid to come in. So I had to go outside. Like, what the hell are you doing out here?
Oh, man.
And they're like, well, we're waiting for Goo. He's around the corner attacking neighbors and handing out
To
beer.
her credit, I wouldn't have opened the door. She opened it. Nowadays, you never know.
Oh, my
Great
gosh.
times.
Yeah,
It
good
was
stuff.
very, very good times. And underrated, I thought, in this. Like, you handled it almost too well. The lovely Christy taking shots at you and your Cowboys with framed photos all over the food. And you took a look, and you just took it. I expected
We've
a little bit
earned
more of a
that. We're a
reaction.
laughing stock.
Yeah. One of them, she had a big Dallas Cowboys star, and it said, it's not a logo, it's a rating.
Oh,
get it, 1 star.
Yeah. So I like that one.
I mean, even though I wasn't there, I mean, it is clear from already the post-game scouting report. Christie the MVP.
Yeah.
Oh, always.
That's clear.
Always.
Yeah, that's what
always.
That's what.
And she has personality. Know how to work her. Those are talents,
What
man.
you think I was bringing to the
No,
party
you know
over
what?
here? I'm not half-stepping this action.
Come
on, man.
No, I know you, Mark.
Furniture setup, TV quality and locale.
Oh, man.
Foodstuffs variety, beverage replenishment, and gambling entertainment.
Oh, gosh.
I mean,
we had it all.
It was touched all the bases because it's one thing. Okay, you got a little food and the seats and whatever. It was the whole thing.
Willard
whole
won
package.
his square, Stoney, in his own.
It just
Nice. You don't even know.
Congrats.
You don't even know that I won the prop pool too.
No! Wow, look at, hey, you deserved it. You threw a good shit, dude.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about a hostess that thinks of everything. She even remembered to give a little sedative to her dog so that her dog didn't jump into all of our laps and eat all of the beautiful food.
That's awesome.
Very safely, of course.
At the first TV timeout, all of a sudden, because the dog was, not rambunctious, but the dog
Just
was
give
in
her
the
a little
mix.
something to calm her down.
All of a
That's
sudden,
all.
late first, I look over and the dog's asleep. I'm like, it's a lot of noise for this dog to be asleep.
Little cannabis.
I'm not going to.
They have cannabis for
I'm not
dogs
going to
now.
bring all the trade
You're
secrets.
playing,
but
Stoney.
It was
What's
a
that?
medication
They don't have
sensation.
cannabis for the animals.
She enjoyed
Yeah,
it. Yeah, she enjoyed it, and she
Wow.
got to relax.
Yeah.
So
Little CBK9.
You're
That's a 3. It might even be a 5.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Yeah. It's a hell of a day. It's a hell of a
I'll
day.
start.
Yeah.
Before this game, forget the scouting report. My scouting report was Patrick Mahomes is Steph Curry like. He has it all. And Andy Reid, I owe you the biggest apology. I've given it to you. But how can you not come in today and say this kid, Patrick Mahomes, a tough John Wayne SOB, can do it all at the quarterback position? Is he the whole reason they won? No, but he was truly hurt. He's smart, and whatever he's got with Andy Reid, it's perfect. Jamie Lee Curtis, give that guy his props.
It's a movie.
So now he's the second quarterback in 6 years, 95 years, to get 2 MVPs and 2 Super Bowl victories. He may catch Tom Brady. This dude, he's phenomenal. Give him his props.
Jamie Lee Curtis, just Google it later. The body that she presents in that film is phenomenal.
Yeah.
She's a fitness trainer in the movie called Perfect.
I can't believe,
I thought what's the movie with Schwarzenegger where she's Russian something or other?
Is it Total Recall?
Yeah,
or?
That's look at my
Okay.
guy.
That's
TV
Jamie
guy over
It's
here.
the perfect reference
I don't
gets
think
a
that's-
But
full.
Patty
I don't-
Mahomes, come on, Joe, give the guy some props.
Oh, there's no question. I mean,
a lot
that
of people
was
saying he was faking up the injury.
my
True Lies.
First,
Thank you.
True Lies. There you go.
Okay.
No, my
I didn't
first.
see it, by the way.
Of course, it's Spadoni.
Go ahead,
Give
Will.
credit.
No,
where credit's
the NFL last night felt NBA-ish, which is that there were 5 teams who were like, these are the teams that can win the Super Bowl, and the team with the best player is the one that usually, not every year, but usually comes away as the champion, and that's what Mahomes feels like right now. I don't know about the whole catching Brady thing, just because it's so difficult. There's a career and a journey and injuries and things like that that'll take place, but he's got, not that Brady didn't have, Brady had Peyton Manning, but that AFC is so quarterback stacked. It's quarter stacked to the level of the Burrows and the Allens and then even Lamar and Herbert and here comes Lawrence. It's going to be hard to come out on top every single year. And I know you don't need to do it every year in order to catch Brady, but what did Brady end up with anyway? How many wins?
I want to say 7.
7. He's got 7.
Good Lord.
5, 6 more Super Bowl victories. Maybe
he had 3
maybe.
at age 27.
Yeah.
Mahomes has 2. So Brady was 3-0 at age 27, and Mahomes is 2-1. If Mahomes wants to play till he's 45, I like his chances. But
That's pretty good.
I don't know if he wants to go that deep.
45.
Well, I just can't see Mahomes having. Well, obviously not as long as Brady, but I could see Mahomes not quarterback in 20 years just because of his style. I feel like Brady got to sit back there in an era where he didn't really get hit and got rid of it quick. Mahomes puts himself in trickier spots more often.
Think about Brady, too. He wins at 24, 26, and 27 years of age, and then he goes 10 years without winning one. And he wins one at 37, then 39, then 41, then 43. He wins his final ring. So if Mahomes is going to get it done, you would imagine that he was not going to wait 10 years to get his next one like Tommy did.
And Willard, I'll say this. Before the Super Bowl or Mahomes even arrived on the scene, it was Montana, Brady, and Elway. Now, to me, with what he did last night, and I feel like he's in the first quarter of his career, Patrick Mahomes, when you use the 45 ideology, like if he went to that, it's Mahomes, Montana, and Brady.
I mean,
I hope I don't piss anybody off, but that's
where
where I'm
Mahomes
at.
is now better than Montana?
No, I just got him as my top three.
List, yeah.
Elway, I bumped him.
So if you do a Rushmore of all-time NFL QBs, you have Mahomes on your Mount Rushmore already.
No doubt. No doubt. And that's, you could say Drunken Love, Beyonce, who should have been doing the halftime. We'll get to that. But I told Steiny in the green room, why don't we mention Terry Bradshaw? He's got 4 rings.
Right.
Because of the defense. Why doesn't he get credit?
Because stats. Like they didn't, that's
but
not
that's
what
when they could hit you upside the head.
Right.
You
that's
needed
why,
tore it all in.
So we'll never be able to, and this will come to the Mahomes conversation that you're bringing up right now. We can't compare eras because Mahomes is playing in a way more quarterback-friendly time, and so people will bring that point up. But I get what you're saying. I mean, it's only been 5 years, but he's certainly at minimum on that track.
3 visits,
he's on that
5
track.
straight division titles.
It was a wild stat that I got last night. So first 5 years of career, 2 MVPs.
Go ahead.
2 championship MVPs. That's never happened in all of sport. All of sport.
I heard that one.
Nobody has ever done that before. Because even when Brady had won, 2 or 3, he wasn't the MVP. He wasn't the MVP of a couple of those Super Bowls. So, Mahomes is definitely on a historic track.
Did Terry Bradshaw I looked it up, and I'm stunned at how small the numbers are. First time they won the Super Bowl, he throws for 203. They beat the Bills. They beat the Raiders. He throws for 95 yards.
Yep.
They win the Super Bowl over Minnesota. He throws for 84 yards.
What about the
Dallas
Swan
Cowboys
catch that got him 65 yards on one play?
That was no throw. And by the way,
that was one of his 3 throws that day.
What Terry Bradshaw has become, and last night was a great example. You are a laughingstock, my dude. I don't know if you saw
the Waddle.
I missed the fat shaming and talking about Waddle on over here, Mike, and just he's become a caricature of the caricature of himself. He's an embarrassment.
Well, he got the spinoff for his home family, so he's letting you in. The Bradshaws. I don't know if you guys have watched it, but
I used to endorse it a few years back. I didn't miss an episode. Well, they paid me.
Yeah. See, Stallworth and Swan weren't 1,000-yard receivers like year in and year out. Probably
and
not
they had
14
Franco
games.
And Blyer.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
and they ran
a defense with a nickname. I mean, Terry Bradshaw's a great quarterback, and I was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan at the time.
I thought he was pretty good.
Steiny,
pretty good
said he's
quarterback.
one of your all-time greats. I get it.
Game show music. Yeah, game show music.
No.
Yeah. If you can find it.
I'm excited.
How many times in the great career of John Stallworth, did he go over 1,000 receiving yards?
I'm going to go.
I think I know it.
John Stallworth, and for reference, he played from 1974 all the way to 1987, so 14 seasons.
Yeah.
How many did he get 1,000 yards?
I'm going to go 2, Mark.
I'm going to go
years.
after dibs, Brett Favre. I'm going to say 4.
And I'm clearly something's fishy here. I'll say 1.
Something's fishy.
The answer is 3. Only 3 times did
take
John
it home,
Stallworth go over 1,000 yards, and
I said 2.
Only once. Only once over 1,300.
And he was a Steeler his whole career? Or did he play for somebody else?
Nope, Steeler his whole career.
And then what
Steelers'
about
whole
Lynn
career.
Swan?
Well, now you got to give me a second.
All right, but it's pretty close alphabetically.
That great catch
It's just 2 pages. Just turn the page.
Yeah, no, it's not a.
It's ST to SW.
No,
Come on.
it's just a Pro Football reference.
I
So
got
no
the
Super
answer
Bowl
already.
MVPs for Terry?
Lynn Swan. Okay, game show music, please. Lynn Swan played his entire career with the Steelers.
What, about 10 years?
9. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seasons with the Steelers. How many times did he go over 1,000 yards?
7.
Okay, I'm going 5.
Okay.
I looked it up. So I already looked it up. Sorry.
0.
0.
The great Lynn Swan?
Never even got to 900.
Couldn't even sniff 1,000.
Never even got to 900. So that's why. That's why.
But it was a different era.
It's a different era. But
so there's no shame in that.
So Stallworth was their leading receiver yardage-wise at times when both those guys were receivers.
Yeah.
This is a Hall of Fame receiver. His best year was 61 catches for 880.
He never had the game was different. That's
totally different.
That's amazing. But
totally
different.
And Bradshaw, 2 Super Bowl MVPs.
Okay, but he's got 4.
Yeah, he does. He does. But yet, none of us think about him on the Rushmore, and he wouldn't be a top 10 quarterback. He might be a top 20 quarterback all time, but I would take Peyton Manning ahead of him, the aforementioned John Elway, certainly, if we're talking Rushmore. But I wouldn't put Mahomes there just yet. I will say this. We saw a guy elevate his stature last night. Andy Reid goes from he can't get it done to now he might be on the short list of one of the greatest coaches of all time. What he did in the second half of that game, he owned Sirianni.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean.
He schemed him out of the building.
Andy Reid, to me, is an easy guy to root for. I kind of like him.
I agree with that.
You like the heavy set.
We had a conversation with her about him.
Well, yeah, Andy Reid, like another name that came to mind was Anthony Bourdain, which is obviously has nothing to do with sports at all. But this is like there's these people we watch, and you're like, man, like their life must be so fun, and they've got all the riches, and they've got all of this attention, and it's just it's a great reminder that everybody's going through something.
Go ahead.
You bring it up, Guru, in a way where not only has Andy Reid gone through so much, he's had to do it publicly. Like,
oh, my gosh.
We all know about it. We all know about it. So I look at Andy Reid and, big guy, and he smiles a lot and, seems soft-spoken, and he's won all these Super Bowls now, but, he's also had enough family strife to last 2 lifetimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, from that perspective, he's very easy to root for.
There are only 4 coaches to ever win more Super Bowls more than Andy Reid. Do you know who those 4 coaches are?
Chuck Noll.
Yeah. John, please, game show music.
I need ready.
Yeah.
If you're available.
I think 3 of them are.
I think we know.
Yeah.
So Chuck Noll is one of them.
Okay. Bill Walsh,
Bill Belichick,
Shula.
Bill Belichick.
Belichick and Walsh are the other 2.
Okay.
Shula is not correct.
John Shula, no.
Tom Landry.
No.
Landry is incorrect.
Wait.
More than 2. More than 2. There's a lot of guys with 2.
Huh?
I'm talking about more than 2.
There's a few more? How many?
Only one more has more than 2.
What are we doing? All right.
Belichick.
Bill Parcells.
Walsh. No, Parcells has the 2.
That was a great one. I thought you had it.
Cower?
No, Cowherd. Neither one. Neither one.
God.
I think Chuck Noll's already been counted, right?
Noll. Yeah. Walsh.
Tom Flores.
Belichick.
No. Flores.
Madden.
No. Joe Gibbs, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Joe Gibbs. Yeah.
How do we forget?
You slept on Joe Gibbs.
Yeah. NASCAR.
So that's where Andy is, though, in terms. And if we all think that Mahomes is getting
he's
more,
got some more.
I mean, Andy might be knocking on Noll's
They did not
door.
get a sack. That vaunted front did not even get to because they were getting rid of it quick. And they got 2 all-pro linemen, which I forgot, Kansas City, so that helped. But
the offensive line.
I got to be honest. Yeah. I'm thinking about the Niners. Does Kyle have his Mahomes? Because I always just say, you don't need him. But I'm starting to think, you know what?
Well,
you do. Is it Lance? Is it Purdy? Is that why he hasn't gotten it?
I don't know if we should use the word Mahomes because no one's got their Mahomes except for the Chiefs. But does Kyle have his guy? Is the question. And I think there's now urgency like never before because the NFC is so gettable. It's never going to look like this ever again. There are, when you talk about viable teams in the NFC that could go to a Super Bowl, I don't even know if you can get to 3. Maybe you can get to 3. But like, it's the Eagles, it's the Niners, and can you convince me that it's the Cowboys? And I know there's all kind of deck shuffling coming, but the NFC South does not have a quarterback in the whole division. The NFC West has nothing but quarterback questions. Aaron Rodgers probably about to leave, and we all think what we think about Kirk Cousins except for Steiny.
I might put Stafford number 2.
Maybe.
If he plays.
Maybe, yeah.
He's got a neck issue that may prevent him from playing again.
That's real.
It's bad.
That's serious.
We talked earlier that Kirk Cousins might be the second best quarterback in the NFC right now in terms of who we know is even in the conference.
If you've got your guy, if you're Kyle Shanahan and you've got your guy, and somehow you could keep him healthy, there's zero reason that you don't get to the divisional round as a baseline.
Man.
Baseline. So they got to get this done. They got to get this done right now.
I got three other things.
I love it.
One's just kind of what you thought of the call, the holding. Then 2 was the halftime show. And then 3, did you catch Saturday night when the girl was sitting next to LeBron? Or LeBron sat down next to the girl.
I did see this.
I was mad at him until I got all the notes. Oh, my
gosh.
Well, there was so much going on there. Lisa Salters interviews the girl. And the girl says, I've been asking my mom for tickets for weeks to this. Right next to the Lakers. But doesn't Lisa Salters have to say, by the way, what do your parents do?
Right.
How much were those tickets?
And you shouldn't be able to sit that
Those
close.
had to be $50,000 tickets.
Yeah, that's
right.
50
I know
racks.
all it
That's
took
like
was
the
that
first.
she asked for weeks.
I think that's what I'm saying.
Right.
But you
as soon as I saw her and her little brother there, I'm like, oh my God.
That's incredible.
How did they get those seats?
It was $170 just to get in because of LeBron, and also he might have been breaking the record.
Okay.
Lakers, Warriors, LeBron, Chase, Steph, all of that.
We want to beat the terrorists.
It was expensive just to be in the cheap seats.
Oh,
Let alone to be in that spot.
Yeah.
And I asked my parents for weeks. What did they break open the?
Oh my gosh.
They broke open the piggy bank. Hey, there's $25,000 here.
That's
yeah.
He's saying it could be more than that.
Those tickets had to be. I mean,
that's incredible.
You know
they're right next to the bench.
No matter what they cost, she doesn't know. And her reaction to LeBron sitting down next to her is one of the greatest things.
But she
of the
felt
week.
it. She knew she was next to somebody.
Oh, of course,
a mega star.
But she probably thought
LeBron,
it was going to be
hello, please.
Dennis Schroeder.
But the funny thing is she's sitting 2 seats away from other Lakers. And seems to not be aware that she's right.
Yeah.
She's not right. Then LeBron sits next to you, and she's shocked as if she's at a library. Yeah. And he walked in. It was like
I was waiting for them to catch them dialogue, but then after the fact, he did. You could. I was like, Bronny, I love you, man. Bron.
Yeah, that smells like a Nahegian interview coming up with the little girl.
Oh, it sure
that's
does.
right up his alley, right?
That's perfect.
Obscure.
Yeah, he's probably on the horn now.
Yeah.
As for the halftime show,
oh my God!
I mean, just about as meh as a halftime show could be. And I'll preface this by saying I am a halftime show lover. I was right next to Goo at Mark's house. I knew every song. I love the tunes, but I thought the performance, and I know she's pregnant, everyone. I'm not trimester shaming.
If you can't put your back into it, we want to see all of it. Beyonce set the Prince. You got to move and shoulders. And
I thought she was
I got kids. Riri, I
unbelievable.
love you to death. The songs are not the issue. You are a we wanted to see the Suzanne Summers to give it to me. Not my mom and my dad's retirement party with the shoulders.
Please.
Give me some dancing.
You're telling me that Riri's supposed to back out of this because she's pregnant when she accepted it? She probably wasn't even pregnant yet.
Well, I won't say that.
Supposed to back out
if you can't perform to the utmost. That's all.
That was the utmost.
Patrick
that
Mahomes,
was a wonderful
that
performance.
That was my mom and my
I
dad's
am dead
retirement
serious. I was like, wow, this is incredible. I thought the visuals on TV were unbelievable. We talked. Dana and many other people were talking about, she must be strapped in on that elevator thing. But she didn't look like it. And I said, you know what? I'll bet it's one of those things that it's like an elevator. Once you get used to it, you don't feel really dangerous. She was great. I thought it was great.
Come on, man. What are Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts?
And I'm pro-life.
Is Mahomes supposed to... is Mahomes...
Give me some wiggle jiggle, that's all.
Is Mahomes supposed to sit out because he's not 100%?
No, but you know,
come on, you got to battle through
and
it.
then Dibs goes, nobody gets paid. I go, Dibs, how much do these artists get paid for this?
Yeah, we talked about that. Not a penny.
But
not a penny. They didn't even throw her a shower gift. The NFL.
Beyonce gave it her all.
They do it for free.
You know what I mean?
And so did Rihanna.
Free. Yeah,
that's what she had
was
for
out
you
of the Patti LaBelle catalog.
That's what she had for you.
No, she's got to take home something.
Free.
Nothing.
Free.
You know what she takes home? She takes home all the Spotify downloads and all the Apple Music.
She's a beat. Heard that? How many songs you counted?
Oh gosh, it was in the teens.
The official Wikipedia.
I think it was
Run This Town.
It was 3 or 4 years ago where a story circulated where the NFL floated the idea of asking the artists to pay them.
They're a little short.
I get it though. You're laughing.
No, because there's data. They make millions.
What did my nephew Jude say They're watching this game in Munich. Did I hear him
Yes, he
tell
did.
you
He
that?
did.
Yeah.
Dude, wow.
I don't know why Munich hit him. I was hoping for Ghana was right before Munich. I'm like, what's wrong with Ghana? They're watching it there too.
Tomahawk chopping.
Willard,
in
I'm
Munich.
not.
I saw that. Yeah.
Embarrassing.
She couldn't give her all. That's what.
No,
that's
she was
explained the whole.
She was incredible.
That was her
give me
all.
some activity.
That was her all that
Summer
day.
song. Give me something.
She gave you
I'm
what
with
she got.
Gil.
The snake.
I'm with you.
The
The
worm.
third thing on your list, the call in the moment.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't like it. Mark and I immediately we talked about it, and upon further reflection and review, good for that official. It was a foul. You threw the flag. It sucks that the game didn't end the way we all wanted it, but that was a penalty, and you had to call it, and they did.
Yeah, I mean,
we all wanted to see Jalen Hurts one crack at it.
I wanted a field goal
timeouts.
and the Eagles to give it a shot.
I
but
really dug what Bradbury said after the game. I
He
thought
shut
that was
all the haters up to
totally,
say,
bro.
you're an official, your dad. I never in a million years think what part of the game is the infraction, do I throw it? But all the people coming out saying, oh, that's BS, and the guy that committed the infraction says, I did it twice. I love that.
James saved the city of Philadelphia from a riot because they would not be able to handle it.
And he did all officials a solid, is what he did. If you're an official at that level and in that game, to hear a player say that about your call, that has to feel pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just feel like it's to the point where now we've seen plays like that a million times.
No doubt.
And you know what? Sometimes they call it, and sometimes they don't.
Right.
And they called that one, and we move on.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
seriously, like. I mean, I was rooting for the Eagles. I wanted them to win.
That
but
didn't mar the game. It was a flag.
That stinks.
We saw
his
it.
jersey. He grabbed his jersey.
He told us.
Yep.
I thought it was ticky-tack, but when you see it from the other side, because we didn't see the angle that the referee sees with the jersey pull, when you see it now from all angles and the player admits that he held, go ahead and call it. And you know what, Philadelphia, don't fumble. Don't give up a kick return for an almost
was
touchdown.
great, but people forget he fumbled.
I mean,
that was a
a
big
self-inflicted fumble.
Yeah.
That's always what hey, you didn't sack Mahomes once.
Right.
Your quarterback gave up a
fumble
six.
Yeah.
Kick return.
And the kick return.
Yeah. So you can't blame the official for that. Here's an idea. Don't let Mahomes scramble 26 yards on a bum ankle to set the whole damn thing up.
And the Chiefs punter left at halftime.
Okay,
so
he wanted to beat traffic.
Yeah.
Now, real quick, how about this? If you're going to let him hang, Sirianni, you got to go guns blazing the whole game. When he chose to go, you know what? I'm going to change it up, and I'm going to kick a field goal. To me, that gave the Chiefs life.
I know, but
Willard, it was like instead of just going for the jugular, Steiny, he gave him life, and you win against.
I was watching that with some people that are sports fans too, and we were like, "Yeah, let's see him go for it now."
Okay,
he just couldn't.
That is how you let's see him go for it now.
Here's something else that almost hurts him in this conversation. This idea that he was going to go for it on every fourth down. He was not going to go for it on 4th and 2 when the Chiefs jumped.
Oh, my goodness.
I said it in the room. You heard me. I'm like, don't jump. He's not going for it. They're just trying to draw you. And the Chiefs come flying over the line. He was not going to go for it there either. So field goals have got to be a part of your repertoire, man. Like, I thought that was...
You think? He tried that against the Giants on they were up like 27-7. He faked like they were going for 2. Just to see if he could get him offside, so they'd put the ball at the 1, and then he would go for 2,
because
but they didn't jump.
You could do the rugby play and just fall in.
By the way,
I know.
It's
you're 9 guys offsides when that ball snapped. The nose guard has like half his helmet over the ball. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be offsides if we don't leave. So here comes Steiny and Go.
You can watch Willard and Dibbs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
Because you can tell that the veterans didn't want to have James Wiseman on the team. And I'm not sure if Steph Curry knocks on Bob Meyer's door and says, trade him or I'm not coming back from injury. That's a phone call. That's probably dramatic, overly dramatic, but you had the sense that the vets and the young players are not on the same page.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Remember college? 5-Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5-Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait. You do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At the Home Depot, we know the world is a messy place. Keeping it clean takes science. That's why businesses everywhere have long trusted cleaning products from Ecolab to take on the toughest messes. And now, that level of clean is available for your home. Introducing Ecolab Scientific Clean, a full line of professional-grade cleaning products for all your home's needs, so you can clean like you mean business. Now available exclusively at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's a good Super Bowl we just watched. I'm giving it an 8 out of 10. It would have been a 10 if the Chiefs could have scored a field goal and then let the chips fall. Yeah, that would have made it. That would have made it perfect. But
I'm giving it a 10.
All right.
2 black quarterbacks, Donnie. First time ever.
Oh.
So we can't forget that.
Okay.
Chris Berman's video. But anyway, we'll get to that, Steiny. It was fantastic. It gave us everything: bravado, bravery, guts, turnovers. I just missed it. I didn't watch it with you. I'm being real. Every doorbell that went off, I go, "That's Steiny."
I mean, I wasn't in the mood. I wasn't in the mood to watch it with you yesterday. Yeah. I'm still smarting from Friday. You said you were going to meet me. You said you were going to meet me out after work.
Are we really doing this? The first 7 times.
Why not until I say let's stop this?
The first 7 times I gave you emphatic no.
Right.
Then it was that sympathy yes, but my eyes told you why you're doing this.
You said I was bullying you.
You kind of did. And I said I'll show up to then tell you I'm not going to be there. But when you responded, wow, I kind of.
You knew.
Yeah. Anyway, good to see you, baby. Your boy was in Mill Valley yesterday.
Yeah.
It was great.
Sounded like you guys had a lot of fun.
No, awesome. Just a great party.
I thought about it, and I thought I was going to be playing golf in Bryn early in the morning, and then that could have stopped. But I just, you know what? I didn't want it.
I got you.
It's a drive. Yeah. It's 45 minutes.
But it's a beautiful drive.
Oh, yeah. Well, not really. I mean,
when you pass Quentin.
From where I'm at.
Oh, okay.
It's just up 880. Yeah. It's just up 80, and then you.
I want to cross Richmond.
You go, and that's the worst bridge of the 6.
That is
and then you go by San Quentin. No, it's yeah, it sounded like you guys had.
But Mahomes, though, huh? Am I putting too much on him, Steiny? Because I keep thinking of Kyle. Man. I keep thinking of, and Kyle drafted his Mahomes, and it was Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. And I know we keep talking about Purdy, and rightfully so, what he did. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen the last of Trey Lance. I really don't. And I'm not confident enough to tell you he was so bad or awful, because I'm not giving him that label. I think he was misused. So I got to tell you, I'm kind of excited to see what he's going to do to try to take this job, because he was drafted to be a Mahomes.
Well, and that's one of those things now where I'm starting to think it's just not right. There's nobody drafted to replace Curry. You can't draft to replace Giannis. You can't draft to replace Mahomes.
But what about Jimmy?
Who?
That's who he was drafted to replace.
Who?
Trey Lance.
What I'm saying is, please don't compare him to Mahomes. Don't compare anybody to Curry.
Right. But
I mean, Patrick Mahomes, nobody's got their Patrick Mahomes. Nobody.
Well, I would say the Bills think they do in Allen.
Well, they don't.
The Joneses think Dak is that.
They got a nice quarterback.
No, seriously, it's not what I think. It's what.
But why would you compare?
Or what about Burrow? They think they have their Mahomes.
But nobody's Mahomes is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's just
I got
the word. It's just linguistics.
Yeah.
But like I wouldn't. Like, I just don't compare people to Patrick Mahomes.
All right.
Like, that's what, hey, Jordan Poole, he's supposed to take over from Curry. He's supposed to take the mantle from Curry.
That's unfair.
All right, well, let's get into it. Taking the mantle's one thing. You ain't going to be Steph Curry. You'll never be like nobody will ever be Steph Curry.
But regardless of
ever.
But it's a compliment when you do say that about Jordan Poole.
I don't know though,
it's like
because
Wiseman. You hoped him to be what you thought he was going to be when you drafted.
Well, then you know what? Now they're a failure.
No.
If you wanted Wiseman to be Kevin Garnett, he's a failure.
Dude, Chris Bosh.
Okay. Well, if you want Trey Lance to be Mahomes, I think he may be a failure.
Okay.
If that's the guy.
And I hope, you know what? I'm a hit the truck music. I'm backing up to say you want a number one for the next 10 years. You want your guy. You know what I mean? Does Kyle have it? Because we just went real quick. I know it's about yesterday. We talked about this Niner team in the window. That to me, that's just John Madden. When you got 2 of one thing, you don't have one. Like, is that why they haven't won? Like, I'm not saying their number one has to be Mahomes, but it's a question mark at best on who the Niners quarterback is of the future. And to Kyle's credit, he's been in the Super Bowl and NFC Championship game twice with what we'll deem Jimmy to be an average quarterback.
Yeah, 6 years, and we don't know who the quarterback is of this team under Kyle Shanahan. He is not
identified.
Find somebody who he's comfortable with long term. Maybe this is maybe this is kind of the way he does it, though. I don't know. It's the only thing we have to base it on. Dude, are you serious? Like
Rihanna?
She was pretty good, man.
Come
on.
She could be in the mall. She's pretty good.
She was just dynamite.
Listen, this is entertainment.
That's right.
The whole world's watching.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, you know what? She had her baby. Motherhood, awesome.
Yeah,
she's going to come back. I didn't know she was preggo. So the world didn't. So I was expecting Tina Turner.
It made it more beautiful.
Beyonce. Dude,
let me tell you something about Beyonce.
You know what I'm talking about.
Beyonce would have backed out of that so fast because she's so vain, she wouldn't have wanted the world to see her like that. Rihanna, comfortable with herself, comfortable with her body, comfortable with where she's at in life. She put on a show, baby.
Yeah. It was like the Kobe game, rest in peace to the Mamba in Phoenix when he didn't shoot.
No, it wasn't. It was like Will Chamberlain's 100-point game.
Hey, Riri, you're a god.
That's right.
But I'm just moving forward. If you can't
stop there.
Put your back into it.
She put it all.
Let
She put it all.
else do
No.
it. Yeah.
I wouldn't have wanted to see anybody but Riri yesterday.
I was like, come on, let's.
And I was like, wow, this is really, really impressive.
The people in the white outfits, they were great.
Yeah.
But Riri, Stotty, come on now. I had it set the tape.
What do you mean?
I watched it back again like I wasn't expecting that. You didn't get nothing.
Oh, my gosh.
She
delivered
Tina
and then
Turner,
some.
line one, Madonna.
She delivered. The
catalog's incredible, second to none.
Oh, man.
She got Beyonce beating that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm talking about the dancing.
Yeah.
There was none.
Oh, what are you watching, Goo? She was
high-stepping. When you walk down the wedding aisle with one leg up.
She was.
Then you come with the other leg.
I'll tell you what.
I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't either. She was that good.
Anyway.
What?
No, I just feel like a dirty old man. I'm not. I just wanted to see a show. Prince, Michael Jackson at the Apollo.
Oh, you saw it.
Beyonce at the Super Bowl here in Levi's. What was that?
That was just
Kamala Harris.
It was wonderful.
Dude,
it was just wonderful.
And the outfit was like, dude, you're at the Super Bowl. They want you to dance. This ain't no corporate event. I'm hurt.
She stuck her tongue out a couple times, made it R-rated. You saw that.
Dude, no. I'm not looking for R-rated.
She put her hand a couple places where it shouldn't have been.
Give me the splits.
She made it R. Right. She made it R. I mean, what more do you want?
Give me the splits one time, Stotty. Was there a prop bet
What's
for
the splits?
The dance, like Beyonce would have dropped it, boom, pop up. That's what I was looking for all day. Dude, it was
888-957-9570. Come on.
It's not me. The world's talking. A lot of people.
I think the world liked it.
We love Rihanna. We're disappointed with the lack of performance.
Steiny, you're 100% right. Whitney was never a dancer. Didn't expect Steiny to be on this side, but here I am.
Oh, my goodness.
I thought she was dynamite.
Yeah. Well,
we
love you, Riri.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We like her a lot. Hey, Warriors play the Wizards tonight. Is Bradley Beal playing? Doesn't it seem like Bradley Beal has never played against the Warriors?
He played
one game 6 years ago when he got into a fight with Draymond.
And they've won 4 in a row, the Wizards.
Uh-oh.
I'm about to find that out.
They shot 64% from the field their last game.
What about the Warriors' last game?
What about
I have never
good effort.
felt this low.
What do you mean?
About the Warriors that I do this day. I assumed that this play-in was just that was money in the bank. And now, you kept Peyton Jr.
You worried?
He's not going to be able to help you secure what we hope to be a playoff spot. The Vanderbilt, the Lakers were just athletically superior to the Warriors. And why can't Wiggins get the ball ISO at top if you know you're not scoring to get fouled? Well, that's what he does best. Why is pull him out,
really.
put him up top? They can dance with the best of them. How do you go 5 minutes two consecutive games without scoring?
Well, one thing you do with Wiggins when he's got the ball in the perimeter, you can stop him from driving to the basket by staying on his right hand. If you take his right hand away from him, he cannot go to the rim with his left hand. He can get left and take a little fade away. Andrew Wiggins has never been great at getting to the line. Come on, Goo.
You've stuck by your guns on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it.
No, I'm reading them. I'm not by my author. By Rihanna.
No, I was just,
No,
Rihanna.
I got a daughter. I love it. It's not about nobody told us what was going to happen before the performance. Yeah.
Yes, well, text line popping off.
In my favor.
See, Stein, here it is. I knew this was going to happen. 8:05. Steinmetz, my 6-year-old kid, didn't need to see the R-rated crap in her show, let alone the bizarre hand in a painted red. What the heck was that? Yeah. I must have missed that one. I must have been getting.
There wasn't a wardrobe malfunction. I mean,
I forgot about Janet. Give me some action.
You know what?
Not the malfunction. Some dancing. Dancing. Come, Scotty, everybody was let down. I had my beverage.
Would it be crazy at halftime to tell your 6-year-old, let's go out and throw the football a little bit?
That would be good. There's this day and age, I'm sure the 6-year-old's been on the internet, Stoney. They seen some stuff.
It wasn't as bad as the Shakira and J-Lo. I mean, that one was a thirst trap.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Thank you, Evan.
Yeah,
Give me something.
I'm with a
Jackson,
4-1-5.
Beyonce.
Do you want to really go inside Sigmund Freud?
Let's go.
Guru, there's nothing wrong with a pregnant woman doing her thing. Come on now. Don't be a typical man.
Oh, no, I'm not. I am. It's nuance.
You think she should have been resting?
No.
Yes, she did.
That's
Don't
a 4.
you?
Not at all. But nobody knew as they hyped up this performance. We thought we were going to get Rihanna unplugged, and when I found out,
thought that's what we got.
We got. I'm telling you, my mom and my dad's retirement party today. Just a shoulder shrug.
I think
what are we going? The jacket didn't even come off.
It feels like you're in the minority.
I am a minority, but
510 halftime show was the bomb. Steiny's right. It was an amazing performance. Goo, you're sounding like a creeper.
See the world women are disappointed.
Just tell Guru to get pregnant first, and let's watch him shake his.
Stop. See, that's what this is not about. Anyway, the game was phenomenal. Andy Reid. I thought you'd rub it in my face today.
I'm done doing that. You're so easy.
Well, you've been on a little dry spell.
So easy. What are you talking about?
You ain't had no ammo.
With what?
The Warriors won the chip last year. My victory lap. Niners.
What did you get a victory lap last year for?
The Warriors winning the chip.
You didn't say they were going to win the chip.
But you said they wouldn't.
Right. So you don't do a victory lap if I'm wrong.
But kind of feel, But the Niner weaponry ended up being above average, I think. Kittle had a breakout season. Ayuk.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'll think of some more.
Yeah, their weaponry didn't.
Curry's 32 points per game last year.
That was 2 years ago.
Well, it felt like last year. But they won it last year.
They did win it last year. But the real issue is the 49ers, when they acquired Christian McCaffrey, it became clear they didn't have the weaponry they thought they did. And once McCaffrey got here, and like I said, he pushed everybody down one in the pecking order, then they had an arsenal. But they didn't have an arsenal offensively before McCaffrey got here. They just didn't. Let's go to Dirty. Dirty, he's in Alum Rock.
Did that yesterday.
What's up, Dirty? How you doing, man?
Hey, coming from a music artist, a recording artist, I guess I could have a little bit of a different take on this thing. But I wanted to chime in on the halftime show for show. So Rihanna's catalog is unmatched. The talent is unmatched.
Yep.
I mean, she can go on the versus anybody, and it would be an argument. So let's give her due, her respect. But if I'm the father of that kid, I'm looking up there and I'm seeing the baby swinging from 150 feet in the air, and it's just driving me nuts. That's the only scary part about the performance, and that's the only bad thing. I felt like, oh my goodness, she's way up there. And I watched videotapes of Owen Hart back in the day, and I was just nervous, man. I was like, okay, I just want this thing to end the right way, and let's get back to the game. But I'll take your thoughts off the air.
All right.
Yeah,
it's like the Larry David episode when he saw the woman on the treadmill who was pregnant, and he said, "You're jostling your baby."
Is that the greatest? They got into it.
I know they did. They did. Nah, it was wonderful.
The bottom line and all that I was
show.
looking for with the halftime show
Just wonderful.
is energy.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
yes.
and that's the male or female.
Yeah.
And that's why I cited Prince. That's why I cited Bruno Mars. That was just, hey.
Listen,
dude, I couldn't believe it.
You couldn't appreciate the choreography?
What?
That from the 408.
Of standing still like a mannequin?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
This is like the old Don Nelson. Did you even watch the halftime show?
Dude, I watched it twice. Her catalog and nobody wants her on the verses. Those are facts. But I was like, yeah, get it, Riri, because she had been quiet.
I think you're showing some stuff here that isn't very positive.
Hip hop meets R&B. That's not what that was. Performance was. Yesterday.
It sounds like
that was something Kamala Harris would.
First of all, it's Kamala Harris. That's what she
help me
prefers,
out.
and I'm big on
Help me out.
big on saying the name of a person right.
That's my girl. But come on,
Who's
you
your
know
girl?
what I mean, Miss Harris.
You can't do this. Let me guess, Biden's your guy, even though you've been insulting him for 3 months at a time?
I mean, hey.
Exactly.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
That's my guy, but
no.
I can say,
you don't get to have him as a guy.
You gotta wake up a little bit.
He's good. He's fine. He's absolutely fine.
He didn't do the in-game interview.
Who?
Biden. Kind of the president. That was the normal thing. The president.
Did he do one last year? I don't remember.
It wasn't on him.
He was the president.
No, we gotta go to lab.
I mean, I think he's been around for more than 11 months now.
Well, yesterday was ended the streak.
How you feeling about the Warriors trade of how that all came down? Gary Payton, the second. He's a Warrior.
You want me to be honest?
Sure.
It's not, to me, it's not even about Gary Payton II. It just kind of rubbed a bruise of just how far this team thinks James Wiseman is. And the fact that if it's for next year, Steiny, then the thing that you started off this season with is it felt like the last dance. You save money for next year. But I'm all in as a fan and radio host on them going back to back. And now the way that this team is playing and the shortcomings in regard to size, Gary Payton II is not going to help you qualify for the play-in game. And that's why I am really worried when I leave this station today about what we're going to see tonight against the Wizards. I am really waiting on that Curry update, but he ain't coming back no time soon.
Well,
and I know we got the All-Star
break.
Yeah, but he ain't coming back game one after the All-Star break.
Probably not.
That might be another 10 to 15 games.
Do you want to give me $50 and we'll call the bet right now?
No, I would never do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Me and E, I won our bet. E had the Eagles. I had the Chiefs.
Oh, nice. How much you bet?
People listening. It's like, what's up?
Well, I know it couldn't have been too much because
what?
I'm not going to say it.
Why would you?
Somebody's not going to paycheck these days.
Oh.
That's all I'm saying.
But this Friday, Jack.
If anybody deserved to win a bet, it would have been Evan.
You owe me a drink, Steiny.
He did win a square.
I owe him a drink. Why would I owe him a drink? Why would I owe Evan a drink?
For taking a shot at me.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Get it shot.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I'm giving it an 8. I'm giving the Super Bowl an 8. Could have been a 10.
You worried about the Warriors? What's that panic meter?
I've never been more confident in my assessment of this team from the start of the year to
let me
now.
ask you something.
I have been, listen, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'm going to end up wrong and they're going to win it all. But you know what? I've been right on the money since October.
All right, let's put the right on the table. We heard Bob speak at 11 o'clock, Bob Myers, and I hope to God he's back. That's a whole another spin-off of what I'm feeling about this Warrior regime. I don't know if I like the fact that they, rightfully so, their prerogative, Bobby Brown, made a big hoorah about Portland being dirty or not disclosing all the information, but you had an out. You could have said no trade and move on.
Yep.
And I think all that, the pub surrounding this team, like, that wasn't a good thing for the Warriors at all. GP2 here. Yeah, I know he was next to Myers Saturday. And where I'm going, Stein, is I keep going back to what happened with Draymond and Poole. Like, this is all just stench. It's like all of a sudden now there's a dark cloud. And I hope I'm wrong. And the loss to the Lakers and the Portland and the faucet being turned off. I hope I'm wrong, man. I'm being real. And if you didn't like what Portland did, then nix the trade. Who cares about Wiseman after coming back? If everything was cool, which it seemed like it was, okay, you come back. But don't take damaged goods just to say face. And if you're going to say they're dirty and they're wrong and the league's into it, nix the trade. But you're going to take something that can't help you in the meantime?
Well, they have something that doesn't help them in the now time either. James Wiseman.
That could be by choice.
What?
I mean, you could play him and he can go out now. I want to see him in Detroit. I'm very nervous, man.
What in particular?
The fact that they can go 5 minutes at home or even on the road with Clay, Poole, and Wiggins and not get a bucket.
You know what?
No, that's where. And they're small. They've never been smaller than they are now. Vanderbilt. Dude, the Lakers, I was like, oh, my God. You overplay the Warriors on 3 and pack the lane, they got problems. Overplay the 3, pack the lane, and ain't nobody coming in trying to send him in, Steiny.
If there's one thing that really gets my goat is when people who see one NBA game and something happens that maybe doesn't dovetail with what someone else said.
Okay.
They'll say, hey. And I hate to play that game, but because people have played it with me all year long, I'm going to play it.
Where are you going?
How bad was Klay Thompson Saturday? He stunk. He stunk.
It was 98-98.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was
it's a game they win if he can do anything. He was 5 for 21. He couldn't keep anybody in front of Schroeder.
Schroeder is not an easy guard, Steiny.
He was 3 years ago for Clay. He's back, I know. Clay's back, 5 for 21. I know, he's back.
But to say he didn't do anything in the losses
all
on him. How about Jordan Poole? Collectively, they were 6 for 23.
First of all, Jordan Poole was their best player on Saturday. Now, I'm not saying I'm not. Of course, I'm not blaming Klay Thompson, but he was bad.
But he's who you got.
Right. He couldn't win you a game. He didn't help you win a game.
I know the trade helps save money.
That's why he's not
next year, though. That was from the Xfinity Mobile text line. So that's what's bothering me about the Wiseman move. If I'm all in and I'm emotionally invested in this year, that Wiseman move is telling me rightfully so. They're thinking about next year.
No, it isn't. It's telling you the opposite of that.
How so?
They're giving up a guy who can't help this year, and they're trying to get a guy who can help right away.
Well, you know
They've
what?
gotten, say what you want. If Peyton could play, maybe in a month he'll play. They've got actually a functioning NBA player. Right. They didn't have one before, so they got better.
My point is, how you wrote off Wiseman, I didn't write him off to the point to where he could have came back and you could have said, damn, let's throw him 5 minutes. And I know that's far-fetched, but I'm going to hold on to that.
You can. But
yeah, but Steiny, I just think
Wiseman doesn't fit with a team that's trying to win a title. I mean, just acknowledge that. Go ahead and acknowledge that. Wiseman had no business being on a championship contending team.
We got to go.
Don't you think?
We got to go.
It was a big mistake. Big mistake. It's not Clay hate. I love Clay. I'm just giving a little bit of balance. Just a little balance. We got to be careful when we say somebody's back. 1-2 games a month. Nah, I got even more. He was due for a back game. And he had one. All right, coming up on the other. Let's do this. 888-957-9570 is the number. It was an interesting weekend Warrior-wise. We've got the Super Bowl. Rihanna just putting on a show. What'd you think of that? I thought it was just wonderful. You think the ref shouldn't have made the holding call against the Eagles? What would you rate the Super Bowl on a scale of 1 to 10? And as for the Golden State Warriors, my question is simple. You feeling better about them today than you did late last week when they acquired Gary Payton II? No Wiseman, Gary Payton II in the house. Hopefully he'll be able to play in a month. There's still 26 games left, and it's all sponsored by AC Transit.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3.
Cry, Eagles, cry.
On the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. For the big games. 1, 2, 3.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS4KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Welcome to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Hi, do y'all have chicken wraps?
For years, Ben's craving for KFC wraps went unfulfilled. But now, KFC wraps are here. Juicy original recipe chicken, mayo, and crunchy pickles all wrapped in a soft tortilla. Getting 2 for $5 might be more than Ben can handle.
Sure. You want classic or with spicy slaw?
There's one with spicy slaw?
Grab 2 KFC wraps for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Duran Duran returns to the Bay Area May 28th with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose. Tickets on sale Thursday at Ticketmaster.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How you feeling about the 49ers Super Bowl chances next year? Were they impacted at all by watching yesterday's game?
You know what? I'm honed in on the most important position in the NFL, and that's the quarterback. And right now, either way you look at it, if you're pro Lance or pro Purdy, we'll find out in 22 days when he has his surgery what's going on there. Do they have their guy? Because Mahomes, he didn't single-handedly win that game, but it was just a reminder. And watching Jalen Hurts, Robbie Gold, how do you feel about Jalen Hurts, who, again, he made a big blunder, Steiny. He gave the Chiefs 7 points at a time they desperately needed it, but 27 for 38, 304 yards, 3 touchdowns, a passer rating of 103.4. Robbie Gold was, and you tell me what you think, because I'm always pro player. Say what's on your chest. Say it with your chest, some energy. He said, make Jalen Hurts play quarterback. You'll probably have a good day. And your boy went out there. I wasn't big on Hurts. I cannot hate. Those are the most points by any losing team in the Super Bowl ever. And to answer your question, right now, I don't think the Niners have a Hurts or Mahomes. I don't think the quarterback is their strength yet. And that's got to change under Kyle Shanahan, Stouty, because it's never been there. It's the QB.
But what about Purdy? Like, seriously, he went 9-1.
Right.
So let's assume he's healthy next year.
I would say I still need to see more. And it looks good right now.
All right.
Yeah, I cannot take that from Brock Purdy. But I just feel like what we're going to find out with the medical, with his elbow, and who's to say he might have another surgery. I'm not wishing that. I'm just feeling like, man, are we truly done with Trey Lance?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we are.
Yeah. And it's on him to show us the best.
What are they going to get for Trey Lance? They'll get what the Warriors got for Wiseman.
See, man.
They're the same guy.
I hope you're wrong.
The same guy.
I can see. I now
might
can
be
see
right.
how anybody
Lance may go somewhere else and be
say
really
that,
good.
but man, he's going to have an opportunity. He may be the most healthy quarterback coming into camp.
He might be. Let's go to sophomore. Sophomore's in Pacifica. What's up, sophomore? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, I caught you at the right time. You're adding some seriousness. So on the lighter side, I know it's an older song, but I'm thinking "Cry Like an Eagle," Steve Miller Band. If I get any recognition from something that old, like 70s type stuff. And more seriously, we aren't going to have, I don't think we're looking to have a Mahomes or a Hurts, at quarterback. But teams have won the Super Bowl with a balanced approach, with a solid or even, some cases, a bad quarterback. I know that's not been true lately. But if you take Purdy and all the other weapons, I just think we need stronger on the offensive line. And it seems like we need one more star, offense or even maybe better defense. Going back to the past again, Deion Sanders is the kind of person I'm thinking of. Of course, he was lights out. So what do you guys think? I think we need some degree of upgrade. It's a reach for us to beat either of those teams.
Well, I mean, to me, you might have better teams than those other guys, but where are you with the quarterback situation? But, the question now becomes, it's not – they've got their quarterbacks. One's Trey Lance right now and one's Brock Purdy. And the question is – when you see Mahomes and you see Jalen Hurts and you see Burrow and you see
Allen,
are the 49ers just kind of pissing in the wind with their guys? I mean, I don't think so, because when Brock Purdy was undefeated, I heard a lot of people saying this is exactly what they need at quarterback, somebody who gets the ball to the playmakers. Somebody who can make all the plays. He's more evasive than Jimmy Garoppolo. He can throw downfield more than Jimmy Garoppolo. He's accurate. He can throw when he's going to his left.
Now, what about when I say, or people out there,
you don't really have a choice,
that say Kyle doesn't need that type of. Those words came out of my mouth, and watching that game yesterday, I'm like, I slapped myself. I'm like, you know what, Goo? Don't shortchange Kyle. Because that's why he went to get Trey Lance. But Purdy may be what he was looking for. Neither here nor there. My point is, you can't do it without something top tier at that position. And I don't think that was fair.
So Purdy can't do it?
No, I'm saying he may be the star.
But what other choice do they have, the 49ers?
And there we go. Trey Lance, the guy you move mountains for.
Well, he's got to win the job.
And unlike
Purdy's
Wiseman,
the number one right now.
Steiny, I don't think we saw failure. The 37 games we saw from Wiseman, I don't think we saw that from Trey Lance in this offense, especially, and you told me 2 weeks ago, Goo, I didn't know what point you were trying to make. He's yet to take a snap on the football field, Trey Lance that is, with Christian McCaffrey. So what type of impact is that going to have on the young fella?
I don't know. You seem to be discounting Brock Purdy.
I'll never
discount him.
And
everybody seems to think Purdy's going to go into camp the number one guy.
And that's where I was going. And I mean this. I know what that kid did, and I know how this offense looked different, and it was because of his intangibles and his ability to look downfield. And again, as much as I watched him, okay, he ain't Dan Marino with the arm. You ain't got to be Dan Marino. Joe Montana wasn't Dan Marino. My point being is, I'm still scared as hell from the medical. And the medical could be you go in and do the surgery, Steiny, like we always see, and then maybe you have to go in again. So that's why I'm so hesitant to just say it's like Brock Purdy and the Niners just got beat and he was healthy. He's not. This is a big surgery for him and his career.
I don't think the 49ers are looking at it like that. I think the 49ers are planning on him being healthy when training camp comes around.
And if you're right, then is there really a competition then?
I don't know. I would have one because I don't think either of them really – I wouldn't give the job to either of them. I'd make one of them earn it. But that's me.
Well, I would say what because you just brought it up to that point. You don't think he earned it in those 8 games and one playoff win over Dallas? And he got knocked out the one you lost?
I actually don't.
Wow. Then if you're Trey Lance, you love hearing that. You hope the coaching staff, they got to know what this kid can do.
Who was the backup quarterback or who was the starting quarterback at the beginning of the year?
Trey Lance.
And he got hurt. So why shouldn't he have a chance to compete?
Well,
he was the starting quarterback week 1 for the Niners. He got hurt.
You're right.
Why shouldn't he be able to compete?
So you're going
to be the
lose
number
your job
one
to injury.
I'm not saying you can't lose it. You just got to fight for it. I mean, neither of those guys have done enough for me to just hand him a job going into training camp. Let's go to Vince in San Francisco. What's up, Vince? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? To answer the question first, I think the 49ers' chances of winning are about probably the same as they were this season. But as far as this quarterback issue goes, I mean, if you're going to say Trey Lance is Wiseman, then that means we let Lance go. We somehow bring back Jimmy G, which isn't going to happen. For the quarterback question, though, what are the chances that we try to go out and get a superstar playmaker in Lamar Jackson, who's a free agent this offseason? We need something. Somebody said it earlier. We need something because I don't think we have enough to get over the hump. We got enough to get there, but over the hump, I don't know. Trey Lance, 3 seasons. I mean, yeah, he's been hurt, so we haven't seen anything from him. Brock Purdy, he was a killer, but that's Tommy John surgery, and he's throwing. And we know what happens with Tommy John surgeries and pitchers. I don't know how different it is with a football versus a baseball, but, I mean, if you can't get passes 20 yards plus in this league, now, what are you going to do? It's going to be a lot of dump-offs. I mean, the West Coast offense works, but it's not going to get us over the hump. We've seen it every year that Kyle Shanahan has been coached. So we need a deep threat, and we need a quarterback to throw the deep threat.
Appreciate the call. Kyle Shanahan doesn't want Lamar Jackson.
No, I would say that's not a fit.
I'd be surprised. He just doesn't seem like Kyle Shanahan's
I'm
kind
totally
of guy.
with you. He wants Trey Lance.
The bottom line is, knowing what you know now, can the 49ers win it next year, knowing that they got Purdy and Trey Lance going into camp? And my feeling is the guy's 23, 24 years old. I'm talking about Purdy. They're saying 3 months. They're like, in 6 months, he's supposed to be throwing in 6 months, not like reassessed and then it's going to be another 2 or 3 months. So, I mean, the question to me is, if you think Purdy did enough last year and he can return to being that quarterback, could the 49ers, under different circumstances, have won it all with Brock Purdy this year? And do you want to roll the dice again with Brock Purdy, hoping that he's the same quarterback or maybe a little bit better because he's got experience?
Let me ask you,
is that good enough?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's like, well, what else? Like, what else are you going to do? Like, it feels weird to discuss the 49er quarterback situation because they've got Purdy and they've got Lance. And Lance will be healthy, and Purdy will be coming off an injury. They still think he should be fine by the start of training. So it's like they don't have to do anything at quarterback. So the question is, do you think one of those two guys can get it done for them?
Yeah, I'll ask you this, and I hear everything you're saying. When I look at the Kansas City Chiefs and we come into this NFL season, or any season for that matter, what's the old adage? Defense wins championships. And you and I have talked all season long. I don't think once have we looked at the Kansas City Chiefs on that side of the ball defensively is this great defense like the Niners, Eagles, and Cowboys. So my question to you, Steiny, is how did they win that game yesterday if defense wins championships? And I just asked Evan to look it up. The Kansas City was 16th in points scored this season. But when I look at their defense, it's damn sure not on the level as the Niners, the Eagles, who didn't record a sack yesterday. So I've been telling you guys, sometimes your best defense is your offense. And that's what I saw yesterday.
Okay. So where are we now with the 49ers?
And this is why I'm telling you, to answer your question, I think we're talking about no shaded Purdy. If we're going to say 8 games is not enough in totality for me to say we know what he is, they're 2 unknowns.
Okay.
So now we're in year 8 of Kyle.
7.
Year 7 of Kyle. And whoever takes the reins, we're going to watch it play out. But damn, nobody's going in like this is a position of strength. At least I won't. At quarterback?
I mean, I don't. Is it just because of the injury? It's got to be just because of the injury. That's got to be the only reason, because everybody was sky high on Purdy when he was finished out the regular season 7-0, won his first 2 playoff games. So if it's the injury that's scaring you, I mean, I get it, but you can't really do anything about it. I mean, you can't go out and get Mahomes. So what do you want to do? Just quit? Well, you don't have Mahomes, so we can't win it.
No,
you got to try to win it without
that's what Kyle's
Mahomes.
doing, and it's almost incredible that he's gotten close with Jimmy Garoppolo twice. So I'm not saying he was about to be. I honestly believe, I'm just telling you how I feel, that, and I'm not by myself. Had Brock Purdy not got hurt in Philly, that game would have been relatively close, and the Niners could have won it. I firmly believe that. So
could he have won the Super Bowl then?
Yeah,
could the 49ers have won a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy?
I believe so.
Okay, then there's nothing to then to me it's like, okay.
What about if what you said, defensive coordinators now got 32 quarters of film on Brock Purdy, and they make an adjustment, and he's not taking the league by storm? Can there be some recession?
Probably.
Regression.
Well, I mean, will Jalen Hurts regress next year? Maybe he will.
And do you think the Eagles are better than the Niners, Snotty? Are they a better football team than the Niners?
I think they are. That's me.
And what? They just beat them. We know why they beat them.
I just don't understand. I'm looking at Mahomes and Hurts. I'm
looking at Burrow. I'm looking at Josh Allen.
So what are you going to do? Just complain that you don't have one of them?
No,
or
I'm
are you
asking
go
you,
out
do you
and
think they have one of them?
I don't know. Okay. Was Stafford one of those before he won a title?
I believe he was. I believe he was good in Detroit. He just had nothing around him.
I think most 49er fans will tell you that what Purdy showed in 8-9 games is that he can win a Super Bowl with that kind of team, with a dominant defense and an offense with a bunch of weapons. What else are you going to do? You're going to go out and sign a guy,
that's
a free
unrealistic,
agent?
and I'm not lobbying for that. It's just, gosh, this is still a question we have under Kyle, and to no fault of his own.
Well, I think some people would push back a little bit and say, we know who the number one is going into next year. It's Brock Purdy. We didn't think it would be him, but it's him.
I got no problem.
Anthony in Napa. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. So first and foremost, I really like that Super Bowl. It was everything that you wanted. The Niners don't have one of those, to answer Guru's question, because I believe that when the chips fall down, you need a quarterback that can pass in the pocket, but also improv with his legs. And I do not believe that Brock Purdy is one. It's completely that. I also believe that Kyle Shanahan does not want a quarterback like a Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes. However, I think that will always be to his detriment because he wants to control everything and he wants to outsmart everybody. I think the difference between Nick Sirianni and Andy Reid is that they put their quarterbacks in the best position to win. They allowed them to be their best, human being. Jalen Hurts made super leaps from last season to this season, and obviously Patrick Mahomes already had talent. He just got better under Andy Reid, and so it's always the question: who gets better at the quarterback position under Kyle Shanahan? And the answer is nobody. And as a 49er fan, I can honestly say that. I also would like to say that this Trey Lance versus Brock Purdy thing is just who do you like the most? We haven't seen enough from Trey Lance to even say he is or he isn't. But we did see something from Brock Purdy in the system that makes people believe that he's the guy. We won't really know that until next season. But everybody's trying to run out Trey Lance. I just don't think it's fair. But I also would question Kyle Shanahan because he is not making the best out of what he had with Trey Lance. And if Trey Lance couldn't throw the ball, he shouldn't have never been on the field in the first place. I just don't believe that he cannot throw the ball. I just believe that maybe he's a better runner at the moment. But you got to put him in the best position to win. So I don't think Trey Lance has ever had a fair shot. But I question Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I got to disagree with you. He would absolutely take Patrick Mahomes. I mean, to me, Mahomes is everything Kyle wants.
Every coach.
Kyle wants a guy who can throw from the pocket first and foremost. He's never wavered off that. In fact, he's been quoted 10 times First and foremost, I want a quarterback that can, make throws from the pocket. I think that's the foundation of a passing. Now, can he make plays with his legs? Well, if he can make plays with his legs, then we got the total package. Okay. So that's Mahomes. You good?
Yeah, no cigarettes yesterday.
Like, I think, maybe Jalen Hurts, maybe he wants a better thrower than Jalen Hurts. But Jalen Hurts looked pretty good yesterday.
Yeah. And let me give you this.
I think Kyle Shanahan would take either of these guys.
Let me give you this. And I think we've recorded. Ernie Chavez probably has it recorded. I did say Kyle should be fired. I came in emotionally, and that was after Trey Lance broke it, just wrecked his foot for the way that I felt like Kyle was calling plays for Trey Lance. My thing is, to the caller's point, you got to give Kyle credit for Brock Purdy's success. You just do. So for the people like me that were on Kyle's neck about Trey Lance and how he got injured, you could see it coming a mile away. Brock Purdy went undefeated, Steiny, and his first loss came in a game that he started and didn't finish. How can you ignore or not give credit to Kyle for having this kid ready? System or no system. He knocked it out the park.
Well, why are you so worried about next year?
Because of that elbow.
Well, he can make anybody good. He's showing that.
Well, he couldn't make Nick Mullins good.
Well,
Beathard
made Garoppolo pretty good. Made Purdy good.
Yeah. Look at you. Purdy good.
Is there any concern, though, that the train eventually stops at a certain point? Like, he can make any quarterback good, but can he make any quarterback great, like the two we saw last night?
Well, I don't know. We got robbed.
Were those two guys made great? Like, both those guys were pretty good, right?
Jalen Hurts is a second-round pick.
True. Purdy was a seventh, though. And what I'm getting at is, Hurts was pretty good.
And Purdy was pretty good. We got robbed of, when he got hurt, of seeing what he could do on the big stage. It's crazy that I can't tell you and look you in the eyes and say, Steiny, he's the number one going in. Regardless of what I think, the coaching staff, they know. But if you said who's been successful as a 49er, it's 100-0. Brock Purdy. Now it's about the medical.
Yeah, I just don't, until we have a problem with the elbow.
Okay.
I got to assume that the 49ers have two quarterbacks. Is Purdy going to be the number one guy right away? I don't know. Are they going to have a competition? I don't know. I do know that even though the 49ers there may be quarterback situations out there better than the Niners.
Name-wise.
You name me a team other than the Eagles that have a better team situation than the Niners, especially in the NFC.
Yeah, I think Rots on the Xfinity mobile text line, 650, said Vegas odds are already out for next season. Number one is the Chiefs, Steiny. Number two, the 49ers.
Okay.
So, that just goes to your point about you look at the whole package, they got action.
650 says, get Willard on the line so he can debate Guru.
Over?
Maybe he's saying that the 49ers, you don't know who their number one quarterback is. I guess Willard probably is like, it's Purdy. Why are we even questioning it?
Because he's about to go under the knife. Yeah. And then when he goes under the knife, they may find something. Hey, you know what, Steiny? You need Tommy John. Why are you smiling? I'm not saying that like that's what happens with everybody act like he's going to get a tooth pulled. Oh,
right.
open up, come here.
And you always,
it's more than that.
And you always act like it's going to be worse.
Right.
Always.
So you're calling me a worrier? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm saying you take the information at hand and you
I've been cheated on in my life, Steiny. That's where it stems from.
What are you talking about?
I've been cheated on. So I look at everything in life like worst case scenario.
Hey, by the way, how about Jerick McKinnon?
Dude, the Jet. And everybody was laughing at Willards when I was calling him the Jet. Played his ass. What about Pacheco? That boy was running.
Good little city. You ever been to Pacheco?
I'm going to give you a one.
It's out by Brentwood, I think.
I had a boss named Ricardo Pacheco.
Was he good?
He was great. Former Marine. Semper Fi. Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You watched the Super Bowl yesterday. Can the 49ers beat any of those teams if they're healthy? That's a simple question. They didn't have Brock Purdy healthy, got hurt early. You saw the Eagles play another game. You've seen Kansas City play all season. I mean, we can't forget that Kansas City absolutely destroyed the Niners, right?
Oh, that's
how you feeling about your Niners after watching that Super Bowl? What's coming up on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Listen to Willard and Dibbs with the Odyssey app.
This isn't an opinion. The 49er quarterback is Brock Purdy. Want to know who said that? The 49ers. The 49ers believe they've got their guy. Their starting quarterback, without debate, is Brock Purdy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Dell Technologies President's Day business event starts now with deals to power America's doers and dreamers. Save on select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for President's Day deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Wow, Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Pacheco.
Yeah, I'm learning.
There
I
it
didn't
is.
know.
There it is. It's right near that Home Depot. Wait a minute. Where's Brentwood?
Well, that's over off 580, over like going past.
Okay, you know what? Pacheco is a little closer to Concord than I thought.
Pacheco. I'll be looking for it as I drive by. Let me put you where I was at, Steiny.
Wait a minute here.
I need to tell you something.
Yeah.
Can I tell you about the menu yesterday at Willard's?
Sure.
Oh, my God. Meatballs.
I
To
love
die
meatballs.
for. Chicken. I think Willard put it together. Had the veggies. Just anything you wanted. The bread with meat on top that was melted.
Yeah.
I want to say sauteed, but your boy was going in. I had a good time. And then Tito was my best friend. The great Christy.
Tequila or vodka?
A vodka. She was one of those where if it halfway done, you needed a refresher. Oh!
So she's an enabler. Sounds to me like.
Dude, no, I was swimming.
So you never wanted for more in your drink?
No, never. That was...
Better be careful.
No, I was careful.
When that's the case.
What'd you eat? What'd you have at your rendezvous?
A little shrimp scampi.
Ooh, one of my favorites. Did you have
a small
seconds?
portion? No, actually, I didn't. Had a small portion, and then I went home and had a little chicken and dumplings.
Dude, that used to be my go-to.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Now today I'm going to fast. I'm not eating today.
Yeah, my boy Gerard's on that. 24 hours?
Well, it's going to be more than that.
So you can have water, black coffee, if you're doing it right.
I mean, I put a little cream in.
Okay, but
it's not the end of the world.
You're
I'm just
doing
not
good.
going to eat food today.
Yeah, you ain't eating quarter pounders.
Not today. Hey, can you help me out with a little something here?
Yep.
The Bay Area. I love you guys, and you can help me out too with this problem. I don't know if it's a problem, but I've been writing on MatthewSteinmetz.com.
We talked about you yesterday.
Yeah, I ended up. Oh.
Yeah, dude, I'm your biggest, not publicist, but I'm getting it out there.
So, I wrote a couple things over the weekend on MatthewSteinmetz.com, and I wrote something on. I had a Bobby Knight story.
Okay,
and I got a buddy from back east who's, he's a little harsh.
Is he Damon, former Hoosier alumni?
No, he
he
played at Mount St. Mary's College.
All right,
he's a Division II player. Great player. Anyway, he's got a little edge to him. He makes me look like, like nice and
Is he in the business?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
anyway, I put this thing up on Bobby Knight, and the guy writes back and says, "Yeah, I noticed how you didn't because I think he's kind of a jerk."
Okay, yeah.
He said, I noticed you didn't mention that he graduates all of his players, and all his old players say they love him, and that not a big deal. I'm like, yeah, well, whatever. So then I have a friend out here,
didn't like that,
who now he's in an argument.
Dude, this is
now my guy out here is in an argument with my guy back there, and I like them both,
right?
And it's like, it's kind of on my Facebook timeline, and
But you got to let it marinate. Let them get, that's what your MatthewSteinmetz.com is for. Please don't go police it or, hey guys, just let them go at it. But that's more activity and tread on your post.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at it when we're done.
So my guy back east, like we got the kind of humor where he'll say, I don't even. You changed since you've gone out to California.
Right.
You've gotten all soft, and it's like whatever. I laugh, but these two guys are kind of going back.
So have real quick? Yeah. Have any one of the gentlemen messaged you personally or text you like, "What's up with this dude"?
It's happened, in the past.
Oh no, but not on this instance.
Not
with these
not
two
this
gentlemen.
particular.
Oh, you're good. I'm gonna go read them. The comments, boy. When you get your popcorn on some stuff you're not even involved with, it's great.
Jose's in Oakland. We'll get back to football.
Bobby Knight.
Hi, guys.
Okay.
Well,
how you doing?
You said that I'm sorry, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Guru said that we should give Kyle Shanahan credit for Brock Purdy's development. He got lucky with Brock Purdy. He didn't even know what he had on him. Okay. That's why Brock Purdy was the third quarterback in the team. Honestly, Kyle is a really good play caller. The previous caller that brought that issue was right. All the quarterbacks that he's had, I haven't seen not even one make any kind of progress. I don't know that he's ever going to be that kind of coach, but he's good at what he does. That's why he does a lot with what he has. He really doesn't need a Patrick Mahomes. I mean, it would be a luxury if we had one, but unfortunately we don't. As far as the game this past weekend, you know what? I never enjoyed a Super Bowl as much as I did this one. The only other one that I recall enjoying as much, it was when the Pats defeated the Seahawks. And it's just because Sirianni reminds me so much of Pete Carroll. The only thing the guy was missing was the chewing gum.
Wow.
Just his attitude altogether, I don't know. He gives me vibes of Pete Carroll. But that's what I have for you guys.
My man.
Appreciate the call.
Guru is for the people. That's how I got remember that.
Yeah. Steiny Shrimps. 510 Steiny Shrimp Scampi is redundant. You value language. Scampi is shrimp in Italian.
Dude, Chef Ron.
You would troll anyone else, so I can't help but troll you. That's from Chef Rio. Okay, it was the shrimp in the shrimp pasta, I guess. Yeah, it was pasta, like spaghetti with.
But the fact that you're changing up because of the chef chimed in, I love it.
Of course. I'm not stubborn. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Did they have any meat there? Like ribs?
Did they have any meat there?
Burgers?
No.
Chicken?
No.
Oh, we had some.
No.
Mm-hmm. I paced myself. Shout out Picanha.
Shout out what?
Picanha paste. The old commercial.
I don't know what that is. What is it?
We'll get to it later. Look.
Is it
day after the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dude, it was a perfect game.
Not quite.
You wanted the 3 to see if Philly could come down.
Everybody did.
I didn't. Because
you did.
Are you giving Mahomes credit?
Of course.
Oh, Dib.
What do you mean? Are you giving Mahomes credit?
You know, I love you to death.
Quarterbacks ever.
Willard and I and Evan. No, Evan was with Dibs. You should have saw how Dibs was poisoning young E yesterday.
See, this is the problem.
What?
You know what? I watched a Super Bowl like yesterday, and I wish they hadn't called. No, I have no regret. That's my point. You know what? Yeah, was there a call? It's too bad.
Yeah.
But game was great. They're no goats. You're looking for a goat. You gotta blame somebody. Oh, Sirianni took the choke. Andy Reid made him look foolish. Oh, Jalen Hurts couldn't get it done when the chips were down.
Bradbury
got this.
You're opening up your diary.
You want a whole show to be like that.
Never.
And it's not. There's no room for it today. It was a great game. Nobody
and
choked.
I'm about to enhance
Nobody choked. Okay. Nobody choked.
Well, Rihanna. But other than that, listen, I was about to give Mahomes credit because Dibbs thought this was just an act by Mahomes, and he was starting to rub off on E.
Yeah, it was.
Patrick Mahomes was truly hurt.
He didn't. He might have been, but he did not have a high ankle sprain. He did not have a high ankle sprain.
You cannot prove that.
Yes.
Okay, give me this.
Yes, I can. I watched him run yesterday.
Did this thought go through your mind after he got tackled right before they had to punt? He might not come back, Jack.
I was actually hoping. You know why? Because then I would have been torn. Then it would have been the Philadelphia Eagles against the Chiefs.
Like Brock Purdy.
With Chad Henne from Reading, Pennsylvania. It would have been a win-win, baby.
No way.
My guy would either come off the bench and led the Chiefs to a chance.
Did your respect, non-football respect, just for Mahomes as a guy toughing it out?
No, I have respect.
Steiny, that was a has.
I have respect for
sprain.
every professional athlete.
But
I'm
did
not the kind of guy.
Did it grow?
No.
That man was playing on one leg.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
See, that's what gets me so mad.
Did you see how fast he was running? He's still faster than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Have you heard of adrenaline?
I'm just saying.
Dude, that dude could have tapped out.
No, he didn't. I'll tell you what. If he would have tapped out, then he's gutless.
I said, dude, this game's over.
And
then I said this. They got to score at half.
He was healthier than 4 49er quarterbacks.
That's amazing if you think about it.
Well, he did not have a high ankle sprain.
See, I love that you think he did. He was hampered.
Was he?
He's badass.
Was he?
He's everything I would want in my quarterback.
Well, that's way
to go out on a limb, I would have the sign "Marry Me, Patrick." That's where I'm at with Mahomes.
God, thank God he won. Otherwise, he would have only won one Super Bowl in 5 years. And you know what's Steiny? He's a little bit soft. You see him limping around out there. You got to be able to play through injury.
That was incredible, man. He's what I want. He's Steph Curry at the position.
You'll never get him. You'll never get him.
I love how you're saying
You'll never get him.
Well, Burrow may be the next.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he runs like Mahomes. No, sorry, you can't get him.
He's elusive.
Sorry. You got to go with Brock Purdy. Gosh, can't believe it.
So, Goo, do you think that Patrick Mahomes is better than Joe Montana?
Goo thinks Pat Mahomes is pretty good, Bay Area.
Well, you sound like the people on Twitter going out on a limb. No, Evan, it's nuance.
He was playing possum.
Joe Montana, to me, is the best quarterback that's ever played the game. There's different eras. That's just what I believe. And right now, young Patrick Mahomes is on that street in this new NFL. Physically, mentally, he can do. There's no tricks the Eagles can play. Oh, my gosh. Those putting the guys in motion, the touchdowns they were getting, flipping the field. Evan, this dude is the dude right now.
Here's what it feels like.
No,
here's what it feels like to me.
I'm not a Chief fan.
No, here's what it feels like to me.
But go ahead.
It feels like to me, all year, hey, Patrick Mahomes, dude, he's great. Patrick Mahomes, hell of a quarterback. Oh, but now you saw something, and now you want to say to everybody, well, now it's official. Patrick Mahomes is really good. And we're like, dude,
Evan can back me up. Like, I had to send him my cash app.
Welcome to the party,
and my bet
dude.
was for all you nerds, rip the paper up. Exactly. Mahomes and Andy are not going 1 and 2. You know why? They're smarter than you. And that's what they proved yesterday.
You said that
and
3 years ago.
He had to throw the ball.
Said it 3 years ago. Glad you're coming around. Remember when you said Andy Reid was gutless because he'd never won the big one?
The L.
You're taking 2 L's at least because now he's got 2 Super Bowls.
It's all under the same
umbrella.
It ain't. Shout out Rihanna umbrella.
Who else do you want to call a loser 15% into their careers?
Oh, I don't.
Kyle Shanahan?
No, please.
Not ready yet?
I've apologized to him.
Oh, you have? Yeah. How about, let's see, who's a good young coach out there?
With the
you want to write off
tape?
McDermott? Now, he'll never win. He's gutless, right? McDermott? How about Zach Taylor?
Dude, these are all your thoughts you're trying to put on me.
Zach Taylor's a joke.
I said nothing about Zach.
McDermott, he's the worst.
It's too early.
Vrabel, oh my God, he should be fired.
This is great.
Gutless.
This is great.
Steven in Alameda. What's up, Steven? How you doing, man?
Hey, this is a great conversation because you guys are talking about the difference between, oh, you win.
Yeah.
You win the Super Bowl. You're great.
Yeah.
You lose the Super Bowl by 3 stinking points. You're no good.
Exactly.
That's crazy. This country is so crazy.
Yeah.
There's winners and there's
Preach.
losers. Here's there's winners and there's no. The Phillies, the Eagles are the champions of the NFC. That's a big accomplishment. I think we look at everything in a crazy way. If it's a close Super Bowl, whatever. It was a great game.
Great game.
No doubt.
They were two great teams. Everybody should calm down, and I think we should talk more. Oh, hey, this guy won the NFC Championship 4 times or something. I think that should count for something.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe before
Thank
social
you.
media, but nobody strives to be a Bill
Thank you.
fan. 4 L's on the biggest stage. That's not, you don't want that. But the diehard Bill fan say, I wouldn't trade it in for anything, but there's winners and there's losers. And Jalen Hurts, he showed you Robbie Gold on line 1. I didn't believe in Hurts.
He's This is where you have to go
you won
deeper.
even when you lost.
This is where you have to go deeper than an inch deep. All right? This is what Don Nelson always talked about. Nobody lost yesterday. The Eagles got beat. Okay? They didn't lose. They got beat. All right? A big difference. So, again, no scapegoats. I know when you can't blame, you feel like you're handcuffed. And you feel like you got a mouthpiece on and you can't even talk because what are we going to do if we can't rip somebody
no,
for
not at all.
blowing it?
Oh, see.
Great game yesterday. I came out of that game with more respect for Jalen Hurts than I had going in. Nick Sirianni, obviously a hell of a coach. Please. The
What about his
Kelsey
decision
brothers.
to take the field goal after
What
he had
about
been
it?
ultra aggressive all year long
I agreed
and
with it.
all game
I agreed
long.
with it. I agreed with it.
That doesn't make it right.
It doesn't make it wrong.
But in a great game, what's the difference, though? That's what the difference is between the winner and the loser,
decision
right?
making, Evan,
That's
and
what I'm saying.
I'm just Sirianni.
Who lost that game? Oh, see, the Eagles.
No. When you decided not to go warp speed and take the 3, you gave the edge to Kansas City. Mathematically
You think that.
and mentally.
Okay, you think that.
Because the Sirianni that we thought we knew was
Okay, so
guns
Sirianni-
blazing all the
so
time.
did he choke? Did Sirianni choke?
He had nothing. He made a decision that was less aggressive, and I
Right.
want to know why, because he was puckering up, to
But you
use
don't.
Dim's
Oh,
words.
so he did choke.
No, he got a little lemon
What are you
booty.
talking about?
Because why didn't you
Okay,
go for
there you
it
go.
there and let him hang?
There you go.
And going up 6,
There you go.
that's when I knew the
There you
fat
go.
man and the new
There you
Montana
go.
Mahomes were going to come down and take control of this game.
There you go.
So I do have
And
questions.
it doesn't even
If you
enter
go-
the equation
Go
that
ahead.
they might not have gotten it. No. Believe it or not, Sirianni, he could predict the future, and he actually knew they were going to get it. They were going to make it, and he said, I want to make the wrong decision, God.
They were
and I'm
perfect
gonna
on
kick.
4th down the whole game.
Right. And they still were.
I'm saying, I wouldn't have wrote an article had they gone for it and not gotten it. I'd have been like, that's just how they do it.
So he
but when
choked.
he said,
I
know
knew
what?
you were itching to blame
Hey,
somebody.
I want a hot dog with no
There you go.
mustard.
Nice.
And we give you mustard every time you want that hot dog.
I'll tell you what.
Kind of bit him in the ass.
Howie Roseman may want to fire Sirianni after that. After that decision.
Yeah, we're not saying that.
I'm just saying.
If you're going to go guns
You were
blazing,
itchy. You were
gotta go
itchy to
all
blame
the
somebody.
way.
Good enough to get you beat.
Yeah, Sirianni. He'll never win the big one. Sirianni will never win the big one.
Speaking of which, the crocodile tears toward the national
That's because you have no patriotism.
Dude,
you know
I'm
what?
American as they
You know what,
come.
Goo?
Come on.
If you don't like, love it or leave
Dismiss
it.
me with
Right, love it
that.
or leave it. This is the USA. You don't like it? Go to Syria. I was choked up myself.
You've never cried during a national
Oh my
anthem.
God. The pride I felt.
Dude, the dude's got
And what do we
tears.
do? What do we do? We're gonna make fun of a guy because he loves his country. You just can't not rip somebody.
It was hilarious.
It was not
The
hilarious.
dude should be
It
so
was
dialed in
poignant.
he don't even hear the national anthem.
Poignant.
I'm glad he didn't win. That guy bothers me.
He stinks,
He's a
right?
front runner. No, he's
Front
just
runner.
a
He's a front runner? What else is he?
He's disrespectful to his coaching staff.
Oh.
And what we didn't tell you who was at Willard's
Give it to me.
was a strength and conditioning Court, former strength and conditioning coach for the Niners.
Okay.
Been on the staff with Kyle in Tampa and the 49ers for 7 years.
He thinks Sirianni should be fired?
No. We were just talking about how assistant coaches like to be treated and not shown up.
Right.
Like Sirianni likes to do, for the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Shanahan would never do that. Not on our hometown 49ers. No, Kyle Shanahan is only respectful.
Yeah.
No, oh my God, no. No, I'm agreeing with you. Kyle Shanahan would never make a mistake like that. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Let's go to Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smoothie? Victor Alexander.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
First of all, I want to say I enjoyed the Super Bowl, man. I didn't have a dog in the fight, but listen,
me too.
Give me more of Pat Mahomes' dad. Forget everything else.
Joe Burrow.
Pat Mahomes' dad. He's that uncle that everybody has that shows up at the house a little tipsy, but very entertaining. Give me more of him. And Chris Berman, man, I hate to say it, but his bro, you need to.
That hurt my heart, man.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard to watch, man. I'm like, I don't know if he wasn't tipsy. Something was a little off on Berman. I'm not really sure.
How did he?
But yeah, I don't know.
I hear you, Big Smoothie.
Great
you know
call.
what? I got to ask you this because I know you've been on air after you've been drinking before. How do you do that? Like I would never, because I could not drink beer or smoke and come on the air.
Me.
I've never ever, but I know you have.
I've learned. Some of the greatest musicians, comedians.
Right.
They go have a little whatever they use to percolate.
Yeah.
And some of their best work is done in those zones.
That's not me.
So you kind of think that shocks me.
So do you feel like you're better when you've had a few in you?
Well, I haven't done it here as a radio host.
Well, no,
Stoney, I'm going to be numb. I'm going to be on my numb juice. Oh, my God. Look, we got to stop and talk. Chris Berman, Stoney. How did he go? How did he get slavery from the two black quarters? Like, do you understand what you're... Chris, and I didn't get it till I got home. Stoney, how did you pull slavery and then the two... What?
His nickname is Boomer.
Oh, and I'm laughing, but I'm crying. Like, you want to get away. And he really thought he said something poetic. But, Chris, you got to be better. Yeah. That hurt me, Steiny.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Share with it. Oh, you didn't see it.
I didn't see it in real time.
Right.
I saw it.
Chris. Yeah.
Everybody's trying to...
I got you.
Everybody's trying to make a statement.
Yeah. Sometimes less is more.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And Guru, he wants to blame somebody. So.
Stop.
All right, I'm going to stop doing that.
I do think about the Niners. Do they got their guy? And it may be Purdy, but 8 games is not enough for me. And you got surgery coming. Trey, I don't know. Like, he went to get his Trey. Mm-hmm. So this ain't over for the people in the back for Trey Lance.
Who said it's over?
Well, when people bring up you to the Wiseman correlation or comparison, you're kind of insinuating it.
They're insinuating what?
That it might be a wrap. And he hasn't even had what I think the opportunity James had.
I don't know. What do you say? He's probably quarterbacked 4 games.
One game against the Texans.
He's quarterbacked at least 4 games.
Well, one against Arizona in his rookie season. Got hurt diving in the goal line.
So he's been 2 years, 4 games.
Well, 3.5.
I think he's played in 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 out of what? 36. That's about 50. He's played in 15% of the games.
But last year was a mulligan. He wasn't ready.
60 in 3 years, which is 240. Yeah, Wiseman's played in like 22% of his team's games.
The big man. They play Washington tonight.
Who?
The Warriors. Wiseman playing?
Uh-oh. Want to get away?
Oh, Detroit. Dude, I was getting excited. That's a play the whole commercial.
Gotta go.
Damn. Stoddy, I thought I had something.
That'd be interesting. All I want to know is Bradley Beal playing for the first time ever against the Golden State Warriors tonight. He's missed the last 17 meetings. Hey, Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce The February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's live now through Sunday, February 19th. They have a wide variety of items up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, and even the chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions. This segment is also sponsored by AC Transit.
I'm the voice of reason.
We're having a super time talking about the Chiefs' big win.
When's that parade coming up this week in Philadelphia? Oh, Philly. It's all those clowns out there in Philly. Please, FedEx me those jars of tears that you got from last night. I'll pay for the next day, baby. Yeah, I'm loving it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting.
Cool. Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code KICKOFF at checkout. That's harrys.com, code KICKOFF. Enjoy.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. When you see the green check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Don't miss Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour, May 28th at SAP Center San Jose with special guests Nile Rodgers and Chic and Bastille. Enter at 957thegame.com for your chance to win tickets to the show.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I love listening to you guys. Are like the radio version of the Odd Couple.
Oh,
thank you.
I'm Felix.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you for another hour. We'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto. Warriors tonight play the Wizards. No Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, that helps.
Ankle.
That helps.
No Steph Curry. No Gary Payton II.
You know who's kind of playing good that I gave up on? Porzingis. Have you been watching him this year?
Not really.
He's showing a pulse. He ain't a stiff or a bust, but I mean, he could come in here and score 30 easily tonight.
Well, he's a big guy, so that could be a problem for the Golden State Warriors. But Bob Myers had a press conference today at 11 o'clock. You heard it right here on 95.7 The Game. And he didn't address a lot of what happened with the Gary Payton II transaction. But he said what he could. And here's his first, let's see, Myers on deciding to trade Wiseman and why they traded James Wiseman.
I think we debated it pretty heavily, mostly because I still believe he can be a good player. It may just be that his path required more minutes than we were able to give him. It may be that his time is longer than we can wait, but it's not an indictment of him. There's plenty of players that take a certain amount of minutes or a certain amount of time, and especially with missing a year, there's a lot of things that he missed, not his fault, whether it's COVID or injury. He is a third-year player, but he hasn't got the minutes of that. So I think we had to evaluate he's going to get those here, and didn't seem like that, and then with the cost and where our team was at. But yeah, certainly there's a lot of debate. There's always a lot of debate, which is healthy. I don't think that's unhealthy. And sometimes situations you have to be realistic about them. No matter what you want, you have to look at what it is. But the hardest part for me personally was who he is. And I know that's not important maybe to a lot of fans, and I understand that, and it's a result business, but the person that he is, I would bet on the person. Just a high quality individual, and those people usually succeed in life, and I think he will. So that was a tough one.
That's Bob Myers. That was from today at 11 o'clock. He addressed the media after the trade. Warriors acquired Gary Payton II. Let me ask you this. Do you believe, I wish I could get a little more specific,
Right.
do you believe Bob Myers and the Warriors truly believe that James Wiseman is still going to be a good player?
Okay, you didn't say franchise. You said good player.
Right.
And I got to back up what I said Friday. I told you I feel like he will be a part of a team, but he'll never be Chris Bosh or something like that. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say yes. Because what this signals to me is we are going all in, and we should have had this thought process back when we had this number 2 pick, and it was about, again, Clint Eastwood, sudden impact. We could have traded the pick. They owe it to the big three to go in now, and for whatever reason, Stoney, Wiseman's, they thought he could help and give you the future looks great. We got something right now, and it didn't work out for him. But I do believe he can be an average player.
Well, it wasn't average.
Okay, so what
Good
is good all-star?
Well, good's better than average.
So, but good is not all-star.
I'd say good's just below all-star. Like good is Harrison Barnes.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, Caron Butler. I think made one all-star team.
Right. I'll say yes on that.
I don't think they believe he's going to be a good player anymore.
Because you would have held on to him.
Exactly. Exactly.
No doubt about it.
Because I just think if you really, I don't believe that they think that Gary Payton II is the difference between winning a title and not winning a title. So
wow.
So if they don't win a title, and Peyton does hear what he did, and he's good, but they don't win it again, and now Wiseman turns into a good player, let's say, I'm trying to think. He's not in the Hall. Anyway, whatever. If he's 16-10 somewhere down the line, I mean, I know people, to me, they'll regret it if he's Rafe LaFrentz, who's not a bad player. And the reason I use Rafe LaFrentz, he's about 6'10", lefty, average about 13 or 14 a game. He's a good player, starter, not an all-star. But to me, a useful player, a guy like Rafe LaFrentz. So I'm starting to think they don't think he's going to be even that.
Okay, and I'm starting to believe it may be until Steph Curry retires. And Lord knows nobody wants to think about that, but I'll put 5 years at the minimum on that. I don't think Wiseman's going to be 20-10 by then, but how you kick the can down the road to where that doesn't come and bite you in the ass is if you keep winning. And if you keep winning, Stoney,
they're not winning.
Well, right now. Steph is,
right.
yeah. But I'm talking about when this season is over. Like you said, if they get to the Western Conference Finals, if they get to the finals somehow, I think Wiseman's not even a thought. You know what I mean? But if this blows up all of a sudden in your face and you're reaching now with Steph, Clay, and Dre, and let's say it's just Steph and Clay, and Wiseman's quietly 16-8. I mean, those did they get it wrong with Wiseman? But I'm hurt. And I'll be hurt for this pick for a few years until we find the successor to Steph Curry. And that's why if it were LaMelo Ball or somebody like a Banchero, you would be like, oh, my God, we got Steph to look forward to. We're a player to win it all. But look over there. Look at Steiny. That guy's our future. That's what Wiseman represented. And he was something so different than you had. He's gone. For what now? Steiny's savings?
Part of it. They saved $30 million. Well, they also got, look, they got a useful player. Well, we'll see.
You may not need to use him if you don't make it. I'm just putting that out there.
What?
I thought you were talking about GP2.
I am.
What if you don't make the play? That would really be Wild E. Coyote. You got him and you held on to him for when you thought, we don't got a game. We don't got a series. Like, that's how nervous I am about everything jumping off right now. And then you made me feel better with the Kuzma news tonight.
Kuzma not playing tonight for the Washington Wizards.
Damn, they're saying on Xfinity text line real quick, Stoney, if he gets starter minutes, Wiseman could easily get 16 and 10.
And you know what?
You're 7-1.
You know what? Who cares? Who cares?
But then how do we judge him if he's starting to
be a positive on a winning team?
Well, he's already in no man's land then. Wiseman. Detroit ain't going to win for the next.
I don't know. Detroit's got some players.
But the league's littered with players, but when does it come together?
Well, exactly. If in 2 years he's averaging 15 and 11 and they make the playoffs for the first time, in 5 years, well, he gets credit for that. He absolutely gets credit for that. But if he averages 15 and 10 and they go 4 and 24 to finish the season, he did that with the Warriors.
Let's put the rat on the
essentially.
Table. You've been covering this league for a long time. You think Portland was foul? The GM came out and said we didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know.
No big deal.
I don't know. Why did I watch Peyton play that game against the Warriors and say, hey, you know what? It didn't look right.
Somebody else said that.
It was me.
You want the credit, huh?
I don't need
Shout
any credit.
Out Equifax.
I thought it was pretty easy to see that.
But the way you wanted, hey, okay, you said it, Sonny. You feel better?
Just another right opinion.
But Portland looks bad because what happened with he was getting doped
Why
up
does
to
Portland
play?
Look bad?
Because
we're
the
in the
Warriors
Bay.
are sitting them for 90 days.
Okay,
and
that makes the Warriors look bad to me.
Expand on that if you can.
The Warriors traded for damaged goods. It's their responsibility. I mean,
wow.
I mean, basically, they've traded. Hey, you're trading for Carlos Correa, and the Giants are like, oh my God, he's got a big problem. We're not going to go through with it. So they could have done that. Bob Myers could have said, you know what, we're not going through with it. He doesn't look like he's going to play this year.
Wow.
But I mean,
what about the Toradol? Remember that was making its rounds.
Okay.
And then Goodwin, Peyton's agent, came out and said,
you can't have it both ways.
Which way do you believe he took something to play?
I don't know, and I don't think it matters at this point. You didn't like the deal? You think Portland screwed you? Then back out of the deal.
That's what I hear you, man. But then what does that do to the young fella Wiseman? And maybe they were doing him.
Seriously, what's he going to do?
No,
he doesn't play anyway. So he's going to sit on the end of the bench.
I'm conflicted, but you don't think any of that was in the Warriors' thought process?
Of course it was. That's why I don't think they think he'll ever play. That's why I don't think they think he'll ever be a good player.
For him, man.
Dale's in Palo Alto. Hey, Dale, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Doing real good. Doing good. I thought it's perfect day to talk about Wiseman and Purdy, but I have to make a joke about Philadelphia first, that they got to have their game starting no later than noon because they can't handle the liquor. They were turning cars upside down an hour before the game.
Wow.
But anyway.
Thank you.
Wiseman and Purdy, I think, are perfect examples of these one-and-done or not even one-year-and-done players. They're not a real full-grown man yet. You don't know
mean
what
Lance?
you're getting. Sure,
Real
LeBron
quick.
James.
Dale, you mean Trey Lance, right? Not Purdy.
Well, no, I'm talking about Wiseman versus Purdy, where Purdy put 4 years of studying in college, and he was
fair enough,
emotionally, mentally, and physically mature to play.
I agree.
And the young kids come out, you really don't know what you're getting.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Dale.
And the NFL,
especially with a young player, a young 7-footer.
Man,
Good. What if I just did this to you? What were they thinking?
That he could ball.
Why would they think? But why? Why would they think?
Because
that?
He never played a game.
He never played a game.
All right, but it's bigger than that.
No, it's
he's
not.
7'1". You're automatically at an advantage being 7'1" on the basketball court.
Are
okay?
you?
Well,
are you in this NBA?
But they projected him to have that dog, or not even the dog.
Just say they made a big mistake.
Well, we don't know.
Oh my gosh,
we don't know. The wrong team gave him his opportunity.
We know.
You think, Matt?
Yes, they made a mistake. They absolutely made a mistake. There is no chance. There's no they made a mistake. They may have made the best out of it.
I'm going to say something
but
to
they
you.
made
Lev on YouTube got
mistake.
me thinking about this kid.
Okay.
Who I thought coming out of college was going to be something. And this kid is not, I'm about to give you his name, is nowhere near tall as James Wiseman. And that's Marvin Bagley III.
Okay.
Do you think the Kings miss Marvin Bagley III?
No.
No. And I feel like this is headed that way. Because if James had any, if
well,
they
you
saw
said you
any,
think he is going to be good.
But I'm saying that, but
what are you're saying? If you don't believe
they
it?
would be, if they saw anything remotely close to a light at the end of the tunnel, he would still be here, Steiny.
You would think. MB is in San Leandro. That's where I was last night. I was hanging out in San Leandro. ESL, East San Leandro.
Look at him.
Mm-hmm. I own Broadmoor, baby. What's up, MB?
Hey, I'm laughing because I'm thinking these guys are in practice with this guy every day. He couldn't even exceed, apparently, JaVale McGee. Wow, I mean, they're not insane. They're not going to ship a guy off 7 feet, 7'1", running the floor, conduct. But to be honest with you, I'm with Guru. The Warriors I've been seeing, are you telling me he can't get burned with these guys? They're not looking so good. If you're saying that, yeah, as bad as we are, you can't even come on the floor, I'm having a tough time with that, too. I'm like, what am I missing? I see him in the game. He grabs the rebound. He shoots a hook. I'm like, what is he doing? Is he falling over on the floor and bowling people over in practice? What is he doing that he's so bad that he can't get any burn? I don't get it, man. I'm going to be honest with you. The Warriors are arrogant. I think they're being arrogant. Oh, you got to be a PhD to play with us? I think there's some arrogancy here, and we have to admit that this coaching staff and this management has failed because you're telling me you had him all summer. You should have held him hostage and made him watch film to where he's no. Can he not set a screen? Can he not screen and roll? I'm having a tough time with this, gentleman.
That is, I'll let you handle it because I'm going to say this.
It's a legitimate opinion.
The public did not see James Wiseman fail to no end, night in, night out. Wow. Okay, and who on the Xfinity Mobile text line said, and Steiny, let's keep it real, 510, you can't say they made a mistake. COVID and injuries robbed him of a chance. I'll leave that there for the people that believe that because there is something to that.
Okay, so
we didn't see him fail in the NBA night in and night out.
Night in and night out.
No,
he was the worst player on the floor consistently when he checked into a game. The numbers say James Wiseman made the Warriors' defense worse.
Okay,
he had
I got something for you.
He had the worst plus minus.
I got something for you.
Fewer minutes than any player in the league.
Okay, but my thing to that, sir, when you drafted this kid and he had 3 games under his belt, are you surprised? He wasn't the worst.
Why don't you criticize him, though?
I'm not criticizing. It's to the caller's point.
Criticize
Who was there to get him ready?
They made a mistake.
Who was there to tell him, set a screen like Zaza? Who was to tell him, be the dog like Draymond?
You know
who was to tell him, this is how you conduct yourself on a nightly basis like Iggy?
You can't do this.
That's all I'm saying.
You can't do this. Well, you can.
To bottle him up and ship him out?
See, this is
when all this stuff was around him?
Right. But the Warriors
maybe the system failed him more than he failed the Warriors.
I thought the culture is championship culture.
Well, obviously, hey.
See, that's the thing. The Warriors are going to win it this year because of championship moxie. Draft picks,
but what happened to those youngsters? It didn't work out here for whatever reason.
Well, they were late picks.
Okay, I understand
that. Was a second
but they
round
were still young.
Right. So what? But most players drafted 25 and beyond don't even make the league.
But the plus minus thing, Steiny, meet me halfway.
No.
What did you expect him to be?
Listen, I'm the one saying they made a mistake. Apparently, you're not ready to say that yet.
Because I didn't watch him fail enough to say your question. And I'm rooting for you, Steiny. I didn't watch him fail enough for me.
Wow.
I wish we would. Oh, we see it all day.
Okay.
You got the league pass where guys just get entitled. If you want to call it a scholarship, 20, 25, 30 minutes, then you're like, oh, boy. Now, there was some of that, but the dude knew he was on a leash. I mess up, I'm coming out. It's high stakes here. You ever go to a casino, $50 hand? Oh, let's see you later. I need to go to the $5 table.
That's right.
He didn't have that.
Exactly. So they made a mistake. The Warriors, it's okay. It happens.
I'm not saying.
And they try to fix it as best they can, but let's not kid ourselves. The Warriors made a mistake with James Wiseman. You can say it. I don't know why you don't want to say it. Is it because we're having Bob Myers on Wednesday and you're afraid that he's going to be mad?
Stop. I don't get it. You know me. I told Draymond when we had him on, I called him out.
Told him nothing.
You gave me love, too. Listen, I'm mad because they still, if they win a title this year, he symbolized what they hadn't had since Chris Webber.
What about when they don't win a title? Then what?
No, it's what about when he gets 25 and 10 somewhere else?
Okay.
Yeah, but I just
on a good team.
Yeah.
Well, if he can give you 25 and 10, and that's a good team,
and I'm mad at Durant. Remember, he shared with us. He talked to Durant on the phone.
You know what?
Laughing?
I am laughing.
That stuff is real.
Well, that
scares me that he don't got the goods.
You know what else is real? The fact that at every turn, you'll talk about the Warriors and their culture, and their front office, and their light years, and their everything's just great, and everybody just comes here and gets it. But Wiseman, you will not use that. If the Warriors' culture is so great, why didn't Wiseman make it?
I don't think he got hurt. That's on him.
Okay.
They didn't play enough.
It's because he couldn't get on the floor.
And that's why now
he wasn't good enough to get on the floor, or he wasn't healthy enough.
Gaga Goo. He came to you as a baby.
So what did you expect? So what did they expect?
Those are questions for the Myers and Lakeup.
They expected that he could help.
I can tell you what James expected.
What?
Some minutes.
Yeah, I know he did because he was 19 and he expected him handed to him. But it's the NBA.
Man,
why won't you say it? They blew it.
No, I'm saying they handled him wrong.
The same thing.
Well, no, if we still got to see what happens to him in the next 2-3 years, if he bubbles,
it can only get worse.
Well, it could.
Wait a minute.
From the Warriors standpoint,
if Wiseman averages 20 and 10
then
on the Eastern Conference finalist team,
then we got your answer. But to say I'm
got the
telling
answer
you,
no matter
the
what.
culture let him down. I'm on record on that.
Okay,
and he didn't play enough. But to your point,
so the culture's good. Except for Wiseman.
I guess you got to.
What about Moody? Has the culture been good for Moody?
Oh, it's the same.
Good?
I'd write the
same
same
or bad?
thesis. It's good, bad.
So do the Warriors' culture, do they change their culture for different players? Or is their culture and you have to assimilate in?
Well, I don't know.
It's probably the latter.
Kuminga's getting through. But you know what? He's the most talented of the bunch.
He's also, you know what else he is? He's probably the smartest of the bunch. Because he's figured it out quicker than those other guys.
I'm just a Moody fan, Steiny.
Dylan. Dylan's in Castro Valley. Hey, Dylan. What's going on?
Hey, I have a strange background. I'm a classical pianist. I teach piano. And for many years as a college student, 5 years, I played for ballet classes, and I watched young ballet dancers develop. And I got a sense of who had the goods as a dancer and who did not.
Wow.
At a semi-professional company. And when I watched Wiseman play, I thought, this guy's extremely physically gifted. So my only suspicion is that he wasn't mentally catching on to the Warriors system. But I'm also wondering if perhaps there was some players on the team of influence who may not have liked him much, and it made it harder for him to integrate into their system because socially, he just didn't fit in. I don't know, but it seems like the mental part is the bigger picture than the physical. Physically, he can shoot, he can play, and he's got such graceful moves. I'm thinking, man, this guy can really play. He just needs to be in the system that likes him. I don't know.
Well, that's
wow.
The
mental game.
You don't want to go down that road, Goo.
You don't want to go down that road.
You don't want to have those hard conversations that maybe what we're talking about are the championship players
who wanted a ready-made.
That's right. And they never gave him a chance. and they said, you know what? Hey, Steve, you cannot play this guy.
Dre, I got
what do you mean? You think Dre wouldn't do that?
Listen, this is what I feel.
Oh, Dre, Steph, and Clay thought he was great?
Even if they disagreed with the pick,
right?
They would not sprinkle him with game or take James under their wing.
Oh, Draymond Green wouldn't give him tough love?
Well,
Draymond Green wouldn't say, hey, James, you stink.
No,
Can you get a rebound
that's better
at
than
one
no
point?
love. And if you're going to be a future dog, you got to take that. But I don't think the college point, and I like what
I believe that for sure.
The mental is always more worse than the physical.
I believe that. Okay. I absolutely believe that.
You don't believe tutorials, they didn't take him under his wing?
I believe the veterans probably were like, all right, enough is enough with this guy.
Oh, man.
Enough is enough with Wiseman.
I disagree there. I totally.
The guy couldn't even play with Steph Curry.
Yeah, but he would have told this, Donnie, if that was happening. James, he would have told somebody in the media, the culture here ain't helping me. Like, he would have cried out.
No,
all right, that's what I believe.
Hey, I'm James Wiseman, and I'm on a 4-time championship
not
team,
like that.
but this place is a joke. I mean, just say it. You're not gonna, are you?
I've said it.
What? What'd you say?
We
got a break. I'll let you say it. You don't have to say it.
Please.
You don't have to say
it. People know what you're doing.
I know they do.
It's not working.
Next segment sponsored by Pfizer. Wiseman, Steiny, Wiseman.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on Twitch.tv and on YouTube.
The 49ers, in theory, really only have one or two teams to beat. No wonder they go to the NFC title game every year. There's no one in their way.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit?
Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network.
Go on.
Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless fill-in and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Introducing Total by Verizon, a new prepaid wireless provider with no contract plans starting at just $30 a month. With Total by Verizon, you don't have to sacrifice reliability or freedom. Get Total by Verizon and save money every month on America's most reliable 5G network. Most reliable 5G based on most first-place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
At the Home Depot, we know the world is a messy place. Keeping it clean takes science. That's why businesses everywhere have long trusted cleaning products from Ecolab to take on the toughest messes. And now, that level of clean is available for your home. Introducing Ecolab Scientific Clean, a full line of professional-grade cleaning products for all your home's needs, so you can clean like you mean business. Now available exclusively at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA Sleep Sale?
Uh-huh. Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs?
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi. Who's this?
Buzz. He appears whenever you eat Honey Nut Cheerios.
Like a genie?
Sure.
Ooh, does he grant wishes? I wish I lived in a giant boot. No, I wish I could swim with a humpback whale. No.
I can grant you a delicious bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, which can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
Ooh, with heart shapes, too.
Happy heart-shaped Cheerios are back for a limited time. Pick up a box of Honey Nut Cheerios at your local store for an easy, delicious, and heart-healthy start to your day.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you've got to admire the commitment. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
In Dublin, sunny skies today, highs near 61.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
What the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
2 more games for the Warriors before the All-Star break. Home tonight against the Wizards. No Kyle Kuzma. No Steph Curry. No Gary Payton II. And then the Warriors play the Clippers.
Oh, man. Where?
Tomorrow.
Where
that game's tomorrow?
Yeah, no
That's
Clay.
right. They have an unbelievably long break. They get a break there because Steph Curry probably will miss 2 games fewer.
Well, Clay won't be there tomorrow. And the Clippers make some trades. That'll hurt.
Who?
The Warriors.
What will?
No Clay.
But they're used to it. He doesn't play back-to-backs.
I need some help.
Go ahead. That's why I'm.
So when you make a bet,
that's why I laid out for you.
When you make a bet with someone and you win,
okay,
how do you move forward when you should have the earnings?
You can't move forward until you have the earnings.
So me and Evan made a bet on the Super Bowl yesterday.
Okay, how much?
Don't matter.
$20.
But I gave my cash app, but I ain't got nothing yet. I would never go on air and say we made the bet and I ain't got it.
So Evan owes you money?
I think so.
Would you like to tell the audience how you almost forgot we made the bet?
Yeah, that one. I was knee deep in study, but then I woke up and remembered that happened.
I personally think it was because if the Eagles had won, there might have been some revisionist history about when and what the bet was for.
Our baseball fan, our football fantasy. You know I'm good for it. Snotty, so I don't got to say nothing else to him. It'll come.
Well, it sounds like there was more things going on.
Payday Friday.
Okay, I got you.
Big Dave's in San Leandro. What's up, Big Dave? How you doing, man? Big Dave. All right, Big Dave's gone. Let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man? Joe in the Creek.
That's on our end.
No, it's not. Okay, Scott and Marin. This will prove it's not. What's up, Scott? Hey.
How you doing, man?
Oh, dynamite.
Huh?
Dynamite.
You guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Awesome, man. Hey, listen, I got to think. This Wiseman thing, I didn't really want to get rid of him so soon because we really, he hasn't really had that much of a run, obviously. But look, the Warriors did pretty much everything they could to help this guy. They brought in the Serbian coach, the Joker's coach, Dejan, whatever his name is,
right?
To work with. He's worked with them for now 2 years almost. So, obviously they know a hell of a lot more than we do. But I can see what I see him on the floor. Where his biggest problem is on the defensive end. He has zero instincts for rebounding or for help defense. He's a step and a half slow. Maybe that's because he hasn't had the reps. But there's no way in hell I'm going to say no to reacquiring GP2. Of course, this is before we knew he was still hurt. But he didn't look the same in Portland the other night anyway, to me. He looked a lot thinner and looked like a different player. But I can't fault them for taking the shot to take the second pick. It was a high-risk pick to begin with, and they knew that. So sometimes they turn out not to work. But I don't blame them whatsoever for moving on, especially when they need the help defensively, and Wiseman can't get on the floor. So, that's the way it is.
Appreciate the call. Philosophical. It is what it is.
Well, he's a Piston.
Do they play tonight? Pistons play tonight?
Let me bring it up for you.
In the meantime, let's go to D. D in San Jose. Hey, D, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, I cannot listen to you about regarding Wiseman.
Why?
Now, Goo, I am 99% with you.
That's
on,
my guy.
on Wiseman. Now, the plus minus, okay, that's some of that. It's on Wiseman, of course, on the D. But then, have you guys observed how his mates lack of setting Wiseman up effectively? Man, it's atrocious, okay, compared to other teams who know how to set up the big guy. Now, so his first year, he was pretty awesome, right? We saw that. Second year is he was hurt. That's it. And then this year, he's playing only a few legitimate games, and the rest were just garbage time, right? So after the G League, he came back. He improved a lot with the D, and he was just, I really like what I was looking at, right? And then the next game, 30 points or so. So he brings the balance to the die with the threes mentality of Golden State, who we've seen so many games where they are so up and down with the threes, right? So he brings that balance. He opens up for the guys shooting at the perimeter. He opens up the driving lanes, or he would drive himself or just be the threat at the rim, right? So
thanks for the call, D. But that's where I got to disagree with you. At the very least, he should have been able to be that center roller that they could throw an alley-oop to, Draymond.
JaVale McGee.
He couldn't do it. Apparently he couldn't do it. Or he could do it, but he cost him too much on the other end.
Now, I'll say this, because you brought this up Friday. That highlight that I just act like was Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Which?
The one where James was playing pickup and he looked like he brought the ball up and went up and dunked it.
He was on a court by himself.
No, he was that was in a game.
No.
Yo, that was in the.
He was playing against Orange Pylons.
No, you got it wrong. This was a game, Steiny. Listen, I wouldn't have cared if it was Orange Pylons. This was a game he did that. He was playing pickup. I'll even show you the video when we're done.
Yeah,
that I know. But he's got ability some 7-footers dream of. So it's in him. It's just about why didn't it manifest. And the Xfinity mobile text line, this hurts me to say, but it's true. Eric Paschall had a better career with the Warriors than James Wiseman. Tell me I'm wrong.
We'll see. I mean, I give Wiseman a better chance to have a better career.
Well, I'm talking about in a Warrior uniform. Yeah. They ain't even close.
But it's not a mistake. You say it's not, but Warriors didn't make a mistake.
I put it on the onus on the Warriors. I said I think the system failed him more than he failed.
So Laker made a mistake. Laker, Myers, and whoever else. They made a big mistake by drafting Wiseman.
To be honest, I don't think they have jerseys. I'm saying the guys on the team didn't get this guy ready.
Oh, so it's the players.
Yeah, no doubt.
You think there is something to me saying Curry, Draymond, and Clay?
I told you. But
thought Wiseman was a joke. They said, we're not even playing with this guy.
You can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink. I don't think they turned their back on him. I just think it didn't resonate with James. He probably put too much pressure.
But Marvin Bagley, I think, will be able to motivate him.
They probably got a rap song coming to get a duet, a collab.
Big Dave, we got Big Dave in San Leandro. Big Dave, what's up?
I'm here this time. Sorry about before.
That's all right.
But I want to say, you know what? I want to quote the famous Nick Diaz, MMA fighter.
I like him.
Stole some Wolves tickets. And I'll tell you why. Freaking Penny Hardaway. I should burn his shoes right now. I'm just kidding. But he was hyping up freaking Wiseman. Wiseman, man. All right? It's all about the eye test. Wiseman never passed the eye test. The caller before, he had a great year the first year. Come on, I want to go playing. Okay. And I called him before. Yeah. Wiseman was always crying. He was soft. And Andrew Bogut, God bless his soul, was on the radio show the other day, and he didn't want to throw him under the bus, but he insinuated. He said, you can't teach toughness, right? You can't teach someone to be out there like Rasheed Wallace. And Google, why do you keep saying that? I've heard this multiple times, multiple days, comparing him to Chris Webber, the last score. What are you talking about?
No, hey, hold on. No, don't hang
funny,
up on
Big
him.
Dave. You're the man.
Dave, Webber set the bar. So when they drafted Wiseman, that was the bar for me. The Warriors got their next big. Hell no, there's no comparisons with Webber. I was hoping that's what he would be. They haven't had one since.
Yeah, and even Vic Alexander.
The draft wasn't deep, and that's what ended up happening. And it was the curse of the second pick. I think Gibbs went through the list of all the second picks that never amounted to anything. I'm just glad that we got GP2 back, and I get that he's injured, but he did pass the eye test last year in the playoffs.
Well, let me ask you this, not to be negative. You're happy about GP2? He can't help you until you do something first, and you got to qualify for the playoffs. What if that scenario presented itself?
That's true, but I want to piggyback off your bet that you made, right, in terms of them winning it off.
Oh, boy, I might need some load.
I still think they got a good shot at it because, again, we're not seeing Wiggins that we saw in the playoffs yet. Klay Thompson's still inconsistent. When everybody clicks all at once,
there you go.
And I'm just waiting for one more. Come on. Look at the team this year, the last year, right? Okay, now we got GP2 back. So what? Otto Porter Jr. and freaking Bielitsa. Okay, we got DiVincenzo. Let's get like one more solid player in here. Everyone's clicking and humming, and we got a shot at this.
Yeah. There we go.
One.
Yeah, baby.
Unfortunately, your three main players are getting worse.
We're not talking about them. We're talking about the fourth.
Of course not.
We
wouldn't want to criticize their best players.
We're talking about the most important player right now.
Who?
That's Andrew Wiggins on both sides of the court. He's got to answer the bail.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Claude Raines.
Well, I thought the culture. The culture turned him around.
No, he's got to get back to where he was playing last year.
What about the culture?
He was hurt and the COVID. Dude, I hate that you don't.
What?
You ain't. There's so much stuff going around that people don't know what. I'm losing my taste. All that, my smell. All that. We don't know where Wiggins is at, but I'll tell you where he's at. Where he ain't
tell me now.
He ain't back to where he was last year in the finals.
No, he's not.
Once Andrew gets there, watch out, Jack. Yeah. But I got to tell you, if we watch another Warrior game where the faucet, I don't know where I borrowed this from, where the faucet is turned off, I don't know what I'm going to do.
They got beat by the Lakers without LeBron James.
They had Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he was good. I know. He blocked 2 shots in the last 3 minutes, so let's throw a party. He stunk worse than Clay offensively.
His hands. Hey, David. Like, what's going Anyway, worry about what's going on in your man.
I can tell you're kind of out of ammo. You don't know what's going on. You're just out of. I get it.
I'm petrified.
I know
what you mean?
I know.
I've identified.
Your head's spinning around like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. I can just tell you don't know what way is up with this team. And
I'm waiting on a report after the All-Star
break. What are you waiting on now?
Curry's
what are we waiting on now?
or Progna.
7 times this year. Been waiting on something. What are you waiting on?
Hey, they still got a shot, baby.
Yeah.
I'm going to my grave with the 4 out of 7 because you got to beat them 4 out of. Well,
they can't even play 4 good games in a series. I don't think.
Well, you're kicking them when they're down.
That's right. They've never been up this year. That's why I'm kicking them.
But that's why you should be worried when Steph comes back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Leo in Kensington. Kensington's
Indiana.
It's a sleeper community in the Bay Area. It's nice. I believe it's its own incorporated, or is it unincorporated? It's its own entity. What's up, Leo? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm just picking up my kids here. Hey, about James Wiseman, hey, I agree with Guru here. I mean, I feel like the Warriors didn't have to draft James Wiseman, right? But when they did, they should have put so much effort on getting this kid trained up, getting ready for the NBA game. Curry and Draymond Green, I feel like they didn't do enough to make this kid be successful. I just feel like they didn't do good enough to do that. This kid's gonna be an all-star. I guarantee you, this guy can finally play free and be what he's supposed to be. This guy has so much talent.
Yeah.
I just can't believe they just gave up this too early.
We'll see.
What are we in? Year 3? Where are we in with Wiseman?
Year 3.
Man.
It's year 3. But he's only 22.
But
he's still only 22.
The part I just saw this, I'm taking it from the Xfinity Mobile text line.
Yeah.
His offense was way ahead of his defense. So it ain't like
his offense was very, very mediocre.
But what about when he feels empowered that I can do whatever and I'm just going to blend in? Steiny,
wait, is he going to feel empowered or is he going to blend in?
No, the point is he ain't got to blend in. He ain't going to get yanked out the game. He'll be able to ball with Marvin Bagley III. Is
that Dwayne Casey? My guy Dwayne Casey in Detroit?
Casey. Yep.
You know what? He might be about to get some tough love he never got here with Dwayne Casey. I'm serious.
I can't wait to watch him.
You might watch him in the same position he was with the Warriors at the end of the bench next to that cute girl.
Those seats were...
You better be careful.
We're asking about the parents, jealous.
Let's go to Bob's in San Jose. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man? Bobby. Never mind. Didn't we have a D already? D in San Jose? Hey, D, how you doing?
Hey, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Hey.
Hey, okay, yeah. Goo, I am 99% with you on Wise.
Yes, sir.
Steiny,
which is what? Because he said
listen to you on.
Let him talk, Steiny.
Wise.
Well, I don't know what he agrees with. You haven't made a
plus
statement.
minus here.
Oh.
The plus minus here.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Some of that it's on Wise with his D and his development, but the plus minus stuff is like, look at his mates, how they ineffectively set him up. Right? It's so bad. It's atrocious. Okay, and he's played only so few. I mean, his first year was pretty awesome, right? Second year, scratch that, right? He's hurt, and this year he's played only a few legitimate games. And the other games were just garbage time, right? So how can you see the development in that, right? So he has no momentum because of his lack of playing, because he's in such a fixed environment, right? Kerr is not opening up or hasn't opened up like his strictness to his system, right? He's not being utilized to his strength, and his strength is he brings the balance to the Golden State's die with the threes mentality, right? And we've seen a lot of games this year where it's so up and down with the threes, right? So he brings that where he opens up the threes for the guys.
Thanks a lot, D. I appreciate it. I'm going to cut you off because you made your point. A couple good texts here. Steiny's such a hard listen. Geez Louise. It says, I can't wait till you retire or go elsewhere. You know, I'm glad you brought that up.
I didn't see that.
I'm glad you brought that up, 650. Because I went to the Social Security website about a week ago to find out exactly. Hey, what do you got? Where you at? You retire.
Does it tell you that?
You retire. Oh, it tells you exactly where you're at. It tells you if you retire at this age, here's what you get monthly. If you wait. So just FYI, 650. I mean, we're looking at about 4 to 7 years. Let's say 4 to 6 years, and I'll be gone.
Yeah, if they have,
I'll be gone in 4 to 6 years.
That's if management wants you, though.
But I appreciate that.
You feel young.
Yeah, get a little. And then here's the 510, and I got to tell you, of course Steinmetz kicks Clay when he has a bad game. That means consistently for the last 2 years.
He just won't acknowledge his Fuego January.
He shot great. He had the best shooting month of his career.
But in a series, if they get to a series, watch out. That's all. But what's happening with 5 minutes left with no Curry?
He's tired and he's old. Admit it.
No,
you stretched on Clay.
Brandon Belt? Nope.
Admit it. That
he is
because we love Clay, and I love him too.
This ain't a Disney movie.
I love Clay. There's nobody cooler. But just admit that makes it a little more difficult for you to criticize
He's
him.
a marksman. You watch. When Curry gets back and they're afraid of him, Stoney.
His shooting percentage since he's returned from injury is significantly lower than it was for his first 9 years.
Okay, and in that, he won a title in that time period.
Yes, he did.
Okay, but I'm not looking at that. I'm looking about when they get in the series. He's got traction now, Steiny.
Oh.
He's a flamethrower. He's done it in quarters, whether it's the first quarter, we just need it to be the fourth now rather than the first.
Sure.
Clay is so far off of my radar. He is dude, I'm being real.
Jordan Poole's front and center.
Poole showing me something. But you got to do something 5 minutes. Where are my bucket getters at?
They're the veterans.
And Kim Johnson on YouTube.
Your bucket getters should be the veteran
Kim
champions.
Johnson, I'm ending it with this on YouTube. Tell the listeners you lied about Rihanna. You didn't think that it was that good of a performance. She said it's not being real.
I thought it was great. Ask the people I was with.
You mean that?
Of course I mean it. I'm not like
great.
you, Goo.
Yeah, you don't got.
It looks like she's got a little belly. Oh, that's unattractive.
I said nothing about the belly.
Yes, you did. You mentioned she was pregnant 6 times.
Criticize one. I said, give me some shake and bake.
What did Evan come in here and tell you about being careful?
That wasn't about that.
It was about that. My point is, yes, I thought she was great.
The music was great.
I thought it was all great. The visual was incredible.
The visual.
Yes, the visual, the choreography.
The people in the white suits, they got on.
I get it.
Give me some Tina Turner. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay. Yeah. But I'm the negative guy.
Hey, I asked Mike Brown a question at his presser Friday.
Oh, well, that'll keep him till tomorrow. We got to get to Damon. It's 54 hard out. Oh, my gosh.
Riri! Man, love them waves, man. Good night.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh, yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please. Back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that. From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced fees after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Our company Repurpose has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew. Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
The Eagles Hotel California Tour.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Live in concert with a full orchestra.
Take it.
Performing their iconic album, Hotel California, beginning to end. Plus a greatest hit set. The Eagles.
One of these nights.
SAP Center at San Jose, February 21st. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Duran Duran Future Past Tour. May 28th at SAP Center. Duran Duran with 2 very special guests, Nile Rodgers and Chic. And Bastille.
But if you close your eyes.
Tickets on sale Thursday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Duran Duran Live. Produced by Live Nation.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Was it good for you? Did you enjoy the Super Bowl? I hope you did. I did. Morning show loved it. They were victory lapping that thing like they were a Kansas City station. They're still very upset about what the Eagles did in the NFC title game to the 49ers. And look, had they had 4 quarters to deal with Brock Purdy, I mean, Purdy could have done what Mahomes did, right? Look, Mahomes didn't need to do much. Yet, at the same time, he did everything conceivable to win that game, even though the Chiefs possessed the ball for about 11 plays the entire afternoon. It was an unbelievable game plan. Andy Reid, Ray, I kept on saying, you give that guy 2 weeks to prepare. He's going to show you 3 plays that you've never seen before. It was actually 1 play the Eagles had never really seen before, and they got to see it twice. He just ran it to both sides of the field. Unbelievable second half for Kansas City.
Yeah, Mahomes did 2 things yesterday that helped change the game. And that was the 14-yard run and the 26-yard run, both on one leg. The rest of it was just high percentage throws done early in the play so that Philadelphia could not use its defensive line advantage on the Kansas City offensive line, because Mahomes was kept upright most of that game, and he wasn't really harassed as much as you would think Philadelphia would be able to. So the trick ultimately was on those 2 plays. I mean, sure, of course, Sky Moore. Why not him? Just nobody's going to guard him. It was just a brilliantly executed play twice. And they did it with 2 different guys, which means that even though they don't have Tyreek Hill anymore, they have a bunch of pretty good guys, and they know how to run their routes, and they run them with precision and care. And as a result, Mahomes just had to put the ball in an area on both of those plays because those guys were unencumbered by Eagles at any point.
When Andy Reid is at his best, he mirrors Kyle Shanahan at his offensive best, or maybe we should say it's the other way around in terms of who is the actual person in the mirror and who is the reflection. Andy runs them wide open. Of all the throws that Patrick Mahomes made last night, I don't know if one of them could honestly even be described as challenging or difficult for him. Everything was just right there in that second half, and it's not like the Eagles were bad. They just got rendered incapable of stopping what has been the best football team in the NFL the last 5 years, and there's no one really even close. The 5 biggest plays of Super Bowl 57, Ray, we're going to get into all of them, and all of them involved legs. In a day, in an age where we talk about passing and prolific passing games, it was legs that really affected the outcome of Super Bowl 57. And again, you give Andy Reid 2 weeks to prepare, and you officially got a problem. Coming off a bye week in his 31 years as an NFL head coach in the regular season, he is 27-4. And he had 2 weeks, obviously, to prepare for the Eagles, who were not unprepared. I actually think that their defensive coaching staff, Garrett, is he the big
Gannon?
Gannon is the one who is really catching a lot of flack today. I mean, you got to blame somebody, I guess. I don't know what more he could have done. The Chiefs put on an absolute clinic in that second half, and it didn't look negligent on Philadelphia's part. They just looked helpless. And I have seen the Kansas City Chiefs render what we all know to be a very good defense absolutely helpless. We saw that with our own 2 eyes at Levi's Stadium. That's how good the Chiefs are. The Chiefs are so good, it really doesn't reveal how bad any element of your football team would be. One of the things that we're going to dispel today, we're going to deconstruct the Super Bowl. By the time you and I get on the air, Ray, everyone has said everything there is to say about the Super Bowl on a million different shows already. So we need to deconstruct all of these hot takes and positions that people have and are trying to sell today to, the overall audience. And this whole, the whole thing that, elite quarterbacks would have just beaten the Philadelphia Eagles because the Eagles didn't face many elite quarterbacks because of who they played in the NFC, their divisional rotation against other, bits of the NFC that didn't offer a real threat. Here's the thing. I think the Eagles would have beaten the Cincinnati Bengals. The Eagles were very good yesterday. The Chiefs are just that much better.
Yeah, the one failing that the Eagles had, and this is not something that was chronic about them, is that they couldn't establish the two advantages that everybody agreed they had: their offensive line and their defensive line. The defensive line couldn't harass Mahomes enough because the Chiefs did not spend a lot of time waiting to throw guys open. They just did it underneath and more underneath. They didn't use Travis Kelce nearly as much as people thought they would. I mean, this was all Kadarius Toney and Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, all the off-brand guys. The other thing was the Chiefs' defense, which is going to be ignored today by and large, did not get bullied by the Philadelphia offensive line, which is considered by far the best unit in football.
Only on 4th and short. I've never seen anything more automatic than Philadelphia running a quarterback sneak. It made Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback sneaks, and he was very good at it too. Look like they weren't even going anywhere. It felt like Philadelphia actually had the option to run nothing but 30-play long drives and just quarterback. They could turn the game into a game of rugby, basically. They could have rugby scrummed it downfield all day long.
Yeah, but that's the only thing they did. And that seems silly when the team scored 35, but you didn't see a lot out of Miles Sanders. You saw only a couple of small things from Boston Scott, not much from Gainwell. I mean, it's interesting to me that the Chiefs ran the ball more often than the Eagles did. Nobody would have bet that in 100 years.
Nobody, just looking at the time of possession, could have ever even surmised that. You know, you looked at the way the Eagles dominated the ball in that game. You're telling me they actually got outrun, outgained, outrushed, out-average yards per rushed by the Kansas City Chiefs? Again, who had the ball in the game for 7 minutes. I said 7 minutes of possession time. It's basically all they had. It was insane. It was insane. We got an awful lot to talk about in terms of Patrick Mahomes, who he is, where he stands. I think we should talk about Rihanna, who she is, where that halftime stands. I was actually impressed. I was impressed. She's got hits, Ray. She's got hits, and you know what I like? She did it on her own. She didn't bring out any cameo nonsense appearance. When Run This Town started, I would have bet my house that Jay-Z was walking out there. Nope. Didn't happen. She's like, I got this. I called the Preggers thing very, very early in the performance, too.
I didn't watch a minute of it. My wife did, and she said when I came back from running an errand, she said, Rihanna's pregnant. I said, well, it wasn't me.
The staging was a star. They turned it into an incredible TV angled up event. We got an awful lot to get into. Not too many commercials to really talk about today, which is fine because this is not commercial talk radio.
So not to the Today Show.
This is sports talk radio. We got an awful lot of sports and everything you heard about the Super Bowl deconstructed so you have a better understanding of it when Ray and I put the burden of this program down by 6 o'clock tonight. The burden of the Golden State Warriors trying to win picks back up tonight. I actually went to the game on Saturday against the Lakers. That was a disappointing loss. To say that the Warriors were a little perturbed by what happened in the fallout of Friday's trade. That did go through, by the way. The Warriors did send the trade through. But what the trade was supposed to get them has temporarily disintegrated. The NBA has been contacted. Adam Silver will be on the phone, Portland Trail Blazers. We got an awful lot of sound from Bob Myers, who finally broke silence about the trade this morning. We will get to that today. We've also got pitchers and catchers reporting all across Major League Baseball in the next 48 hours. Ding, ding. It's baseball season. Yay. Yay, baseball.
And new rules, which have already helped ruin the season.
Yes, we do have new rules, which is great that they got those in there before the season started. They won't wait for the season to start and then change the rules. Bold decisions. We have quite a bit to get into today. It is the Monday after the Super Bowl, and it really was a hell of a game. Look, officiating is an art form, as it is also a skill. I thought last night's officials did a very good job exercising their skill, and in a moment where the art form needed to rear its head is when, unfortunately, they got in the way of what could have been an even more dramatic ending than what we were offered up. Was that a hold? Sure. But it also wasn't at all, especially in that situation. So we're going to get into that. We have an awful lot. I'm sure you have an awful lot to say about that, too. If you have an awful lot to say, that is fantastic, because we don't have a single guest this Monday booked. Again, a couple rods are in the fire. We'll see what happens to come out. I know that Peter King's going to be joining us tomorrow. I know that we're going to have Steve Kerr join us, I believe, tomorrow. So we've got an awful lot to get into guest-wise as the week goes along. We got an awful lot to get into with you after what I think everyone agrees was a successful Super Bowl Sunday. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And by the way, had the Niners made that game, I think they lose to the Kansas City Chiefs as well. That is who they are right now. They're having about as good of a half decade as any NFL team has ever been able to string together. Damon and Ratto with you here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. Valentine's Day, it's actually tomorrow. Perfect time for you to show up and check out their 75 showrooms in one location, especially with Valentine's Day tomorrow. This is San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center to help you make all your wrongs right tomorrow. 888 Brandon Street. You can shop online at sfgcim.com. It is the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center in San Francisco. We got an awful lot. It's right around the corner here. Damon and Ratto, you're welcome to take part of this when we're coming on back. It is the 5 biggest plays from the Super Bowl, and it's all about those legs, baby.
Listen to Willard and Dibbs with the Odyssey app.
This isn't an opinion. The 49er quarterback is Brock Purdy. Want to know who said that? The 49ers. The 49ers believe they've got their guy. Their starting quarterback, without debate, is Brock Purdy.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Chilly tonight, windy and chilly tomorrow, high of 51.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite 03 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone, America's #1 brakes destination. We have the pads, rotors, drums, shoes, and brake fluids to improve your stopping power. Right now, save 15% when you get any 2 Duralast rotors with a set of Duralast brake pads. Missing a tool? Ask about our free Loan-A-Tool program and borrow the tools you need to get the job done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the MPD Group 2021. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool.
Every piece of land has a story. The Upshaw's right there is with a John Deere 1 Series tractor they call Penny. And this is Shaw.
Shaw stands for skilled hands at work.
When he's not cutting grass, he's cutting hair.
So every person is different, from hair tight to head shape. And I feel like it's the same way in a yard.
From front loader to backhoe, the Upshaws have the tools to DIY all day long. Run with us on a 1 Series tractor and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Everything we do here on 95.7 The Game, you can find it over on YouTube. The Otis Bird III chat line is up and running. People want to know, Damon, did you go to the Willard Super Bowl party? I got invited. It was a lovely invite. I wish I could have made it up there, but my wife and I committed to another occasion, so could not make it. But I hope fun was had by all. I hope everybody had ourselves a really, really good Super Bowl. Hope the wings were spicy. Hope the cheese sticks were good. You know, if you're getting your fried food delivered, Ray, it can get there a little soggy. Got to pop it back in the oven, get it crispy again. The extra step's worth it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, don't pretend you don't like mozzarella sticks.
I used to.
Don't anymore?
No.
Anti-mozzarella sticks now?
You can't find really good ones anymore.
Well, the thing is, you got to get them fresh out the fryer. The mozzarella stick does not travel well. Never has.
Well, that's
never
what
will.
I mean. So if you're going to get mozzarella sticks, it means you have to either go to a restaurant or a bar. And why would anybody go to a restaurant or a bar to watch that game?
Well, you know, some people are social creatures. No one would confuse you for one of those people, though.
I'm neither social nor a creature.
Oh, you're definitely a creature of habit at the very least.
No, but I mean, if you're going to go watch the Super Bowl, you're going to go to a party somewhere. I mean, and I don't know of many people who book out restaurants for parties. They do it at a home. Do they not?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, so your choices are you can watch it in your own home or you watch it in somebody else's. In which case, you are not making the mozzarella sticks yourself. You're getting them from somewhere, and as you say, they don't travel well.
Well, and remember, unless you got someone who's got the deep fryer ready to go, and I'm not talking about an air fryer. I need a deep fryer for good mozz sticks. Anyways, I hope your wings, your pizza, your whatever you had yesterday was all fantastic. I want to talk about the 5 biggest plays of Super Bowl 57. And like I said, it was all legs every time you looked at it. I want to start with the biggest play. Single biggest play of the day, Ray, in my mind, was Kadarius Toney's 64-yard punt return. That game flipped in Kansas City's direction and really never looked back from that moment on. The tide had turned Kansas City's direction, but it did not flip Kansas City's direction, and no play flipped the field as much as that one particular play. Kadarius Toney's 64 punt return is the longest in the history of the Super Bowl, and it basically buried the Eagles when it was over. It really did. It was massive. It was just a huge play in my mind. The biggest play of the game.
Oh no, it's the single moment in which you could basically say, I think the Eagles are screwed now, and I don't know how they get out of it. And even at that, they almost did.
They almost did, but again, an over-officious referee in the moment wouldn't let that happen. We'll get to more of that in just a second. The other biggest play of the game, if it was the punt return for 64 yards, number 1 in my book, number 2, again, also with the legs, as Jalen Hurts, who had an unbelievable day with his legs, got betrayed by one of his thighs on this play.
Hurts on a quarterback draw. Nowhere to go. The ball is loose. Sitting on the turf. It's picked up by Bolton. No one in front of him is going to score.
Bolton did have a hell of a game. Kevin Burkhardt with the call on Fox. Jalen Hurts fumbling for a touchdown. Ray, that play alone is probably the only thing that prevented him from being named Super Bowl MVP. I actually thought that Jalen Hurts, in a losing effort, made about as strong of a case to be named Super Bowl MVP in a losing effort as I have seen really in my own lifetime. And had he not fumbled away a ball for a touchdown, I think he might have actually been named the game's MVP, even with the loss.
I'm not sure of that because how many losing players have ever been named MVP?
I think it's one. Was it
Chuck Howley?
Yeah,
linebacker in 1970. That's how long ago it was.
Right.
And I think in a game like this, you could point to Mahomes and say, "You won. You're it." I don't know that there are enough brave voters in that group of 11 or 15 or whatever it is who would say, yeah, I'm voting for the losing quarterback when the winning quarterback did what he did on one leg.
And he did what he did on one leg, and in one half, he did it almost perfectly. The same way Villanova had to play a perfect game to beat Georgetown.
Yeah.
That was almost the perfect half of football in the second half for Kansas City's offense.
And it was the perfect half for Kansas City's offense, not just for him. Because I think, ultimately, if you wanted to do the MVP, it's almost Andy Reid.
By the way, Malcolm Smith also with
that's right.
Seattle. So 2 defensive players. But he was on the winning side of the equation that afternoon.
Yeah, they were both on. Yeah, I mean, Malcolm Smith was the other defensive guy, but their team won.
Right.
Howley's team lost.
Right.
The thing that jumped out at me though is that Andy Reid, and I hate to give credit to coaches when it should go to players because players do the things. He made the second half incredibly easy for Mahomes, just with play calls and play design. They had the ball the majority of the time in the second half after having it not at all in the first. They had the ball for like 16 and a half minutes.
The entire afternoon opened up.
Yeah.
Everything Kansas City went from in a game in the first half to doing everything it wanted to do in the second half to the point where it's running for 7 yards a pop in the second half.
Yeah. Oh, no. And credit to the Eagles. They neutralized Travis Kelce in a game that everybody who pays attention to football at all would have said, if you can hold him to 6 catches for 33 yards, you win. They did, and they didn't. And that, to me, is a measure of Kadarius Toney with a touchdown, Sky Moore with a touchdown. I mean, they won with the depth of their roster, not just 2 guys.
You want to know what's insane about Kansas City and the situation that they just went through? Without question, Patrick Mahomes lost his best offensive weapon, not named Travis Kelce, when Tyreek Hill decided to be a Miami Dolphin. Losing Tyreek Hill on the day it happened probably sounded like one of the worst things that could possibly happen to Patrick Mahomes. It made him a better football player. It made him a better quarterback. Instead of being dependent on a guy who was the human equivalent of the world's most dangerous safety blanket, he learned how to spread the ball all over the field. He learned how to not just attack Tyreek's blades of grass, but every single blade of grass on a football field. And in the AFC title game, he is completing passes to guys who had more special teams tackles than receptions. Patrick Mahomes, in year 5, became an even better football player than earlier in his career, where he was also going to Super Bowls and winning MVPs of the regular season and the Super Bowl. This was his best year ever. Might not have thrown for the touchdown total, but this was Patrick Mahomes' best year ever. I think this is probably Andy Reid's single greatest coaching year since the year he decided to insert Patrick Mahomes as his full-time starter.
Oh, no, this is his best coaching year, period.
He had some remarkable years with Alex Smith that obviously didn't end cloaked in Super Bowl glory, but he got the most out of Alex Smith, more than anyone ever got out of Alex Smith. And I would put some of those didn't ring the bell of a Super Bowl, but still had unbelievable. They're 14-2? They were 14-2 when they decided, I think, to move on. So he was great then, too.
But to me, part of that was roster construction, because they replaced Tyreek Hill, who is the single most dangerous weapon among wide receivers in the game, with about 4 or 5 guys. And they all had to be useful for this to work. And they were.
None of them had extraordinary seasons, but the sum of the total, as opposed to the individual parts, equaled an unstoppable offense.
And I think that allowed Reid to sort of nudge his offense in a different way, because their crisis point would always be, it's 3rd and 8, Tyreek long for 20. It was just automatic. And that's a great thing to have. I mean, I'm sure they'd rather have him now. But they figured out, okay, if we can't have him, then we'll just do it with volume. And that's where I'm thinking this is why Andy Reid did the most to make this team championship ready. He said we're gonna alter the offense just enough so that we can work without the best weapon there is in the game.
Look, when we think about the single greatest coaching quarterback combinations in the history of football, it's really a 3-headed monster. It's Walsh in Montana, or you can even insert, Young, who picked up the mantle and kind of ran with it.
Well, he was more Seifert.
Seifert, exactly. But he obviously learned quite a bit from the master. But it's Walsh in Montana, it's Belichick and Brady, and it's Mahomes and Andy Reid. I mean, we're talking some of the greatest combinations of head coaching and quarterbacks ever. Unfortunately, Don Shula and Dan Marino never won it all, so they get left off the list.
If you wanted to go back in history, you'd also have to probably include Paul Brown and Otto Graham.
I would
won a ton of championships.
Absolutely.
And Vince Lombardi and Bart Starr. But this is the most dynamic combination of the 3, because Mahomes does things that the other guys don't do physically, because he can throw from any angle.
He does things that no one's ever done before. I mean, he's really he is in a class photo of one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might be premature, only because Brady's done it for 20 plus years. But yesterday was the first time where I think it was legitimate to ask the question, given another 10 years, could Patrick Mahomes be an equal in that argument. Up until this year, I didn't think so. But what he did this year suggests to me that if he stays upright and they don't screw up the guy who replaces Andy Reid, because he's up there in years. I don't know that he's going to do this for another 10. They just have to make sure that the guy they replace him with understands what he's got in Mahomes. And if he does that, I think you could have a significantly meaningful argument about, is it Brady or is it Mahomes?
Yeah. I mean, look, here's what we know. Tom Brady's length of career puts him on a level that we need a longer Mahomes career. Patrick needs to achieve it before you can just hand him the title of greatest ever. And even though he's, yet to truly reveal himself as the greatest of all time, I think we all agree all he needs is time. That's it. All Patrick Mahomes needs is time, health, and you're right. The next coach in the room to be somewhere on a level of dangerous that Andy Reid was able to exist on. Will be as good? Of course not. But offensively dangerous and creative. The only missing ingredient of Patrick Mahomes' greatest of all time resume is the reps. If he gets those reps, yeah, I think we're all convinced he has a level of talent that could get him there, and he's got a stronger argument to make in real time that he could be the greatest of all time than Tom Brady even had, honestly, in real time. Like, even though Brady had so much success at the dawn of his career, no one was ready to jump right into, well, he's the greatest of all time.
Well, no, because Brady is basically piling, ring on top of ring. That's the takeaway, because individually he was superb, but you didn't think of him as electrifying. He and Belichick were more of a unit.
Right. He killed you with competence. He didn't dazzle you.
Yeah. I mean, it was excellence, but it was the same thing. It just, the only other thing that struck me about Reid and Mahomes is the way Reid stumped more aggressively than ever for Eric Bieniemy to get another job,
He sure did, didn't he? I thought if nothing else, he was making the case if he was going to pull well, that was my last game. He was trying to make sure that the baton was being handed to him as the next Kansas City head coach. But Andy Reid has since conclusively demonstrated that was not his last football game.
Oh, no. And the other thing is, I think everybody now knows that he's going to do this for another 4 or 5 years in all likelihood.
He'd be nuts to walk away from a talent like Mahomes.
Well, I mean, he's also 64, so, he's had enough life changes already, with his 2 kids, and may have more. So, I don't know how, if it's just a football consideration, yeah, he'll stay as long as Curry stays with Curry. But I think he now finally recognizes that everybody else in football is reluctant to take a chance on Bieniemy because everybody in football believes that Reid is the architect. And that's worked against Bieniemy.
Of course
because
it has.
Nobody's quite sure how much is Reid and how much is Bieniemy. But I think for the most part, people are now used to the idea, it's mostly Reid, which hurts Bieniemy in interviews. Because I don't think it's that he interviews badly. I think the perception is that, anybody could coach Patrick Mahomes for Andy Reid.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't begrudge anyone that opinion. I really wouldn't. I mean, this is Andy Reid's show. It is Andy Reid's show. You'd be taking as much as a gutsy feeling to hire Andy Reid's offensive assistant as your next head coach as you would to hire Kyle Shanahan's top offensive assistant as your next head coach. Now, you could say in Miami's case, it's kind of working out, but who knows what the next instance will bring. It's hard to determine who gets most credit for what when you know that Andy Reid is clearly the chief architect and he's got one of the, all-time guys executing his visions and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. And the other thing is Bill Belichick's coaching tree has largely been a hot mess. So and because he is clearly perceived and correctly as the mastermind behind the New England double decade, I think there's more reluctance about, that's Andy Reid's show. If we can't get Andy Reid, let's look somewhere else.
maybe there's some guilt by association in terms of, it's been so conclusively proven that it was Belichick and Brady that, going back, I'm not even talking about the latest examples of not working out, Matt Patricia and, Bill O'Brien to a degree, but a more successful degree as an NFL head coach. But I mean, remember Eric Mangini, the man genius, and how much that didn't work out. There's a prolific amount of Bill Belichick's coaching tree that did not work out that maybe is being lorded over the Bieniemy Reid situation.
Joe Judge.
Oh, yeah. Joey Judgy.
Yeah. And
I forgot about Joe, honestly. I really
and look, and there's also an element of racism here because, once again, the Rooney Rule has been proven to be toothless. There's one more general manager than there was 10 years ago, black general manager. And there's no more coaches than there were black coaches. It's almost as if the Rooney Rule has been used as a fig leaf rather than a tool for promotion for qualified black coaches. And Eric Bieniemy is as much a victim of that as anybody, because I think were he white working for Andy Reid, he'd have had 2 jobs by now.
Benefits of doubts don't seem to trickle into black coaching equations quite the way that they do into white coaching equations. And I don't think we need to even say any more on that. We know that.
I mean, look, Mike McDaniel doesn't get that job if he's not slipstreaming behind Kyle Shanahan, who was running that offense. So, all I'm saying is, if we're talking about Bieniemy, you can't ignore the fact that he's not demographically desirable to an old white guy doing hiring.
We were talking about the 5 biggest plays of Super Bowl 57. We've officially gotten through 2. Kadarius Toney, 64-yard punt return. To me, the Jalen Hurts fumble, again, the biggest plays in this game were made with legs, not arms. Play number 3, Ray, a play that will not go down in NFL history unless you're talking about great decisions. I want to talk about Jet McKinnon not scoring a touchdown. At the end of the game, giving himself up, staying in bounds, going down at the 2-3 yard line and not scoring that touchdown, that essentially made the clock killable. And the Eagles, at that moment, basically got their wings clipped as much as any other moment in this game. That, to me, McKinnon not scoring that touchdown late in the game was the kiss of death to the Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
That was such a smart play. And you know how hard it is to use the personal discipline to not score a touchdown in a Super Bowl?
Oh, you may rest assured that was hammered into those guys on the sideline, because you don't know whether that's going to be an effective play in the days before during your prep. But at some point, Andy Reid is telling anybody who's got the ball, not just McKinnon, goes, this is the situation, don't go in the end zone, period. And it's to McKinnon's credit that he didn't get, full of, being
in the moment, wide eyes.
If you want the ring for everybody, let those last 2 yards go.
I mean, look, it was a massive moment in the game, and I don't think enough people are talking about it today. I know enough people aren't talking about the 64-yard punt return, which I think is the biggest play of the entire afternoon. The Hurts fumble stands for itself. McKinnon not scoring the touchdown, number 3 in my mind. Number 4 was the Patrick Mahomes 26-yard scramble. On that ankle, with under 3 minutes to play, on 1st and 10, he goes from midfield to inside the red zone. That was just a monster moment in the game. And then finally, like I said, all 5 are leg-based, even though it ultimately came in a losing effort. Since we're talking about the biggest plays of the Super Bowl, how could we leave out the most guaranteed-to-work play of the Super Bowl? And it felt like we saw it 34 times. The quarterback sneaking ability of the Philadelphia Eagles was one of the more aggressive things I've ever seen on a football field. Sirianni was just carrying him around in a wheelbarrow all day long, if you know what I mean, boys and girls. Huge, huge nuts on the table. Never, just basically, if we don't need to punt here, we're going for it. I'm going to take every 3rd and something, turn it into a 3rd and short, and then we have the most automatic QB sneak you've ever seen in your life. And Ray, how often has a quarterback sneak been like a guaranteed 3 yards? I've never seen an offensive line in my life. I'm not talking Alabama playing Citadel, fire out and pick up quarterback sneaks like that. They were devastating. They could have gone full rugby game, 28-yard drive, doing nothing but quarterback sneaks and probably scored on every drive that they had. It was dominant.
Well, I mean, they've perfected the art of shoving Mahomes from behind, which is legal.
Not Mahomes.
Not
Hurts.
Mahomes. I'm sorry, Hurts. I mean, that's the thing, because you saw it every time. I mean, the one sneak where Chris Jones hurdles himself through the air. If there's not 3 Eagles behind Hurts, maybe Jones makes contact and that doesn't work. But, Hurts is strong enough on his own, but with those 3 guys behind him, just shoving him from behind while the offensive line is, holding its own against Kansas City's defensive line, it's going to be the new quarterback sneak across the league.
Unless they do something to tweak those rules, yeah, you're going to have 2 guards. You're going to have backup guards behind your quarterback's butt cheeks, just shoving them.
I mean, it's literally, it looked like stuff they'd stolen from the 20s.
We had
not these 20s, the last 20s.
Right, yes, the other 20s. We have an awful lot still to get into. A full-on deconstruction of a lot of the hot talking points that a lot of hot talkers got wrong. Ray and I will right all those wrongs. In our next hour, we're also going to deconstruct some things that Bob Myers had to say about the trade that was, then wasn't, now still is, even though it won't help the Warriors tonight. So you go ahead and stick around. We got much more coming up, and we got open lines as well. No guests this afternoon. We don't need them. There's so much to talk about. Damon and Ratto, brought to you here on 95.7 The Game by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
We're having a super time talking about the Chiefs' big win.
When's that parade coming up this week in Philadelphia? Oh, Philly. It's all those clowns out there in Philly. Please, FedEx me those jars of tears that you got from last night. I'll pay for the next day here, baby. Yeah! I'm loving it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Jason Aldean. Highway Desperado Tour 2023. September 28th, Shoreline Amphitheater. With Mitchell Tenpenny and Corey Kent. Jason Aldean. Presented by Wolf Moon Bourbon. On sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Live Nation, part of the Allegiant Always Concert Series.
Garbage. And Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds. Together, live on tour, performing at Concord Pavilion, June 6th. With special guest, Metric. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. See Garbage. And Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, part of the Mancini's concert series.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart with the new 2023 Aerojet Woods and Irons from Cobra Golf. The new Aerojet Woods are designed with a unique aerodynamic shape that delivers faster clubhead speeds for longer drives. And the new Aerojet Irons are made with hot face technology, so every strike delivers more distance. Elevate your game by swinging into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Cobra Woods and Irons today. The Golf Mart, unmatched expertise, unmatched service.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Welcome to the IKEA Sleep Sale.
IKEA sleep sale.
Save on all things bedroom, including select bed frames, duvet covers, air purifiers.
And those fuzzy sheepskin rugs.
Yes, and so much more.
Cozy. I'll take one of each.
Hurry in to visit your local IKEA store or go to IKEA-USA.com before the sale goes night-night. Offer valid 2/15 to 2/26. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Kevin Mack talks with Matt Hardy.
There's nothing like a wrestling fan, for better or for worse. How do you handle that, though? We're talking about people talking about your family, what they don't know about your family or your brother or you. How does one handle that from a day-to-day basis?
Something I joke about with the Young Bucks all the time. I said, if you would vanity search Matt Hardy on Twitter, I said, after you got through 100 replies, you'd want to quit the business and never be seen again. It's just, you just learn to deal with it. You know what I mean?
It's the Kick Rocks Wrestling Podcast with Evan T. Mack. Subscribe now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Drop the mic muff as soon as the segment was starting. What a pro.
That's why you make the big money. When you were listing the 5 plays and you led with the punt return.
Yeah.
The one thing we didn't talk about was the decision to punt in the first place, which I think is the one huge gaffe that Nick Sirianni made the entire day. The Eagles were 11 of 18 on third down conversions because of that quarterback sneak that just worked and worked and worked and worked. It was a 4th and 3, the Eagle 32. They could get 3 yards on a sneak. They were doing it all day long. And I think for a guy who made his rep and got his team a 14-3 regular season record by being aggressive whenever the opportunity presented himself, that's one of those things that I think he's going to kick himself about for years to come. Never mind that the punt was bad and that the coverage was worse. That stuff happens. But I think if you're going to be that team, you have to be that team in the second half when Kansas City is starting to feel itself.
I think there's two things in play there. Number one, you need to trust a defense that basically gets you to this game, but you also have to coach the game that you're in. And there was nothing that Nick Sirianni could have thought about. Imagine going for it on 4th and 3, what'd you say, from your own 32-yard line?
Yeah.
And that's the play that doesn't work, and you just gave the Chiefs the ball back right there. Now, ironically, they would get it back at their 5 after the record-setting punt return. But, I mean, it's one thing to be uber aggressive on 4th down on your side of the 50 all afternoon. It's another thing to be uber aggressive right there in that moment, that point in the game. I understand what you're talking about. I really do. Like, live by the sword, die by the sword type of thing. But I can't begrudge Sirianni for thinking, all right, well, I did have a defense that knew how to play football at one point this year. I guess in order to win this game, I'm going to have to trust them at some point here in the second half. So I'd rather give them a longer field than maybe set them up to get their throats slit because we got aggressive from our own 32. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I see why Sirianni would in that moment say, all right, we're going to go a little bit more by the book than uber aggressivo right here.
Yeah, if they weren't so good in short yardage situations, I'd say fine. This is him not coaching the way he's used to coaching. This is him taking his best offensive weapon, which is, hogs in a rush, at a time when you need it most, and you've established over and over again that you can get those yards. I mean, it's not like Kansas City wasn't trying to pack the box every time they had a short yardage situation already. It just seemed like an odd time to me to try to play percentages for a guy who has thrived by changing the percentages in his favor by saying, you know what, 4th down and less than 5, of course we're going for it.
Look, if that Super Bowl in some ways becomes a stepping stone to coaches everywhere starting to kill the punt as the right choice in their own mind, we owe Nick Sirianni for all he sacrificed in that game. Yeah. I think he did go about changing football philosophy a bit last night, even with the losing decision.
Maybe a little bit, but to be able to pull that decision off, you have to have the weaponry that Philadelphia had established all year long, that they basically could move any defensive line in football back 5 yards whenever it wanted to. And you had the right weapon behind that line, and you had the right guys behind that weapon. It just, at some point it seems to me, and I'm not a guy who second guesses coaches because they know way more about, down distance and metric situations than I ever will. But that seemed the one time just say, all right, we're going to win the game or we're going to lose the game right here. And if you believe in your team, you're going to say, we're going to win the game right here.
My other big point here that I wanted to make is that the Eagles defense, or just as a football team, like their locker room must have been just covered in marinade because they absolutely got cooked in the second half.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You don't want to have the defense that Kansas City is now starting to own to, okay, now we need you to be good again. I just think it's that moment where you just go, what's my best chance of winning this game? When I have the ball or when I don't have it?
Just keep it. Just keep the ball. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I guess I am trying to get into Sirianni's head and reasoning at the time.
Oh, no, I get why he did it. Because it's under most situations, it's the logical play. I mean, I remember the Bill Belichick play when he decides to go for it on 4th and 2 at his own 24 against the Colts.
Right.
And it doesn't work.
Right.
They lose the game, and Belichick is hammered for it. Okay?
He defends the decision in the postgame, though.
Oh, absolutely. Well, he's never going to not defend it. He's certainly not going to deign to criticize himself before mere media people.
Deign. Whew. Nice use of the word in that moment.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
No, it's one of those where all the evidence that's been presented to you all day is that, no, you keep the ball because Kansas City's on a heater. So
Eagles got slapped around silly for 2 straight hours defensively in the second half.
In fact, here's a stat for you. In the 3 Super Bowls that the Chiefs have been in the last 5 years, they've outscored their opponent 38-8. They're really good at dominating late in a game, or at least not getting hammered. Now, the Super Bowl that they lost, they were already out of it before then. But in the 2 they won, they simply stole the fourth quarter. Just said, no, it's ours now. You're not involved anymore. You just watch us.
Kansas City Chiefs went straight up hot knife through butter on the Eagles in that fourth quarter, really in the entire second half. And look, 49ers fans, you saw this with your own 2 eyes in the regular season. You saw there's nothing to even, it's not a talking point about how good the 49ers defense was this year. It's not a fan-based, location-based talking point. It is a provable, in the court of law, statistical fact that the 49ers defense was one big, bad mofo pretty much that entire 12-game winning streak at the end of the regular season. The reason why it wasn't 13 in a row is because in that 13th game, the Kansas City Chiefs came in here and peeled the paint off your car. I mean, that's how good they are. And there's no shame in that. Like, everyone trying to just crush the Eagles today, it's like you didn't understand how good this Chiefs team really was. Like, you undervalued what their capabilities were. Any 49er fan who watched what the Kansas City Chiefs did to them in the regular season was not stunned by what they saw by the Chiefs in that Super Bowl. They scored 17 fourth-quarter points yesterday. 1 incompletion the entire second half for Mahomes, and that was on the throwaway over the end zone. The Chiefs' offense averaged 6.4 yards per play all game long, despite having the ball for only 24 minutes, and in the second half, they were running better than 7 yards a pop. I mean, they just got everything they wanted. How you close a game out, and I'm not talking about in the final drive, but how you close a game out from the minute you receive the second half kickoff, even though you're down 10, was the most fully on display coaching clinic you'll ever see of your life. Like Andy Reid took us all to football school last night. I hope you brought your notebook. I hope you jotted some notes down, because Andy Reid taught the world more about football and how to execute a second half game plan than what we're used to normally seeing from any great coaching combination. And Patrick Mahomes, let's be honest, like, what's the right way to describe him? Football Jordan feels about right, doesn't it? He really is. He's football Jordan. Like, the minute you saw him in his career, like the first time you saw Michael Jordan, rookie year, probably didn't take you very long to just admit, like, okay, this guy's even better than most really good rookies are. Like, this is something special is happening here. And by the time Jordan was in year, well, he gets hurt in year 2. So, year 3, year 4.
Yeah, the Warriors hurt him.
That's
deliberately.
right. That's
it was
right.
An act of treachery.
Well, go Warriors. By the time Jordan got his feet back underneath him, there was no doubt. Like, we're not looking at somebody who's good in his time. We're looking at somebody who's going to be good across all time. And you could see that before he actually started winning championships. And I just, Mahomes is the same guy. Now, he won that championship so quickly, he didn't have to wait the test of, well, did you win it all? Very long. But he's unbelievable. In the second half, I mean, if you want to know, this is how you put together winning football over the course of a half of football. 0 turnovers, 0 punts, 0 penalties, 0 sacks, 1 incomplete pass, and score on all 4 of your drives. Will that work?
Well, you forgot one.
What? What did I forget?
They had 5 third downs in the second half. Conversion, touchdown, first down, then the defensive holding.
Not bad.
Yeah, but the truth is they only had 5 third downs in all those plays. They were moving the ball so well that they almost didn't have to convert a third down.
When you're kicking ass on first and second, it makes third a lot easier. By the way, welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
All right. We got some ratings news in. It was a winner. By the way, I need to tell you this first, though. Patrick Mahomes after halftime. Complete with a touchdown. Incomplete the overthrow, or not even the overthrow, but the throwaway. His next pass is the completed touchdown, complete. And somewhere mixed in those last three completions was one of the 5 biggest plays of the game, his 26-yard scramble on one leg straight up the middle of the field. The guy was incredible. Their game plan was incredible. Their team top to bottom. It was just incredible. I mean, the deconstruction of the Super Bowl has been pretty much completed here, with the exception of one topic, which, Ray, we haven't really gotten into. And I want to talk about officiating a little bit here. I know other shows today have built their entire show around the one call, and I think that is an overkill. But the one call was called incorrectly, even though you actually had James Bradbury saying, hey, look, I held in his post-game locker room.
I mean, I pulled the jersey, they called holding. I was hoping they would let it ride, but it wasn't holding. I was hoping he would let it go, but of course, he's a ref. This is a big game, and it was a hold, so they called it.
All right. Letter of the law. I was hoping he wouldn't call it, but they called it. Ray, would you like to know why he was hoping the ref wouldn't call that moment?
I have a pretty good idea.
Because that moment wasn't even looked at in the entire football game leading up to that moment. Leading up to that moment, there had been 63 passes thrown in Super Bowl 57. Not one of them was flagged for pass interference or defensive holding before that play. In other words, the entire tempo of how the game was being officiated had completely been established. And then to throw it on what I'm telling you, Ray, is the least offensive defensive holding I have ever seen. I'll admit it was there. You're not allowed to make contact at that point. But the most crucial moment of the game, the tenor, the timbre of the game had completely been established. And to walk away from the established feel of the game by the officials and now all of a sudden call something that clearly happened all over the field, both teams, all game long, for that to be the one defensive holding for the entire afternoon. On a third, and essentially this is the ball game, stunk. It's maddening that at the most crucial moment of the game, we got a ref show.
I don't think you got a ref show, but it was a touch foul. And I think it was one that you could have ignored it because you don't know what the impact's going to be.
It also looked uncatchable. The ball itself, Mahomes, that looked uncatchable too. Now you can say, well, it looked uncatchable because of the interference, but I don't even think it was that dramatic because the target still turned up field and had a step or two on his defender.
All that's true, but it doesn't. It enhances Philadelphia's chances of coming back. But that's still going to be a chip shot field goal if that's not called. It's going to be a 33-yarder. And Harrison Butker is...
Hey, he almost missed a point after touchdown, and he had doinked one from earlier in the day.
From 33, I'm banking on him. Like I would bank on Brett Maher, except one game a year. I don't know that you can say it changed the game or ruined the game because the game was too good.
Well, what it denied us was Jalen Hurts, about 90 seconds left in the game, 2 touchdowns. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, it grossly minimized
2 timeouts,
Philadelphia. Yeah, grossly minimized Philadelphia's chances. But I'm not sure at that point that Philadelphia would have been able to move the ball one more time because I think it had been established in the second half that Kansas City was doing all the dictating, both offensively and defensively. So Yeah, it's not a good call, and I don't care that it's in that moment or not, because I think it's a touch foul in the third exhibition game. And if you've established that you're going to let the boys play, then you let the boys play there, because it's not a good enough grab.
Exactly.
The problem, though, for the official, and I'm not defending this, is he doesn't know what's going to happen after he sees the grab. And he's not allowed the leeway to say, it's a grab, he got his jersey, but I don't know if the ball is going to be uncatchable or not. If I see the grab and I think it's significant enough, I have to throw it. I have to decide right there, and I've got to throw it then, because I don't know what's coming after that. And I get why people are upset, because they think, it turned into a ref show. It's not an easy call to no call.
It had been no called, though, in the 63 passes before that before that pass was thrown in the Super Bowl. I mean, again, the tenor of how this game's being officiated has officially been established. There could absolutely be a flag thrown on every single play of a game, and the fact that you have kept that flag in your pocket on every single play of the game up to that point means that basically at that point in the game, Ray, for a flag to come out, it's like overtime playoff hockey. I'm going to need you to basically double axe handle, try to cut somebody's head off with your hockey stick to get a penalty thrown in this situation.
I'm not arguing that. I mean, I think by rights it probably should have been a no call, all things considered. But it's hard as an official when you see a guy grab a jersey to go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to let that go, even though it might affect the play. And the fact that Bradbury said, yeah, I did it and I thought I'd get away with it, also tends to undercut the argument too.
But I think what I do think you can discern from his soundbite is, I hoped it wouldn't get called because it hadn't been called at any point in time up to that game. And look, I'm going to also accuse him of doing something else that was wrong. When you're playing a white jersey, don't wear black gloves. It's that simple. When you're playing a white jersey, don't wear black gloves, especially when you're on the outside. There's enough traffic on the line of scrimmage to where that's where getting away with holding on every play is officially established as a rite of passage, because you can mask it in the chaos and confusion of a football play and a lot of bodies and a lot of smashing dudes.
That
when you're out there, you are on your own. Don't make it easy.
But
wear white gloves.
But you can also make that argument for linemen too. If you don't want to get called for holding, wear the gloves that
blend into the jersey.
And I don't know if there is a rule that makes you have to wear different gloves than the jersey color of your opponent.
I don't think there is.
I don't think there is either, but I don't want to say that, well, there it is. That's proof positive. But assuming there's not a rule, that's a really good observation. It's if you want to be able to if you need that one play where you need to get a little cheating in, make yourself undetectable. So no, I think that's an excellent point.
Say that again.
No. You got one. If you can't remember it, it's not my fault.
One more time, just for Valentine's Day tomorrow.
You can take Valentine's Day and cram it with great force.
I'm going to bring you some chocolates, I swear to God.
No, you're not.
This is RJ in Napa. You're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, RJ?
Radio legends, I thank you for the platform as always. I used to think that Dallas Cowboys fans were the most delusional fan base in all the sports. And then I realized something, that they're only delusional about their own team. So in that sense, they're all right with me. The real loser fan base in all of pro sports is the Philadelphia Eagles. And all this whining about this call today and this and that. Spoiler alert, don't cheat if you don't want a flag thrown. Second thing about the Eagles fans, I mean, come on. They're acting like, this is the reason they lost the game. How about when we had Josh Johnson as a fourth-string quarterback and Brock Purdy, who physically couldn't throw the ball? It's called karma, guys, and it punched you in the face, and you lost the Super Bowl, and guess what? Nobody cares. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Appreciate it, RJ. Look, I know this isn't
all fans are like that.
Well, this isn't going to win me a lot of fans out here, but the truth is, I got to tell you, I love Eagles fans. I love Eagles fans. You can decide to be a nice fan base or a nasty fan base. They decided we're going to take nasty fan base to an extreme level that actually kind of works. Like, it works for them. It's who they are. They decided, we're not playing in the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. We literally want to make you, the other team, everyone, your ancestors, your entire family tree, we want to make everyone uncomfortable. And we will do things, we will say things, we will throw things that are not glorious. But it's who we are. Be who you are. That's who the Eagles are. That's what Philadelphia is. But if you want to talk karma, yeah, how would you like to be the Eagles going all the way to a Super Bowl to not win it, or the Phillies going all the way to the World Series and not winning it, and maybe, the 76ers, they get there this year and they go all the way and they don't win it. Who knows? Maybe that's out there. So I love intense football environments.
And truthfully,
Philadelphia delivers.
Yeah, and truthfully, if that's what your focus is, you're kind of missing the point anyway. I mean, the fans, you don't like the fans? All fans are like that. Kansas City fans are obnoxious. I mean, Rams fans are obnoxious. 49er fans are obnoxious. That's what they sign up for. They go, okay, I'm going to spend all this money to go to a game 12 states away and 2 time zones away. You're damn right I'm going to whine about it. I mean, look, the number of 49er fans who complained about the outcome 2 weeks ago. Well, what if our quarterback had not gotten hurt? Stuff happens. Get over it. So yeah, all fans, can eat it as far as that goes. Period.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, the hell with everyone.
Ray to all you fans out there. The Warriors Community Foundation is excited to announce that this month's February auction presented by Cache Creek Casino is live now through Sunday, February 19th. A wide variety of items are up for auction, including signed jerseys, tickets to games, even a chance to meet some of your favorite athletes in person. Don't miss out on an exciting opportunity to give back and score some amazing sports memorabilia all at the same time. Visit warriors.com/auctions when we come on back, since that kind of opens up the avenue to talk a little Warriors. We're going to put the Super Bowl down for just a minute and talk some Warriors. Bob Myers talked about the trade that did not, would not, but still has happened. And we're going to get into all of that and a little previewing of what the Warriors got to do tonight against the Wizards, who are in town. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided, plus the new hire bonus is paid within 12 months. The $2,000 bonus is subject to terms and conditions. For complete details and to apply, visit actransit.org/careers.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Chilly tonight, windy and chilly tomorrow, high of 51.
Weather brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest tax refund, plus a chance to double your refund with the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal return. Ends 4/2/23.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and we want to send you to the San Jose Earthquakes 2023 home opener on March 4th. They'll take on the Vancouver Whitecaps. For your shot at tickets, enter at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So Warriors Live is coming up in under 2 hours right here on 95.7 The Game. At 6 o'clock it begins. 95.7 The Game's got you covered. Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Warriors Live, 6 o'clock with our guy John Dickinson, getting you ready for a little Warriors and Washington Wizards. Don't call them the Bullets. No, sir. They're coming into town tonight. And, hey, I mean, I don't even think I need to set this up or say it's a sneaky big game for the Warriors. I don't think there are any sneaky big games from the Warriors here, Ray. They're all sort of on their surface now, big games, because the team is as out of mulligans as humanly possible for an NBA team. And they better get playing above average, which seems kind of impossible to expect when they're missing their best player in Steph Curry. He can't return fast enough. But here's Here's how average the Warriors have been. And Ray, look, I was at the game on Saturday night. That was a frustrating game against the Lakers, who did not have LeBron James. He's wearing the green dot. He's wearing a lime green beanie. Like, come on, dude. Do you need to have the attention dot on your head? He did. I'll say this, though. Everyone who wants to talk about how LeBron is, not even out there tonight, which means he doesn't care. That dude was as into a basketball game as any fan in the building was. He was all over cheering on the Lakers at every moment that he got. He is invested. But look, Ray, the Warriors, here's all you need to know about how average they are. So they're back to 500, sign of average right there, 28-28 now on the season. They score 118 points per game. Ray, they're allowing 118 points per game. They're 500 in their last 10 games. Their margin of difference is plus 0.1 points. I mean, how much more of a totally level teeter-totter could you possibly be? You are as average as it gets.
They were at 1 point 3-7. They won their next game, and since then, they have neither been 3 games over or 3 games under 500 at any point. So they have aggressively attacked the mean and made it their own. They are in every way a play-in team. And I think at this point, it's almost a fool's errand to expect them to suddenly fix the things that have been ailing them, because they've been ailing them all year. I mean, the only difference between those two teams last night, other than the fact that each team was missing its best player, so the Warriors committed 21 fouls, and the Lakers committed 12. And that's not officiating bias. The home team's the one that committed the more fouls. It's because they don't defend the way they used to as a team. They grab more. They try to obstruct more. They don't use their feet. They used to be a remarkable fundamental team. They are not that anymore. As a result, they are entirely dependent on how well they shoot. And
that's the only thing that could deliver them to a 6 seed. Steph Curry comes back and he catches a heater where he's quite literally 50, 40, 90 the rest of the way, with that 40 creeping up towards 43, 45, 47, nearly 50%. If Steph Curry comes back and is just fire engine red from downtown the rest of the way, maybe you can be the 6th seed. Otherwise, Ray, I think you're right. I think that they are begging to be considered for the play-in tournament. Yeah, I mean, they're just, and if the Lakers don't get LeBron back, they're begging to be the 11 seed and maybe even miss the play-in tournament.
Yeah. Well, right now they're 13th, and they've been out of the play-in level. They've been 11th or below for all but 2 days all year. So maybe even if LeBron comes back, it won't make any difference. But the other thing that strikes me about the Warriors is that they now are heavily dependent on getting breaks from other teams. Like the news about Zion Williamson is going to be out now for multiples of weeks. They don't know how many. That means that New Orleans is probably out now because they are significantly worse without him, obviously, than they are with him. And that's what they have. They have to start looking at every game by every other team in that group of 8. And they have to care about him, even if they're not playing him, because they have to depend on the kindnesses of strangers. They've never had to do that before. They were either too good to have to worry about it or too awful to be saved. But now somebody's got a scoreboard watch every night.
Right.
And they have to hope to get breaks that they never had to worry about before.
Theoretically, they're in control of their own destiny. But if you've been watching, you know that that's not exactly the truest statement you could utter about this team.
Oh, no, their destiny is entirely tied to a bunch of other teams. if you take February 13th of last year, compare the records, the only team that has had a worse year-over-year difference is Phoenix. And Phoenix has been injury-ravaged for much of the season. The Warriors, I mean, Curry's gone down, but they were this before he went down. They're just profoundly, and they're not even ordinary. They're just, you can't trust them. They're utterly untrustworthy when it comes to what you're going to get on one night or another. That's why tonight at home against a team like Washington, they could win by 32 or lose by 12.
They should completely choose to win. How about by 1? I don't even care. The time for style points is long gone. This team needs wins. They're desperate to stack as many wins at home as they can the rest of the way. We've been tracking the final 35 games of the year for the Warriors. This started with the win over Memphis the same week where they beat the Raptors at Chase Center. They got off to a nice start, but unfortunately it regressed to the mean a little bit where they're now 5-4 in those 9 games since we've been tracking their final 35 games remaining in the season. They're now 4-1 at home. We predicted they had to be at least 14-4 at home. And in 17 road games, they have now fallen to 1-3, and they've got a back-to-back starting tonight against Washington. Tomorrow they close out the first half against the Clippers. That feels like on its surface, that's just a loss waiting for them in L.A. unless they can prove otherwise. But again, can you trust them to go down and beat the Clippers? No.
But can you trust them not to beat the Clippers? I mean,
no, it's
because
a
the Clippers
possibility.
are exactly the same team.
Kind of.
You know,
Yeah.
you were talking about that point differential. The Clippers are 110 for and 110 against. They are quite literally a game and a half better than the Warriors. I mean, they're the same team. And that's the whole takeaway from all of this.
The same team that will probably have more healthy, better players on the court tomorrow night, not on a back-to-back. Are the Clippers playing tonight?
They are not.
So there you go. Advantage Clipper.
You
Right
would
there.
think, but again, I guess my point is, with all these teams, there is no advantage. They are literally you're taking your chances every time any of these teams play. You have no idea what they're going to do or how they're going to do it. I mean, the Clippers are 31-28, and they're another team that's never had a long, extended, awful stretch or a long and extended, excellent stretch. They're just another run-of-the-mill team like the Warriors, like the Pelicans, like the Timberwolves, like the Thunder, like the Jazz, like the Blazers.
Like the entire Western Conference for the most part.
Yeah, you lop off Denver and Memphis and Sacramento, and you lop off San Antonio and Houston.
Like the frickin' beam.
It was a big win for them the other night.
Hell yeah, it was. Donald Sterling was asked about it. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, come on.
Pretty definitive.
That was unnecessary.
I just, hey, we had a little Clippers there. I found the button. I had to push it before it was all said and done. Ray, you know what you would do, though? You get a huge reprieve. I'm talking like for months now from your least favorite soundbite in the history of the show.
Don't do this. The season's over.
I'm not going to do it to you. I'm not going to waste a maximum football when we're nowhere even close to being anywhere near. As a matter of fact, we could not be further away from maximum football than we are today. We are as far away from the next football season as humanly possible. I already miss it. That's why I always get a little depressed at halftime. And Ray didn't watch halftime, but I did. So we'll be reviewing halftime before it's all
you'll
said
be
and
reviewing.
done. Yeah, I'll be
I'm
reviewing
not
halftime.
going to lie. I haven't seen a moment of a halftime since
Up with People.
No. The only two I can remember where I wasn't at the stadium and imprisoned was Prince and Beyonce.
Well, and you were at the stadium and in prison for Beyonce.
Well, she did a second one where that.
Oh, you mean Levi Stadium? Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about in New Orleans. We were both there. When Beyonce rocked so hard she shut down the power in the second half.
Yeah. Oh no, that was Jed York.
I know it was.
That was definitely. I mean,
it was scripted.
I stopped even wanting to know anything about it when Diana Ross came down from a helicopter, and I just said, "Why is this happening?" And arguing with myself about whether I wanted the helicopter to land safely or not.
Come on, man. That's Diana Ross. You don't want
protect
Diana Ross at all costs.
At that point, she was way past her prime, and she's coming in on a helicopter. I mean, that's when I decided that all Super Bowl shows are just, no, thank you. If people like those, knock yourselves out. And it sounds like Rihanna was perfectly fine. You couldn't get me to watch it at gunpoint.
Hey, Diana Ross, did she do Inside Out? That super Inside Out. Boy, you turn me. Come on, Ray. Upside down. In and out.
Stop it.
Diana Ross.
Yeah.
Show some respect.
She got all the respect she was getting from me. Music stinks.
No. Music is a gift. Enjoy it. Bob Myers. No smooth transition from Diana Ross as a gift to what the hell happened to the Warriors on Friday. The only thing that was good about what happened to the Warriors on Friday is that it happened at about 4:30, right? Well, right about now. During our show, I was about to transition into all sorts of like Super Bowl prop bets and previews and things that I know Ray loves because he loves being a degenerate gambler. We had a ton to talk about that we never even got to because right about this time on Friday last week is when we got the news that the trade with the Portland Trail Blazers had a possibility to be rescinded because Gary Payton II had not passed his physical with the Warriors, and that was holding up the deal. There were some birdies tweeting that could be sort of a reality before our show started, and then it became a reality, again, right in the middle of the damn show. The Warriors handled it about as professionally as humanly possible, to the point where they formally said nothing about it. And they ducked under well, we can't talk about it because the trade's not complete. But there was a reason to. Because, number one, if they had talked about it, you would have been all excited for something that, one, was not complete. And number two, they're furious with the Portland Trail Blazers. Absolutely furious with the way that this whole thing went down. And there's no recourse to do the single most important thing that the deal was supposed to do at the trade deadline. Did they trade James Wiseman essentially for Gary Payton Jr., for just the remainder of this year? The answer to that question is an emphatic no. He is part of the remainder of this year, but then the 2 years after are what the Warriors, I think, were interested in as well. That's not going to help the Warriors. Certainly didn't against the Lakers. It's not going to help them tonight. It's not going to help them tomorrow night. And the Warriors need help right now. The Warriors probably beat the Lakers had Gary Payton been able to report for duty, but he was unable to. Bob Myers today finally got to talk about what the hell happened, but he started, of course, with the decision to trade James Wiseman, which was the first domino to put the rest of the courses of events that led them to Gary Payton II in moving order. Here's Bob Myers today, starting with James Wiseman.
I think we debated it pretty heavily, mostly because I still believe he can be a good player. It may just be that his path required more minutes than we were able to give him. It may be that his time is longer than we can wait, but it's not an indictment of him. There's plenty of players that take a certain amount of minutes or a certain amount of time. And especially with missing a year, there's a lot of things that he missed, not his fault, whether it's COVID or injury. He is a third-year player, but he hasn't got the minutes of that. So I think we had to evaluate he's going to get those here. And didn't seem like that. And then with the cost and where our team was at. But yeah, certainly there's a lot of debate. There's always a lot of debate, which is healthy. I don't think that's unhealthy. And sometimes situations you have to be realistic about them. No matter what you want, you have to look at what it is. But the hardest part for me personally was who he is. And I know that's not important maybe to a lot of fans, and I understand that, and it's a result business, but the person that he is, I would bet on the person. Just a high quality individual, and those people usually succeed in life. And I think he will. So that was a tough one.
They really liked James Wiseman, the guy. James Wiseman, the player, was not a fit. They couldn't force him to be a fit. And one of the reasons why they couldn't force him to be a fit, and this is something that we talked about on Friday, Ray, is that there were no minutes for him because he couldn't play with Curry and he couldn't play without Curry. So what's that leave you? That leaves you with the coaching DNP. That's what that leaves you with, because Curry's minutes are so precious and so valuable, you can't do anything to mute them, to take away their impact. And unfortunately, the proof was just in every single advanced statistic, every single analytic, every way to construct an equation of what works and what doesn't work on a basketball court. Never had James Wiseman working out in the Warriors' favor. They were awful when he was on the court. He made a bad second unit even worse. He made a great first unit not as great as it needed to be. And when that's who you are, there's nowhere to put you. You cannot be hidden when you can't be played. Now, if you want to get into criticizing, well, why couldn't they coach him up to do the things that he needed to do and all that? I don't know. And it is a little disappointing that they weren't able to do that. But they had to give up the experiment because they couldn't even afford to run further experiments.
Yeah, and it's not that he couldn't, excel with Curry on the floor. He couldn't excel with anybody on the floor. That's the point. His numbers were uniformly, he took the team's numbers down just because he couldn't get what they wanted him to do. And sometimes you can coach a guy up and it just doesn't take because the guy's a dope. And sometimes you can't coach him up because this is just a bad fit. And the truth is, James Wiseman's gifts are such that he had to hit the ground running on a team that could afford to let him make mistakes. The Warriors are not that team. They were that team 2 years ago when he got his 39-game run. But, yeah, he got COVID. Yeah, he got hurt his knee. Yeah, he missed a whole year. But when you get picked by a good team up high, you have to be able to hit the ground running and catch up with the guys who are already there, which is why you rarely see a really good team picking second in the draft. They are usually picking 23rd or 24th, and they can bring guys along slowly, which is what James Wiseman needed. And the Warriors were not in a position to say, well, we'll let you learn. He had to learn the hardest way possible, which is in the G League and on the practice floor. And when you combine that with the 124 games he missed due to injury in two plus years, you get a guy who never really got a chance to get his warm-ups off, in all honesty. Played 60, missed 150.
It stinks. Again, the timing never worked out for Wiseman. The health that he needed to have in moments where he could have demonstrated a level of improvement, they just never materialized. It's all too bad. It really is. And again, Bob Myers on the tough decision they made on Wiseman.
Tough move to make as far as trading him. One of the reasons we drafted him is because of who he is. He is a great kid and did everything we asked him to do on time, worked hard, great attitude, whether he was playing or not, G League and back and forth. And so it was a tough thing to do to move someone that we liked that much as a person. I know that's a business goes beyond that as far as on the court, off the court stuff. So that was a challenge, but I hope he does well. I hope he gets an opportunity to play, and I think he will more than he was getting with us. So moving him was something that we did just more based on trying to help this team win.
One of the ultimate they hoped opposites would attract, and it just didn't work out. You could not have invented a more, we got a system that works for us. We've got veterans who understand who we are right down to their own bone marrow, and we're as experienced a core as the NBA can possibly produce and play together for as long as Curry, Clay, and Dre have played together. And they tried to marry that with one of the single rawest top of the draft prospects in NBA history. Everyone had good intentions, but it just did not work out. So they wanted to bring in a player that they knew absolutely would work out with them. They had played with Gary Payton II. They had a tremendous amount of success with Gary Payton II. And when it comes to the second, that 2 now represents the amount of months it'll take before he's even reevaluated.
Gary's going to be out. We're going to evaluate him in a month and see where he's at. It is our determination he's not ready to play right now. But when we get him back, hopefully we do get him back at some point. The goal would be pre-playoffs. That would be the hope. But until we get a sense of how the rehab process is going, I can't really speculate.
It's not 2 months? Because I figure if he's getting reevaluated in a month, he'll need at least 2 more weeks after that before really looking at a clearance when the original prognosis, whatever the right word is there, was he's going to be out 3 months. Maybe you would see him in May if you were lucky to be playing that deep into the postseason. I mean, it sucks. It really, really sucks that this is the hand that they were dealt. And Bob was asked if they ever really considered seriously scuttling this deal over the failed physical.
We looked at all the different choices once we had a little bit more information and gone through our physical, and based upon many different things, decided to go through with it. And, we think that for many reasons, James, we didn't see a path, even upon return, wasn't playing at the time. And additionally, our situation's a little different because of the amount of money each player costs. And so if we had seen a path for James upon return that had changed, we might have considered that even going forward as we get into next season. We've seen what Gary can do, and it's not in any kind of indictment of James. It's a hard rotation to crack on this team. And so Gary, seeing the fit, seeing the need, our defense and things like that. So we certainly had many discussions, but we made the choice we made.
We'll hear more from Bob when we come on back here. We got open lines the rest of the way this afternoon. Tim Kawakami wrote some pretty interesting things about what Gary Payton was supposed to do. Will he have the chance to do that? And a little bit more Super Bowl deconstruction before it's all said and done, and what is nothing short of our longest commercial-free segment of the entire gosh darn show. That's what's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Hey Niner fans, George Kittle here with a pro tip for making the best play on your eyewear. Visit Zenni.com, the official eyewear of the 49ers. Zenni has changed the game for you, finally making prescription glasses affordable for everyone. At Zenni, you can find over 3,000 frames with unbelievable prices. Look for the Kittles collection so you can rock our styles every day too. So visit Zenni.com, start shopping from home using their virtual try-on, and change your eyewear game forever.
So you got a tax problem? Well, then, my friend, you got a legal problem too, and you need a tax attorney who knows what they are doing. This is Damon Bruce for the tax crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have an unfiled tax return, maybe an offshore account, maybe you received money from a relative, maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of your tax problem, the Kugelman Law team is here to help. Visit sftaxteam.com today. I have met Alexander Kugelman. I'm impressed by the guy. He is ready to be transparent and give you the solutions that you actually need with transparent pricing and straightforward recommendations. If you're facing a tax problem, again, by definition, you've got a legal problem, you should contact Kugelman Law, tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that.
From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Jason Aldean. Highway Desperado Tour 2023. September 28th, Shoreline Amphitheater. With Mitchell Tenpenny. And Corey Kent. Jason Aldean. Presented by Wolf Moon Bourbon. On sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Live Nation, part of the Allegiant Always Concert Series.
Garbage. And Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds. Together, live on tour, performing at Concord Pavilion, June 6th. With special guest, Metric. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. See Garbage. And Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, part of the Mancini's concert series.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's 2 for $6 lets you mix and match some of our best items, like Dave Single with a 10-piece crispy nugs, medium strawberry lemonade with a spicy chicken sandwich, spicy chicken with a Dave Single with a strawberry lemonade, strawberry lemonade, if you're into that. Chicken Sam, crispy nugs, strawberry lemonade, Dave's, nugs, Sam. Whew! Pick what you want at a price you want. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
For a limited time, price and participation may vary at U.S. Wendy's. On the card only. Single item at regular price.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. If you're wrapping up your Monday back from the Super Bowl, you probably thought it worked today, what we all know. The Monday after the Super Bowl should be the day that we represent on the calendar for the holiday that is Labor Day. No one needs Labor Day at the end of the summer. You just had summer. You don't need a respite from your labor to wrap up summer. Summer, in many ways, is a little bit of a respite from your labor. One day that you always kind of need off is that Monday after the Super Bowl. Ray, when elected, my first duty as King of the United States
will be to get a lawyer to avoid impeachment.
My second plan will be to then make sure that the Monday after the Super Bowl is a day off for every hardworking American and even the slackers. No one should have to work the Monday after the Super Bowl. unless you do what we do, in which case it's actually fun to come in after the Super Bowl because there's so much to talk about. Last night's game gave us a ton to talk about. We'll get back into it when we get to 5 o'clock, but we were just sort of marinating in all the things that the Warriors went through this weekend, what they got in front of them tonight and tomorrow as they look to close out their first half. And Bob Myers spoke today about the trade that almost didn't happen with Gary Payton II. Again, they are going to ask the NBA to step in here, and if there's anything wrong, go ahead and discipline Portland accordingly. But what good will that do the Warriors right here, right now? How will that help them win a singular basketball game this year? It won't. And that's what sucks about it. No matter what the NBA cooks up to be the discipline rendered or not served to Portland, it doesn't help the problem.
No, and John Hollinger at The Athletic, who used to work in the Memphis front office, pointed out that the Warriors do not actually have an ironclad argument here for increased compensation, and I'll just read from it. The core issue here, no pun intended, is the NBA's requirement on medical disclosures in trades and whether Portland followed the rules. In trades, teams are required to disclose any injuries a player may have or had, but they are not technically required to disclose how those injuries have been treated. As a result, he says he's not sure any complaints about Toradol pills will get much traction. So they're apparently, at the time of the trade, teams are allowed access to the other team's electronic medical records. If the Blazers failed to note a legitimate injury there, that would be a more glaring issue, but that doesn't seem to be what happened here. So the Warriors may not get any relief on this. They might just get hosed and hosed.
One of the things that Bob was asked about today, if you knew now, if you knew then on Friday, Thursday, I guess, at the deadline, what you know about Gary Payton II, would you still do the deal?
Well, I won't know because this had momentum to it. There was conversations around this one, and maybe if that time had been used in some other capacity. But we looked at a lot of different things. There wasn't one thing that we all walked out of the deadline saying, well, we could have done that or we should have done that. We looked at a lot of different things, but I can't say if we hadn't done this, we definitely would have done that. But maybe with mental space around it differently, it would have been different. But there isn't something that I think there were some things reported, and we looked at a lot of different things, but nothing was at the 5-yard line.
And look, the reason why you do the trade is because they finally looked around and they said, we got a problem. And this isn't a problem that we can just solve with the guys that we got in the room. We need to bring in to this room someone who understands the room, which is why Gary Payton II, even with a question on his current physical status, is still a direction they might have considered because he understands the Warriors. He's had success here. As Tim Kawakami wrote out in The Athletic, he basically said, look, GP has battled and won with Curry, Draymond, Klay Thompson, and Kevon Looney. He can help plug the Warriors' gaping hole in their perimeter defense. More importantly, GP2 just knows how to play Warriors basketball. How to move without the ball, how to lock down his guy on defense, how to rotate within the defensive scheme, how to meld with Curry, Draymond, and into the Kerr system. Here's Bob again today.
It's hard to reconfigure your team on the fly. There's only 20-something games left. I think 26 for us, maybe 28. That's not a lot of the season, whether it's us or any team. But when you trade for a player that's been here, especially our system is not simple. So to get somebody that knows our system, and that's the hope when Gary comes back, whenever that is, that he can, there's a familiarity. A lot of the same players he played with last year. We play him a little differently. We did play him a little differently than other teams. I think that's why he did so well with us. Our system is a little unique. And so, yeah, part of the reason we did it was that familiarity. We've seen how much he helps us.
Again, he comes in and he knows. We're not hoping he'll figure it out. He knows. This, by the way, Ray, is why I'm not worried about the Kyrie, now with Luka, Dallas Mavericks, nor am I really worried about the Phoenix Suns. I think the Phoenix Suns gutted their defensive concepts, an awful lot of their depth, and the sprint that they are going to have together with Durant, Booker, and CP3, it's not enough time. Next year's the year that I'm officially worried about the Phoenix Suns. I don't think I'm worried about them this year.
I think they should be worried about now because I don't know that you can look at Denver anymore and say they're the only team I can foresee in the finals. I think Phoenix could go on a heater because once Durant comes back, he's capable of providing that heat. So I think you're right about
Denver beats them with a system, though. The system that gets held against Denver, I actually think makes their argument for them in a matchup with Phoenix.
Maybe, but I think Denver's clear superiority is based on one guy, whereas Phoenix would come in with a multitude of weapons. And I think we saw yesterday that the team with the multitude of weapons is the one that ended up winning more than the team with the one dominant player. And that dominant player was Jalen Hurts. I don't want to mix metaphors here, but what I'm trying to say is I think the Suns are a very live player now. Whereas I agree with you about Dallas, and I agree with you about everybody else. I don't believe in the Clippers. I don't believe in New Orleans anymore for sure. I don't believe in the Warriors, to be honest with you. I don't think that what ails them is going to get fixed even when Curry comes back. I think what Curry will give you is, well, we can win 131, 124. I don't know that that's sustainable in the postseason. And that's why I have significant doubts about what the Warriors can do in the postseason, if they get there.
Look, they've either been giving us the okey doke throughout the entire year, or your concerns are well founded.
Oh, I think they've been okey doking furiously because they don't want to put out the idea to the fan base or to the locker room in general that they don't do things well enough. The problem is everybody's eyes tell us they don't do things well enough. What the Warriors have not been able to provide is proof, other than we're getting back Curry, that they're going to fix that. Because what ails them now is what ailed them when Curry was healthy.
And they have no really more levers of consequence to pull. You know, maybe they hit the lottery in the buyout market. And that's the last bit of sound from Bob that I want to play for you today. He talked about what the Warriors' options on the buyout market might possibly be.
You know, we hope that we have enough, but we'll look and see. It's also determinative of how the coaches will use that player. For us to say, here's a big guy, and the coaching staff to say, well, we're not playing that guy. Doesn't matter if he's 7 feet tall or 8 feet tall. Any buyout conversation has to be done in collaboration with the coaching staff, because why bring a player in if they're not going to use him? But if there's a player that the coaching staff and the front office thinks can be helpful, absolutely, we'll go target that guy. But there's a good John Wooden quote: don't confuse activity for achievement. I don't just want to say, oh, we scoured the buyout market, here's so-and-so, and the guy's sitting on the end of the bench. Because for us, it's $4 million, I don't know, it's $3 million or something like that, which Joe has done and would do. But that's the conversation with the coaching staff as far as who would play and who's available.
So again, the two big questions are, can he still actually do it? And then if you answer that, yes, he can, then the question becomes, does the player fit who we are? These are two big hurdles for anyone conceivably on the buyout market to clear. Who just is a plug-and-play, bought-out player who you'd think could show up and really contribute? I just don't have that player's name up my sleeve.
If this was a plug-and-play situation, you keep Weissman, because you could just plug him in. But it's not a plug-and-play. And also, I think the fit comes before the money, because they are at a place tax-wise that they found it a reasonable solution to get rid of a guy they picked second in the draft 2 years ago because the tax advantages were too good not to. Because that's a factor here too. So I think that's a long way of saying I think the Warriors are going to play with the hand they've got now, because I don't think they can improve their hand.
Yeah, I think
they'll get a bump with Curry, but I think that's it.
I think your team is on the floor. I do. That's the team that you're looking at. The team that just lost to the Lakers gets to add Steph Curry, and that's the team. And maybe Gary Payton II is there a month and a half from now. That's the team. And I'll tell you, neither one of us would ever do very well in the prediction business, but we did get this right. We both said on Friday, almost in real time, that as tempting as it might be to rescind this trade, they weren't going to do it.
They didn't have a choice. I mean, the fact is, I think they spent most of their time trying to figure out if they could make Portland pay something in addition to Payton. And if Hollinger's right, that sounds like that's going to be a long, drawn-out process, which doesn't help them in the immediate future anyway. So, yeah, the Warriors are going to have to play with the cards that are in their hand now. And it simply will be up to them and all their merry playmates in the middle of the Western Conference, because they are now part of a much greater whole. And when one team loses, like Minnesota loses, that's a break for them. If Minnesota loses a game to Phoenix, it's not a break for them. So they're going to have to play that game now mentally.
For all of our best content, wherever that may be, you can find it over on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, click subscribe, and boom. The majesty that is this train wreck can be found right there. Is Damon wearing the same T-shirt again? Is Ray looking particularly dapper today? These questions can all be answered on the YouTube page. So indulge and enjoy, and welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. You know, one question that I don't remember being asked of Myers today is how hamstrung the Warriors were waiting till deadline day. If they liked Payton, was there an indication before that they could have made that deal on Monday and then had 2 days to sort out whatever hiccups might arise? Because part of the problem here was they did it as close to the deadline as they did. So they couldn't repair what went south. I mean, they'll know dealing with the Blazers from now on that you always have to factor in that kind of thing. But
buy yourself some wiggle room. You might need it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why the day of the trade deadline, I've always thought, is an illusory term, because it's really about the week. And I think the trade deadline started when the Lakers went out and got Rui Hachimura, and that was on the 23rd of January.
By the way, he is so much bigger than you think he would be.
Oh, he's massive.
He's gargantuan. The Hachimura in-person experience had never quite washed over me as it did on Saturday night when I went to the Warriors and Lakers game. He's freaking huge. He is a monster of a human being.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. I think the trade deadline, all that is tells you it's the last day you can do something, but it doesn't mean it's the only day you can do something. And in this case, if the Warriors liked Payton that much and they couldn't do the straight-up deal with Portland for Weissman, because they clearly couldn't because Portland wasn't interested, then you start maybe engaging the process earlier.
Here's the thing. The only grace I will give them on a very salient point that you're making is that there were two other teams involved.
Sure.
And the business has to slow down when you have that many phone calls to make. And, where was Detroit's willingness to aggressively hear offers for Sadiq Bey? Did they value him the kind of guy that they didn't want to take an early offer on, even if the Warriors had made an early offer because they were looking for other offers? So your point is well taken.
Well, no, the only thing I'm trying to say is, when did these conversations start? Because usually, if all of a sudden you have to involve other teams, you're pretty much pushing a deadline, because now you're making a trade infinitely more complicated. I'm not blaming the Warriors for what they did. I'm simply asking the question, when did they first seize on the idea of figuring out a way to get Gary Payton back? Because it sounds like that was the only thing that made sense to them.
Well, again, when the thing that you ran out of was time, the timeline gets scrutinized. That's what happens. It's natural.
Yeah, I mean I don't know if anybody asked Bob Myers that, but I think it'd be interesting to know.
It would be interesting to know. Maybe you need to start going to more press conferences.
I'd rather eat my own eyes.
Great line of questioning that you had up your sleeve. By the way, if you enjoyed the Rihanna halftime montage, you were among many. Everyone loves a good montage. Final call of the Super Bowl. En inglés, por favor.
Here we go. Hurts. As all day, now some rushers come. Going to throw it as far as his arm can take it, which is well short. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won Super Bowl 57.
Kevin Burkhardt on Fox in Eaglese, por favor.
Hurts goes back. He's stepping up. He's looking. Still looking. He is launching it deep downfield, and it bounces. And the seconds are gone. This is the end of the game. And the Kansas City Chiefs have won another Super Bowl.
Yes, they have. That's how it sounded on the Eagles radio network. How about in Kansas City Chiefs? Ease, por favor.
Hurts takes the snap. The Chiefs only rushing 2 on a delay. Clock is going to be out of time, and the pass is going to be underthrown. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. Everyone who claims the Chiefs Kingdom will raise a banner above the National Football League again. For the second time in 4 seasons, the Lombardi Trophy has a red and gold reflection. A big red reflection. The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
Terrible call.
Too wordy.
Terrible call. Way too much going on. Sorry, Mitch Holstis.
Just, say it. Get out of the way.
Sorry, Mitch Holstis. Hold this. Less is more. Figure it out. Whenever you're getting ready for the evening, you put all your paraphernalia on, walk up to the mirror, and then turn around real quick. The very first thing you notice, you take that off. Otherwise, you're over-accessorized. He tried the top hat, the cane, and the spats, and the cufflinks, and the tie clip. All at once. Too much. Keep it simple. Give it to me in Spanish, por favor.
Jugadores, realmente no sé qué es el 17, pero empezamos.
Jalen Hurts retrocede. Última jugada del Super Bowl 57. ¡Ave María! ¡Nada! ¡Se acabó! ¡Ganan los Kansas City Chiefs! Pensaban que iba a ser un milagro ganar esto cuando cayó Patrick Mahomes con lesión en el primer tiempo.
I'm not going to lie. I loved the busting out of the Ave Maria there for the Hail Mary for just a second. Very, very nice call. Who is that? That is, my God, my eyes are just terrible. That is Adrian Garcia Marquez on Fox Deportes. Here's Eduardo Varalea on ESPN Latin America.
Con los Kansas City Chiefs, ¿no? Que buscarán probablemente qué. Bueno, y ganan por ello.
Jalen, el reloj ya está en 0.
Uy, no, se quedó corto.
Y Kansas City es campeón del Super Bowl.
See, nice and simple. He's not talking about reflections. A rojo reflection in the trophy.
Yeah.
Nothing ridiculous like that. Good job.
Get in, get out.
En français, por favor.
Por favor.
Jalen Hurts, évidemment, va avoir du temps.
Okay, first of all, let's just start with how sexy Jalen Hurts just became. Just listen to this in French. Just listen to a Frenchman say Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, évidemment, va avoir du temps pour lancer cette balle, mais ce sera la dernière action du match. Et il y a déjà eu des Hail Mary dans ce stade, mais pas aujourd'hui. La victoire finale pour les Chiefs de Kansas City avec un match de héros de Patrick Mahomes avec des actions d'éclat. Nick Bolton, Kadarius Toney. Et finalement, on aura peut-être une réponse à cette question sur la dynastie des Chiefs.
The French are good.
They have something to work with.
It's great stuff. Good stuff. Who was that? Do we have the announcer? No, that's just via BN Sports in France. En français, pour favor. Somebody on the text line's like, pour favor isn't French. Yeah, merci beaucoup. Thank you very, very much. We got a theme going here. Every single soundbite has been preceded with a pour favor. Get it? Ray, you've kept up with the segment, have you not?
I've tried not to, but yes, I have.
Em português, por favor?
Chiefs estão a defender isso mesmo.
Os Chiefs não vão lançar muita pressão.
É Hail Mary.
Olha, Jalen Hurts lança a bola.
Muito curto,
mas muito curto.
Escorregou.
Muito curto e os Kansas City Chiefs são os vencedores do Super Bowl 57. Patrick Mahomes supera tudo e mais alguma coisa.
Oi, tudo bem? Those guys sound like they were both doing nitrous balloon. It sounded like the guy was doing a nitrous balloon. Like in the middle of it, he was all like, wah, 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 wah. If you've ever done nitrous, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Ray.
Oh, no, Portuguese will make you slow down.
Wah, 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 wah. Dude, come on. I've sat out enough fish shows making bad choices to know what somebody may be doing a hit of nitrous balloon sounds like. One more time in Portuguese.
Chiefs estão a defender isso mesmo.
Os Chiefs não vão lançar muita pressão.
É Hail Mary.
Olha, Jalen Hurts lança a bola.
Muito curto,
mas muito curto.
Escorregou.
Muito curto e os Kansas City Chiefs são os vencedores do Super Bowl 57. Patrick Mahomes supera tudo e mais alguma coisa.
He sounded like he had money on the Eagles.
He did sound a little upset about the whole thing. All right. One last one.
Okay.
In Australian, por favor.
Sekunden sieht noch aufs Ohr.
Austrian, excuse me. I told you my eyes are bad. This is Austrian, not Australian. So are these the Von Trapp family singers? Let's find out together, shall we? How's it sound in Austrian? Sorry.
Sekunden sieht noch aufs Ohr.
Keine Defense-Liner anfällt. Keine Defense-Liner anfällt.
Jalen Hurts. Jetzt kommt die Bombe. Nein. Es ist aus. Kansas
Super Bowl
City
57.
Chiefs gewinnen Super Bowl 57, ihre dritte insgesamt, die zweite für...
Spriting Seitebergen, Weinen, Schwitzing.
That was not good.
I'm going to be honest. I like them all in another language more than I almost like them in English.
Oh, yeah. You should have tried to get one from the Brits.
Fade the Chiefs call. Fade that Chiefs call. That hometown Chiefs call stunk.
Yeah, that it was just too wordy. By the way, nobody has mentioned, and I wonder if there's something significant about the fact that throw at the end of the game was a duck. It just he needed to throw the ball like 50 yards, and he's got the arm for it, and he threw it like 25.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he was hurt.
Well,
because I can't imagine that all of a sudden he decided to short arm the biggest throw of the game, or the last throw of the game.
Look at it this way. If he was hurt, there wasn't a scintilla of evidence that he might have been hurt until that final throw, which I even thought, man, that didn't even come close to the red zone, much less the end zone.
I think his footing gave out a little bit. I think he slipped along with everyone else that played in that game last night.
Well, I was about to say, join the frickin' crowd, because the one element of the game that we haven't discussed at all, and we have literally deconstructed this game probably better than any other show in America. You're welcome, America. Thank you for choosing us. What the hell is that field about? Do you realize that is a special grass? It's a combination of Kentucky bluegrass and Sensimilla. I mean, it's just straight out of Carl Spackler, George Toma. That is a Toma hybrid grass that it needed to be Zambonied. It was the slickest field I've ever remembered. There were guys slipping on every single play of the Super Bowl, all of them. Not some of them, but all of them. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous that is your playing surface for the game of the year.
See, that to me was way worse than the officiating, because I think that affected the game more than the officiating did.
Sure did.
One, when you paint the logos, and they are enormous in a Super Bowl, that that's going to make the ground slick anyway. But the other thing is, everybody was praising what a tremendous scientific achievement this was, even though the stadium has had field on a tray since it first was built. So they should have had it better done than that. I mean, they were wheeling that big tray out into the sun every day, so it was getting all the planet's nutrients that it could, and it still ended up being a bad hockey rink. I don't know when the league is going to stop screwing around and figure out that you can't half-ass this. They were talking about how it cost $750,000 to do that. Well, if money solves it, then you didn't spend enough because that was bad.
How about this? Why don't you leave the grass field that the Cardinals played on and was literally the only aspect of the franchise that drew zero complaints all year long? Not one. We found out everything that was wrong with the Arizona Cardinals this year. The field was not one of them at any point in time. Why do you bring in something you've never played on before? Why would you experiment in the Super Bowl?
Well, more to the point.
Another point.
Sorry. No. I mean,
another point.
No, this is actually more to the point.
I'll fluff my tip.
The field for the Fiesta Bowl, which was played there, had a ton of complaints. And that was essentially a month ago. So they knew this was a problem going in.
Did they put this in for the Fiesta Bowl? Was it the same?
Well, no, it's always there for that. This field operates on a tray so they can wheel it out into the parking lot.
No, but I think they took whatever the playing surface was like 3 weeks ago, scratched it off, and put this whole new. I don't think a single game had ever been played on this turf.
Yeah, but clearly they didn't do nearly enough research on why the Fiesta Bowl had a bad surface. And maybe the fact is when you paint as much of the surface as they did, and they probably painted some of the grass parts green.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it doesn't matter what it looks like. Maybe do the best you can and then have good footing.
That's it.
And this also didn't cost anybody the game either.
I've never heard a single football fan complain about the hue of the grass. Could be a little greener. This isn't keeping up with the Joneses in the lawn next door. Just make it the right playing surface. That's it. That's all that matters. You got guys who running down there with 1/4-inch, 3-inch quarter cleats. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. If you have to change your cleats 3 or 4 times in a game that is literally being played without elements being involved, you did something wrong.
Someone suggested that they, when they rehearsed the Super Bowl halftime show, they did it inside and then they left the stage out there for a while. Well, can you rehearse it outside? What do you need to do that can only be done on that surface?
I heard that they did most of that halftime rehearsal back in Los Angeles at Staples Center. I don't think they had more than 1 day at the actual stadium to actually rehearse any of that.
Okay, then I cheerfully stand corrected.
Yeah. And
maybe it's unavoidable. Maybe
honestly,
the problem is just they painted the ground and you can't paint grass.
The statement, or look, maybe that's just a slicker grass. I mean, who the hell knows?
But the slicker grass, they could,
they got it wrong.
Do more research.
Let me quickly say this about Rihanna and her halftime show. And Ray, I know you don't have a lot to contribute to this halftime show. First of all, that was the baby's Super Bowl. Rihanna's special guest was her baby that she was pregnant with. Chiefs guard Nick Allegretti, his wife Christina, gave birth on Sunday morning to 2 twin girls, both healthy, back in Chicago. Unfortunately, he could not attend. He was at the Super Bowl, but he gets to go home and celebrate. And, he did a nice job fluffing up the family nest egg by winning that Super Bowl. McCole Hardman's girlfriend, Ray, went into labor the morning of the Super Bowl. And because he had a broken pelvis, he wasn't at the Super Bowl. He was at the birth of his son.
Correct call there.
Yeah. Well, look, he broke his pelvis playing football, not impregnating his girlfriend, by the way. Just feel like we need to get that detail out there.
That was you felt people wouldn't have deduced that?
Well, he goes, McCall, hard, man. You walked right into that. Thank you very much. So,
if
look,
I weren't so ashamed of you, I'd be ashamed of myself.
It was the baby Super Bowl. When it came to Rihanna, look, here's what I can say. The fact that she did that on her own is straight up baller. She didn't bring out Jay-Z. She didn't bring out Drake. The star of the Super Bowl was her very popular set list and one of the cooler Super Bowl stages I've ever seen wheeled out there to perform a halftime show on. It was very narrow, went down the middle of the field because she isn't much of a dancer. And here's the thing. Rihanna's never been much of a dancer, but she's always had the ability to sort of move sexy. She's got stripper moves. She's not a great dancer, but she's at least moving. Another giveaway that she was pregnant was she was hardly moving out there. She was just, she leaned. She gyrated a little bit. She wasn't quite stiff as a board Whitney Houston. Because, Whitney couldn't dance at all. Not at all. Not at all, Ray. Not a lick. Whitney Houston, one of the great songbirds of her generation. She couldn't line dance to a country western song if they had given her the instructions in a week to practice. She just could not move. Rihanna can a little bit, but she didn't move, and that was another, sort of a, do you think she's pregnant? Yeah, I do, because she's out there not moving, which is an odd thing to do in your own Super Bowl halftime. But she was good. For those who are trying to say it was the single greatest halftime of all time, calm down. Don't feel free to not just live in the moment as the only moment that's ever happened. She was good. She was really good, and she did it on her own, assisted by 300 backup dancers. But that's what you got to do. When you're not much of a dancer, you surround yourself with a bunch of dancers. It's what Ray does when he goes out on tour. He'll walk in formation as the tip of the triangle, but really all that dancing is happening behind him. Dancing sucks too. I'm not much of a dancer. I didn't peg you for much of a dancer either. I'd love to see you cut up a dance floor.
Not since my wedding day. And even at that, very little.
Thank God for everyone at your wedding.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't subject anybody to that.
It was a good halftime. When it came to commercials, look, here I'm going to rank I wrote down 6 things about the commercials. This won't take long at all because Ray can't even participate in that. Ray, did a single commercial wash over you? Did one moment that wasn't the game stay with you that you're prepared to talk about right now in any way, shape, or form?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Stay on point. There was a Puff Daddy commercial that was funny because of the way that he was cast in the commercial and the songs that were used, but I can't even remember the product or what they were hawking, so it obviously wasn't a very effective commercial, but it was kind of funny. I thought the single most effective commercial during the Super Bowl was the Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez Dunkin' Donuts commercial. It was good because it was funny, and I remembered the product. There was a Breaking Bad commercial that I thought was good. It was great to see the Tuco cameo. That was the cherry on top of that commercial. But I can't remember the name of the chip that they were selling. And again, if I can't remember the product, how good of a commercial was it really? It was a blue bag with chips, but it wasn't Cool Ranch Doritos. The Bradley Cooper with his mom T-Mobile ad was so bad that I'm glad the Eagles lost the Super Bowl. No beer commercial went for a big laugh. Someone tried a Caddyshack thing, but that didn't work great either. Can't even remember which beer it was. So that didn't really land. One thing that I do know we need are some of these damn dog commercials need to come with a warning. Seriously, Jillian was left in tears twice. I had to console my sobbing, crestfallen wife. And our dog died 2 years ago. These damn commercials were triggering. So let us know when you're going to run a tugging only on the heartstring that is connected to the memories of your own dead dog. If you could give us a little warning next time, Alpo or whatever the brand was, that'd be great. Ray, have you ever loved an animal?
I'm not even going to answer that. I'm going to let you hang with that sentence.
The answer is no, never. No, you like your dog. I know the amount of money you spent on your dog. You like your dog.
Well, if it weren't for pet insurance, he would have gotten the burlap goodbye a long time ago.
Well, we had emotional heartstrings happening. I thought that somebody here on the text line said the flag football commercial was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remember it now that you brought it out. I've never seen a commercial for flag football in a football game, except, of course, how the quarterbacks are officiated. Bazing. It's the rare game where the quarterback whose team lost the Super Bowl maybe might have just happened to have been named Super Bowl MVP. Jalen Hurts, he fumbled away a touchdown. And in that one play alone, he forfeits any claim to be Super Bowl MVP. You had an unforced error that cost the Eagles the game, essentially. But it happened so early in the game. The other things he did defined what he was on Sunday more than, like, he was just awesome. Like, with every other play all game long, he did everything, Ray. Jalen Hurts was good on first down, on second down, on third down, and on fourth down. That quarterback sneak is literally unstoppable. He accounted for 374 of the Eagles' 417 yards. He threw a dime for a touchdown early in the game. He ran for 3 more. He converted a 2-point play. I mean, he was great. He just dropped the ball that was returned for a touchdown. Otherwise, there's really nothing more he could have done. It was the defense of the Eagles in the second half and the special teams in one play where they allowed the longest punt return in the history of the Super Bowl that let the Eagles down. Hurts was awesome in defeat. I mean, he was.
He was very good.
Yeah.
But you're not going to win the MVP when the other team's quarterback is in the argument. I mean, I don't think Mahomes was brilliant, but he was brilliant enough. And I think it's so hard to make a case in a one-off like that where it's win or go home. Well, it's win and go home, actually. That the guy on the losing team can be the MVP unless the game is like 10-7.
Oh.
And this was not that.
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah. I mean,
for a losing quarterback to be named MVP, especially when Patrick Mahomes, the chosen child of every football media member, is the guy you're voting against. And Mahomes, he was more efficient. He did have the better quarterback rating, but really in almost every other way, Jalen Hurts outplayed him. Having said all that, Patrick Mahomes has officially been the Chiefs starter for 5 seasons, and he just won the second of 3 Super Bowls that he's appeared in since the day he became a starter. He just played in his 5th consecutive AFC title game. He just won his 2nd Super Bowl MVP after winning his 2nd league MVP. He's tough as nails. He was without his best wide receiver the minute Tyreek Hill signed with Miami, and he got better. And what's scary about him is that he's probably only going to continue to get better and throw for 5,000 yards routinely and make other dudes just turn into household names.
In some ways, the way Brady did with his collection of wide receivers, none of whom were particularly amazing.
Had Julian Edelman been a New York Jet, you'd never hear of him.
Well, no, he lasted 3 years.
Patrick Mahomes is already among the greats. He's not there. He's not ready to be declared the greatest of all time, not yet. But his game-altering greatness is instantly recognizable, and the only thing he needs are the snaps and the time. If he continues to play like this for just, another handful of years, I mean, how many more Super Bowls does he need to win to be in the same conversation with Brady, who's won 7? If you're saying he must equal Brady, it's going to be hard to do. But God almighty, he has more physical, raw skill sets and tools than anyone I think I've ever seen play the position. And when it comes to starting a career, you cannot start a career better than that. Better than what he's done. He's perfect. He's magnificent in every way. He leaves you slack-jawed. The rare football player that is almost as enjoyable to watch as the team that you go about rooting for on a full-time basis. Like, the Kansas City Chiefs, to me, are the single most welcome out-of-market game you can put on my television, because it means I get to watch Patrick Mahomes.
And yet this year, as gaudy as their record was and as good as he was, they won a bunch of games by a field goal.
Well, that's what this league does.
But a team like Kansas City, you would expect that their offense would never have a problem. And they had a couple of 20-17s and a 17-14. I mean, they run a real tight margin for a team as electrifying as it is. And that's the one thing about them that makes you go, how? Because I would think, given what Kansas City does, that you would say they're going to score 35 every game. And yet there were a ton of games this year where they never got tracked. And it's a statement to me that the next great hurdle for Mahomes is how he adjusts to the next adjustment made against him. Because I think teams adjusted to him after the 49ers Super Bowl, and it became more difficult for him to thrive the way I think people expected him to thrive after that. And now they've seen him in a new incarnation. And now defensive coordinators are going to have 6 months to figure out, well, what do we do about this now?
I think Patrick Mahomes' next great adjustment won't even be really his to make until he has his next head coach. And Andy Reid isn't going anywhere. I don't know if the league can necessarily do anything to adjust to his ability to improvise and keep plays alive. And he's spectacular. And you know what I think had a little to do with Kansas City's less than gaudy margin of victory this year? Number one, it is an any given Sunday league. We've established that all the time, and then we want to point out, strength of schedule or style points. I think there's also an element that they not are bored with the regular season, because football doesn't allow you that grace that, the Warriors are taking advantage of. We're just not interested in the regular season. There's too much of it, or baseball teams sometimes fall into that. Football is a zero-sum sport every time you're playing a game. But I also think that Kansas City has trouble getting up to play the Houston Texans. They've been in such high-leverage football games for 5 years in a row now that the regular season probably starts to feel a little regular to them. And then when they got into the postseason, that's when you're taking on, the likes of the Bengals, the Bills, and teams that are just, real headaches that don't allow you to have a gaudy margin of victory. Yeah. So I'm not holding style points against them. I'm not going to be surprised at all if they are in their 6th AFC title game next year.
Oh, I wouldn't either. I'm merely pointing out that when you look at that team, you find it hard to imagine why they would have lost to Indianapolis and only gotten 17 points out of it.
Yeah, other than no one reported for duty mentally that day, doesn't that kind of, miasma, if you will, Ray, the miasma?
Yeah, it could be. It's interesting to note that their 3 playoff games were determined by a total of 13 points, which is the second lowest total in the Super Bowl era when you take every winner and just count up the margin of victory for their wins. They got by, weirdly enough, by the skin of their teeth. As good as they played yesterday, it's you can't look at the box score and go, aha, here's why they won. Except that you can look and see, well, when did they start getting rolling? They were a so-so football team for 30 minutes, and then they were indomitable for 30.
17 fourth quarter points. Again, just looking at the list of what Mahomes did with his passes after halftime. Here it goes. Complete with a touchdown. Incomplete when he overthrew the end zone. It was on purpose. There's one incomplete pass of the half. Complete touchdown, complete with a 26-yard run that is maybe his career-defining play since it came on one ankle, went right up the middle, and brought them from midfield into the red zone. He was spectacular. He's so good. He's awesome. He really is.
One other thing that I saw, and this has very little to do with Mahomes, their last 2 games were decided by crippling penalties at the end of a game. Cincinnati and yesterday.
The Cincinnati hit out of bounds was...
It's a legitimate call. I'm not saying it was a bad
call,
but it's a call that if Joseph Osai doesn't force that call to be made...
Maybe they're not even here.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean by they cut a prosciutto-thin margin to a championship where people are raving about them as never before.
Hey, it's hard to be this good 5 years in a row in a league that tears down success and rewards failure, right? It's hard to just be this good 5 years in a row. It's impossible to be dominant 5 years in a row.
And that's why I don't think they're going to win next year, because nobody wins back-to-back anymore. So the question is, who's it going to be? And I have a feeling that Cincinnati might be the sort of team that is ready to make that jump, because Cincinnati came closer than anybody else to not only corralling the Chiefs, but beating them outright.
I got your Super Bowl odds for Super Bowl 58 in fabulous Las Vegas.
Speaking of bad fields.
But I will, I'll give those to you in our final segment for a little, we got a final note on Patrick Mahomes or two. Maybe even a note on Indiana's big win in Ann Arbor on Saturday. Go Hoosiers. Now number 14 in your AP, number 1 in your heart.
Yeah. By the way, did you see Conrad Dobler died yesterday?
No.
Yep. 72.
Tell the kids.
Conrad Dobler was the dirtiest player in NFL history and a superb offensive guard for the St. Louis Cardinals back in the 70s and 80s when the Cardinals were really, really, really good.
Rest in peace, Conrad Dobler. One other point right here in our final few minutes, and I didn't want to have it earlier in the show because I don't want to belabor it. I don't want to kick a guy while he's down. Ray, I don't do an awful lot of broadcaster on broadcaster crime. Like, you really got to lose it for me to... Because I remember asking a stand-up comedian once, who's a comedian you don't like? And he refused to answer because he's like, anyone who's got the guts to get up there and do that is all right in my book. So I'm not here to tear down anyone who's got the balls to go do it. And I sort of feel the same way about broadcasters. Like, you really have to have stepped in it for me to say, get the microphone away. Ray, it's time for Terry Bradshaw to go. It's just straight up time for Terry Bradshaw to go. He is comprehensively bad at his job. It's time to get him off the Fox set. He has outstayed his welcome. Thanks for the memories. Bradshaw is officially generations removed from knowing the game. He's bad at highlights. He's bad at interviews. He doesn't relay information. He's no longer funny, and he can't speak in sound bites. So what do you do around here, I guess would be my question. He's awful. He's awful. Give the briefcase of money promotion to somebody else. And why I felt I was being particularly harsh, let a better writer come in and really shut the door on the Terry Bradshaw argument once and for all. Did you see what Joe Posnanski wrote about Terry Bradshaw last night?
I did not.
He said he's basically become Fred Willard in Best in Show.
That's slandering Fred Willard.
It really is, but it's that he's embarrassing himself and the network that employs him level of his career.
I think the problem is, well, one, he's 74. So, yeah, the paint's going to be flaking off his brain pan anyway. But Fox puts him in situations where they want him to do interviews. Absolutely miscast at that.
He's terrible.
Yeah, and they've been doing that for years. So they've done him no favors.
I mean, do you see what he said to Andy Reid? Why don't you waddle over here?
Yeah. I mean,
And Andy Reid's cool enough to where he laughed at that.
Oh,
He's
because
not upset by that.
Andy Reid is the most secure guy of his build maybe in America, because he's getting paid a ton of money to be really good at what he does, and his weight doesn't matter.
Well, look,
and he's heard every joke about it that there is to tell. But back to Bradshaw, if you can't figure out that of 5 guys on that set, that he's the worst potential guy to ask questions of anybody, then the producer should be fired. The executive producer should be fired. If Bradshaw goes, it's in significant part because Fox has always put him in lousy situations, and they should be scrapping that whole thing anyway, because that's played out. Bradshaw is the most played out, but he's been left in, lousy situation after lousy situation. And it's now at the point where it can't be hidden anymore. By the way, here's one other broadcasting thing. When Greg Olson is the lead analyst at Fox, makes $10 million a year. If he becomes a second analyst behind Brady, his salary drops to $3 million. So when Brady decides he's going to do the Fox gig, Greg Olson gets a $7 million pay cut, despite the fact that people are falling in love with him the way they fell in love with Romo when he first started.
Olson had a very good call last night. The fact that his agent would allow that wiggle room in the contract is ridiculous. Greg Olson needs a new agent.
I don't know that he had any leverage at the time. So I get what you're saying, but I think just getting the gig probably is okay. I get that.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
That really sucks.
What they ought to do is rewrite the deal.
When we come on back, we got a few more notes on the Super Bowl. Again, odds already out for next year's Super Bowl. We got to give that to you, and we're getting you ready for a little Warriors basketball coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, we are brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com.
Matt Steinmetz. Mahomes is everything Kyle wants. Every coach. Kyle wants a guy who can throw from the pocket first and foremost. He's never wavered off that. And Daryl the Guru Johnson. If you said who's been successful as a 49er, it's 100-0. Brock Purdy. Now it's about the medical. This is the Bay Area's sports station. Yep. 95.7 The Game.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through March 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
The Eagles Hotel California Tour.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
Live in concert with a full orchestra.
Take it.
Performing their iconic album Hotel California, beginning to end, plus a greatest hit set. The Eagles.
One of these nights.
SAP Center at San Jose, February 21st. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Duran Duran Future Past Tour. May 28th at SAP Center. Duran Duran with 2 very special guests, Nile Rodgers and Chic. And Bastille. Tickets on sale Thursday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Duran Duran Live. Produced by Live Nation.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari,
Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from 95.7 The Game, and I'm excited to let you know that the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps for their 2023 home opener, Saturday, March 4th at 7:30 p.m. The Quakes will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the 2003 championship team by giving away 10,000 championship jerseys. There will be a special halftime ceremony featuring your favorite O3 alumni and debut of the supporters section. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This week at Macy's, find Valentine's Day gifts for all your loves, like fragrance gift sets they'll adore. Plus, take an extra 15% off with your coupon or Macy's card, on top of beautiful jewelry finds, now 35 to 70% off, and 25% off decadent chocolate from Godiva. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift card services and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So anything we did that you might have missed, you can find it all on our YouTube page. You can backtrack. You can watch it all again. You can see how Ray's always got his jacket on for the final segment. The man takes off from the starting block of the finish line of our show like Usain Bolt. He gets out of here fast. Doesn't even like being said goodbye to.
Well, no, because they say goodbye 3 or 4 times and want me to respond. One goodbye is more than sufficient.
Everyone loves Ray.
Ugh.
It's more than a sitcom. Again, the box of chocolate hearts that I'm bringing in, the box of chocolate. It's going to have a romantic Valentine's Day show planned for you tomorrow, Ray. So just get ready.
No.
To feel beautiful.
Simply no.
Get ready to feel beautiful.
No, I will make it a nightmare. Don't do this.
Unlike any other show?
Believe me, I will take my warm-up jacket off for that one.
Oh!
Don't do that.
It's going to be great. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Don't do that.
Romance in the air. Coming up next year on the air, brought to you by Fremont Bank, is Warriors Live with John Dickinson. That's right ahead. We got Warriors and Wizards tonight, and as we keep on insisting, the Warriors are all out of mulligans. It's time to win basketball games.
It's been that for 3 months.
Opening odds for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, Ray. There are only 5 teams in single digits. That's it. The Chiefs are your favorites, 5-1. Eagles 7-1, so could be on track for a repeat of this year's Super Bowl next year. The 49ers and Bills both starting at 8-1. The Bengals are 9-1. Then you get the Cowboys. They're going off at 16-1. Raiders, we see you. And it's amazing with all the questions that you will have about your quarterback going into next year. The Raiders are actually at 25-1. The rest of the NFC West, Ray, the Rams are 33-1. The Seahawks are 66-1. The Cardinals are already left for dead at 100-1. D'Amico Ryans got the longest odds in all of football. Houston going off at 150-1. Any of those you even like from a sight unseen value standpoint? Bills at 8-1, Niners 8-1.
Maybe the Bengals.
Bengals at 9-1.
It's not a big payout, but
It's the best price you'll get.
Yeah. And the Raiders only being 25-1 when by rights they ought to be like 66-1. That's just because it's easier if you live in Las Vegas to walk to the casino and put money down. That's all that is.
We're 2 days away from Derek Carr officially, walking away from the Raiders. It's not tomorrow, not Valentine's Day, but the day after, where the breakup needs to become official because they owe him all the guaranteed money of his deal unless he is cut by, I believe, the 15th.
Yeah, I want to say it's noon, but I'm not sure.
Ross Tucker on the Ross Tucker podcast. Just, again, if I said this, you'd be like, Damon, why are you such a Raiders hater? Here's what Ross Tucker had to say about how badly the Raiders have botched this.
What a disaster by the Raiders. I mean, they gave him a new contract last year, which paid him like over $5 million more than he was supposed to make, number one. And then, okay, you're going to give him a contract because you want to control his rights. Well, then you give him a no-trade clause so you don't control anything? Now they're going to cut him? Think about this. They would have been better off just letting him play out the last year of his contract, letting him go in free agency, and getting the compensatory pick. I mean, they paid him more money, lost control, lost the compensatory pick. Congratulations, Raiders. You don't know what you're doing.
I mean, when you put it like that, ouch.
No. Well, the thing that happened there is that Mark Davis got involved and decided he couldn't stand watching Derek Carr play anymore. And he insisted, he's gone. Get him out of here. Well, when you do that, you've basically eliminated any leverage you've got, so nobody would trade for him. Why would you? You just wait 2 more days and you get him for free. All you have to do is pay him. I mean, why would, does it surprise you that the Raiders screwed this up? Of course it doesn't. But this is one of those moments where you need to tie the owner to a chair and basically have that chair facing the corner of a darkened room, because that's how this came undone.
It was Davis's undying loyalty to Derek Carr that created the overpay in the first place, and then his insistence on we got to get rid of him that then compounded the situation to the point where it is.
And it wasn't so much an overpay as it was one guy who signs the checks deciding, I love that guy. No, wait a minute, I forgot, I hate him. Because he was worth $40 million. That's the going rate for a franchise quarterback. And, he vomited all over himself. That said, Carr did not have a good year last year. But that's endemic of the Raiders being a hot mess literally since they left Oakland.
On many fronts.
Yeah.
A couple final notes on Patrick Mahomes. Here's the list of players in baseball, basketball, and hockey history to have multiple championships, multiple MVPs, and multiple playoff MVPs within their first 6 seasons. Here's the entire list. Tim Duncan, Bobby Orr, Patrick Mahomes. That's it. We're talking about instant impact to their league history the minute they joined the league. Tim Duncan, Bobby Orr, and Patrick Mahomes. This postseason, Mahomes was 72 of 100, which, Ray, I'm going to go out on a limb here. That's 72%. For 703 passing yards, 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, Super Bowl MVP, and he did most of it on a high ankle sprain, which usually sidelines guys for 6 to 7 weeks. Masterful postseason run by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. By the way, Mahomes is now 20-3 straight up against the NFC in his career, giving him the best winning percentage of any quarterback with 20 starts in interconference play, beating out Kenny Stabler, sorry, Kenny, Bob Greasy, and Terry Bradshaw, who makes the show for the second time today in a much better fashion.
Yeah, he was a much better player than he was a studio anything.
And he's even still arguably the worst Hall of Fame quarterback ever. So it's time
Oh,
for
no.
Terry.
No. He actually had a better career than Joe Namath.
Okay, I would give you Joe. I'll give you Joe, but he's second. Second worst, maybe.
Maybe third. I mean, I'd have to look
Left
at all the
to find, left to
quarterbacks,
find.
but now we're talking about, if you're talking about comparing statistics, Bart Starr is much worse as well. But now we're talking in an era when you ran the ball 69% of the time.
Right. These aren't just statistical comparisons. They're gut hunches as well.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think, Namath is demonstrably worse.
Right. Well, here's the thing. It demonstrably worse, or, Joe Namath has 4 Super Bowls if he's got the steel curtain defense too.
Well, but he didn't.
Right.
So
anyway, there you go. That's all the time we have today. We'll have much more tomorrow. Oh, my God. Pitchers and catchers officially reporting over the next 48 hours. Baseball's getting closer. We're going to have a Warriors game to put a fine point on when it's all said and done. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in. I know that Peter King will be joining us tomorrow. I believe we're going to say hello to Steve Kerr tomorrow. And unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye. John Dickinson coming up next. Thank you very much, Lucas Grandy. For Ray, I'm Damon. Please remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
Joe Montana, to me, is the best quarterback that's ever played the game. There's different eras. That's just what I believe. And right now, young Patrick Mahomes is on that streak in this new NFL.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh, I'm so out.
95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Jason Aldean.